Rosen's, that's a loss. And his pairs are answered.
Look at it!
Pop
He
up.
popped off! He popped off!
No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Welcome to Saturday here in Asia Pacific Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's our 7th week, our penultimate week of the season here for the first season in 2021. But it is the final week before we head to playoffs, and there is a lot on the line here with, sadly, yesterday having to say goodbye to High 3 as he is now guaranteed to be relegated out. The big story of today, Gia, is finding out who those other 2 spots go to in the relegation zone alongside High 3 and Tyler.
That's right, and on top of that, we also get to find out, or at least get a bit closer to cementing who will be at the very top of playoffs and who gets to sneak in at the bottom there, because things could still shake around. And don't forget that depending on your placement at the end of the season, you can get a seed for playoffs.
That's very true. It's going to be very, very tight in those playoff spots. Looking at the slots, 7 out of 8 playoff spots already decided. It's just how they move about within those 7 spots. But then that 8th spot still could go to a lot of our players playing today. We are going to be playing in Conquest this week and next week in the playoffs, in which you get to bring 4 decks from 4 unique classes. Each player bans 1 from their opponent, and then when you play a best of 5, when you win with a deck, you can't play it again. So it's just about getting the win with all of your decks rather than trying to eliminate all of your opponent's decks as it was with Last Hero Standing. And we've already seen a bit of a return to the Conquest mindset, specifically over in Europe. I think a little bit more. Warmer had a very classic Conquest-y lineup where he was just going for hard target priest. Here in Asia Pacific, though, it looks like players have just gone with a slightly more standard strategy of playing the good decks.
That's right, because while there is theoretically 4 or more decks that you can use to target Priest, it is one of those decks that can generate a lot of X factors, and sometimes you don't get the good draws. I've seen Warlock lose to Priest more than once in my ladder experience, and so just going for the safe lineups, decks that are well loved and known by the majority, I think is definitely a safe way to go, and the majority of APAC has agreed with that philosophy.
Yeah, it's a very APAC school of thought here. We don't get too complicated in our Hearthstone play. We just bring the good decks and play them, for the most part, very well as well. Going to be fighting out for that weekly prize pool, of course. Again, given that this is the first 7 weeks basically being weekly individual tournaments. And so today is effectively the quarterfinals. We're going to be playing out all 4 of those quarterfinal matches. And whoever wins will move up to that guaranteed 3rd, 4th space, bumping up their prize pool a fair bit as well to $2,000. And of course, getting themselves those points, because there are so many different breakpoints that we have to talk about with regards to the weekly points that players are trying to earn, both in terms of staying out of relegation, not only for the players who are playing today, but there's a couple of players, Dawn and Chonsu specifically, who aren't playing today, and yet their fate very much rides on those who are going to be playing out those relegation matches today.
Very much so, just waiting with bated breath as to the results of particularly Lambi series matches and Tom 60229 matches, because those 2 players, alongside the 2 you mentioned, are all in the mix for those last 2 spots of relegation, as we already have guaranteed said goodbye to Tyler and High 3.
Like starting off the recap with just Alan losing right out the gate is the first moment we see. Sorry, but things turned around very drastically from there on in. The mage doing incredible work, just demolishing Chonsu there. And when Alan was able to make it very, very close, but finally take the win in Game 5, it meant that Chonsu was still not relegated, but had the threat of being relegated thereafter, as we will be seeing today. It has to go pretty wrong for Chonsu to be relegated, but it is possible.
It is, and it all rides on the fate of Tom 60229, who managed to take a 3-0 clean sweep over Blitzchung, keeping completely calm, even though Tom was, prior to yesterday, in the most danger of being relegated. But as we see in Give Please versus High 3 was visibly very emotional. The luck of the draw not quite going his way, as Give Please got some very solid wins on Token Druid.
Yeah, you really can't blame him. It was a very emotional series. Give Please gave that weird concede that we weren't entirely sure with, but apart from that, I think played some very, very strong Hearthstone. But then, in my opinion, the most crucial match of the day, the final one. If Lambi Series lost here, he would have been guaranteed relegated out. Whereas the fact that he beat Dawn means that Dawn is now more likely to be relegated than Lambi Series. And almost worst of all for Dawn, he has no control over his own fate anymore. He's done all he can over the last few weeks, and now just needs to pray, essentially, that Lambi Series doesn't win his next series, because I think if Lambi does win, things look very, very bad for Dawn, which we will get into. But I guess if you were going to have any champions try and take down Lambi, Alutemu is as good a champion as any.
Certainly seems so, and Chonsu himself will also be praying that Tom60229 does not make the miracle run all the way to finals, especially since Chonsu doesn't have any especially good tiebreakers, not getting anything better than a top 4, I believe, whereas Dawn has at least a second place finish before, so if Lambi Series ends up with the same amount of points as Dawn, then Dawn still manages to take a higher slot.
That's exactly right. It's pretty simple here. For Tom60229, as you said, it has to be a finals appearance. He can finish second, but if he finishes first or second, he is safe. If he finishes any lower than second, he is out of Grandmasters. So his fate very much in his own hands. For Lambi, it's even simpler. If he wins, he stays in. If he loses, he goes out. Just very straightforward up and down. And then, of course, for Dawn and Chonsu, things get a little bit more complicated that we'll get into when those matches crop up. But I think taking a look at our first match of the day, Possessi against Tom60229. Haven't got to see Possessi so far this weekend, of course, because he went 2-0, which at this point is really not surprising. After we've been saying, Possessi, again, had a bit of a rough start to this season of Grandmasters, going 0-2 a couple of times within the first 3 weeks, but he has turned things around so gorgeously. I loved the way he's been playing, and I think it's in no small part due to the fact that he seems to have rejoined the fold of Japanese practice partners, which is just an unbeatable trifecta at the moment.
Yeah, Glory, Alutemu, and Possessi. The three amigos at this point always bringing similar lineups for the past few weeks, at most one card different. And we see that it happens that almost always all three of them make it through to the next stage, and at worst one of them doesn't. And happens that this week it is Glory who went 0-2, but Possessi and Alutemu still carrying the torch. All three of them guaranteed playoffs, just playing for potentially a better seed here. I think Possessi is not in contention for the first 2 slots, but is trying to stave off finishing 7th or 8th.
Yeah, that's the big one, because if you're in playoffs, when we do head to playoffs next week, as our top 8 finishing players will do so, if you finish first or second, you get given a free win over the players who finish 7th and 8th, who obviously get given an automatic loss, just so that you are rewarded for doing very well, or I guess punished for not doing well enough down at the bottom. But for Possessi to start things off, going with this Rush Warrior, a lot more standard than some of the other builds we've seen this weekend. Quite a few of the players going for the double Neophyte, double Ogremancer build to try and hard target Druid, hard target Mage as well. But I think overall I still am a fan of just the raw power of Tent Trasher. I think even in the matchups where Ogremancer is good, as I was saying, like Druid, Mage, and arguably Priest, Tent Trasher does a pretty good job as well in most of those matchups.
Yeah, I do think it helps a lot against Rogue as well, and perhaps there wasn't as hard of a read on that much Druid on the field, and I think the Japanese players did get it right, as Token Druid is stocks down compared to LHS. As for Tom, he is once again going for the leave up Priest strategy that we saw him take advantage of yesterday, as he actually got 2 wins versus Blitzchung's Priest, and then won the Token Druid Mirror. He is bringing the Spell Mage, which you'd have to assume is in the lineup because he's leaving up Priest, and sees this as a good enough matchup to justify a different ban, and it so happens that it's Demon Hunter once again that Tom is crossing out.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, clearly he believes in the power of the deck, despite taking obviously the very infamous loss with it last week after his ooze was sucked from his hand thanks to Shadowhunter Vulture, and then unable to get through the Bulwark in a very unfortunate but flashy loss there. But I can still see the strategy where it's coming from. As we were talking about, if you are going to bring Mage, leaving up Priest does at least start to make some amount of sense because it's one of the better matchups for Mage and one of the few bad matchups for Priest. But jumping into this series, you know, we all know what the Mage is trying to look for at this point with obviously the power card of Incanter's Flow, Deck of Lunacy, very premium as well. But in the early game for Warrior, are we at all interested in conditioning? Should it be a minion heavy start or a card draw heavy start to try and set up for a stronger mid game?
Certainly feels like the early curve is quite strong for the Warriors game plan, Parade Leader into Bumper Car, that type of thing, or even a Playmaker early on, especially Rakara, if you're able to stick one minion and then have the Rakara. That's really tough for Mage to deal with if they don't have exactly devolving missiles. They're not looking to have to use both their Brain Freezes that early or Combustion, and so I don't mind tossing the two Warmaul challengers. The conditioning without being on the coin, I'm a little bit surprised to see kept from Possessi, but certainly has its reasoning as well, especially if he can hit a little bit more card draw.
Well, he gets himself a decent kind of backup hand, I suppose you could say, or just decent threats to tempo out, like Gnarg, ETC, I wouldn't even be surprised to see either, as the kind of superior 2-mana 1/4 in this hand. But the question now for Tom all of a sudden becomes a lot more complicated, because this was looking like a very simple hand, but now becomes a little bit trickier to play.
Indeed. He can go for Incanter's Flow into coin Deck of Lunacy, and I don't think that order particularly hurts the Warrior matchup. Libram of Hope is very good to have against Rush Warrior. They don't actually have that many ways of getting through huge taunts unless they have that trifecta combo cards of Parade Leader, Playmaker, and the Bumper Card tokens. And then just because it takes too long, in my opinion, to coin Lunacy and then go Incanter's Flow, it means that Tom would potentially have a dead turn 2, and this deck can definitely race you if you are a little bit too greedy. But maybe seeing this just hero power from Possessi, Tom might change his mind.
Yeah, he's just going to go with the Incanter's Flow into coin Deck of Lunacy. And again, this is really the big nerf to Lunacy, right? It's not even so much that you have to spend 4 mana on it. It's just that it's so awkward to go Lunacy and then Incanter's Flow, which is kind of most of the time the strictly better order. But I do like that Tom is accepting he doesn't have all the time in the world. You've got to get moving and actually apply some pressure with these cards that you're getting off of Deck of Lunacy. Assuming he's even going to play it. I mean, we don't know that for sure. We just think it's quite likely.
I think it's very likely. 2 pieces of card draw in hand, and with the Primordial Studies able to buff the Cram Session, Possessi is in for a ride. He actually took the Overlord Runthak off his Athletic Studies. I was eyeing the Anchorman, to be honest, because it looked kind of tempting to get more card draw with the conditioning, but again, Possessi has no guarantee that Tom's going to play minions in the near future, and the Runthak just has more health if he wants to tempo it out this turn, which feels quite reasonable, although the 10 Trasher is more pressure as well.
Yeah, it could even have fit in the Crab Rider because, you know, it eats up the discount from the Athletic Studies, but it is a Murloc at the very least. Tom getting a big whiff there, misses the, 2 out of 3 for card draw on 6 mana, given that I believe there's only 6 spells, 4 of which draw you cards. So Deck of Chaos is a big whiff there, given that could have been Sprint or even Skull of Gul'dan for a huge, very premium outcome.
Decent cards to get, though. Devolving, just really hoping for Tom to hit the, Overlord Runthak. Misses on the Bumper Car, which is a big deal because Possessi, I think, was not overly looking for a card draw because he thought that he might get the tokens in hand at some point.
Right.
And maybe another reason for not playing 2 minions last turn was trying to get more value with conditioning. As it happens, Tom leaves more attack on the middle minion, but maybe puts them all in a range where some AoE off the top is a bit more convenient.
Yeah. Pretty funny as well that the Murloc Tiny Fin was strictly worse than the Desk Imp, as I think Possessi just realized that is a Murloc already on board, so you can't go Crab Rider into Tent Trasher. So he just played a 3/6 without Wind Fury instead of a 7/7, which is honestly a pretty big blunder.
It's huge. Especially since the Tent Trasher can lose its cheapness in the near coming turns, depending on what Tom does. As it happens, he is going to stick a Murloc and a Mech because Tom has gotten good cards, but not playable this turn yet. The Expendable Performers is great for board cleanup, and then he can stabilize with the Libram of Hope. So this is really Possessi's last window to pile on the pressure, and now with Rakara and Playmaker, that is quite a tantalizing prospect.
Yeah, this is looking quite spicy. Honestly, just sending everything face and trying to set up for lethal with ETC and the 1/1s looks, you know, not necessarily likely because they do have the chance of getting Libram of Hope. But if you had to bank your game, bank your chances at this point after they've played Deck of Lunacy and Incantus Flow on Libram of Hope being at the bottom of their deck, I think that's better odds that you're going to have than as the game progresses.
I'm just trying to figure out that if Possessi had played Tent Trasher last turn instead of Crab Rider, would he just have lethal right now? Because the ETC could come down this turn and the Tent Trasher.
True.
Oh man, potentially a huge blunder, but he can still go for a Rakara Playmaker or gonna deviate and just go Tent Trasher instead of Rakara, which is more attack presented because Rakara doesn't actually push more damage this turn. She just makes your board more durable, so I think that's perfectly fine.
And still here for Tom. He does have the, I guess you could call it the trump card of Libram of Hope, but it just gets absolutely chewed through. You're still drastically losing board at that point.
Yeah, it's really not looking great. Expendable Performers allows him to remove the 2 right-hand minions, all the trades going into the 7 health minions, and that leaves only 4 attack on board. And then he can develop, I suppose, Mirror Entity. If you're looking to stabilize, generally the better way to do it is remove and then heal.
Right.
I don't think he's in danger of dying to 8 from hand this early on because Alex is not available yet for Possessi. So I think Tom is going for the clear. And I like this.
Yep, I like it too. He doesn't even leave any minions on board, assuming he goes for the double full trade line. And so ETC isn't even an especially large concern, given that there's only 1 rush minion on the board. So I think like 6 damage, maybe a bit more with the weapon. I can't find any way that he would die.
Looks like he is leaving the minion on board though, because he is able to fit in the ping with the spare mana. I guess playing around ETC is not especially worth at this point. Just wants to get a little bit more damage onto the minions if he top decks a different shape of AoE the next turn.
These old bones just keep moving. These old bones just keep moving.
Interestingly enough, still no way to actually sacrifice off the bumper car, but that's fine. He can still go for it in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I think Possessi's just meant to hero power and send these face. He wants to hold on to the Playmaker and ETC combo with the tokens of the bumper car because that pushes 8 damage. So he can put Tom to 8 right now. And if Tom kills the bumper car and leaves enough health on board, then Possessi can get the lethal. And if Tom doesn't kill the bumper car, it's just pushing another 2 damage, potentially 4 with ETC next turn. Close though.
It's really close, yeah. With the 2 bumper cars, yeah, I mean, if you attack face, you set up lethal, assuming like you get the 8 damage from Playmaker and essentially getting 4 rushes there. But it looks like he's considering tempo ETC now.
That's also a play if he's worried about specifically Libram of Hope, which Tom could have drawn by now, which means you're front-loading the damage, you can still get the tokens, because then the bumper car can go into Libram of Hope, but Possessi is choosing to hold back a bit, which plays better around AoE from Tom, but it so happens that the Libram is here.
And look at this, perfect card to pick up as well. School Spirits allows you to clear the board. Libram of Hope to heal back up. Even those Soul Fragments in your deck, you're definitely not going to turn your nose up at.
Okay, so we're looking at 8 burst from Possessi right now. Tom alive at 8 if that's the case, and just sticking this 8-8. I don't know if Possessi can expect to win board from this point on, but he should front load at least some of the damage to remove the Divine Shield, right?
You aren't even ready for this.
I think so.
Here for a good time. Here for a good time.
Developing now allows for Possessi to get a win just by sticking minions if Tom has not drawn other AoE. It can be tempting to hold on to combo and wait for like exactly second bumper car, but in the meantime, Tom could have developed more stuff.
Yeah, it also just gives him the out of Alex off the top, which is honestly looking like his best chance to get there now after what will be obviously a cleared board, a Pexus Blast, a Coordinated Strike, I guess, or whatever. So many ways to go about it now, especially with the Pearl Tusk as well.
Yep. And now it's all about waiting for Alex, for Possessi, and for Tom, trying to find second Libram of Hope or Lethal before Possessi can draw that card. Okay, that thins the deck, and he can put a taunt in the way. That's definitely relevant.
Yeah.
You got Samuro? That's up. Wait, no. Samuro dies to the...
Ooh, bumper car clears. He gets to go face with the weapon. That's pretty relevant.
Yeah, I don't see much reason for holding on to the Riders at this point now that he's used ETC.
Yeah, the question for him is whether he actually goes double 1/1 into the Ancient Guardian Libram of Hope, or if he attacks with the weapon and then kills off the Pearl Tusk. It gives him far greater board control if he goes for that route, because the Sword Eater will not die on board, but it's less immediate face damage. We need to think about breakpoints again. And honestly, Alex Straza is the only breakpoint of damage left, right? It's 8. The difference between 8 and 1 is pretty limited if he doesn't get there with weapon swings.
There's Troublemaker outs to think about potentially as well.
True.
And so the board control route does seem better with that type of line. Because that makes it such that the 3/3s are more likely to go face. My problem with sending the 2 minions into the 8-2 is that he doesn't actually set up Lethal that way either if the 2-5 gets cleared. Oh, the alignment does nothing. The deck of chaos does nothing from here because Possessi's only playing 1 card a turn from this point.
So whether or not you go equality, you are dead to Troublemaker, right? Because if they just play it here and swing face... Oh no, sorry, my mistake. If you leave the 1/1 up, you survive most of the time. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's not Troublemaker, but that's huge. Another weapon guaranteed from this Sword Eater, and he gets the Alex and not second 10 Trasher. So that is just game unless Tom finds healing next turn.
Yeah, card draw, Libram of Hope. Glide,
oh
you don't...
God.
Oh my god, it gets rid of the Alex Straza as well?
Yeah, it says...
Into Libram!
Oh my god!
Oh.
And a fragment, and ring toss, and arbor off. Is Tom just winning now? I think he's just winning.
Possessi had the game. He had it. He had it on lock.
Tom sits up, knows he's back in this. Not just back in this. He's potentially pushing Lethal next turn.
He's just straight up winning by a country mile.
Does he take... I guess Rigfair is too ambitious at this point. Does he just want to disrupt? He does have a giant taunt in the way, so maybe it is Rigfair.
Taking Netherwind. I didn't expect that. I kind of thought it might be Mirror Entity just in case they play Troublemaker or Alex, something of the sort.
Right.
Aren't even ready for this.
That's so too. Okay. Well, Crab Rider can come down prior to the 10th Trasher.
Yeah.
And then he would still have mana to hero power if that's relevant. It might be relevant.
Stage dive into... There's no bumper cars left, and that would be 1 too much mana anyway.
Yeah, there's Samuro. I believe that's the... Oh, Samuro and Runtak are the only rush minions left for Possessi. But the Samuro is super awkward because if he doesn't get down the 10th Trasher, he can't actually frenzy the Samuro because the time has too much attack on it. So Possessi has to wait on the stage dive a bit. Just gonna see if he's gonna hero power here instead. He is not dead on board if he doesn't hero power because he has this taunt and he can trade into 4-3.
Yeah, he can get a couple of very good trades.
But the thing is, like, if he stage dives, he's not going to have the mana to play that card anyway, and he will have the mana to play either Samuro or Runthak off stage dive, even if he plays the stage dive next turn. So I think it's hero power.
Yeah, also wisely holding off stage dive because of Counterspell and the Netherwind. Always going to be afraid of that as another Libram of Hope is found off the top. These draws were a bit rough to Tom in the mid game, but in this late game, they could not have been stacked better.
Glide is just strictly better than Skull of Gul'Dandar. Anything different. Yeah, but Possessi has to proc secret now. He's just deciding which of these spells is more valuable to him. He says Athletic Studies is more valuable because he started with that to potentially proc counter spell. Kind of makes sense because the 8/8 is too big for just Samuro to deal with. Dark Moon Rabbit is not playable this turn, but next turn maybe?
Yeah, just going with Anchorman for more card draw. I mean, it's good right now as well, isn't it? Just as a 4-1 rush. In addition to the potential card draw, Samuro able to sweep up a lot of what's going on here as well.
This is a clear. He won't get Frenzy value off his 4/5s because the 3/7 Samuro has to go into the 2/4, and I'd imagine the 2/4/5s go in the 8/8, or he could actually trade away the Playmaker with the 4/1 instead, and then the 4/5 gets him a draw off the Water Elemental.
And yeah, I guess that makes sense. Does freeze another minion. You may just leave the Stonewall not drawing a card for a turn and bump in the Samuro into the 3/1 instead. A lot of different ways you can go about this. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, this way pushes the most immediate damage because he wouldn't have actually gotten any to face if he had taken the card draw. Just hoping Tom whiffs from this point, but that is not a whiff.
Oh, yo. This man refuses to leave Grandmasters. He is clawing with his feet, his fingernails, his teeth, everything he's got to just stay in Grandmasters. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable.
Look at his face. He's like, just another day. Did for Tom 60229.
And it's still not even over.
It's not. Possessy still has the Alex in his deck. I don't know if it's going to be used for healing or what at this point. Celestial alignment kind of bad at this point because Possessy's literally only able to play 1 card per turn, no spells left. Oh, you take those.
That's bad though.
Forgot about the fragments. That is a clear, that doesn't really matter.
These are just whiffs. He's running out of value. Cards left in deck. Is it another soul fragment he's got left? Oh well, yeah. Deck
I
tracker
honestly
doesn't
couldn't
know, of
tell
course,
you.
but
Bones just keep moving.
Warmal the Warmal?
Set of cards.
Okay, Possessy holding it for, I have no idea, honestly. Oh no!
I think he's just fatigued. What could this last card even be? Again, I have no idea what that final card could be.
Either. It's
obviously
not 7 cost because we've seen 3 Librams of Hope, right?
Right, exactly. And when you play Incantus Flow before Deck of Lunacy, the value in your deck drops drastically. And unless this is a miracle card for Tom, he is simply out of the game.
That's just correct. The Hysteria allows him maybe to clear, but no, it doesn't. And it also buffs the Warmal Challenger. Piercing Shot.
So if he goes Hysteria on the Runthak, it goes down to 3 health. He can ping it and then deal 5 damage.
It's just not getting there.
It's not enough.
The ping is just outpaced by the armor every single turn, and Possessy himself is so far from fatigue. Possessy doesn't know this, right? From his perspective, Tom could have some cards that he's maybe saving, but Tom knows that it just never gets there. That game was so back and forth. I thought Tom had won after the glide came down.
I thought I was counting Possessy out of that one already, and I will say, despite the blunder from Possessy with miscounting his mana with Crab Rider being 2 Murlocs on board and the Tent Trasher as well, he could have won the game a lot earlier, I think. But if we put that aside, I think for the rest of the game, he was just playing lights out Hearthstone. I loved the way he knew exactly what to look for in terms of clearing the board, trying to fatigue his opponent, keeping all these board clears with the Playmaker sticking turn after turn. So crucial and so well played.
And also knowing when it was time to give up on the ETC OTK, and it was more effective to actually just get those bodies on board because they were buffed by Runthak, or was it conditioning by that point. It wasn't immediate lethal, but he knew that there was just nothing he could really specifically play around. So go back to your instincts in Hearthstone, right? Minions on board, good. Push more damage faster. And Tom had 3 Librams of Hope. He had this miracle glide into Arbor Up, but it just wasn't enough because the downside of glide is that he gave Possessy more resources. It wasn't the Alex for lethal, but it was a stage dive that allowed a big clear.
I mean, just looking at that board that Tom made after the glide turn, I was still thinking, is Possessi going to lose here? Even though I know the outcome, it was just that bad of a spot for him. But still, Tom, unfortunate for him to take the loss there. I think it was well played on both sides for the most part. Obviously, we can go back to Tom's initial play, which was the choice to go Incantus Flow into Deck of Lunacy. I think I would have done the same thing, even if it is a line that leads to, on average, lower value and the higher potential to be fatigued out. But even factoring all of that in, I think he realized that he was under too much pressure on average and had to just let it rip.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that first draw being Deck of Chaos was actually such a big deal because if that had been a card draw and Tom got to the Librams of Hope earlier, Possessi wouldn't have had the time to search for the big clears with the Playmaker and the Stonemail Anchorman. And in a different world, perhaps that mage would have gotten the win, but it's not expected or in the lineup even to try and prey on specifically Rush Warrior. It's in the lineup to try and beat Priest, which Tom is leaving up and Possessi's queuing up next. He's on the N'Zoth version, which I thought kind of fell in popularity in APAC this week as we're actually seeing a lot more Yogg top end, but it does give it a lot more value towards the late game that I feel is not especially good against Mage because of Devolving Missiles.
That's true, yeah. If they manage to hit the first Light Shower Elemental, obviously you don't get the repeat value. But if you can make your first Light Shower Elemental die without it being hit by Devolving Missiles, I will say that a single N'Zoth can just end the game. Like, even if they have Flame Strike, which on its own doesn't clear a lot of the minions, doesn't clear N'Zoth, doesn't clear the Light Shower Elemental, even if they do have that Flame Strike, you've healed for so much, they have to use so much burn to get through it. So N'Zoth can be a crucial endgame piece, but you have to nurture it, let it ferment and become a more potent endgame.
N'Zoth Kimchi?
Yeah, exactly. You can tell what I've been up to in my spare time. You seeing the bubbles on this N'Zoth? Oh, that's ready.
Well, Possessi starting off with a very strong curve. The Scorpid also in the N'Zoth pool as a beast. The poison reviving from that is actually pretty annoying, and also just repeated value is tough for Mage to deal with. Tom has not hit Incanter's Flow nor Lunacy, although I don't especially think that this is a Lunacy matchup. The base deck of Mage is considered favored against most Priests, but Tom doesn't really have that option. He has, however, picked up some decent curve minions with the Fun of Power, so we could see like Water Elemental into Wormweaver for Mana Worms immediately after. Yeah,
honestly, this is a decent hand against Mage. If you can get double Mask Cthulhu to connect all face before they're able to play out their big threats, then you're looking to be in, on average, I would say, a very good position. But for Possessi alone, again, as I was saying, these double Light Shower Elementals are so crucial, and 1 mana Elucia, I think, is definitely going to help his endgame as well.
Oh yeah, that's huge. It's kind of tough for Priest to know exactly when to play that when there's no flow been played yet, because it's actually harder to dump the burn spells. And right now, Tom's hand is full of Fun of Power minions, so I don't think we'll be seeing Elucia come down for a while. But for Tom, a crossroads appears, because if he wants to front load more damage, he could go for the aggressive Wormweaver coin just to get the Mana Worms on board. You float a mana, which I don't like though, so I would look at just Water Elemental.
Yeah, I really don't like the coin on this turn. I think it's still kind of debatable as to which 4-drop you go for, because the benefit of playing Water Elemental over Wormweaver, I would argue, is not especially big. Freeze can be nice, I guess, in the matchup, but just the fact that you could maybe next turn get the Mana Worms down for 0 mana, wow, and then worry about trying to deal damage. But Tom is just going with the coin here. This massively limits his potential in the next couple of turns, especially when you factor in that he's got all 3 7-cost spells in his hand.
Right. I think the thinking here is that the benefit of playing Water Elemental first is that when Wormweaver comes down, you get to immediately activate.
Sure.
And not really float a mana. By that point, Possessi will probably have played a minion, right? So you can Brain Freeze. If you just play Wormweaver, if Possessi has a removal spell for that, then you're not actually getting the Mana Worms on board at any point. And Tom really values these to push some extra damage. Again, it feels awkward to lose a coin because of all these 7-cost spells, so I'm not entirely on board with the line, but it's definitely max pressure, because if not both of these are removed, he gets to play at least one of these spells and then get some extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, I get that if it's removed, it's bad, but what kills a 3-5 on turn 5? There's pretty much nothing in Priest's arsenal that actually does that. He's only running one Holy Smite, so even double Smite wouldn't kill it. I think it's just very, very niche, the ability to actually kill a mana worm, a Worm Weaver on curve.
That's fair. They wouldn't really expend something like Zyrella. And,
yeah, exactly.
You know, on that matter, it's actually really tough for Possessy to kill just the mana worms this turn because there's no Holy Smites. The Zyrella can come down with Flash Heal, but by that point, you'd maybe just hold back for an even bigger swing, right? Just take the pain for a turn and then get the full clear with Zyrella.
Tom finding Deck of Lunacy, which may look tempting. He hasn't drawn many cards, but as I was talking about just earlier, it's that 7/7 mana spell in his turn. Those are the cards you really want to hit with Deck of Lunacy in the matchup, because in the Grand Slam, survival of the fittest, so important about getting that aggressive edge. We could still make arguments for Deck of Lunacy because the rest of your deck can become pretty powerful cards, but I would argue that the burn is still just better at this point.
I completely agree. But this is what Possessy has set up for. Let the Mana Worms live for a turn. He didn't actually leave that many minions for Tom to target, so they couldn't really buff the Mana Worms all that easily, especially with no Encanter's Flow played. So the Zyrella is extremely powerful here, and Tom is, I mean, trying to set up for a clear board for Mask of Cthulhu, but it's just so awkward.
Yeah, I mean, again, not having the coins so you can't go coin Flame Strike kind of sucks. You could just go with the Refreshing Spring Water, as he is going for, to try and find some better options. Incanter's Flow, okay, not bad.
Gonna skip it altogether, you'd have to imagine, because it feels like the next couple turns should be dedicated to spending one of these expensive cards.
Sure.
The cute play to unfreeze Zyrella here clears off the Water Elemental, and the first Light Shower comes down. Possessy asking for the Devolving Missiles. This is the first checkpoint, and even if it comes down, he has the immediate second one to follow up. But Tom has second Devolving as well.
He does, yeah, and I think this probably ends up... That's interesting. I was going to say it's Fireworks Elemental and then Devolving Missiles, but a corrupted Fireworks Elemental is actually pretty impactful in the matchup, right? There's a fair few high health minions you'd be very interested in hitting with that.
Right. I think that's a very good spot, and even though Tom ends up floating a lot of mana here, the thing is, if you go Firework and then devolve the 6 cost minion, it might end up at a stat line where it can challenge the Firework or at least bump it without dying. So I prefer holding back on these resources. Tom can definitely corrupt it in the next couple turns.
I mean, that's just thematically perfect, right? I feel like it's almost like a Pokemon evolution, going from the Light Shower back down to the Light Spawn, yeah.
Got an Everstone on it.
yeah, smashing B.
And now they're both...
Oh!
The other one... I think Posessy's a bit embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he dodged a bullet there. The ramifications of this cannot be overstated. It is not just this Light Shower Elemental, it is the repeated effect with N'Zoth that makes it so important. Although, oh no wait, I was going to say the Lightspawn dying is an Elemental as well. Lightspawn didn't die, so now an Elemental hasn't even died on Possessy's side, apart from the Lightspawn. Apart from the Light Shower Elemental, sorry, later on. That really just could not have been any worse for Tom.
Yep. Sometimes you kill off the Light Spawn and hope that that's the one that gets revived, but to be fair, we don't see N'Zoth in hand just yet. Tom can worry about it a bit later. Honestly, I think he can't afford to worry about it, right? If Possessy gets repeated healing, Tom just doesn't have a win condition. So I think it's back to the drawing board and look for the burn game plan. And he does have Phoenix with Ruined Orb currently. In 2 turns, maybe he gets a lot of damage to push, but... oof.
And I think here for Possessy, while that 1-mana Elutia is still interesting, and you should always consider it on every turn, I like just getting stats on board. Even though Tom is kind of telegraphing that he has Flame Strike in hand by pinging the Light Shower over the 1/1. Not 100%, but you can start to have the guess that they have that. Onyx Mage Scribe still just survives that very, very easily.
It does, and he can fit in Renew to proc it,
Perfect.
Hero Power Face, get some more cards, and he even renews his minion to make, or force Tom to ping if he wants to go for Flame Strike and clear.
Auspicious is somewhat interesting just because you can go Soul Mirror, Auspicious, corrupt it, and play it on the same turn.
True.
Okay, fair enough.
Shadow or Death to avoid disasters. He can
Oh!
6/6. Oh my gosh, that's so good against Flame Strike. He does have Shooting Star Flame Strike, but then it's 1 mana short of clearing the 6/6. Maybe you just skip altogether this turn. Go digging.
I mean, sure, yeah, you can start with the Fring Water because it's back down to 4. It's just free on this turn, but if you're not clearing, you're taking a lot of damage. You're kind of afraid of dying.
Yeah. Looks like he is going to go for the Shooting Star plus Flame Strike. Means he can't go for the Flow this turn, which is kind of relevant because there's still a lot of good burn pieces in Tom's deck.
That's true.
Double Fireball, double Apexis Blast.
No, that's very, very true. I think next turn we're very possibly looking at the Incantus Flow Cram Session and then just trying to go for, like you said, double Fireball, double Apexis, not all on the same turn, but you can get quite a lot of it in, actually.
If we're talking Elucia turns, pre-Phoenix Wake Up feels like a great time to dump some burn, possibly even the Cram Sessions for 1 draw, although that feels counterintuitive because you're still giving Tom the 1 draw, but it could be 3 draw later on. It's all a bit difficult to parse, and also Possessy has to consider what is he giving Tom. He would give Tom Sethic Apotheosis, very valuable tools. So it's going to be the Sethic train instead.
It's so interesting because it's like it's the turn to steal their deck when the Phoenix is about to wake up, but still not worth it to Possessy, as he's going to hold off for a little bit longer.
Okay, these are all things you don't want to put in Tom's hand, especially not the Cram Session because Phoenix is waking up. So it might be a Ring Toss. That feels like the clunkiest for Tom to play, and Possessy can just use the rest of his mana to put a Secret and play right now if he wants.
That's true. Weirdly enough, though, I think with Fireball, Possessy can actually start looking at lethal of his own with Elucia next turn and just going for whatever burn spell he can find. Like, Tom will have to either hit lethal on this turn, which I think is a very tall order, even with Phoenix, or completely clear the board, lest he just die.
He does have the Firework Elemental to get rid of the 4/12, which is pretty cool how that works, but not a lot of mana to work with after that. So second flow, a bit clutch here. Oh, I don't think you can afford to go Firework. This is so much damage wasted while you have the spell damage on board.
Yeah, 27 damage that turn if he'd pointed everything face.
Okay, looks like he is going for the clear, but that means that Elucia is going to seal the game. I'm 100% certain that Possessy will go for it this time because there's just hardly any cards left in Tom's deck.
No, this is 100% what he was setting up for. We're going Fireball face. He knows almost 100% that he will have lethal here, and he will be met with a very, very welcome sight of a few ways to get the job done. Tom going down 0-2 in a series that he must win to stay alive in Grandmasters. Make no mistake, he must not only win this series, but the next one as well if he wants to survive. And now down 0-2 against Possessy. It is looking very, very bad for our former world champ.
Especially since Tom chose to leave up this priest mainly because he has the mage, and now the mage has taken a loss in the favorable. This is what I was talking about in potentially building target priest lineups. It's not actually that easy to target priest unless you build your decks very specifically to do only one thing, the way that Warma did over in Europe and Psycho, I believe, as well with the Cthulhu and Weapon Rogue. Nothing so extreme in APAC. I'm just going for a soft target with one deck and not the entire lineup, but not to say that the mage has no chance against the rest of Possessy's decks. Only one remaining now, though.
Only one remaining left, indeed, for Possessy. Apologies, I get it up. Just the Rogue left over for Possessy. Again, the Miracle Rogue has been working very, very well for most of the players in Asia Pacific. In the stats that we see, a lot of players, Alan, Chonsu are ones that spring to mind most of all. A lot of players have had very good win rates with Miracle Rogue as of late in Asia Pacific. And given that Tom is just lining up the mage once again, this to me feels like one of the matchups where the nerf to Springwater felt most relevant because they just really struggle to get that fluidity of card draw, rip through their entire deck, and then burn their opponents down before the Rogue just does the same thing. They are also trying to draw through their entire deck and burn their opponent down, but their efficiency, I think, at this point is just a little bit higher overall.
And the big difference is that I think the Rogue players are very aware of how to abuse Mage's slow early game these days. You'll see Rogue players playing down Guardian Og Merchant, even Prize Plunder on turn 1 if they're on the play, just to start pushing some damage, because Mage doesn't want to spend their mana pinging there. They want a Font of Power, Primordial Studies, Incander's Flow, especially if you can follow up with Cult Neophyte to deny the flow. You can push so much early damage to the point where if you just hit the Alex and the 2 Wicked Stabs at any point, even if you fall behind on board, it can be enough to be faster than the Mage, and Rogue can draw to those cards very consistently.
They can indeed. I still just think Rogue right at the top of the pecking order at the moment, especially here in the Conquest tournament meta, where Priest is essentially just banned out of the way every single time. Aside from Tom, of course, as the I suppose the one player who is not going for the ban Priest strategy here in Asia Pacific. It's worked out okay for him so far, but finally it feels like he may have met his match. Expecting a full mulligan from both players, actually, for that matter. I was going to say Tom, but I think Possessi as well. These aren't Octobot, they're not the legendary curve minions, so let's get them out of here.
Completely agreed. Tom, this honestly looks like the first signs of a bit of stress we've seen from him. He's still got his hands up because Tom always cool as a cucumber, but this game could decide whether or not he stays in Grandmasters. I love the lab partner here. It's on curve, it lets him go Cram Session next turn, and it hardly ever dies when just played onto the board right now.
Yeah, I agree. The Phoenix was in some ways tempting, of course, because you can try and go for the double spell power to draw 3, but just too slow overall. You want to draw and find that Incanter's Flow as soon as possible.
Interesting that he holds onto it. I mean, if there's any reason to not play Lab Partner on 1, it's kind of like because you're scared of Coin Octobot, but I don't think that would have changed Tom's play of still getting the card draw. So maybe just missed 1 damage here, unless he was trying to deny some specific, like, Prize Plunder type turn from Possessi.
Yeah, I mean, it's Brain Freeze, right? Like, if they go Coin Brain Freeze into One Thief or whatever. Like, again, it's very, very niche, and I agree, you could definitely have gotten away with just tempoing out there.
Oh. Now, these are interesting, because actually the Aegwin is on curve next turn.
That's true.
And it's not the easiest thing for Possessi to get rid of, and it's essentially got Taunt on it, because +2 spell damage is so scary against Mage. But the mini-Mage is persistent and honestly almost impossible for Rogue to deal with. You can just bank that spell damage forever, so I don't mind Tom going for it. He can pair it with Font of Power maybe next turn instead.
He can pair it with the Incanter's Flow on the top of his deck, because he's going to need to be pretty optimistic, I think, if he wants to pull his way back into this game. It's already looking a little rough. Over on Possessi's side, though, who we haven't been focusing on too much, did hold back on the efficient Octobot last turn. A play that we're seeing more and more, I think, as players get more familiar with Rogue, because you realize there's often a multitude of ways for Octobot to be efficiently dealt with, especially when there's, of course, a lab partner already on the board. And so for Possessi, holding back on that game plan entirely, looks like he was going to go for Kazakus, but instead he's just letting rip with Coin a Secret Passage. This is such an interesting way to play the starting hand.
This is very surprising to me. I thought he was coining Kazakus almost every time there. It is a bit awkward though, because you generally want to take the 5-cost golems. Divine Shield copy is so strong against Mage as it is in most matchups. And then coining Kazakus means you kind of ruin your curve for that purpose. So I'd imagine this passage was to look for a Brain Freeze to deal with the lab partner or just some more card draw. And he does hit Mankrik, which is, I think, still pretty above average off of your passage.
No, that's premium. I wouldn't be surprised if that was exactly what he was looking for in the best case scenario, because now he doesn't even need to mess around with Octobot. He doesn't need to reduce his mana, because he's just going Kazakus, 5-cost Golem, Jandis, which I think most of the time, given that Incanter's Flow hasn't been played, will keep him decidedly ahead on board.
And the Kazakus can give him one of the few ways to deal with stealth mini-Mage here if he gets the deal 3 to 2 minions. I have to imagine it's a 5-cost, but maybe he's thinking about 1-cost because he's got this double field contact hand and Shadow Step.
Yeah, the Shadow Step pickup is the interesting part, because it can go with the Foxy Fraud, but also because it can go with the 1-cost Golem itself. Looked like he had the option for summon a copy there as well, which
it was, yeah, Divine Shield copy.
Okay, well, that sounds pretty premium against Mage.
Potentially Rush copy. I mean, either of those is strong, but he did take the best Golem. Forced to take the trade there so that he doesn't take the 3 from the Kazakhs, because this matchup is definitely a race. As it happens, the Reckless Apprentice is pretty effective to ping off the shield here. But it's still quite slow, right? Tom can only kill one of them, and if he wants to freeze the other one, he's floating some mana. I honestly favor the Trick Totem a bit more.
Fair.
Job done.
Trying to set up for Mask of Cthulhu. Oh!
Okay, pretty good.
Boy, Trick Totem.
Well, Possessi does, of course, still have the option to go for Shadow Step on it, to just immediately replay it. But instead prioritizing the Jandis and Stonewall. Yeah, do you need card draw, though, at this point?
Not really, actually. Maybe he goes for some mind game and puts the illusion on that and then just rushes into the totem, which means it still doesn't die because the totem has 0 attack. And the trade into the Reckless Apprentice really doesn't look that good with the Anchorman. So gonna trade the Golem instead. And
yeah,
Tom,
I like that.
This looks like a premium Mask turn because one of these minions only has 1 HP. And it could be the 1/8 for all he knows, because maybe Possessi's trying to get card draw off the Frenzy.
Such a critical turn as well for Possessi, because Shadow Step can be one of the most important cards in the matchup. It can boost your field contact turns. You can step Tenwu so that you can do the full 16 damage combo with Alex plus Tenwu without even having to reduce anything from Octobot. But it could also be used for Jandis there. That was a very tempting point to use it. But in the end, he does hold back, instead trying to set up for a stronger field contact turn, which has to come down now.
Looks like Possessi did put the illusion on the Anchorman. Not getting greedy there, plays better around Mask because he retains 8 health instead of 5, essentially. And that is going to be... Oh, Vanessa Mask is huge!
That's
insane! So good in the matchup!
Oh! I mean, make no mistake, this is... while Possessi is developing board, and rightly so, this is a burn matchup when the end game hits. Like, Possessi's board is likely to be wiped in one way or another. And with Alex, Mask, Wicked Stab, second Wicked Stab still to be found, Tenwu still to be found, so many ways to up this damage even further.
Honestly, I was tempted by Step Vanessa for second Mask. This could have been a Mage Mirror, but obviously Possessi drawing towards Wicked Stabs instead is, or at least a second stab, is a more efficient way of getting the burn. And now he can end with Octobot. Even if this gets Flame Struck, he just goes Mask. And then Tom is down to 20, and then he has like Stab Alex for another 16, and that other damage can come from somewhere.
Yeah, I think this is actually very, very heads up. I was going to suggest that you go Neophyte, but you correctly bringing up Flame Strike. That doesn't actually matter, you know, you're still going to get Flame Struck, so saving it for next turn I think is much more important, and he does correctly so, because now he can disrupt a much less telegraphed turn from Tom.
Oh, okay, going for the discount means Alex double stab can come down in 1 turn. Mask is cheaper. I did say like he lacks still a little bit of damage with just Mask and double Wicked Stab, but I mean, turn 10 is rolling around pretty soon, right? Those Wicked Stabs are going to go up to 6 apiece with Alex is 20. Okay, Mancrit comes down now as well. And the Mask is 10 damage, so even discounting the board, Tom's dead in a couple turns.
Probably.
Yeah, I think Possessi, honestly, almost at the point of just going for Wicked Stab, even though it's not rank 3 here. Like, he just has so much damage. All he needs to do is make sure it's all going to the face in time. And Tom, finally, the cracks are starting to show, and understandably so. His run in Grandmasters at the moment looks like it may be coming to an end, because this is still 10 damage left on board, 11 with the dagger as well, and I think that we can see Mask, Wicked Stabs, it's gonna do it. Possessi sealing Tom's fate and relegating him from Grandmasters.
A rough way to go, and Tom gives us, of course, some signature sarcastic claps and thumbs up at the end. A wave goodbye from Possessi as well. This man cannot be moved. Possessi, I mean, he just waved goodbye to a former Grandmaster knowing that he ended his Grandmaster's run.
That is cold-blooded. He just comes into Grandmasters talking to the OG, the greatest player of all time from Asia Pacific, and just waving him out the door. Incredible stuff, and very well played to Possessi. I think that Rogue game at the end, it was weird, of course. I'm pretty sure I would never have played it the way he did with the coin secret passage, but honestly, that play, that whole curve he went for of looking for the man crick and then curving out with the rest of his minions, was a very, very inspired play when we saw it work out. And then, of course, all the damage he had left over. It was just a masterclass on how you approach that matchup.
Yeah, Mage has very little they can do without hitting the flow early, and even if they do, the Neophytes from Rogue timed exactly when a big board has come out and you've already seen Flame Strike. There's very little Mage has in their arsenal to actually deal with the board, and in the meantime, Rogue is pushing this incremental damage. The Mask Discover off of the Vanessa Van Cleef into the double Wicked Stabs made the lethal one turn sooner. I honestly don't think he needed the Mask anyway, but it's just pulling things even more in the Rogue's favor. So even though we are singing the praises of Possessi, I also do want to shout out Tom60229. He has just been a staple of APAC Hearthstone for a long time. Expect that he'll still be very active on his streams, hopefully trying to qualify back in. And of course, he's one of the all-time greats, right? 3 World Championship appearances and some very solid runs in Grandmasters to top it off.
Oh, make no mistake, I have endless amounts of respect for Tom60229 as a Hearthstone player. He truly is the GOAT of Asia Pacific, and as you say, I hope that this is not the last we see from him. In competitive Hearthstone, still, of course, could re-qualify through from the Masters Tour system, and if not, I wish him still the best of luck with the stream and whatever else he may endeavor. But that does mean that we have now 3 of our 4 relegation spots filled up, Gia. Tyler right down at the bottom, High3, and Tom. The final spot can now only go, I believe, to Lambie Series or Dawn. I'm pretty sure at this point that Chonsu is safe from relegation. The only way that he got relegated was if Tom made the finals and Lambie Series won. But now, with Tom having taken the loss there, Lambie Series has a pretty straightforward match here, I believe, against Alutemu. If he wins, he is safe and Dawn is relegated. If he loses, he is out and Dawn is safe. I will double check all the numbers in the break just to make sure I'm not making any mistakes, but I think it is just a pretty simple match that we have here now between Alutemu and Lambie.
And these first 2 series is all the heartbreak of the day front-loaded in the first half. And you're absolutely right to say that while there is one player in each game that has the potential of being relegated, there are those 2 players watching that have their fate completely out of their hands. Chonsu now heaving a huge sigh of relief, you'd have to imagine, but now it's Dawn watching with bated breath as we await the results of Alutemu and Lambie Series.
Oh, can't wait. We've already seen Possessi, one of our Japanese players, kick Tom out of Grandmasters. Can Alutemu do the same to Lambie Series? We'll find out after this break. It's the second match of the day here in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. We've already said goodbye to one of the all-time greats here in Asia Pacific. Our former world champ Tom60229 will not be rejoining us for another season of Hearthstone Grandmasters, and another player could be in that same spot now. Or either way, a player is going to be decided as the relegated player. It's Lambi Series versus Alutemu, but in terms of the relegation, it's Lambi Series or Dawn. Currently, Lambi Series and Dawn are both at the same amount of points. They are tied, I believe, at 9 points that they currently have. Dawn has better tiebreakers, however, so if Lambi loses, he's out of Grandmasters and Dawn stays in. If Lambi Series wins, he overtakes Dawn, and Dawn will be relegated from Grandmasters, and Lambi will be safe. It's very simple, it's very straightforward, and Dawn, I can't even imagine how he must be feeling looking on at this series as his tournament life is decided.
Couldn't even see what he looked like on camera yesterday. I'd have to imagine that hopefully it was no health issues and just him being a bundle of nerves, because it was such a relevant match, and nothing changes with this one. His life in Grandmasters completely depends on it. If we're gonna get technical in the rulebook, technically they are all just candidates for relegation, because there's still a way to re-promote, essentially relegate and promote in the same season if you have accrued enough points in the Masters Tour system across these 3 Masters Tours of the first half of this year and the last 3 of last year, of which Lambi Series is very likely to re-promote even if he relegates. But it does not have the same implication for Dawn, who has not accrued those points. And Lambi not taking that spot for re-promotion has a lot of implications for the other hopefuls that have never been part of Grandmasters but have been setting their sights on entering through the Masters Tour system. So I'm sure many eyes will be turned towards this match.
That's right. I mean, weirdly enough, it has similar implications for High3, right? Who I think is tied with Oka Shinsuke at the moment in 4th place in terms of qualification to Grandmasters. Obviously, everything still hinges on Masters Tour Dalaran yet to come before we decide who will be qualifying through to Grandmasters. But like you said, huge implications both within this season, without this season, next season as well. And it all comes down to this year. Alutemu, one of the best playing players over the entire course of Grandmasters. Like, I think it's only, in my opinion, Surrender who can really boast the consistency of play as Alutemu. And I'm talking extremely fine margins between the players, because obviously all the rest of the Japanese practice players have been doing incredibly well as well. But I do think that Alutemu has just been a hair above the field for the entirety of Grandmasters.
And while we can talk about the nuance of quality of play and argue back and forth whether we can give that title of best to Surrender or Alutemu, I think it's quite clear that Alutemu's preparation and practice group has been more on point this season. They've just seemed to be ahead of the field in terms of archetypes and the builds of lineups, and that's maybe in large part due to Alutemu, Glory, and Possessi all being in Grandmasters all through to playoffs, whereas for Surrender, his former teammates Orange and Fino not really in the scene at the time anymore. And I'm not necessarily sure if he's had the same quality of practice group in the current day and age. Lambi Series, however, one of the new guard of players, and he's already seen one of his fellow new GMs, High3, fall at the beginning. But Lambi's been very vocal on social media that he is looking to cement his place in Grandmasters, not just through requalifying, but taking this series, even setting his sights on playoffs potentially if he wins the whole week.
Exactly. Lambi wants the I think it's fair to say, the adoration of the fans. You know, he's posted a couple of tweets of him trawling through the chat of our YouTube feed and just taking out all the nice comments about him and going, yeah, I like that, this is great. Because, you know, he is a very charismatic guy and wants to build, I think, a reputation for himself as a strong Hearthstone player in addition to a personality within the scene. And to get things rolling, he's going to have to get the win with Druid over Warrior, a matchup that we've seen a few times. It's kind of been one of the more interesting ones, actually, in my opinion, in terms of the Druid matchups, because we all know that they have that one panic button as the Warrior that they can pull with Blademaster Samuro to just obliterate essentially any board that the Druid can develop. But how the matchup evolves outside of that, I think, is a little bit more complicated than we may have given it credit for.
Absolutely, especially when we factor in that a lot of the Rush Warriors this week are running Cult Neophyte and Ogremancer. And in Alutamu's case, he's not running the Ogremancers. He's got the double Neophytes and the Trend Trasher still in there. So perhaps he has hit the best of both worlds in being able to still mess with Token Druid and have the Trend Trashers in there for a bit more proactive development and synergy, because he is still running double Crab Rider and of course Imprisoned Gnarg.
My greetings.
Okay, a respectable starting hand for Lambi with double Fungal Fortunes. Bloom picked up as well for a bit of flexibility in his play.
I was oohing at Alutamu's hand though, because not only is it just Neophyte, it's Samuro this early. And the funny thing about drawing Samuro early is that you don't actually get to buff it off stage dive, and Samuro vanilla is not enough to deal with Glowflies. It can deal with Gibberlings, but hardly ever do Gibberlings stay as 1/1s when they come down onto the board the same turn. It does mean that Alutamu can buff with a potential conditioning or this run thack that he's just drawn to get the Samuro to a relevant attack range. But for now, the real story is Neophyte is going to shut down Fungal Fortunes on curve. Or not.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I guess Alutamu going with the develop first and then faff about with denying their turns later on. Because again, I mean, this is a pretty important point that we come across a lot with Neophyte versus Druid. Is it better to deny the Fungal Fortunes, or is it better to deny what comes after that? Is a pretty complicated point.
But it seems that after turn 3, it's kind of hard to say exactly when the thing that comes after comes down, right? Is it going to be turn 4? Do they innervate Glowfly? Are you trying to deny buff specifically?
Yeah.
And I honestly thought the development of Butrakar was so Alutamu could get down the Tent Trasher pretty early and try and push more damage. But he's going for Neophyte this turn to shut down some mana cheat into the Glowfly Swarm. And while it's pretty powerful, it means that Lambi can Glowfly the next turn. And I'm starting to see Alutamu's plan come together, actually, because then he can go for Run Thack pre-developed and then immediately play Samuro, right?
I think that's the plan. The coin run thack. I mean, I would imagine that's what he's setting up for. Assuming, like, if Lambi Series doesn't play anything, then run thack can still go face, and you just keep juicing up the Samuro turn after turn, and things will get worse and worse. And obviously, this Tent Trasher is, if anything, only going to get cheaper as the Crab Rider can come down for yet more development later on as well. But the coin run thack, I absolutely agree with you, is what I want to see on this turn.
So smart. Even though he doesn't get the rush value on it, it can go face or into a Glowfly, but if you're planning on Samuro next turn, then it's not going to go into a Glowfly. It also still gives him some flexibility, because if it's, say, just Glowflies with no buffs on them, maybe Alutamu doesn't want to Samuro into that. Although with this pickup of Parade Leader, he could also set up for that into Samuro, right, next turn.
Wow. Okay, he's holding back yet another turn. Of course means that the Samuro is not buffed for another turn, so he's going to have to get through this the old-fashioned way. You know, admittedly... oh, sorry.
No, he's got the Parade Leader and saved the coin, so...
Oh, right, apologies.
Samuro, yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds even better then, because now you get a 5/5 in play this turn.
That draw changes a lot, but Lambi has the way to play around it. It is not just the naked Glowflies, which if you can avoid as Druid, you definitely want to, right? Because of that Samuro. So he's got the Soul of the Forest as some insurance, but it's still pretty powerful for Alutamu to clear most of these. He can go for actually clearing, I think, 3 of them with the second layer, or take the whole first layer with the Samuro and then trade down 2 with his remaining minions. That feels a bit scary though.
That's a good point. I hadn't considered like fully clearing some of them rather than getting through the whole first layer and leaving more of them up. It's kind of an interesting dynamic that you're striking there.
If you can take value trades, I think it's pretty tempting to go for like first layer, narrowing the board rather than taking down the entire first layer. But again, the scary thing for Lambi next turn, or at least from Alutamu's perspective, is Pride's Fury, because he's overloaded. And in that case, taking down the entire first layer seems better, because then if you take value trades and leave down narrower minions, then all those narrow minions can then value trade into your stuff.
Man, it's looking not as good for Alutemu as I was expecting, though. Can't even clear up another one here, so Lambi Series very happily can slam down the Pride's Fury here, take a whole bunch of value trades, and just be looking pretty good overall.
It's 2 value trades and then 1 ugly trade into the 10th Thrasher, but then he's still very ahead on board, so I feel like it's worth... Oh, sorry, if that's Pride's Fury, but yeah, the Thorn Growth does just look better here, right? Because he still gets the VTs on the small minions, and then he doesn't trade like a 3-5 into a 5-3.
No, yeah, definitely better. I was just looking at the kind of clean, straight-up mana play of Pride's Fury, but I think this is a little bit better. Runthat can try and wrestle this one back, but honestly, he's just looking like he's under too much pressure here.
Pretty good. Only 3 minions left for Lambi, but he now has mana to go Solar, Pride's Fury, and Adorable Infestation. You're probably just gibbering at that point, right?
Yeah.
So powerful. And the best part for Lambi is he's seen the Samuro. That's like the end-all be-all of the matchup. There's still athletic studies that can potentially discover it, but then that one needs to be buffed as well. So just getting rid of the Runthack that could potentially buff a generated Samuro or some other bumper card type of madness, and everything else goes face. Really clean.
Very, very clean indeed. Very well played overall by Lambi. I think not being baited into what were the more kind of immediately apparent plays, and looking a little bit deeper to find the better plays overall. While, again, I was saying that I was critical of Alutemu's play of not going coin Runthack when you thankfully explained it to me. I do think that his line kind of achieved the same rough thing. He just got down a 5-5 quicker than a 3-6, which, again, I don't think is going to make too much difference in the matchup. Overall, it was just the kind of hand that Warrior really struggles to deal with. 7 2-2s that death rattle into themselves afterwards. There's just nothing in the deck that can deal with that.
And Alutemu set up the very best he could against the average Druid draw, I would say, which is like turn 4's full board of Glowflies, right? If they hit the card draw into the Glowfly. Yeah. What you can't beat most of the time as Warrior is Glowfly into immediate Soul of the Forest. And to be fair, they need to have a very specific hand in order to be able to do that, like bank mana with Nature Studies, as Lambi did on the Cult Neophyte turn, to ensure that he was able to Bloom Innervate the Pride's Fury the same turn the Glowfly comes down. And when it's everything at once like that, Warrior just struggles to pick everything apart, and then the incremental damage piles up just a little bit too quickly, which is why I think Druid is favored in the matchup.
Indeed, and a big win for the Druid overall. Against Demon Hunter and Rogue, things could have got a little bit shakier for Lambi. Alutemu had a bit of a soft target on the token Druid at that point, so getting that out of the way, absolutely massive, and it means Lambi can move on to his Warrior, as Alutemu is going to be lining up his Warrior once again for a mirror. Taking a look at the lists overall, though, for our players, we saw Alutemu had that double Neophyte list. Lambi Series, though, has his signature N'Zoth Rush Warrior, which yesterday, it's got to be said, was looking premium.
Yeah, we got to see it take a very convincing win over Dawn's OTK Demon Hunter, which I think Moonfan is specifically able to solo that matchup in particular. Not that it's in the list just to be better against OTK Demon Hunter. It's because when you look at the base Rush Warrior, you're already running some Menagerie synergy with 10 Trasher, Crab Rider, Bumper Car, and Imprisoned Gnarg. And Lambi just thought, hey, what if I take out 2 cards for Beast and N'Zoth? And you have this deck, and those 2 cards he's removed are the Warmaul Challengers from the base list. And that's a card that I feel is not overly useful if you're not thinking that you're going to run into the likes of Aggro Paladin or Face Hunter. The Warmaul only really gets good if you hit Conditioning or Rakara to pair with it. So this list seems like it has more individual strong threats.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and that's often very, very important in the Warrior matchup. It is back and forth, and you are often playing a bunch of small minions, but just first big thing online can spell trouble for your opponent if they don't have the specific tool to answer that threat. But for Lambi, right out the gate, Gnarg, obviously there's some anti-synergy with Sword Eater overwriting the weapon. Even then, I was kind of tempted at holding on to Sword Eater just because it's such a strong card.
It really is, but in this matchup, I feel that conditioning is so important to hit, because if your opponent can get down, say, early 10 Trasher or their first conditioning, a 2-5 plus weapon is doing very little to actually race them in that regard. So Lambi did hit the double conditionings. All he's lacking now is a little bit of card draw.
Lambi Series Alutemu having no qualms whatsoever about just throwing out the parade leader. Yes, it's going to die in a couple of turns, but I think as we've seen time and again, when your opponent has the Gnarg on one, your early boards are just going to die. So you may as well throw it out and try and get some kind of value out of the buff with Crab Rider next turn.
Yeah, it's got this cool interplay, right? Because if your opponent goes for that turn 1 Gnarg, you can actually almost nearly guarantee that your parade leader is going to stick. So you can cash out with the Crab Rider or a potential bumper car and make it such that there's 2 minions that you want to swing into the next turn. The parade leader does get a little utility later on with things like Playmaker and bumper car for clearing, but if you have to do that, it often feels like you're behind. So I really like proactive parade leader in the matchup.
Yep, 2 mana 3/4, historically pretty good in Hearthstone when you're allowed to play it.
But Lambi Series having hit the 10 Trasher off of the stage dive is extremely powerful.
Yeah, it is powerful for sure, but I think Alutemu is coming out of this arguably the winner. Like, Lambi has of course gone for 1 conditioning, which will bump up his parade leader, his Gnarg, when that comes down, but you know, Gnarg is not a priority minion to hit with conditioning. He doesn't have any card draw to go alongside it. He's kind of running out of value in the mid game.
True. I think, the 10 Trasher was buffed by rank 1 conditioning, not stage dive, my mistake. And because Lambi's hand is of this shape where there's nothing to do really until Troublemaker, I think he's just meant to greed on the Samuro. That's the trump card, right? If you get enough buffs on that, it can deal with pretty much any board. So he's just hoping to not take too much damage. If he can help it, I think he would like to send the Samuro clear going into turn 7 so he can immediately follow up with Troublemaker.
Okay, going with the Claw Machine here. I wasn't entirely sure whether he'd be going for Rakara or Parade Leader here. Obviously, Rakara is more important to protect so that it can get more value, but it's also a 6/6 here. It's very, very tough to kill this on curve, especially after you've just seen 1 Tent Trasher already.
Gonna buff herself to 7/7 as well, and Lambi is on a clock. We can see he has the 3 attack Samuro that can go to 5 with the parade leader, but that still has to bump into Rakara to clear, and that's really expensive. And Alutemu has just set up this board of individual tall minions, which you don't really want to send Samuro into, but he's not got a choice.
Yeah, Parade Leader Samuro is literally the only play that you're allowed to make on this turn. Everything else is pretty much just game losing. As it does allow you to clear the board, get quite far in the lead. One of the best plays that you could hit, and it does maybe bridge him that gap up to Troublemaker, up to N'Zoth, because if Lambi can survive, he is well back in the driving seat once those late game turns hit.
But it's this 1 turn, right? It happened turn 6. He has no play for next turn, and he's under quite a bit of pressure from the early turns from Alutemu. And so we could see the Samuro in response here. And if Alutemu really wants, he can even cash in the ETC Parade Leader, just go full pressure in this turn before Troublemaker.
Yeah, ETC I'm liking the look of. I think it's just a 3 attack Samuro, so well, you don't have to, of course, play Parade Leader or Playmaker to help get the clear. It's all just there already. And this, I think, is great realization from Alutemu that things are slowing down for Lambi Series, but they're going to ramp up again quickly. So let's apply max pressure and try and close out the game right now.
And he's able to go Playmaker Tent Trasher next turn, which is just far too much pressure for even Troublemaker on curve that's buffed to deal with.
Yeah, I like the
That
preemptive
turn 7
bump.
is really the end-all be-all.
Yeah, it is brutal. I think he makes the best of a bad situation by bumping preemptively. Maybe Troublemaker can clear it off then, if it's a completely dead turn from Alutemu. But that is the opposite of a dead turn. My goodness, this is just looking over for Lambi. His N'Zoth warrior, simply too slow. Too many, I mean, you know, he drew double Troublemaker. The N'Zoth isn't really the culprit here, but his curve just not shaping out at all.
I mean, this N'Zoth could have been Warmal Challenger, and that still would not have won this game, so I'm not going to fault the deck building too much. Gave it the best shot he could, using 1 conditioning early to not fall behind, because he recognized that his hand was late game oriented, but second Samuro gets the last laugh, and Alutemu here ties up the series, his own Rush Warrior out of the way now.
Yeah, Druid down, Rush Warrior down on either side. Taking a look at the decks that are left over that might be a little bit difficult to get a win with. The OTK Demon Hunter is, of course, the standout for Alutemu. And with Lambi series having the Warrior and the Rogue left over, I think the Demon Hunter still in a perfectly decent spot. We saw the power of Moonfang against OTK Demon Hunter yesterday, of course, when Lambi went up against Dawn. But I would say that was a little bit of an outlier. Dawn hit very, very little in terms of removal, very little in terms of card draw. His hand was really not helping him at any points along the way. Whereas Alutemu, with a slightly more average or even good draw on the OTK Demon Hunter, I think the Moonfang should be eminently deal withable.
Indeed. I do think Lambi will end up queuing the Rush Warrior again, though, because it's still got a decent matchup against OTK Demon Hunter, if not favored with this build. I still haven't really tested the lack of Warmaul challengers yet, but I'd have to imagine Warmauls are very bad against Demon Hunter because they're so low pressure and you have tons of ways to clear up their other minions. So I do like this version, and the Rush Warrior has traditionally had a better matchup versus Rogue, although having said that, I don't know if the N'Zoth is maybe too slow, because it feels like in the games where Rogue is able to take the win against Rush Warrior, it often happens before N'Zoth ever comes into the equation.
Well, here it is once again. Lambi series fighting for heal life here in Grandmasters. One game apiece, and now this N'Zoth Warrior that he's put a lot of stock in as being the premier deck, the premier version of Warrior. We'll see if we can get the job done again against the OTK Demon Hunter. Moonfang already in hand, which is interesting, of course. But as we've talked about a few times, 3 instances of damage that you have to deal to Moonfang is not especially difficult for OTK Demon Hunter. It's just Immolation Aura plus Hero Power, whatever. But, you know, once you start buffing it up, 4 or 5 does start to become a little tricky.
Right. And honestly, if it does take a whole Immolation Aura and they tank 6 to deal with the Moonfang, I think it's done its job. The real trump card for the OTK Demon Hunter to deal with Moonfang is the fact that play order matters with Moonfang into Moarg, and the Moonfang will almost always come onto the board before you play a Moarg, which means the Moarg card text will double the 1 damage that Moonfang takes. And so Moarg plus Immolation Aura does kill an unbuffed Moonfang.
Okay, well, we got ourselves a decent hand here for Lambi. A little slow, but technically a 3-4-5 curve if the mech sticks around.
Yeah. And Alutemu going for a very cool play here, because you can tempo out Moargs against Rush Warrior. They don't run any damage spells, and so they're unable to abuse the card text on Moarg. Lambi losing on board. Playmaker dead to Moarg, but he is going to play it out anyway because Drakara is also dead to Moarg and leaves even less attack in play.
Yeah, it's just such a sick play overall. I love the way that Alutemu is approaching this, again, knowing the exact weakness of every deck he goes up against. It's just impressive how he can always find that one perfect weak point in the armor, whatever his opponent may bring. A couple of different options there on that turn, of course. It could even have been second Moarg plus Fell Scream, just to obliterate the board and pull even further ahead in the lead. But just going for a little bit of card draw and not over-committing with the Moargs is something I can understand as well.
And he crucially has killed off the mech, so the Tent Trasher is not available this turn for Lambi, and he has yet another super slow turn. Oh, he's killing it with 3 cards. That feels terrible. That's such a huge win for Alutemu.
It really is. He's put himself in such a good position. He has all the time in the world to start looking towards his own card draw. I believe that was a skull off the top, which is the one turn that Alutemu did not want to find it. He needed 1 extra turn, obviously with the coin still intact, to get it down. So this game becomes a little bit more tricky now as to how you sequence it.
Yeah, he bought himself the most time he possibly could in the early game, but now it gets so weird to get the skull to the left because you do want to hold on to Immolation Moarg for potential Moonfang or just any other of the regular boards from Warrior. He could tempo out this Moarg again, but this is going into not just Moonfang, which would make the Moonfang text overwrite the Moargs, but also Tent Trasher, right? It's just dead on board to that. So Alutemu going double Spectral Sight for 1 draw, and then the skull again.
No!
Too awkward.
Yikes. Obviously not still impossible for Alutemu to outcast this skull. More likely from the left, I would argue, at this point than from the right. But with a couple of good draws, it's still possible from the right-hand side.
And Lambi taking this dead turn from Alutamu to develop the Moonfang. Again, Alutamu can clear it without taking damage, but the Moarg Immolation or a combo is so expensive, right? That's his best board clear against every other threat in Lambi's deck. There's been no troublemakers yet, and this is really looking like a hand that takes a long time for Alutamu to hit the combo. So we're in the territory where Troublemaker and N'Zoth could be very relevant.
I mean, the play I'm looking at is just Immolation or I-Beam and then Moarg afterwards, because then you keep the Moarg in play, you set up next turn for Coin, Fellscream Blast, Skull to outcast it. I appreciate that's then, you know, 2 of your Moargs gone, but you still have 1 left in the deck plus a Philosophy, so the combo is still very much achievable.
Yeah, definitely true. I am liking the sound of that. It does mean that he is looking at potentially a very hard time clearing the next board from Lambi series if he plays the Moarg and it gets rushed into though. So you could see this play and then not Moarg at the end. Oh, Fellscream.
Okay. Sure, I mean this...
the I-Beam.
Yeah, achieves a similar thing, right? It's just saying that a 1-mana I-Beam is better than a 1-mana Fellscream Blast, which I think, yeah, I probably agree with that.
If he is going to use the Moarg here, he expects it to get rushed down, right? And then if it's 10 Trasher, which it very likely will be, then the I-Beam actually deals with the 10 Trasher without having to use the hero power, which the Fellscream would not have done.
Yeah, just super smart optimization from Alutemu. And either way, the core of the turn is still intact. You go Coin, 1-mana spell, Skull of Gul'dan. If he can get himself Il'gynoth here, second Moarg down to 0, he is looking in a premium spot.
A 1 combo piece discounted, Moarg discounted, so Philosophy is extremely strong. Lambi has another turn of development, gonna go digging with the studies after Rokara to bank mana just in case. And Trasher playable, right? Because there's a Crab Rider stuck on board.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to pick is Emerald Sky Talon because you really, really want that Moonfang back, not the 2-1 off of N'Zoth.
Not gonna overload onto the board, instead taking the Claw Machine to give him a turn 8 that draws him more cards once it dies. It's a bit less immediate pressure, but he kind of recoups that damage by playing the ETC this early on.
Yeah, and he also potentially gives himself a better mech off of N'Zoth as well instead of the bumper car, which is, you know, potentially kind of relevant as well to bump up the amount of attack when that does come down on turn 9 as well. Alutemu, though, obviously has to be considering just going for the Throglaive plus second Skull. Could be achieved through Throglaive on the Rokara, deliberately not getting the Throglaive back, then go Ethereal Orc Merchant, then Skull? Or Hero Power instead. Oh no, yeah, you have to do this.
You can evaluate later if he's going to ping off the Rokara. It's not even necessary in every single case because that is a pretty valuable combo piece. And now he's hit Eldrazi Warblade, so I think that's a much better card to use than Ethereal Orc Merchant to kill off the one big threat on Lambi's side of the board. The ETC can push damage, but really no more than what's on the board because Alutamu doesn't have minions to rush into.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much else other than just playing out at least the Claw Machine on this turn. I guess there's arguments as to whether you go for the Parade Leader, as you are fairly likely to draw some extra Rush minions. You could buff their attack up later on, but still a super close game here. Lambi series, will the N'Zoth be enough next turn? Again, Alutemu low on card draw. He's played both Spectral Sights, both Skulls of Gul'dan, still hasn't found Il'gynoth, hasn't reduced Il'gynoth. It's a close one.
It definitely is. And more importantly, we're looking at him needing to draw the other Immolation Aura, right? To deal with the N'Zoth board. What's going to be in it even? Moonfang, Crab Rider, Claw Machine, or Bumper Car?
Tent Trasher.
Yeah, Tent Trasher. No Pirate, no Demon. There's like more than 5 minion types. This is not Battlegrounds.
Yeah, no Quillbores either, thankfully. But overall, just a very, very scary board that is going to be coming down for Lambi series. Not going to be enough to kill Alutemu quite yet, of course, especially as it looks like possibly the the claw machine will just straight up not die, so it can't be resurrected.
But, okay, yeah.
Fair.
I mean, it's effectively the same thing, but pushing more damage this turn. The difference is that if Alutemu kills it this turn, Lambi gets one more draw. Then he gets to save the 6 health, right?
Gnarg is pretty much...
It's not there because he doesn't have the greatest clear for all these minions.
Yeah, that's the scary play. Honestly, I think at this point, he's looking more at killing his opponent than he is of getting the clear on this board ever, as especially with the claw machine as well. There's straight up just lethal represented here.
The Immolation Aura is found though, and to be fair, Alutemu had very good odds of finding either that or Il'gynoth, and I think Il'gynoth is just super lethal here, so could still be Il'gynoth off of the Chaos Strike for the immediate lethal. We're looking at double talented Arcanist, Moarg, and the Ethereal Aug Merchant all still playable.
That philosophy alone, though, is a very big deal because this is his last Moarg. Now he can go for philosophy plus Moarg. Although with that draw, does he just guarantee himself lethal?
He can start with it, and if it's Il'gynoth off the top, I do think he gets lethal.
He guarantees himself lethal for next turn at least. Okay.
Right, yeah. Yeah, this is just smart from Alutemu, right? He knows he's never dead to this amount of damage left from Lambi, even if there's Alexstrasza off the top. So Alutemu is just making sure he gets the guaranteed lethal next turn. No overdraw, no fatigue to worry about. Il'gynoth, the very last card in the deck.
Yeah, it's always funny when you see it, but Alutemu has made the very best of a rough situation. I think the real genius this game was, of course, the tempo 3-5 Moarg that just bought him all the time in the world. Like, there was no threat of losing early board control at that point. And then by knowing exactly which cards he could dump to free up the skulls, I think it was that perfect balance that we look for as an OTK Demon Hunter player between saving removal pieces for when it's necessary versus needing to free up those skulls of Gul'dan so that you can outcast them and reduce the key combo pieces in your deck. And quite clearly now, he's going to have 1 billion damage next turn, and there is nothing that Lambi can do.
Billion is roughly 48, I think, not even including the weapon. And even if Lambi could somehow get this Kargath to turn into a prime immediately, he would not get out of range of all of that. So that is going to be game 3 to Alutemu. Very impressive stuff, even against a relatively early Moonfang. It just goes to show the difference when you have the ability to outcast Skull. It's so stark, the contrast between this game and what Dawn had in his opening hand yesterday.
Yeah, you know, Dawn did not have the best of hands, make no mistake, but, I mean, just Alutemu works some magic. Every time you see him play Hearthstone, he brings something cool to the table, and it's always a delight to watch as he clearly just knows this matchup absolutely inside and out. The Warrior going to be going down 0-2 for Lambi series here. He needs to get 2 wins in a row against the Miracle Rogue as the one remaining deck for Alutemu in order to stay in Grandmasters.
Sounds like a tough proposition. Again, I'm not necessarily sure if the build of Warrior is better or worse against Miracle Rogue. My inclination is to say worse because N'Zoth takes a very long time to come down. Moonfang can be strong, but it's very manageable for Rogue if it's not buffed by the likes of conditioning. But on the flip side, if you get to be ahead by the time Moonfang comes down and the Rogue is forced to face Tank 6 to deal with it, then that can feel absolutely game-winning. And that's not even counting Lambi Series' own Rogue, right?
Yeah, exactly. Of course, he needs to get the win against the Rogue with both his Warrior and his Rogue. So he's looking at a good matchup, I would argue, again, finally with the Warrior. Like you said, it's not as good as the standard builds, would be my guess. Or would be your guess that I'm stealing. But it's still a good matchup overall. The Tent Trashes, I think, are just so crucial in this matchup now. Even if they don't actually kill the Octobots, just putting the fear of the Tent Trashers in your opponent's mind. The fact that they can't just tempo out these Octobots because you have so many ways to kill them off shortly afterwards, I think is very, very important in the matchup. And in addition to that, just the standard big minions, the conditioning being so backbreaking against Rogue. And therefore, good matchup, but then just a straight-up mirror to round things out. It's not looking good for Lambi series, especially as Alutemu is still just playing absolutely on point, but he's got to do it if he wants to stay in GM.
And Dawn will be watching with bated breath as well. Kashinsuke, High 3, everybody who's in the mix for relegation, for promotion, for re-promotion. The implications cannot be overstated of this one game alone. And Alutemu has got the standard cookie-cutter vanilla rogue to deal with it. No Penflinger found in this list, and I think Alutemu has been known to favor still the double Guardian Aug Merchant, which I know you're also a fan of, Derek.
Oh yeah, love my boy, Guardian Orc Merchant. I just feel like every time I see Penflinger, like, I appreciate there are situations where it's very good, where you can get repeated value off of a field contact turn. You can use it to clear off key minions, but I think there are just enough decks against which giving Divine Shield to your field contact, obviously primarily, but a lot of your other minions, just to preserve damage on the board, is just good enough to make it worth it. Personally, although you know, the difference between a Penflinger or a Broomstick instead of Orc Merchant is very, very thin indeed.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit later if the differences in Rogue build come into play, but for now it is just going to be that Rush Warrior once again. Tent Trasher in the opener definitely is a strong card versus Rogue, but without Gunarg, it feels like a bit of an iffy keep, although it's super strong with Coin if you get those two together.
Really, really close again, but Lambie series getting the best of both worlds. This is a premium hand. Imprisoned Gunarg, as I think you were alluding to, it's not only the fact that it gives you a weapon and a 2/2, it's a demon. That's super relevant with Tent Trasher being able to coin out on turn 3 to take out an Octobot, because here for Alutemu, if he just plays it out, this spells doom for that Octobot.
It really does, and Lambie just needs to wait here. Next turn, he can coin out the Tent Trasher. There's some argument to just conditioning, but on only 3 minions, I think it only gets better a little bit later on. And Alutemu, hoping for an Aug Merchant, but that's not the case. Could go field contact, one thief. I mean, Foxy, one thief.
We can talk about proccing your own Octobot here, because even though I think Wicked Stab is one of the most crucial cards in the matchup later on, if you're not able to lock down board, having burst damage doesn't matter. And so going for Wicked Stab on your own Octobot here sets up for an insane field contact turn next turn.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. We saw this from Surrender, and to be fair, that was in a situation where he was almost certain that his Octobot was not going to get any frenzy value if he didn't proc it himself. Alutemu doesn't have that strong of a read here, but he's going for it. And I love that he doesn't use Brain Freeze, because that's one of the field contact payoff cards. It's just, and you'd have to combo it out with another field contact proc card. It's very smart. It's a big resource lost, but it does beat Lambie series game plan of trying to deny the frenzy.
There I was, thinking that Alutemu had fallen into a trap, but secretly he was making the trap himself, and it's Lambie series that's fallen into it. It's just back and forth, Hunter being the hunted, all that nonsense. As Alutemu now, of course, setting up for a premium turn. Lambie series diverting away from the Tent Trasher, which I can fully understand, because I think he can set up for a cheaper, more effective one later on. But that Samuro is such a big deal to find off of the stage dive. That is the card that counters these types of turns from Alutemu.
That's the Gia special, just ask Sottle when we had some of our practice games. I was always buffing my Samuro off of stage dive, which is such an unlikely one to get off of stage dive in particular. But here we go. Field contact, pop, bin, off. The Vanessa can come down as well for a stage dive from Alutemu, which is not really going to draw him anything though, so maybe not the best one to copy off Vanessa.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one, because obviously you can go Brain Freeze first, just to draw an extra card. But then unless he finds Swindle, I would rather just play Vanessa anyway. I think it's another 2-3. Again, as we were saying, unless they have exactly buffed up Samuro from that stage dive, things look very, very difficult for them to pull it back.
Oh, there's so many ways he can approach this turn. It could potentially even step contact at the end of it, right? If he doesn't like the draws he gets off the top for another turn of go again, then he'll have some more battle cries to go with. But in the end, going for the one thief value, gets another Brain Freeze. Not enough targets to actually use them all on, but a net benefit for Alutemu, at least from what he can see.
Yeah, Brain Freeze is still just a premium card, even if you don't get any especially strong synergy out of it.
No Broom. Stage dive does nothing. What a noob.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was going to say maybe it can pull out Man Crit Consumed by Hatred. That kind of has Rush, right? We'll go with that. It's obviously Lambi series here. Yeah, exactly. Letting rip with the Samuro.
Known as Charge. I'm sorry, you're saying something very smart. But
No. I mean, yeah, I do not know what that keyword means. I'm pretty sure they deleted it from Hearthstone.
But you're absolutely right. Samuro super clean here. I was potentially considering some type of playmaker turn, but then again, you look at it, next turn conditioning active, it just gets so much better later on. So even though Samuro is a very strong tool, I think it comes down and achieves a huge purpose here, which is kind of distracting Alutamu this turn, while Lambi takes that turn 5 setup for the insurmountable board presence.
This is Rush Warrior at its prime. This is what we've been missing the last few games. He's just been going for playing out minions on curve, hasn't been especially impactful. Now the hand is filling up. It's getting better and better as this conditioning comes online. In terms of the options here, assuming this is 5 cost, which is not necessarily a safe assumption you can make, Rush, I would say, is probably the best one that you can hit. Okay, it is 5 cost. Rush plus deal 3. Yeah, probably the best I think you can piece together.
Yeah, I think Alutamu might be smelling that he has to be in the reactive position from this point onward. The 5 just feels a little bit awkward because it conflicts with his Jandis next turn if he wants to go for that.
Yeah.
But very likely we'll see Jandis and then into the Golem a bit later. So he took Stealth actually in deal 3. So the Stealth means that he's potentially able to stick a minion. Well, almost certainly because he's seen Samuro, right? And that could have implications later on if he's on a burn game plan, but that doesn't seem likely with 1 Wicked Stab used and no discount on Alex.
And now I think for Lambi, as he's taking greedy line after greedy line, runs back here to fill out his mana. Again, it walks right into this Golem, I will admit, but even factoring that in, I think here the amount of stats that he can get on the board in the next few turns are just illegal.
Just trying to figure out if Alutamu should just dump the stage dive here. I think it's literally just clogging hand space, so I would play it, but maybe it procs a combo card later on. So athletic studies for Rab. These are all kind of bad. Like, he doesn't need the broom at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just whether you would rather have +1 attack on your Rush or give your Playmaker Rush, I guess, right?
There. Oh yeah, I guess the Emerald Sky Talent, that's still a decent card with Playmaker, so yeah, that's definitely better.
And I think, like, correctly realizing that any anti-synergy that comes with N'Zoth and Moonfang is a problem for another day. Like, you are just winning this game way before you need to worry about that.
Yeah, this is just the base Rush Warrior deck that he's using here. Looks like potential coin Tent Trasher here just to get the mana spent, the minion on board. And I think it works out because next turn he's gearing up for a big Playmaker swing and then he'll have turn 8 locked up for Troublemaker. So might as well get the threat on board right now, even if you don't necessarily expect it to stick against the 5/5 stealth.
Is this really better? He could have just gone... Oh, no, sorry, he couldn't have gone Sky Talent, sorry, because it would have eaten up the discount. Yeah, this was the only way to get the Tent Trasher online on this turn.
And I think he would want to just save the Sky Talon with the Playmaker anyway. The reasoning for picking it is because it's cheap and it also gets to multiply with the Playmaker. And Alutamu doesn't really have a way to play around this type of hand, right? He needs to get minion presence to get Lambi series down to a workable health total where Alex Wicked Stab can close things down. And Jandis would be the best way to develop, but that's exactly what Lambi wants to see, is stuff he can rush into.
Yeah, I think you're and my head are in the exact same spot here, in that you are just looking at the aggressive game plan, and Moonfang is about as good of an outcome as you could possibly hope for here. That is premium.
And is it time to unstealth this? I feel like that's Alutamu's best game plan, is to try and race the face now.
I mean, it always gets to go face now that you've seen Samuro. The question is just whether or not you want to save it to potentially step it after you attack. So I am actually a fan of leaving it stealthed here, just because I think there's some potential for extra utility if you find Tenwu.
That is true. I was thinking push the 5 now while you have this Moonfang, which is very likely to eat up some resources. Maybe it sticks, but as we can see, Lambi's hand, it's just so easy to deal with a 5/5.
Yeah, he knows, of course, that the illusion would almost certainly be put on there, but he tests anyway, shakes his head. Damn, why isn't my opponent an idiot? It would be so much easier if they just made the wrong play, but
you know what?
not.
I think he's free to ignore the Moonfang, potentially. He's just got so many stats.
True.
I was interested in a 4-1 going in Jandis, maybe, and then, like, yeah, you play another one to get the full board.
Yeah, I guess he just has, like, board space is the only issue, right? If he doesn't trade into the Moonfang, then you don't even get to spend all your mana on minions this turn.
I mean, if this board isn't cleared, Alutamu's just lost, so okay. Going to trade the low health minions to play around things like Og Merchant, this still accomplishes pretty much the same thing, right? It's probably just safer overall. And then the Troublemaker is pretty much guaranteed to have space next turn.
So the fact that Alutemu's left this Golem stealthed, of course, means that through Tenwu being found off of a secret passage, he could replay it once, maybe even twice if another Shadow Step is found. But the numbers just don't really work out in his favor, even after a value trade. It's just the fact that everything is at 4 instead of 3 that makes this so tough to clear.
Yeah, conditioning and Runthak. It's too much to deal with. Never mind setting up lethal. I'm not sure how he stays alive on board.
That's true.
He's an 8-8. He can stab a 4-4. He can trade down another 4-4, and then he's alive on board, but he has no resources to push his own lethal. Never mind the Troublemaker coming down the next turn.
Yeah, of course, you have to bear in mind that this is the second wicked stab because he already stabbed his Octobot on turn 3. So his offensive game plan, as you correctly put, just so drastically neutered.
Pushing all his resources on the board, hoping that Lambie had a whiff on whatever remaining cards there were, but this is the opposite of that. Doesn't look like the cleanest Troublemaker, to be honest. So what about copying Runthak with Playmaker that's stuck to the board?
That sounds very strong to me.
It means he can't go Sword Eater, but the Sky Talon can also still be copied, and it is immediately buffed twice by the Runthak.
Yeah, it's just so much damage.
3-1 into 5-1, 3-6 into 2-1, or 1-3, wherever you like. As long as the 11 goes face, I'm happy.
Yeah, I agree. This is a situation to go super aggressive. I think there's very, very limited punishes from the Rogue, if any, that could effectively clear this.
Both players note that this game is well and truly over. Lambie series above starting HP. There is no way for Alutamu to cheese this one out. The 1-1 Thief left in the deck, but even Flame Strike, it's like, it would clear the board, including the trade, but then he doesn't deal with Troublemaker.
Dig in for a miracle. And while one Thief is often the supplier of such demands, I think this might be a little steep even for her.
Flame Strike was what he was looking for, would have allowed him to survive on board from what he could see, but even if it were there, we can see this Troublemaker, we can see the Sword Eater, and Alutamu is going to have to try and get the win on this Rogue in the mirror, it seems like.
Yes, he can survive on board here, actually, I will say, because he's played 5 cards, now he can play it, step it again, end with bump into the 4-4 and then Orc Merchant the 4-4, which means there's only 3 damage on board. I don't think he's winning.
All things considered, yeah.
But he's technically not dead, so we'll go with that.
Why? Oh, Lambie's shaking his head. Okay, did I call this too early? There's Alex's face for Alutamu, potentially. I mean, his own face, potentially. Then he doesn't kill Troublemaker if he does that, so I still don't really see it.
This Troublemaker is like a 2040 as well at this point as well. Like, it's so buff.
Yeah. This 3-5 can go pretty much wherever it likes. Sure, face, Troublemaker, then Sword Eater next turn. As long as the Troublemaker comes down now, right? Because Sword Eater is way worse into Alutamu's own face. So now you've created a huge minion that if Alutama wants to heal face is going to stick to the board, and if he points the Alex at the minion, then he's dead to the board plus Sword Eater.
That's right. Yep, there's no way out of this one. Alutemu throws it down. A very well fought couple of final turns, and I think a very well played game from Alutemu, recognizing when it was time to go for that self-wicked stab on his Octobot to unlock the rest of his hand. But for Lambie's series, it was of course an instance of the Warrior deck actually coming together and providing buffs. But it was also a story of exactly stage dive into Samuro. If that had not come down, I think we could have been looking at a very, very different pan out with how this series was going. But the way that this did pan out, Gia, I'm very happy to see, if I'm honest, because we are going all the way to Game 5, all the way to a Rogue Mirror, one of the most common matchups that you're going to see on ladder at the top ranks, and one of the quintessential matchups of this metagame as well.
It feels like all the most high-stakes matches at the end of a long tournament come down to these Rogue Mirrors, right?
True.
The end of Masters Tour Orgrimmar, very iconically already at this point between Gabby and Viper, really showed how back and forth and highly nuanced the matchup can be. Something as small as what card you end on in order to play around Vanessa can be the difference between winning and losing the matchup. Alutamu has obviously shown great proficiency with the deck. I don't necessarily know if we've seen Lambie on the Miracle Rogue too often, because the times he got on stream it was a lot of LHS and he was playing the Rush Warrior to 3-0s. We already know he's such a Rush Warrior aficionado, but I'm very excited to see him on one of the toughest decks in the meta now.
Yeah, I think it's a deck that the better players are rising up to getting better win rates, or at the very least the better players with Rogue, even if not overall the stronger players. I think that there's just been a lot of the players who are putting in the work with this deck. I think Shaxi, Chonsu again, who have been doing very, very well with the Miracle Rogue, and I'm glad to see it. It's the kind of deck that does reward you for knowing the deck well, knowing the different matchups well, because it's that kind of high burst deck that I really appreciate. It's not like Demon Hunter where you essentially have unlimited damage. Like, you do have to be careful with your resources, but as long as you have some amount of combo pieces at the end, you can usually deal 30 in one way or another. Whereas Rogue, well, you do technically have 30 burst damage in the deck. You technically have well over with all the replaying of Alexstrasza that you can do. It's about knowing what you can get rid of, what you can keep, and also what you have to discount in order to get there with the Octobots. There's so many different resources that you have to balance, both in terms of mana discount, damage, and tempo. That again, as I said, very, very rewarding of a player who knows it well, and also very rewarding of a player who can draw the absolute stone cold nuts like Alutemu.
Yeah, Octobot and Swindle, very nice to see in the opener. The Og Merchant can be kept as a guaranteed proc on the Octobot, but I find that even just coining out Octobot in this matchup is such a headache for the other Rogue to deal with. Like, oftentimes their best play into that is their own Octobot and says, let the discounts happen for everyone. It's such an interesting mulligan because the only card I'm sure of keeping here is Octobot, honestly. What do you think?
Yeah, like the Octobot, of course, to try and proc an early field contact turn, but without the field contact, you could definitely make the argument that you mulligan the rest to try and find either, as I keep saying, the field contact turn, or Mancrit, Kazakus, even Jandis as he picks up here, is not terrible if you can get it down to 5 mana as well.
Very respectable hand. Even if it's coin Octobot into the Neophyte, that's a pretty decent curve. Or Foxy Vanessa. You generally do want Vanessa to get value because she's always going to give you a card you actually run, almost always, in the deck. So it's good in the matchup, but it's just so much tempo as well to get it down early.
This gets even more complicated because while I was definitely looking at coin Octobot, as I think you and I were both, that was our initial instinct, with Jandis in hand, the ability to go Octobot on 2, coin Jandis on 4, it's a lot closer than it initially appears, and it's a very, very tempting proposition.
It is, but then by that point, it's a lot less likely the Octobot actually goes off. I mean, coin Octobot is traditionally so powerful in the matchup because your opponent will not have the mana to have a big prize plunderer turn to kill it in one fell swoop, and it denies the expected plays of just like Foxy Fraud Swindle or Tempo Neophyte. Maybe not denies to this point from Lambie, but it makes it so much more painful to go for something like that. And now Lambie is faced with the problem of, oh no, do I have to proc this turn, which both denies his field contact, or sorry, called Neophyte turn, and puts him behind on board, right? And you do have to proc it this turn with the dagger if you are going to proc it with dagger, I think, because it would just have one less card. discounted for Alutamu.
I mean, the real decision here for Lambie was, I think, do I play my Neophyte or do I just dagger pass? Because with a couple of nice draws, this is potentially the kind of hand that can kill the Octobot without activating it. If you get Shadow Step, if you get Foxy Fraud, you're very, very close to proccing it with 4 damage off of the Prize Plunderer. But he does make the option to just go for Tempo Neophyte out. And Alutemu now has multiple ways to capitalize on this. I'm not even sure what the best way to go about this hand is.
It feels like maximum tempo is very strong here, but the problem is the 3-1 left on the board that really incentivizes the dagger. Problem is Alutamu doesn't have field contact, and so it feels like these cards are most powerful coming onto the board this turn all at once, while it's tough for Lambie to deal with, and you can go full aggro and try to get a Wicked Stab type of game plan going.
Yeah. Okay. Holding off on the Foxy Vanessa, I can understand because it's, you know, Neophyte is okay, but it's not one of the best cards that you can get from your opponent. You would, of course, rather find a bit of extra card draw if it's offered to you here, or just card generation in some way or another.
Shadow Step also super premium, as we saw with
Yes.
Infinite Step top 5 moment with the field contact for some additional value, of course. For Lambie, the turn looks to be dagger trade, leave up the 1/4 here, because he could be setting up for what you were talking about of killing the other Octobot without proccing it with the Prize Plunderer. It feels like he's still 1 mana short next turn of being able to do that, though, because traditionally you'd want to go field contact 1 Thief,
Right.
and then Prize Plunder something else, or even step the 1 Thief and then Prize Plunderer, but Lambie's just going to choose to proc it now. Minimum cards discounted for Alutamu, which is a big deal. But that means Jandice comes down turn 4 now.
Yeah, big deal. Big deal. Alutemu could, of course, go for the line now of just Foxy Vanessa into Neophyte, as I believe was still the last card played for Lambie series, which is a lot of development, quite a lot of tempo. You're not getting any value, of course, off of the Foxy Fraud discount, but it's still just a 0 mana 3/2.
It's so much pressure, and this is completely leads into Alutamu's game plan, right? That Lambie kind of gave him, which is just early Jandice. Like, from Lambie's perspective, it wasn't wrong what he did, of course, because this could have been like a Guardian Og Merchant in Alutamu's hand that's doing nothing. It just so happens that it's the best tempo card, and it'll be coming down early. So Alutamu is leading into that with maximum pressure and trying to win the matchup in one of the other facets it can go, which is aggro and none of those fancy field contact turns.
Yeah, it turns out that cheating like 5 mana before turn 3 is often a good avenue to victory in Hearthstone. I think for Lambie series we will end up seeing the Orc Merchant and probably 1 Thief as well. Like, I appreciate that it's good with the field contact turn, but I want to spend my mana now, find some better options, and Brain Freeze is pretty bloomin' good.
Give me that. Not what I want.
The 1 mana Shadow Step. Yeah, Lambie just doesn't want to take damage. This could have huge implications later because of the Jandice coming down. He's actually ahead, quote-unquote, on board. Not after these trades happen, but still maintains some resources for the Brain Freeze. He was just praying that there was no... There's Earth Element! Not like this! Oh, no.
Yeah, that could be the death knell for Lambie series. It's so tough to deal with. How do you even get through that?
He used the Prize Plunder and he just hoping Alutamu went all in with no good follow-up at turn 4, Jandice. He was a nightmare on turn 5. So they nerfed her to 6, but she came down on turn 4.
Oi, oi, oi. I mean, I guess you hope that Alutemu's going for mind games and you bump into the Earth Elemental. That's the best win condition I can come up with.
Okay, I'm going to say a fat no to that because he's not an idiot. I think this is potentially Mancrick Swindle. He's going to take so much damage next turn, but if there's any hope in the world, it's for this Swindle to draw second Prize Plunder, Shadow Step, and then pop off with field contact next turn.
Misses the Mancrick, but hitting Jandice is at least something.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Alutamu can still spend all his mana. He has Passage if anything goes wrong, and now just Mask of Cthulhu to push lethal in 2 turns.
Yeah, I'm snap
Gotta be
picking
the
that
mask,
mask.
right? Yeah.
No questions. Yeah, do that first and then think. I agree.
Does he even need to kill off the Mankrik? I think this is all going face.
Yeah.
Potentially the one thief and dagger and 1/1 into one thief to prevent some, I don't know, niche outs with Shadow Step. And again, the Gerald Coaster is a 3/1, so you can send it into the Mankrik anyways. But I just don't see how Alutamu's losing if he puts Lambi to a low enough health total where it's not even just Mask, right? He could passage into Wicked Stabs. He could just survive long enough until Alex, which is very likely. Lambi has so few avenues to clear this board, let alone race him for lethal.
Yeah, I think even if Lambi series hits Raz off of the Jandis and kills a whole bunch of these minions, that's still not going to matter because there's too much damage from Alutemu. This could be his final turn he gets to play in Grandmasters. How does he go about it? Field contact, brain freeze first, and then Foxy Fraud? What are the outs off of that? I can't even think of any that would keep him alive for an extra turn. What can come off of Jandis to keep him alive? I can't think of anything off of that either.
Even if he hits double Earth Elise himself, it's just too late. I think the field contact into Foxy needs to runner Prize Plunderer. And then Shadow Step after Brain Freeze.
Care to make a wager,
Maybe?
friend?
In a passage instead. You got Plunderer, Aug-Merchant, something like that. One Thief Steps. Oh.
Get himself.
Mana, he can get Ice Barrier.
Cone of Coals, I think, is the premier way to keep him alive for an extra
Snap Freeze! You can kill
Okay.
it.
That gets through the Earth, Ellie. That's the first step. I mean, he's not then dead on board. He's very, very close, of course. But if he can get himself Brain Freeze as well, okay, he's hanging on in there. Just. That was a far better turn than I was expecting there.
Indeed. Going for passage over the field contact in order to give him outs like Guardian Aug-Merchants, or I guess specifically Snap Freeze. But man, this Mask of Cthulhu or just passage into pretty much anything for Alutamu.
Yeah, obviously Shadow Step, Tenwu, premium to bounce this Jandis and play it again.
And he is almost just dead. 1 damage off.
One off, yep.
So one thief can get him Runed Orb, or Fireball.
Yeah, I guess
Or
you
he
start
can
with one
Tenwu
thief.
the Jandis.
Yeah, you can still go for that afterwards. But I guess if you don't go for this, then you can't play Wicked Stab Face, which sets up for a more consistent Mask of Cthulhu lethal next turn. So not needing to go for any instant outs, I think Alutemu realizes he can just take it slow and give himself essentially a guaranteed win.
Yep. Tap face, dagger face, set up mask lethal, almost certainly.
Yeah, pointing that face every day of the week. Obviously, the one thing that can get in the way of that would be Cult Neophyte, but if 2 of the 7 mana is spent on Neophyte, there's no way he's going to be able to clear up the rest of the board.
I believe Possessi, loosely translated, said that he would be stabbing the end to Tom potentially in the last series. Alutamu is literally stabbing the end to Lambi series just now.
Oof, brutal. Yeah, 2 for 2 with Possessi and Alutemu, looking like they are going to send players out of Hearthstone Grandmasters, because while Lambi series is thinking of anything he may have forgotten here, any way to stay alive, we can clearly see that with the cards in hand, and I'm sure Lambi series has a pretty good idea, given that he hasn't seen the mage spell yet, of what it might be.
And that's gonna be both Chonsu and Dawn saved by Possessi and Alutamu. That's pretty huge news for them. Not that Alutamu and Possessi are playing for them specifically. Alutamu's in this to try and secure his best possible seeding for the playoffs because he's well within range of finishing first or second, and Possessi trying to make sure he's not in 7th or 8th so that he doesn't get that automatic match loss. Just so happens that the hopes of so many other players are riding on their shoulders, and Lambi series, while this will spell the end for him, at least in this season, he almost certainly re-promotes, barring some disasters in Masters Tour Dalaran.
Yeah, he has a chance, but I'm sure for Lambi Series, that one is going to sting. Coming in Grandmasters, immediately relegating out. That's not going to do a lot to your self-esteem, and I'm sure that as a player of a higher caliber, as we believe him to be, as we know him to be, having seen him in action, I do think that if he is able to re-promote through, if nothing goes disastrously wrong, he will be able to turn things around. But the man of the hour at the moment, Alu Temu, getting the win here. Final game of the series, all the way down to the wire. Just playing incredibly well throughout, as we know, as we expect from him. I would struggle to name any real strict misplays at all from Alu Temu. A couple of differences in playstyle maybe, but he's just an absolute machine of Hearthstone. It's undeniable at this point. It does mean that our semi-final match is going to be Possessi against Alu Temu, brother v brother, which will be pretty exciting to watch. Haven't had too close of a look in terms of their lineups, but I do believe they're at least bringing the same archetypes, even if not the same 120 for 120 card lineups. That'll be a lot of fun to watch tomorrow. But with that out of the way, Gia, we finally have it. I believe guaranteed relegation squad with Tyler, High3, Tom, and Lambi leaving us this season of Grandmasters. I mean, I just want to say to each and every one of them in their own right, true titans of Hearthstone for the most part. And even, as High3, the player who I think is the least well known out of them, when we did see him on stream, I think he was piloting for the most part very well. And he also still has some chance of re-promoting through the Grandmasters, the Masters Tour system, if he does well in Dalaran. And I wish him the best of luck in that as well.
That's right. I wouldn't even count Tom out of it. Just rocking up to a Masters Tour, winning the whole thing, and re-promoting the next season. I don't think there would be anything more Tom 60229 than that. So all three of those players still, their stories have not ended, and it definitely is still in the mix for the other players hoping to re-promote in APAC, because High3 and Lambi Series are once again part of the pack, hoping to make it into Grandmasters and have a lot of points already to begin with. And as for Tyler, I do wish him the best with his stream and his Battlegrounds career, and let's leave it at that.
Yeah, exactly. Tyler knows we love him. We don't need to talk about him this season. But for now, we are going to wrap this up there. The next game of the day, after a slightly longer break, will be Shaxi versus Alan. And when we come back, that match, then Surrender versus Give Please is our final two matches of the day. We'll be right back with the remainder of APAC Grandmasters. We're starting things off with a simple but devastatingly effective play from Possessi. At this point, he has already held off from playing Jandis for a turn in order to set up for the very powerful playing of double Jandis thanks to Tenwu of the Red Smoke. But when a Baron's Blacksmith is spawned, he instantly spots another creative line to lock down board control for the rest of the game. Maybe it's time to take her out of standard too.
This Jandis is looking very scary at the moment.
It's looking really scary, not just one, but two. You sack away the the first, very nicely done, to make sure you have enough room. And any rush minion here would be absolutely insane, of course. Raz is pretty insane. Baron's Blacksmith, with the potential to brain freeze it immediately, is pretty insane as well.
That's kind of game ending, even if he gives Shaxi a 2-2. He's
right.
Samuro, so there's literally nothing Shaxi can do to clear this board. This warrior doesn't run any card generation to try and get Brawl, for example.
Yeah.
Possessi should just go... Okay, he's just going to trade the 2-2 instead, okay.
This is insane! Look at this board, the amount of buff that he's got here. It's not often that you see truly infinite combos in standard Hearthstone, but Felkeen has created the ultimate infinite draw engine here. Thanks to Boston's last card played being Shadow Step, he can infinitely replay Vanessa Van Cleef, and with the field contact already in play, if he wanted to, he could have drawn himself to death. And while I agree with Felkeen that this was a match à oublier, this is definitely one play I won't be oubliering anytime soon.
This is, I guess, if the board goes super wide, of actually being able to get board clears, because he won't necessarily have to attack into... won't have to land one of the damages on the Enraged Man Crit to be able to then rush into it.
And also gives him the option for Plunderer, right? Because now Plunderer can kill pretty much anything on the board apart from Jandis minions.
Yep, deck drawn. This is Miracle Rogue at its finest. Shadow Step was the last card played in the turn, which means Vanessa truly has Shadow Step synergy. This is not the meme like Tamsin having Shadow Step synergy. Vanessa actually has it, and with the field contact, Felkane now has as many cards as he wants this turn.
If only Boston with a Shadow Step first.
I know, what a noob, right? Jeez, get your ordering right. What's wrong with you?
Oh, that is so sick, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Like, just as many cards as Felkane pretty much wants at that point.
Yogg giveth, and Yogg most certainly taketh away.
It has come to this. This is in Tiz's deck for a reason, and here we go.
Oh my god.
My gosh, the 5%er! Is that the odds? 5%? Okay.
That's bad.
That's very bad. Yogg is saving time. Oh my god, what the heck?
Well, after that palate cleanser, how about we move on to a couple of No Hands Gamer clips, eh? One of the first rules you learn when playing OTK Demon Hunter is to never play Il'gynoth if you don't instantly win the game. No Hands, however, is so in tune with this deck that he knows the perfect times to break that steadfast rule. And here is one such spot against Luna, where despite being 3 damage off lethal, No Hands knows that the minions in play are impossible to clear and secures the win next turn.
But it will cost 1. He can't get it to cost 0 because that's not how the card works anymore, right?
Looks like he's gonna have to dump. Wait.
Okay.
I only counted 26.
I didn't think he could do it either, but
You're paying for my discretion.
27 with
Luna's-
the hero power.
Luna's not convinced.
Am I wrong?
I thought you were right. I thought you
Yes,
were right.
now it's 27.
But
Okay.
what's she supposed to do about this?
Well, can she even draw?
She,
Anything? I don't think there's anything.
she can't. She hasn't got time anymore.
Yeah.
And that is terrific play from No Hands Gamer to find that. I think that's absolutely superb. And Luna knows it's over, and she gives it up because the Il'gynoth was going to get it done anyway.
No Hands Gamer once again, and OTK Demon Hunter once again, this time put in a potentially game-losing position by Monsanto. He is forced to use his last lifesteal spell before he finds Il'gynoth, and so his final chance at victory? Board control. A very rare sight indeed, but with 4 3/5 Moargs, in addition to a ragtag group of other combo pieces, it proved to be too much for Monsanto, and meant that No Hands Gamer went on to be our Week 6 America's champion. Hats off to you, my friend.
He fell screen blasts this, but he's got a lot of big Morgs left in his deck.
So next turn he will go to 1.
No, he won't. He's healing 1 million right now.
Yeah, he's going to get 1 million. Yeah, you're right. Of course. So he might still win.
Actual lifesteal. Or turning the lifesteal in.
But Monsanto is likely to draw things that deal with it. If he misses once, he definitely dies. And I think he might die anyway. But
Yeah.
like, he only needs to clear up 1 board, and then he just wins the game. Like, just reduce this a little bit, get himself into so his armor actually works.
Yep. We're looking for Stage Dive, Sword Eater, Ringmaster Watley, Troublemaker.
I don't think Troublemaker gets there, actually.
I mean, No Hands kind of has to kill it, right? Or
Okay.
going.
Does he?
I mean, we're looking at lethal next turn.
Right, so
With this
Troublemaker
board.
doesn't get there.
There's exactly 19 damage on board, with the hero power included.
He has to bump into the 4/4 to set up a Troublemaker chance of killing something. Well, it's tight.
Got to kill anything. One thing. Oh! He's dead.
He is dead, right?
Yep.
Yep. I thought he could leave it so he had a chance of killing both the things, but he can't. There'd always be a 1-3 left over with him on 1 health.
Welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters. We're past the halfway point for today, and most of the upsetting, or I suppose heartbreaking matches for the day have already been dealt with. We have our relegation already guaranteed in terms of our 4 players. Now, Gia, we get to turn our sights upwards somewhat and take a look at who is going to be fighting for those top spots in the playoffs bracket. Because for both of our players here, Shaxi and Alan, rewarded for a very well played and well performed season with a guaranteed spot in playoffs for both of them. It is now just about for each of them trying to avoid those bottom 2 spots, because if you are in the playoffs, of which 8 players will be next week, 7th and 8th both get an automatic loss heading into the playoffs because you just managed to scrape into playoffs, whereas of course 1st and 2nd get a guaranteed win. And so for here, Shaxi and Alan both very much in that danger zone of being in 7th and 8th, so a win for them would be a big deal to get them out of that spot.
That's right. Just last week, even, Alan was still in the mix of players we were talking about who could potentially end up in the relegation zone. So for him to have completely turned it around with some second place finishes and good performances all across the board, he can now just set his sights all the way to the other side, making it to the middle of playoffs, I think is most realistic in order to not get a match loss. Still not a match win, but still at least on even ground with the majority of the field and potentially make it all the way to the World Championships.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of weird to say that for both of these players, they kind of have more chance of finishing in 2nd place than Glory does, who started this week in 2nd place. But by going 0-2, Glory essentially guaranteed him that spot in the 3rd through 6th spot, rather than up at the top. But to get things rolling, Shaxi on the Demon Hunter, a player who is never afraid of experimenting with OTK Demon Hunter. I believe it was Shaxi who put in the Lone Champion, was it? As the 3-mana 2/4 Divine Shield and Taunt card, which we had some questions about in testing, didn't seem especially potent. And here, Relentless Pursuit and Acrobatics put in his standard OTK Demon Hunter. Very strange cards.
Yeah, and he's cut 1 Spectral Sight for the Relentless Pursuit. I think Acrobatics has been becoming more and more standard these days as a bit more card draw, because people are kind of realizing they don't need both the Ethereal Aug Merchants, and I do think the 1 Throglaive is pretty much core now because it has so much synergy with the additional spell damage minions you run. The lack of 2nd Spectral Sight, that role is probably filled by Acrobatics, and it just kind of bothers me because if you feel like one effect is better than the other, because, you know, one is not strictly better, because sometimes Spectral Sight is only drawing you for 1 and the Acrobatics, while more expensive, always draws you for at least 2. It feels like you'd rather be more consistent. It's really just that Relentless Pursuit that I've never seen in OTK Demon Hunter before, and I'd have to imagine it's just there to remove minions of the size that maybe Rush Warrior want to play, and sometimes has synergy with Eldraki Warblades for more healing.
Yeah, I will admit that there's still some consideration to combo potential, because of course if you have the Eldraki Warblades equipped, any buff, any attack buff that you give your weapon is essentially doubled when you play Il'gynoth. So it maybe allows you to like not have to damage your opponent so much in the course of the game. Maybe you'll only need the 18 damage breakpoint, as is very often the baby version of the combo that's available a little bit earlier than the full version. But we'll have to see. Against Alan, of course, having a bit of extra chip damage is worth something because he's playing Warrior, which has access to, obviously, armor up hero power to get him out of range of some of the weaker OTKs from Demon Hunter. But the real name of the game here, or the story for Alan, is double Neophyte, double Ogremancer in his Rush Warrior. Is that going to be as potent against Demon Hunter as we've seen against the likes of Token Druid or Mage?
Maybe not to that extent where it would completely delete their turns, but it does make a lot of things very awkward, right? If you can time the Neophyte going into the Skull turn, that's always a classic to give Demon Hunter a huge headache. And then the Ogremancer coming down after you've seen a big clear card often means that it's really tough for them to deal with the 2/2s, right? Because traditionally Demon Hunter just saves up if they see an Ogremancer for a turn where they want to play all their spells and then end with Immolation Aura, so you immediately kill the 2/2s after.
Pretty spicy hand here for Alan. Athletic Studies and Stage Dive, one of the first things you learn is that those are usually just keeps in the mulligan, even though they kind of don't initially seem like it, just very, very strong a lot of the time in the early game. But Cult Neophyte and Ogremancer, that's technically the two tech cards, I guess you could call it, for this matchup, which is fairly strong.
Wow, it's a full keep. I mean,
wow.
You made some very good points about those being the two tech cards, and I'd imagine Alan put them in the deck in the first place for matchups such as this, even though I was saying it's not necessarily as effective as versus Mage and Token Druid. These cards are still net positives. And then Athletic Studies, Stage Dive are generally always kept for the Rush Warrior in order to make sure they have resources and faster curves going into the turns where he's not playing the tech cards.
I like that we're getting to see a different angle of Alan's room here. It kind of looks a little bit more like a set design from Blade Runner 2049 than it does an actual room that one might live in. But I like it. It adds to the air of elusiveness that we have surrounding Alan.
It honestly looks more like a hotel room. I don't know, but he's been in it pretty much every week that he's been on stream, so I'm not going to speculate too much about Alan's living situation at the moment. I will speculate about his game plan here, because if he likes, there's just a coin 4-into-4 curve. The Stonewall Anchorman not necessarily going to get rush value, but the Sword Eater does get a body on board that's not dead to just I-beam. He can start swinging the weapon if he likes, and just lead into a pretty clean Ogremancer into what I believe will be the Skull turn from Shaxi.
Yeah, it's pretty clean in terms of how things shape out. I will say I was definitely tempted by the Stage Dive, because if you hit either the Bumper Cult or the Crab Rider, it was looking pretty good. Even Rakara, you could have coined out and still been in a decent spot. It was really just the whiff of hitting either Runthak or Samuro where things got very, very shaky and you just ended up completely passing your turn. And so because of that potential fail factor, I'm fully online with Alan's line to just coin it out here. Is met with not what you would like to see, with Shaxi clearing the board, setting up for that skull as well. Just a very clean curve for Shaxi.
Yeah, Shaxi getting the nice clear on the minion there is pretty big, and Alan chose to lead off with a minion with higher attack, which is just like the higher pressure line. It just so happens though that Shaxi needed a minion to clear it, so had Alan gone for it the other way around, if Shaxi did value clearing the Sword Eater, then Alan would have gotten a draw, but that's not to say that Alan's line was incorrect. Obviously, Shaxi just wants to skull next turn, so all he has to do is say, what's going to be the highest pressure for me in the next turn, and what am I most worried about? And that's got to be Ogremancer. But even then, playing one spell into that, I think is not the end of the world. He's got I-Beam and Moarg to deal with on the next turn, and you know what? With the Il'gynoth drawn and not locking in skulls, I think he might be hitting lethal sometime soon.
Yeah, it's very possible. He would be, it would be nice, of course, to hit a cheaper Moarg that he could still go for, or cheaper Arcanist, cheaper Fellscream Blast. But like you say, the combo very much going to be at the top of Shaxi's mind in the next few turns. Interesting to see the tempo Moarg, though, that he's going for. You'd have to imagine that he's already envisaging his next two turns are going to be Skull, I-Beam Skull, which... honestly, even if Ogremancer had been played here, which Alan decides not to go for, you could still argue that it was correct to just go Skull, I-Beam Skull.
Very true. The Tempo Morg, I'd have to assume, is like if there was the Ogremancer, for example, if Alan doesn't kill off the Moarg, then he could go Skull and then use the Moarg to trade the 2/2s. It just seems very tangential. I think the bigger aspect is just trying to get some board presence while he is going for these somewhat slow turns of Skull into Skull. And if the Moarg ends up eating 5 damage from Alan, that's a big win, I think, because he doesn't need both of these. Still a Philosophy in the deck, still the second natural Moarg as well.
Yeah, I think some amount of concern for hand space as well, even though there's a good chance you'll be able to dump your 0 mana cards off of the Skull. If you are going to be going Skull into Skull 2 turns in a row, hand space always a concern. Alan, though, still feeling the effects of this play of going for the Stage Dive instead.
Oh, no. feel like... Okay, sorry. I was a bit worried about disconnect issues because the arrow was just sat there for a long time and Alan looked completely frozen, but never mind. Things are fine. Maybe not fine for Alan because he has seen the skull now. The Morgs were not discounted, but 2 spell damage minions discounted. How much does this I-Beam do next turn?
Quite a lot. I think Shaxi's going to need... Apologies, at least one more turn. Even though the Raging Fell Screamer effectively acts as like a coin because you can get down a Moog for 1 mana instead of 2. Banking that mana, I think, is still just a little bit more potent. But now Alan getting the payoff of the Ogremancer, buffing it up last turn, playing it now significantly harder to clear at this point.
Wait, sorry. Next turn, I think Shaxi just has lethal because he can bank the mana with Raging Fell Screamer now. He can play 3 spell damage minions and 2 Moargs and an I-Beam. So that's plus 4 spell damage on the I-Beam, which is 8, and then double, which is 32.
That sounds right to me.
So it's just Raging Fell Screamer and pass this turn. He's never dead to this board. However, there's Cult Neophyte to potentially worry about.
That doesn't matter though, right? The I-Beam will still cost 1.
Demons.
Oh yeah.
As long as you can play everything anyway, it's essentially just guaranteed. Unless you're looking at lethal capabilities, of course. If your maths is correct, which, you know, it usually is, I'm going to trust you on this one.
Grows short.
I'm pretty sure, because 1 Morg would cost 0, and then the other one is 2, which is 6, and then he could play Og Merchant, the 2 spell damage minions, and have that last 1 mana on 8 to go for the I-Beam. But he's used the I-Beam now. So, oh, but he's hit Fell Screamer. Okay, fine, Shaxi, sure.
It was actually 28 damage, right? Because you have +4 spell damage, which only brings it up to 7, right?
Oh, you're right, yeah.
14, 28, not 32, which is a big difference, of course.
Yeah.
Alan would have just been able to hero power out of range.
Good catch, good catch. So Shaxi's line is better to find the skull, and if you just hit any Fell Scream Blast, even if it's not discounted, you get the lethal. He hits Immolation Aura even to deal with the 2/2s. And Alan has no way out. He doesn't know it, of course, but this is what Demon Hunter does sometimes.
It's just straight up over. The Raging Fell Screamer acting as a coin. I mean, I don't even think you'd actually even need that. You still just have lethal with the Moog, Thalnos, Arcanist. A bunch of ways that you could go about it on this turn, all of which lead to your victory. Demon Hunter getting the win right out the gate. Little that Alan could do. It's a frustrating loss to stomach, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Just cute to see the Raging Fell Screamer used as a coin, and it's not just to be flashy as well. The full board space used.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of to be flashy. He had lethal either way without playing the Fell Screamer, but either way, it is still, as you say, a cool interaction that we don't often get to see in OTK Demon Hunter. Rush Warrior, again, looking a little bit slow out of the gate, as we have been seeing. It took 3 losses in the last series. Of course, did win for Possessi right out of the gate in his 3-0 sweep against Tom at 60229. But taking a little while to get rolling. Admittedly, though, I think the Warrior will have at least a better matchup against the Rogue as one of the remaining archetypes for Shaxi alongside his Druid, as we can see.
Yes, that would be kind of the X factor here, the Druid, because we did see Alan. I'm not sure if it was that specific matchup, but there was a Druid versus a Rush Warrior with double Ogremancer, double Neophyte that absolutely demolished the token Druid. These 2 cards feel very, very powerful in that matchup because they have 0 minion presence that doesn't come from spells. Even Mage can get some minions if they preload the Font of Power before that, and for token Druid, in the face of an Ogremancer, if they have nothing pre-developed on the board, there's very little they can do to come back. So I think Alan has good matchups on the Warrior all around.
I think so too. It's looking still reasonable for Alan. For Shaxi overall. The Warrior definitely could be in a good spot against the likes of the Druid, but I still have my questions about whether or not the Ogremancer is quite enough to get the job done. Yes, if you draw it, it's insane, but we'll have to see. If any matchup he was taking for, it is this one. Warrior against Druid, as we are going to see Shaxi lining it up now. Bit of a different build. 1 resizing pouch, 1 guidance, 1 Pride's Fury, 1 Soul of the Forest. I mean, even without having seen any data, I am almost always a fan of just going for lists that run more 2-ofs than more 1-ofs, especially in a list that's as tight as Token Druid. It does the same thing every single game. So you can, I think, probably in the end deduce that one of these cards is better than the other.
It feels like it to me. I mean, this is very Shaxi though, if anything, because you're seeing the same thing from the OTK Demon Hunter. We had one Spectral Sight, one Acrobatics. If anything, maybe it gives your opponent more things to think about in terms of what to play around, and you can take less consistent wins here and there because of that. But I would say I'm also a fan of the streamlined list. The one resizing pouch, as we've talked about, is often powerful on turn 1 to pull you very likely a Lightning Bloom or Innervate, and then the guidance is in there. You'd have to imagine to give him outs like what he was running the Relentless Pursuit for, things like Feral Rage and Moon-Touched Amulet, if he just needs a bit more damage to get over the line.
Ooh, coming out of the gate swinging though for Shaxi, because if we were going to talk about the power of Ogremancer, obviously the kind of unspoken factor about it so far is it's a 5-drop, and 5 mana is pretty far through the game for a Token Druid to be progressing. So if you can get a hand like this that doesn't rely on a Glowfly Swarm later on, you can just get underneath the Ogremancer before it can do any kind of powerful plays.
Oh, the Power of the Wild too. I was gonna say the only thing Shaxi lacked with that hand was a buff spell for all the Gibberlings that looks like it's gonna pop off on turn 2. For Alan, he had an interesting mulligan as well, because all the 2-drops were, like, at least we're thinking about against Token Druid, because they're all just able to come down on board early and not get immediately up. But oh no, the Innervate happens turn 1. This is so gross, Derek. I can't.
Absolutely illegal. And I guess you don't even go Power of the Wild here, you just go Thorn Growth, because there's literally nothing that can kill your board this early.
I agree. Even with an Athletic Studies, the most that can die is 1 minion. So Shaxi's greeting it out, and it's just correct. Risky Skipper, come back!
No. You are not allowed to say that. We never want to see Risky Skipper again. But for Alan, yep, dropping the well played. I mean, you don't concede at this point because you want to fight it out, but he knows that he just got hit by one of those Druid hands that it is very, very difficult to beat.
These old bones just keep moving.
He got hit by a train, and the train is not in intensive care.
Oi, oi, oi.
Lunar Guess.
Yep, the one thing that you're
the Parade Leader, because if he kills the bumper card, then the tokens will get buffed by the Parade Leader if it's left on board.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that he is afraid of is that if that Samuro was in hand at the start, because obviously conditioning was played, which means that Samuro would have 2 attack, and therefore trading away everything that has 2 or less health, I think, is more important than taking value trades here. He disagrees.
True. Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen that also. It's literally only 2 attack Samuro that he's scared of at this point, so.
Woof! Very fast game, very unenjoyable one, I would wager, for Alan as well. As Shaxi so far, my goodness, he is just getting the goods. Skull into skull as Demon Hunter, gibbling on turn 1 for a full board as Druid. It's only the Rogue left to go, and I would be willing to eat my hat if he doesn't go Octobot, Field Contact, 20 minions played, draw his deck lethal on turn 5.
Oh man, Derek. What kind of hat is it? Is it Monsanto type? Is it No Hands Gamer type?
No, it's actually the Hearthstone branded snapback that they send me. I'm not really a hat person, but I still appreciate it. Keep them coming.
It doesn't sound delicious. It sounds like you're eating a collector's item, but so I really just hope that doesn't happen, essentially, in this next series, especially for Alan's sake, because he just did not get to play Hearthstone those first 2 games, let's be honest. Shaxi, however, on the Miracle Rogue, we did see a very cool mirror a while ago between Alutamu and Lambi series. Cool in the sense that it played out very differently than how you might expect, where the player that won did not have to go for a field contact turn at any point. But cool in the sense that Miracle Rogue can go in these many different directions in order to take the victory. And I think Alan still has a shot here, at the very least with the Warrior. That's a good matchup. And the Mirror, of course, 50-50. If anything, I think it's the Mage that struggles.
Yeah, the Mage definitely will be the weak spot, I agree, with Alan in this series. I mean, it's still 3 games in a row that you have to win, but I'm not going to call it over yet. We've seen plenty of reverse sweeps, of course, in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Respectable start, though, for Shaxi. Probably just looking at keeping 1 Foxy Fraud, but he doesn't even like the look of that. Just full mulling for the power cards, Octobot, and field contacts. And as I stare somewhat cautiously at my hat across the room, this is not looking all too good for Shaxi now.
Man, Alan is such a multitasker. Jamming, playing some Hearthstone, and looks to be eating dinner as well. Efficient with his time, this one. Awkward opening hand for Shaxi because there's 3 cards that want to be comboed out, but you don't really want to use the coin on any of them because it doesn't develop pressure. But Alan's just hit a nice curve now. The Cult Neophyte on curve against Miracle Rogue tends to be pretty powerful if they don't have exactly Octobot to play.
True, but the Kazakus is the kind of card that potentially can smooth out your curve alone. We're seeing double One Thief here in the end, and Fireball often is a premium card, one of the best cards that you can find in the matchup against Warrior, because that little bit of extra burn is often all that is needed to get over the finish line if you can't win board hard enough. But I think given how far behind Shaxi is on board at the start of this game, that Fireball more likely to be used as inefficient removal.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate how it panned out, but I do agree with you. Yeah, that's an insane draw for Alan. I think that's definitely coming down this turn. When Rogue does get to win this unfavorable matchup, I agree that it tends to be in the form of getting on board super quickly before things like Samuro can come down, or taking advantage of a slow Ringmaster Watley turn before conditioning comes down, and then you can bank that early damage you got by just drawing hard to Wicked Stab and generating things like Fireball, and kind of closing out the game by the point you've lost board. This doesn't seem like one of those instances, though, to the point where Shaxi's coining Secret Passage instead of going for Kazakus. You'd have to imagine looking for Prize Plunderer, ways to clean this up.
If that last card could be Brain Freeze or Prize Plunderer, then we would be looking at a decent kind of hand. As it currently stands, though, I think it's just got to be Mankrik. The alternative of Octobot and Orc Merchant, yes, it goes a little bit wider. But I feel like it just doesn't achieve that much.
I mean, the other Octobot just goes onto the... Sorry, the other Orc Merchant, if he's playing it, just goes onto the Octobot again, right?
Right.
I guess maybe he's just hoping for the Octobot to go off and just call it a day, like go off on his previous hand. It's super ambitious, but I don't know. I did like the look of Mankrik better, if only to challenge the board that he sees right now.
Yeah, it challenges the board, and also just, you know, you're losing this game. You need to be optimistic, and maybe Mankrik in the next couple of cards, Mankrik Enraged, sorry, could be the win condition for you. But he's going optimistic in a different way, hoping that the Octobot can actually proc here, which, as it currently looks, yeah, okay, it's going to get the activation. What can Shaxi do with that benefit that he has afforded himself now, however?
Not that much, it turns out. The Kazakus going from 4 to 3 is not super relevant unless he really wants to play the 1-cost Golem at this point. But I guess it was a good spot for Shaxi to know that the Octobot is relatively safe here because there's no Tent Trashers in Alan's list.
It just doesn't do that much, even if it does activate, is the problem though. This whole hand is, it's not cheap minions, it's, you know, Wicked Stab, which is awkward, Swindle is too slow, no field contact in hand.
Yeah, it's just one of those very Shaxi plays where it's like, it's cool in the sense that this is a lateral way of thinking. It takes advantage of something with Alan's deck building that, again, it's hard to clear off the Octobot even this late into the game. But the overall game plan and net benefit to Shaxi is still questionable. And it turns out he is just going to go for the Kazakas.
And I mean, once you see those options, you have to feel close to conceding Rush and Freeze too. It buys you some time, but it does little more than that, as I think he's going to be hard-pressed to find a board clear strong enough, potent enough to fight back against all this relentless pressure. Alan, again, just dominated the game right from the get-go and showing zero sign of slowing down.
Yep, just tit for tat, because he got absolutely demolished in a similar fashion last game. Maybe not as early as turn 1, but there was little Shaxi could do in this situation. Shout out to our wonderful observers for immediately hovering the golems every time. It's very useful. Yeah,
appreciate that one. Big time. Warrior out of the way now, finally for Alan, the third time he queued it up in a row and just able to get the win. Similarly to Lambie, who also went 0-2 with his Warrior until he faced it into the Rogue, where it was finally able to take the win. Rush Warrior definitely looking... you know, I don't want to say poor, because Demon Hunter and Druid did get the absolute nutty draws, but it felt a little fair in the last few games. It's not doing anything especially broken so far. Like, even this game, just played minions on curve, and that was enough to get the win because Shaxi didn't get any kind of a reasonable hand. And so heading into the next game, it is going to be that Mage GM that we were talking about against the Rogue. And... you were saying, I think, that you feel it's probably the weakest matchup left over against Rogue. Do you think that means it's unfavored against Rogue now at this point?
I do think so. Yeah, I mean, I think to even have a chance at winning the matchup, the Mage needs to hit turn 3 or earlier flow. Any later than that, it feels super hard to win. And even if you do hit the flow, it's still not guaranteed, because again, you still need to have card draw after the flow. And it's because the Rogue can just do so much more efficient things with their mana than the Mage if they haven't gotten the discounts right. The way Mage's removal works is if they position poorly against Combustion, you might get several minions killed, but if not, the best you can do one turn is usually a Pexus Blast into a minion, and oftentimes it's overcommitted damage, and then the Rogue has played 3 or 4 minions in one turn, and you're still losing to that incremental chip damage. And then the Rogue's burn, even though it's less total than Mage's burn, if they got that minion damage in the early game, they don't need the entire Alex Tenwu combo. It can just be 2 Wicked Stabs plus Alex, and that can all come down relatively soon because of Octobot.
Yeah, Mage kind of needs, what was the card called that was running Gunther Mage? Volcanic Potion? Is that what it was called? The 2 damage AoE? Like, that card was sick and would actually be premium in Spell Mage at the moment.
You can generate a Prison Observer, that's kind of close, but
that's true.
You can also take advantage of that with the efficient Octobot sometimes. And it turns out Shaxi is also just running Ogremaster in his Rogue. Again, a very Shaxi tech. And that's going to be pretty problematic on average for Alan if he doesn't have exactly Devolving Missiles. However, he does have Deck of Lunacy.
I mean, Ogremaster is annoying. It's a turn 5 play when you don't have the coin, though. That feels like a very optimistic keep for Shaxi when he had no other early game plays.
It did feel quite a bit optimistic, and not going Prize Plunder on 1 is honestly a little bit interesting to me, but then you can see for this hand he just wanted to activate the one Thief, but in other situations I do like tempoing that out against Mage quite a bit. Alan going for flow here, doesn't have the time to go Lunacy into flow, and even though it shuts down the possibility of getting the Grand Slam, still gives him very powerful cards on average, and I do think this is a Lunacy game if I've seen one.
I do think so too. I think the with Refreshing Spring Water. I was going to say the timing of when you go for it is a little bit difficult. Like, you could go Combustion on this turn to just deny the Octobot proc entirely. But when you have the card draw to go with the Deck of Lunacy, on average, I think the things that you are doing with Coin Lunacy is just far more powerful.
Yeah, that Spring Water draw off the top has eliminated any doubt. I would have heard the argument for Combustion if not that card. I think it still could have been Coin Lunacy into Arcane Intellect, but this is just better now. And Shaxi hunting for Mankrik, you'd have to assume. Swindle, One Thief is still good outcomes on average, though.
That's true. He could start with Swindle first in case he hits Org Merchant, and then he'd be able to play both of them, which I think is probably worth.
Yep.
There you go.
I guess that card is, Org Merchant. You see it enter the hand. Only question is whether he wants to play the Shadow Step as well. I don't think there's anything of huge value to Step currently on the board.
I mean, it goes back in the deck if you don't play it, though, right? So, like, even if you Step that won't even keep it in hand, like, I think I would rather draw different cards that aren't Shadow Step at this point, but he disagrees.
It's fair. Yeah, seeing how the opening hand looked again, Shadow Step off the top did not look particularly strong. No field contact to really pop off with. Okay, oh wow, that's some opening cards to get off of Lunacy. My goodness.
Yeah, not necessarily on this turn. I think you want to wait until something a little more impactful does come down, but still very, very interesting offers here for Alan as he can think about how he wants to structure his next few turns. Hellfire as well, expendable performers. This board is gone next turn.
Unbelievable. All the 7-cost cards, well, nearly all of them have very powerful board clearing effects. We can see 2 of the best examples in Soul Mirror and Expendable Performers. And because of the nerf to Springwater, if you start with the Incanter's Flow, then you're actually turning the Springwaters into 7-cost cards off of Lunacy. And yeah, Alan did take the entity off of the Ring Toss, which denies the card. Shaxi Cap, not fully denies, but it checks it so cleanly.
Yeah, I think it's just so nicely done by Alan. Both secret picks there working absolutely perfectly for him. Shaxi looking to be in a fair bit of trouble now because not only is there the immediate board clears that Alan has plenty of ways to get going for himself, there's also the healing. That is really the nail in the coffin for Shaxi. At this point in the game as Rogue, you can kind of hope to get there through burn. Alex, Tenwu in hand, if you can survive long enough, you can definitely get there. But against Librams of Hope, no chance.
Just a bit confusing how to approach this turn because there's like worlds where you get baited by Soul Mirror getting super greedy, but then the Soul Mirror would spawn the 2/2 and it's tough to clear the Ogremaster in that sense. So just gonna go Expendable Performers and then trade away with the Relentless and the Ogremaster into the one on the left. And he's under very little pressure by this point, right? So he can use any of those powerful cards later after getting rid of this one little headache.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, he's going for Hellfire and then that reprocs the Performers. That's pretty clever.
Enjoy your In the other order, he would have lost his guys.
Yeah, yeah. And then just plays Day at the Fair to get it out of his hand, I guess?
Really? He's not really worried about hand space here.
that was a little weird.
One.
Like, he could have just saved the Hellfire, right? And then traded in all his guys again and then ended with Day at the Fair? Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Did he get his guys back? Because he started with 6 and not 7. Maybe he thought he wouldn't get them back.
Yeah, let's play Guess How Alan's Brain Farted, because it could be he thinks that it was like a buff spell instead and was going to buff his guys up. I mean, either way.
The sermon, you mean?
yeah, exactly. It could have been something like that instead. But either way.
He's still just winning so hard, even without the skull.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, he is just mega winning. No two ways about it here. Vile Call, or whatever those 2/2s that you get are called. Very powerful. And I mean, just the final nail in the coffin, Celestial Alignment as well, will make things so difficult for Shaxi to answer. Yes, they can play Alex Straza for 1 mana, or whatever else. But the important thing is just that they will be unable to answer your board.
What makes something real?
I don't even know if he needs to go for alignment at this point.
Sure.
Like, he kind of just can win off of Mask, but Jarl Align's always flashy. And about an average Jandice, but it walks very poorly into combustion, as Jandice does tend to do.
Interesting. I was going to say he could go for replaying Jandice here with Mana Biscuit and Tenwu in order to basically try and find exactly Raz. But Shaxi here looks like he's trying to hold on to Alex Tenwu Shadow Step for a 24 burst damage combo. I respect it. His opponent is at 24. No signs of Libram of Wisdom yet. I guess that's arguably more likely to win him the game than the board control route.
Definitely arguable. You just cannot tell you what's going to win against Lunacy. This many cards drawn, it could be that both lines get completely checked, as it so happens that Alan has access to. Combust doesn't let him go for Libram of Hope, sorry. So just like Siphon, Libram, Power Infusion definitely seems stronger.
Yeah, I mean, so many ways to go about it here that will get you the win. I think he's very possibly ending on Celestial Alignment here, just because I think if anyone... if both players are just playing one card a turn, Alan undeniably pulls further into the lead with Librams of Hope. And even though Shaxi has some pretty cool plays with the Mana Biscuit giving him +1 mana, it's still just not quite enough to get the win. Even with Octobot, okay. I mean, he's just dead.
Yeah, if he weren't dead though, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be like another Shadow Step for the win there to deal over 30 damage, which would be pretty impressive to see. But Alan getting the win with the Mage, the potential weak point in the lineup, and it leads us up to, once again, Rogue versus Rogue for the final game of the series.
Indeed. This series felt like it flew by compared to the last two ones, maybe because nobody's really in danger of relegation here, but also because the players have been drawing either the absolute giga nuts or completely dead hands. Or not dead, but to the point where their opponents just can't do very much. It was the Token Druid turn 1 Gibberling pop-off, then it was the kind of very reactive hand from Shaxi that didn't do very much on the Rogue, and then there's just these types of lunacy games that even when Alan's brain farted a little bit, it made no difference. He did not need the day at the fair whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Just so far in the lead already at that point. And in the Rogue versus Rogue game, taking a look at the list, I think we will be able to see Alan's Rogue before we head into the final game. It's pretty much standard stuff versus standard stuff. I think the one difference being a Penflinger for Alan over a Guardian Org Merchant, which is kind of interesting to see. Again, I think it makes little difference in the Rogue mirror, but I will admit that there are times, if your opponent doesn't have the removal spells, when going for going for Org Merchant on your own field contact, your own important minion, can be a big deal, because they don't have the mana to spend on removal spells to clean off your Org Merchant, field contact.
Yeah, so many little intricacies to keep track of when it comes to this mirror. The Vanessa Van Cleef is always one that I like to bring up, because you do have to think about the ordering in which you play your cards. A lot of the time, you can't really play around her because you plan on ending the turn with a Shadow Step on Jandis, something like that. But when it's possible, if you can, for example, play a Prize Plunder and you don't have to get all the max damage on it and fit in a different card at the end of the turn, that's often ideal. Very little things can make a big difference in the matchup, but sometimes it can also just go in favor of the player that hits the first Octobot, as we saw with Alutamu and Lambi series a while ago. So I expect that card to be the #1 keep in the mulligan, and none of these other garbage.
Yeah, don't want any of this nonsense. Like, Swindle on the coin is a card that I toy around with occasionally, but just given the power of minions on curve versus Rogue, especially if you can find Octobot, I am usually a bigger fan just getting out of the way and looking for the power cards on curve, as Alan has found. This is the kind of hand that you are looking for. My goodness.
Yeah, he has field contact and Vanessa and Swindle, so this could be a huge contact pop-off turn if the Octobot could just go off. And coining it out has traditionally been a pretty decent way to get it to go off, but Alan disagrees.
Yeah, it does of course make the rest of his hand a little more awkward, as it was fairly combo reliant, using the coin is a big deal. Big fan of just throwing out the Octobot here though, even though it trades pretty poorly in terms of its stats against the Cult Neophyte. It's just very, very likely to survive, or just to get the proc and get the Frenzy active. But now for Shaxi, with the pickup of exactly Wand Thief, you can just dig for Devolving Missiles if you want to be pretty aggressive and go for Shadow Step first. And it looks like he's going for that out.
Wow. Honestly, I was kind of resigning myself to killing the Octobot and then stepping the Cult Neophyte just to activate the Wand Thief, but that's just how much this card matters in the matchup. I think off of Wand Thief, the odds of getting any one specific spell you want is around 9%, so it's super unlikely.
Oh, he has the backup, though, of being able to find the Prize Plunderer, which will be able to kill it off. He misses that as well, though, and so just has to resign himself to going for the Wand Thief. And to be fair to Shaxi, if you were going to go for a game plan of 100% or the highest likelihood of killing off the Octobot, I think he found a very clever line to do so, but it didn't work out, and now he's looking in some big trouble.
And it's not as though he went all in to do it. It felt very all in, but the nature of the rogue cards he did end up playing is that he still has Kazaka's on curve, and so he wasn't going to need the passage for quite a few turns because you do expect him to take the 5-cost golem and curve into that. And the Wand Thief still generated him things to do. But you can just see how much he values denying the proc. That's just how important it is in the matchup, because as soon as Alan, I assume, just gonna kill off the Cult Neophyte and Dagger here, when that's over, the floodgates are open. It's a huge pop-off following this.
Initiating overdrive.
Oh.
Wow, okay.
Going for double discounts, so he
Yeah.
the Octobot, can still get the Dagger down.
Plays the Vanessa so that he can cheapen the Wand Thief as well for the field contact turn next turn.
You think he's going to discount it himself with the Aug Merchant, or say that if he couldn't deal with it last turn, it's going to proc again this turn?
I think he was thinking about holding it back entirely just so that you can go Octobot plus Aug Merchant next turn on the turn you play field contact for an extra draw.
Okay, this is... I'm so confused now. What
He's
happened?
getting Jandis down!
This turn, okay.
I didn't even see that as a possibility. That's so sick.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't... Obviously, it's very, very powerful, right? Jand is super early, but you leave a 3-1 on board, and then... Okay, it's still good, right? Because the field contact still gets to pop off with all these discounts.
It's Jandis on turn 3. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I don't think I ever even saw that when it cost 5. Like, this is uncharted territory for Jandis at 6 mana. Absolutely absurd. And, of course, Shaxi making the correct read there. And for Alan, if you thought he'd kind of gone all in on this early push and left himself with little backup, ho, ho, ho. I have news for you, my foolish friend. That I'm making up in my head, because he has plenty of follow-up here. Swindle for 0 mana, Vanessa for 0 mana. What on earth can Shaxi do to fight back against this absurdity?
Very little. And the Vanessa gets him a Kazakas, which is not active but doesn't need to be at the moment. And Mazaki's got 1 billion spell damage on it. Even if he ships this Wicked Stab Face, I wouldn't be mad, but I don't think that's the line. It's probably something like Cult Neophyte.
Yep, I'm on board with the Neophyte to reduce the reactivity of your opponent. Obviously, you're afraid of Golem in the most part, but I think even then, just developing as much as possible is the best way to play around the Golem, because if they have Poisonous plus deal 3, you want to make it as difficult as possible to hit the Mazaki.
I will do that for you. Hits the Wand Thief, perfect mana utilization. You love to see it.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Misses on the combo card to go with the Foxy, which is kind of why I was interested in the Cold Neophyte. But again, if you do just kind of compare these two, if your opponent is extremely likely to play Golem anyway, then very arguably keeping the Cult Neophyte in hand, even if you knew that you weren't going to draw a combo card, would be better. And Shaxi did manage to hit, of course, the Poison plus deal 3, misses the Mazaki, and just packs it in right there. Alan completing the reverse sweep with Shaxi losing 3 times in a row on his Miracle Rogue. Alan has got to be feeling over the moon, because he is now out of that 7th, 8th placement range. He's not going to be getting that guaranteed loss heading to playoffs. And now, as strange as it seems for a player who was potentially looking at relegation a couple of weeks ago, or even last week for that matter, he could now finish in 2nd place if he wins this week.
That's just insane stuff. I mean, This went by in the blink of an eye. It was a reverse sweep. It was a full 5-game series, but I've seen singular games in Europe last longer than this entire series. And Shaxi, we can see it right here in the replay, right? Not only did he miss the Mozaki, he missed the field contact too. So I think it's super reasonable for him to pack it up there. He knew about Kazakusis in hand, and they weren't technically active unless Alan had drawn his own Kazakus, but there's so little you can do even from that position. Alan had 1 million spell damage and could have just won even just playing Wicked Stamps from that point onward. And so it does mean, like you said, that Alan is one step closer to possibly making a run all the way through to Worlds. Such impressive stuff. And another player that could have a similar story of being within a little bit of fear of relegation just a few weeks ago, but could completely turn it around, is Surrender, who's up in our last series of the day.
That's right, still a little unlikely to get through to the top 8 for playoffs, because again, heading into this weekend, I believe, before we saw any of the matches, 7 out of the 8 spots in playoffs were already decided. It was just about who would occupy that 8th spot. Surrender, still a prime contender to do so, but he has to be Give Please first in order to have any chance of doing so. So when we come back, the final series of the day, Surrender versus Give Please for that final spot in playoffs. We'll see what happens right after this. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters, here for the final series of the day. Surrender against Give Please for our final quarter-final match. GS Surrender is looking for that spot in playoffs. He is guaranteed to be not relegated, which I'm sure will make many people, us admittedly included in that as well, very happy, because we are big Surrender fans here on the casting desk, both in terms of his play, how charismatic he seems to be in an effortless manner, which I will be endlessly jealous of. But at the same time, still fighting for that spot in playoffs, which Give Please has already guaranteed himself.
Indeed, it's a big turnaround for Surrender, who a couple of weeks ago was even putting out on social media, he rarely tweets, that there's a chance he gets relegated, and already getting in that kind of mindset where if it's goodbye, I still had a lot of fun and thank you for supporting me this whole time. It's like, whoa, hold it in, Surrender. This is not the end of the road for you, and I'm glad to see that he still managed to turn it around from his only 0-2 performance last week and get a 2-0 on the board. Surrender is a player of the caliber that we expect to be winning every single week, so it's just been surprising to not see him make even a top 4, if I can recall, in recent memory. And I'd love to see him get this last week to kind of re-cement his reputation as one of the GOATs of APAC.
Well, yeah, that's right. Surrender has had the most consistently okay run. Like, he got top 4 once, but other than that, it's just 2-2, 1-0-2. Like, he only had, as you said, 1-0-2 week. And so I'm glad that the fact that he hasn't had a disastrous season is not resulting in a relegation. But he will definitely, I think, be hoping to analyze what went wrong, try and come back punching out the gate in Season 2 this year, because, as you said, we expect nothing but the best from everyone's favorite Hearthstone player. To get things rolling against Give Please, though, although we are singing the praises of Surrender somewhat biasly here, I do want to say that while we know not as much about Give Please, of course, given that Surrender has one of the most storied histories as a competitive Hearthstone player, Give Please came in as a bit of an unknown in this season of Grandmasters, but admittedly his statistics, his runs through the Masters tours have been pretty head-turning stuff. He's done a lot better than his recognition in the English-speaking scene would suggest.
Yeah, Give Please, I think, is a very high-quality player, just already a veteran of the tournament scene, at least open tournaments with these big 300, 400 player fields, going all the way back to the HCT system. He's been in the scene for at least as long as I've been casting, and I think every time you see him on stream, there's just been quality play here and there. Nothing too fancy with the deck lists, and nothing too fancy with super creative lines, but I've never had any huge questions for Give Please that I can recall, and just seems like a very good all-rounder.
Yeah, indeed. And to get things going out the gate here, another Rush Warrior mirror. We're seeing, a deck that wasn't necessarily super high up in terms of bring rate. I believe that Rush Warrior was the 3rd highest overall brought archetype after Control Priest and Miracle Rogue. But we're seeing a lot here in the top 8. So clearly the players who brought it have been doing well, even though I've been somewhat underwhelmed, I will admit, so far this weekend by the Rush Warrior. But after a full mull by Give Please, we have to think for Surrender, are any of these cards individually strong enough to not full mull for Gnog?
That's a good question. If anything, Rakara feels like one of those options, but it feels only strong if you're able to stick a 2-drop leading into her, right? Because Rakara, a lot of the time your opponent will not even have played anything for her to rush into if you're the one on the play, right? Because even if they go Gannarg turn 1, your turn 3 is the turn right before their Gannarg wakes up. And so I'd be inclined to throw all of it, but I wouldn't hate keeping Rakara.
Well, although it's a Gannarg-less game at the moment, respectable hands, I would argue, for both players already, with Give Please having just strong tempo options, Parade Leader into Bumper Car looking like, if nothing else, a good start to the game. But Surrender, despite having a slower hand, of course, with What Lead to draw cards and Playmaker, to give some stronger combos, it's a mid-game hand that can definitely swing things back, even if he loses that early game.
And he's just discovered an additional Samuro. That card is so strong in the matchup. If it gets to the point where both players have conditionings and it just becomes a trade war, Samuro is the ace in the hole that allows you only one card to sweep up nearly an entire board. Still dependent on him getting buffs onto it, of course, but he's likely to thin his deck towards conditionings with the Wadley playable on turn 5. My only concern for Surrender really is falling too far behind in the early game. And he does have the Wormhole Challenger to prevent the worst of disasters.
Yeah, I think even if it just triple trades into the Parade Leader, you are fine with that. As Parade Leader now presented to himself, again, this kind of feeds into what his game plan is going to be in this matchup. He could obviously just tempo it out, but you're kind of expecting a 2-drop rush here. Maybe it's better to save it for Samuro for a turn 5 bigger AoE.
Yeah, I do think I would be inclined towards that as well, even if it somewhat conflicts with the Watley. Just the fact that Giveplease coined Parade Leader, you can have a very strong read on Bumper Car, so I don't like Surrender feeding his own Parade Leader into that. And even if Giveplease will have a 3-3 unchallenged on the board, as long as Surrender can take not too much damage leading into Watley, he'll have a very good clear with the Samuro and Parade Leader minimum, and it only gets better from there.
Well, I'm thinking you got to follow the curve here as Giveplease. You get some amount of value, even if this doesn't like win him board, because there are plenty of ways for Surrender to swing this back. I think it's definitely going to be getting him a lot of chip damage at the start, which is worth a fair amount, admittedly, in the matchup. That conditioning, though, is the card that unlocks this mid-game slow strategy from Surrender completely. You're probably not going for it quite yet, of course, because you want to wait until it reaches rank 2, but the power plays are going to be coming thick and fast when they do come down.
Right. Honestly, for Surrender, all he needs to do is not fall into the trap of the Giga Greed, which I feel maybe High 3 did fall a little bit prey to yesterday. Which is when you have access to these big combos of Playmaker and Parade Leader and Conditioning and Watley, right? You can be very easily tempted to wait until Watley to get the most conditioning buffs, but there are worlds where your opponent can pressure you out there. It's a bit harder because Surrender does have Parade Leader as a panic button, but if Giveplease hits his own conditioning, it's not guaranteed that Blademaster on its own clears everything.
Oh, this is a really weird one. You do want to corrupt that stage dive, but every single one of the cards that you can play in your hand, you want to save for another turn. You could go for Playmaker and then draw, but you're just because I'm thinking there's not all too much synergy in the hand at the moment with Playmaker, but after you draw the guaranteed bumper car off of Watley, there will be a lot of synergy with the Playmaker.
I think it's fine to use the Playmaker though, because it's either Playmaker or Conditioning you save, right? And Conditioning feels better to save because it goes to rank 2 next turn. I think if he holds on to both of these, you're not able to play them both on the same turn and clear, right? And he definitely needs to think about clearing in the near future because he's taking yet another slow turn. So I like the Parade Leader just to get the Stage Dive minion in hand, and then he can go Condition next turn. And if it's too much pressure on the other side, still get the Samuro with 3 attack.
This is, of course, the other option, the forbidden play in Rush Warrior of uncorrupted stage dive. It's surprisingly rare that you ever see this played in Rush Warrior, but it just shows exactly what Surrender's game plan is. He does not have to swing back board by tempoing out minions. He's building up, biding his time for that one ultra swing turn that will pull him back in the game. But these next couple of turns are absolutely crucial. What is the line between too greedy and not greedy enough in terms of swinging this one back?
I have to say, I mean, obviously Watley gets him the biggest conditionings ever, but the thing is, Watley is slow this turn and double conditioning is slow next turn. I don't think he can afford to do both of those things. If it's Watley this turn, then he has to settle on a single conditioning and clear turn, which is still pretty good because he gets to play Blademaster Samuro after that. But I'm leaning towards at least one conditioning this turn, and then Samuro feels like an overcommitment into this board, but he does have like another Samuro in the deck.
Oh, Surrender is ultra greeding this. He is, of course, guaranteed the triple card draw here and sets up for some monstrous swing turns. And the question now, as he is undeniably going to be winning the late game, is this quick enough? Is he going to be taking too much damage before Giveplease can close this one out?
That was the fear, but it happens that Giveplease doesn't get to develop any minions with that much health on them, so the Samuro is able to clear everything here, if not the bumper car turn. And yeah, Samuro feels mana inefficient, right, because he definitely wants to commit one conditioning here, so we could see conditioning, Parade Leader, bumper car, or conditioning, Playmaker, bumper car, but then hand space becomes an issue. Hold on. Conditioning.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Actually, even just conditioning and the pirate is not bad here. He can still clear off the 3-3, put a big taunt in the way, and he can get very greedy here because he has that taunt.
That's true. That is true. Again, it's a greedy line, I suppose you could say, but there's not all too much that can effectively deal with such a large Sword Eater.
It can get immediately traded down if there's something like a Tent Trasher on the other side because he has seen a conditioning, so that's a worry. Honestly, Surrender just doesn't want to take any more damage than he has to here because for sure all these resources wins him the late game. But double conditioning into Crab Rider I think is a clear on everything but the 1-6. Okay, but he ends up on this line. It's a bit risky, but it happens that Give Please hand is very low pressure until turn 8.
It is. That Samuro is 3 attack at this point, I believe, so it will be able to, in addition to either the War Maul or one of the rushes, be able to cleanly deal with it. But instead, thanks to the run attack, he can save that Samuro for an extra turn, which is pretty crucial, to be honest, to deal with whatever big build-up Surrender has to be leading towards. Because, I mean, Give Please knows if Surrender doesn't develop something this turn, he's just dead anyway.
Holding on to Samuro is so key in the matchup, especially since for Give Please, this is the natural one in the deck. Again, Surrender has one more in his own deck because the first one was discovered, but he absolutely has to pull the trigger on removal now. Cannot afford to take any more face damage because the Gunarg is waking up next turn. Troublemaker available in 2 more turns. And there's many ways to clear this up. Conditioning with just bumper cars and Crab Rider does it alone, even without factoring in the Playmaker.
You aren't even ready.
Oy, oy, oy. This is just like 1 turn lethal on board setup, I think, is what Surrender has done nearly.
It's absolutely absurd the amounts of pressure he gets.
Avoids overdrawing by only playing 1 bumper car at a time. It's not a full clear.
And those extra points of damage he takes do start to add up. Obviously, with the hero power, he can start to get out of range, but you have to be always aware of the threat of just weapon-swinging face closing out the game.
The conditioning is quite clutch for Surrender, or at least the second one, because the Samuro cannot actually kill the full board on its own. Give Please can swing into the Playmaker, and he kind of has... Okay, sorry, he still has this token. Yeah, that's fine. Even if he misses the armor up, he is fully on the face game plan now. He has Troublemaker to follow up. He knows he's lost on the value game, but that's where that entire early game greediness from Surrender might come back to bite him, but he can put a lot of things in the way of Troublemaker.
I mean, he can just straight up threaten lethal next turn. Alex Straza will pale in comparison to the amount of damage that just straight up ETC will be able to do. Because on this turn, I'm looking at, like just at first glance, Parade Leader Samuro and Crab Rider or Bumper Car as well. It of course does not have to be the Samuro, but I think at this point he can just play it because of the sheer amount of damage that it gives him on the board.
Feels like the Crab Rider accomplishes the same thing for a bit cheaper. Front loading a bit more damage, so it's not setting up ETC lethal, it's just setting up lethal on board. Give Please knows there's only one play. He needs one of these 3-3s to take down a 7-3, I believe.
Or he needs one of them to go face, because then he could get Alex Straza for lethal off the top, even with the hero power that is available. But now for Surrender, we are looking at quite a lot of damage on this turn. Not quite 20, 24, 26?
Not lethal. All he wants to do is fit... He... 28. Yeah, I think it's somewhere around that realm. But if he can't get lethal this turn, he really wants to fit in either hero power or Alex's own face, because he's playing around his own, Give Please's own Alex Straza out.
Right, yeah,
exactly. He can absolutely clear the board while doing that. He can set up a taunt as well. And just because of the size of his minions, the sheer power, and the fact that there's ETC, almost no matter what board he develops, he threatens the counter-lethal anyway. So he's fit in the hero power now, and even if we do have to see like bumper car and some tokens into the troublemaker, it's absolutely fine.
It is absolutely fine. As you say, he is never, ever, ever losing this board for the rest of this game. So all he needs to do is make sure he's not dying to Alex Straza, not dying to the playmaker, to the troublemaker, and setting up lethal as quick as possible, as this does achieve all the damage going face. Lethal happily represented on the following turn, and it looks like GivePle's aggro start here. His aggressive game plan has finally met its end, as the sheer value, the mid-game sweep plan from Surrender is coming up trumps. What a game, and what a demonstration, a showcase of the two ways that you can play Warrior. And if you bide your time, don't let yourself get flustered. Very often the greedier route from Surrender is just the better game plan.
When you do have access to double conditioning and Wattly, you have all the tools you need to win in the late game. I will say it was still a bit risky because GivePlease did have a very slow turn, right? It was the turn 5. If he had Tent Trasher as opposed to like the tokens he ended up playing, I think Surrender could have been in quite a bit of trouble there. But Surrender just navigating and knowing that his health total was safe on the exact turns that he was playing around, especially after having seen the tokens. That means he didn't have to play around some ETC outs. All he had to play around is some Alex off the top on turn 9 for GivePlease. And it worked out perfectly. When you have all of those buffs, it's just such an easy matter to set up the counter-lethal, even in the face of a troublemaker.
Love to see it from Surrender, and the Warrior getting a win is a big deal. I do think the Warrior could potentially struggle as the series goes on. We have Rogue left over for Surrender, which I think is the good matchup. That's where Warrior is very much hoping to get the win. But the Paladin, the Libram Paladin left over Surrender, that could be a little bit more of a tough one for the Warrior. These big taunts, there's a high amount of healing, can be very difficult for the Warrior to keep up with. But first of all, it is going to be GivePlease once again lining up that Warrior, and Surrender going with his Miracle Rogue. One of the decks that I think has been the most delightful to watch him pilot. I think he just sees, almost like Neo in the Matrix, the lines, the code behind the deck that none of us else can see, because he just takes such consistently creative lines that are so cool to see.
Just a while ago, Alutamu playing the Wicked Stab on his own Octobot to set up for a field contactor, and Surrender was the pioneer of that play in APAC in week 2. I think it's been very, very long since that happened, and it still holds up. It is just high awareness of how the deck's power spikes actually function, what you're allowed to give up in order to get that unlimited card draw nearly from the field contact and hit your power plays. We already saw a super creative rogue line from Alan just a while ago, getting down turn 3 Jandis. I'm sure Surrender can show us something similar, if not even flashier. However, this is still an unfavorable matchup.
Still an unfavorable matchup, absolutely. I think that Surrender will know absolutely what you are looking for. Primarily, well, we talk about the burn plan. Getting on board, first of all, is the first step to getting to the burn plan. But Surrender has shown very, very cool ways of using the Kazakus Golem. You know, we've seen the classic 10-mana Golem being something that Surrender will often look towards to try and find, like, stealth, spell damage, copy it for a bit of extra push later on. But before we mess around with anything like that, we can just see, first of all, he's got himself one of those premium board control hands in the form of Octobot and Mancrik for a lot of early development.
Oh yes, and while there is turn 1 Gunarg for GivePlease, Surrender can still be relatively certain that his Octobot will not get rushed into by something like Tent Trasher because he's on the coin himself, right? It's a bit harder for GivePlease to activate unless he has Bumper Car on curve.
Yeah, for Surrender, like, if he goes for Coin Octobot, at the very least, he has Foxy Fraud and then Prize Plunderer to proc his own Octobot. It's not what you want to do, because Prize Plunderer is a premium card in the matchup to deal with these very minion-dense hands that Warrior almost always has access to. But it does just give him consistency in his ability to proc the Octobot, which is also premium in the matchup.
Bit awkward because you can just hold on to the coin as well for a bit more flexibility later on, because say this Octobot proc does go off after the Mancrik, your curve is a little bit topped out by then. But I think Surrender is respecting the possibility of there to be like Parade Leader or Bumper Car coming out this turn. And if he had not pre-developed the Octobot, then Give Please in response could play a Rush minion to immediately kill the Octobot turn 3. So Surrender just getting it down when it is safest to go off, and it denies Give Please just going for something like Bumper Car this turn.
Ooh, that is a spicy top deck, though. Not even having to use the Prize Plunderer on his own Octobot should he wish to proc it. That, of course, means that he couldn't play the Foxy Fraud in addition to that. But even then, I think if you are going to be proccing the Octobot at all, which is not a necessity, of course, it has to come in the form of Orc Merchant.
So many options.
I agree if he is proccing it, but it's really a question of, is it necessary? Because turn 3 from Give Please, you've seen 0 athletic studies. 10 trash are going to cost 4 next turn. So it's not actually killable from Give Please as far as I can tell from hand with nothing developed. So I think it's fine to greed the Octobot a little bit later, and it'll guaranteed get a proc because of the Gunarg waking up.
I challenge you.
Kind of funny. I mean, obviously it doesn't proc it 4 times, but it's still just kind of a weird way to go for the Octobot proc here.
And Surrender's hand would cost -50 or something.
Yeah. Oh, man.
As it happens, it's not the greatest hand in the world to discount. The value tops out at Mankrik without field contact. This is still waiting for a secret passage or like Kazakus even to get something impactful to do. He can very thoroughly win board right now though, which I'm honestly quite interested in.
Yeah, like literally just playing every minion in his hand sounds quite strong to me. You can, I believe, clear the board then, right? If you go for a Dagger Swing and Orc Merchant into the 2/2 and then both the Prize Plunderers into the Warmaul Challenger, yes, you are then leaving yourself pretty supremely vulnerable to even just an unbuffed Samuro would just clear the board at that point. But if they don't have it, that's a lot of damage that you can push.
It's a lot. It punishes a field contact off the top, but in a world where Surrender's looking for specifically field contact to go with this hand, I think the odds of him picking up Kazakus or either Secret Passage is just higher, which you would be kind of happy if you went for the all-in game plan.
Care to make a wager?
And if he is going for the line you said, I think it's better to Prize Plunder a 2/2 and then a 1/6 and just hit with your dagger. Oh, okay, just gonna save the other Prize Plunderer then. To be fair, it's a very low pressure minion he's saving up, so in case there's field contact, he doesn't have 0 things to proc it with.
I think we've got to be looking at Sword Eater on this turn. Rakari is obviously nice with a minion that's stuck in play, but swing into Sword Eater, real clean.
Yeah, it is dead on board to the 2 minions, but it at least softens the Mankrik and gets the Divine Shield off the Foxy Fraud, and then Give Please can go for these. I was going to say run tack, but there's only 1 minion in hand.
That's true. Yeah, probably going to be setting up with a conditioning first, you'd have to imagine, after the stage dive comes down. But Surrender getting close to the worst draw in his deck, as it is just literally unplayable for the vast majority, if not all of this game. He really needs a miracle now to get himself some extra card draw.
And if you are holding out for the miracle, that means not playing Prize Plunder this turn, which is very awkward, right? Because this Wicked Stab is still just rank 1. And he really wants to take down the Sword Eater without damaging his minions. Gotta bite the bullet, though.
Trade. Yeah, there's just no real clean way to do it, is there?
Essentially just a re-dagger and pass from Surrender. It doesn't feel worth it to stab the 1/3. Yes, it protects his Foxy Fraud, but the whole game plan was for him to get this aggro damage, right? So he can close out with Wicked Stabs and Alex towards the late game. So he's holding on, but Forgive Please. That is such a green light to just get greedy. Surrender's hand is gassed out.
Oh yeah, big time. The second stage dive is awkward here because you don't want to go conditioning to corrupt it. You know, it would literally just be better to play it first at that point to get more immediate stats on it. But it looks like he's just going with Tempo Run Thak, which, you know, I say quite literally, like it's just buffing 1 minion here, which is really not very much at all.
Yeah, that's frankly a bit surprising to me, but he's just saying here that he values the minion on board more than he does the buffs into hand, which is still, you know, fair play. He has conditioning to buff whatever he draws off these stage dives and still manages to spend all his mana corrupting the second one. So I don't hate it. Oh man, this is so rough for Surrender. No passage, no Kazakus, no Mancrick's Wife, no field contact in the top 8 cards.
No Swindle, no Wand Thief. Like, there are so many good cards he could get here that at least do something. But Alex into Brain Freeze is decidedly not it. I absolutely agree, as it looks like he's just winding up for a Wicked Stab, regular stab, and then Redagger to try and just bide his time until he finds the field contact / the secret passage. But my goodness, is he going to have to find it soon? Double conditioning here. It could even just be a full setup turn here from Give Please with conditioning into conditioning and then swing the board next turn.
I do like getting one minion on board right now because it does seem like Surrender is doing a whole load of nothing. So you can sneak in a little bit of extra damage, right? Because he would potentially make this a 7-8, but it's dealing 5 damage right now a lot of the time. So I think it's worth it.
Ooh,
okay, a draw card, but it's so hard to activate. Probably just Brain Freeze, right? Into the Swindle.
Playing Prize Plunderer first does, like, immediately give you 3 damage, which is quite difficult to get off of the Prize Plunderer anyway. But then, of course, you are making a potential field contact that you draw that much worse. So, yeah, I definitely don't begrudge him just going for the Brain Freeze to start the turn, praying for a good minion, praying for Mancrick.
Oh, so expensive.
It's okay.
So he can kill this. I hate it, but he can. Wicked Stab, Prize Plunderer. Can he afford to take this 5 every turn, knowing that there's probably even more buff minions in hand?
I just think if he's going to have any chance, he needs to get field contact into activating the Prize Plunderer that way. It's just not good enough if he goes for it here.
Fair enough. But oh my goodness, Playmaker, Crab Rider, Playmaker unlikely to die next turn, so Rakara ×2 coming down and buffing whatever board sticks by that point. Ay. This is not something Kazakus can handle.
Yep, too much statage. Raw minion presence, way too high here. Kazakus into 1-cost Golem, like you could go Kazakus 1, look for Poisonous plus deal 3, and then go for I guess the secret passage to hit Shadow Step.
Just gonna go for the guaranteed clear on what the most threatening minion in the Playmaker and then the most fragile minion with his Prize Plunderer, going fishing for the other prize you'd have to imagine off of this passage, but hits not the cards he was looking for. Okay. This Prize Plunderer, even stepping it, doesn't get big enough to deal with the bumper card, does it? Because he has to dagger the 6-1.
No, it does. If you go double Neophyte and step it, that's exactly enough, right? Gets you up to precisely 6 cards played, which I think is the only play he has available.
Oh yeah, you're right. 3 cards played before this, including the passage. Right, it's as good a clear as any.
Yeah. It is a very, very good turn. I mean, obviously the main concern is that Give Please is... Surrender is simply dying, even if he is able to wrestle back the board. But this is the kind of turn that had to happen. Now, maybe with Alex Straza at the top end, we could look potentially at him being able to survive. But first of all, he needs to clear the board on this turn.
Top deck Playmaker, that's so gross here.
Yeah.
Even just singular Rakara was tough enough for Surrender to deal with, but now every minion getting bigger. Board cleared, lethal for this game and the next game at 30 health, threatened by Give Please.
I'm looking for
Yeah, you can go 1-cost Golem, bounce it back, 10 woo it to play it again. Even if you hit the perfect minions, still just dead. So I don't even know what you can look for here.
It's poisoned, and it hits the 9/11, and then rush copy on the next one to kill 1 Rakara. Nope, still just dead. Yeah, I don't see it.
Well, he has to bounce the actual golem itself, right? Otherwise he won't have mana to play it again. He can't even bounce Kazaka, so it has to be the same one played twice. Lifesteal plus deal 3 if it hits exactly the playmaker, and the 7/1 Rakara still is not enough.
So many options.
Surrender racking his brains for any miracle golem he could possibly find, but there is just no combination from the 6 possibilities you can get for keywords, nor the 6 possibilities you can get for additional effects that pull him out of this mess. If he had 1 more mana, maybe we could talk about bouncing Kazakas to find 2 different golems, but this is just not one of those cases. Game 2 goes to Give Please in what is admittedly an expected outcome in terms of on-paper favorability of the matchup, but the pan-out was just so brutal for Surrender.
Yeah, really difficult to make anything happen whatsoever in that series. In that game for Surrender. In terms of the impact that this has, of course, it's a little more important for Surrender to take the win here because he is looking at that slim chance of getting enough wins to creep up to the playoffs zone, whereas Give Please does still have the opportunity to finish in second, I believe, if he manages to keep winning and winning and winning, which he has to do by starting with the win over over Surrender here. And with both warriors out of the way now, we can see that it's going to be Druid and Rogue left over for Give Please, and Paladin and Rogue left over for Surrender. An interesting dynamic, of course, as I feel like you and I have slowly come around to the idea that Rogue is in a good spot versus Druid. The question is really just how does this Paladin stack up against the Druid? As the next match that we are going to see here, it's the secret Libram Paladin for Surrender. A potent deck still, despite the wave of nerfs that have hit Paladin as of late, but still a little clunky. It's slow to get rolling because you need to get the Librams reduced before it hits peak power. And the Token Druid can very often prioritize on those slow early turns.
I would compare this matchup similar to Token Druid versus Rush Warrior. In terms that both decks have this 1 trump card of Blademaster Samuro, right, that can sweep up the entire board. But I still think it's better for Libram Paladin than it is for Rush Warrior because it actually has quite stronger early game to develop just Aldor Attendant into Hand of Adal, the type of thing, more consistent card draw that allows it to get to this Blademaster Samuro, and most importantly is the Oh My Yogg potential to mess with Token Druid's key turns of Glowfly Swarm and then buffs for lethal.
That's right. Yeah, it's still the same game plan for the most part that you are looking for as the Token Druid. I think that the the early game plans that we mess around with Gibblings going for slightly smaller boards are a lot less potent against Druid. You do have to hit these big 1-turn boards that are, or 1-turn Uber boards that are essentially impossible for the Paladin to deal with, as we saw from Lambie series earlier on today. Druid into the Soul of the Forest on the same turn, Druid into Glowfly into Pride's Fury on the same turn. Very, very difficult for Paladin to answer. But already, for Surrender, an interesting looking starting hand. Oh My Yogg is a secret, so you basically never keep it. But your opponent is on the play, and you have Northwatch Commander. Would you ever consider holding on to Oh My Yogg?
Worth thinking about, but if we think about the average pan out with that hand, right, it's played turn 1, and then you want to coin out the 3/4, then they probably just throw a Guess the Weight into it, and then if you have Fungal after, you kind of feel like in a bad spot too. So I agree with Surrender going for something even more impactful, and he absolutely has hit that now. Aldor Attendant and the Sword of the Fallen and Hand of Odal and First Day of School. There's so many ways you can approach this, but I'm in favor of just the 2 strongest cards on curve first, which is the 1/3 and then the weapon.
I'm not necessarily convinced. The weapon. Sorry, I thought we were leading into Hand of Adal. Yes, the weapon, I think, on turn 2, definitely the way to go, just because it disrupts your opponent. If they're thinking of going for that turn 3 fungal, you can at least make it scarier for them to do so. And again, I think it feeds into what we've been constantly talking about with Paladin versus Druid. It's more important to develop minions, develop the weapon. As small as those minions may be, or as unimpactful as that sword may be, it's more important to do that than to buff your minions, because it's very unlikely that the Druid will ever deal with your minions, so you can buff them whenever you like.
It also just thins the deck a bit. better, makes the average draw quality of his draws nicer. And we see Give Please just testing for Oh My Yogg with the Innervate, sees it's not there, and that means he's only afraid of Galloping Savior now. And even if the Galloping Savior procs, then his Gibberling is still behind 2 taunts. But I think he actually got Avenged then? Did Surrender?
I did not see, I apologize, on the secret that was pulled.
Yeah, that's 3 cards played, so has to be Avenged, which is the worst outcome. Oh my goodness, that's very unlucky.
Yeah, that is a disaster. I like the pick of Force of Nature as well. You know, the other 2 were kind of tempting. Its card draw on the Nourish ramp on the Overgrowth is not worth nothing. But you're trying to prioritize this minion start with more minions afterwards with the Force of Nature. So let's just keep it up with maximum minion development.
So awkward for Surrender because he really wants to swing to get Oh My Yogg because he's so scared of something like Pride's Fury or even Arbor Up with the mana banked from the Nature Studies next turn. But swinging means into a 1-2 when there's so many 1-1s that weapon charge is actually quite relevant to get rid of next turn. I do think he's forced to swing though because these are very unlikely 1-1s if he doesn't get Oh My Yogg by the time the next turn rolls around for the Druid.
I agree, and it also means that you kind of free up the mana that you would be spending on Libram of Wisdom. You do not have to play that anymore. You could instead go Knight of Anointment plus Gnarg, Knight plus Safety Inspector, honestly, is also not a ridiculous option. Or even both.
It's true. I was thinking potentially Hand of Adult to kill a 1-2, but because he's swinging into a one of the taunts anyway, might as well leave the Attendant at a health total where it's still able to take down the taunt. And now, whoa, Give Please access to Pride's Fury, but doesn't know what the secret is. The second one at least. And this first one is Avenged, so that's yet another reason for Surrender to go wide on board, right? Gives him a lot of incentive to get some minion buffs.
Indeed. It was Galloping Savior, as I can see here, so Give Please could just get away with playing a Pride's Fury here, but it's so scary if it gets dealt with thanks to the Oh My Yogg.
From his perspective, it's just 2 and 3 that it's Oh My Yogg because Oh My Yogg's the only one Surrender runs 2 copies of, so it's unimaginably unlucky for him to have hit the other 2 by this point. However, throwing a 4-cost spell into Oh My Yogg isn't always awful for you. There's some good outcomes in the pool. But as it turns out, Give Please tests, and Surrender's kinda happy about that because Give Please doesn't have much to do with the rest of his mana. It's like just Thorn Growth, but then Avenge goes off.
Right, you have to trade everything away to make room for it, which, again, he can do, but he has to make some pretty awkward trades, and he still ends up eliminating the Spell Burst effect on the Glowfly. So not the turn, I think, that Give Please was looking for, but of course, given that he was very, very much expecting the Oh My Yogg to come down, it's a surprise outcome for him indeed.
So funny how it was unlucky for Surrender, but because Give Please didn't have a good buff that he was willing to test with, it kind of worked out as a bluff. Surrender's still in an awful position though because the Librams are a bit expensive to play with Penflinger to clear up most of this board, and we see this Pride's Fury from Give Please primed and ready to come down next turn.
It's a weird turn for Surrender because obviously the initial play I'm looking at is just Penflinger played twice with 2 Libram of Wisdoms. But there's a good amount of value in going for card draw with Hand of Adal because you know, you need some stronger plays in the next couple of turns. A Libram of Justice to reduce the health of everything down is very important. Finding Aldor Truthseeker is very important as well, and that does lead Surrender into going for the line of drawing with Hand of Adal.
Yeah, I agree with this. He still gets the Penflinger to come down twice. I think it's pretty necessary to kill off one more minion here, and yes, you don't get to bounce it into hand, but Penflinger, the time when it's really useful has pretty much passed, right? As soon as the board is buffed, you're not able to kill a minion with just a Penflinger proc. And that's exactly what Give Please is going to go for. He knows this last secret is Galloping Savior now. Although he could take a Force of Nature turn if he likes.
Yeah, it's weird, right? This Pride's Fury is not actually that good on this turn. And so just going Luna plus Force of Nature.
Does he even Lunar here?
Well, that's fair. Yeah. I was going to say you do it preemptively and then don't trade into it and just leave it as a 6-2. But then maybe it's not worth playing it at all.
Glowfly effectively the same as Force of Nature here, but Give Please just expects to not have more spells in hand by next turn, so this is probably just an optimization. Render has been given one more window because the Pride's Fury was only buffing 4 minions. Gets to kill at least 2 with this board. Still looking for Ariel. Kills 1 more, but kind of slow.
It is kind of slow. It allows you to play Hand of Adal.
And the Librams.
And the Librams, of course, yeah. Like the reduction in spell effects is the big deal on this turn. Again, the awkward thing is you can't play the Libram of Hope next turn. It's still just that 1 mana too expensive, but it's undeniably still just the best play on this turn, without a doubt.
I mean, you can play it if the Carriel sticks, which is honestly not
true.
Most wild proposition. Of course, we can see this lunar eclipse that Give Please will be prioritizing to remove the Carriel with, but last turn, Give Please deemed 4 minions not good enough to play Pride's Fury into, so Surrender can once again leave him on 4 minions and say, if you Pride's Fury this, actually the minions only go up to 3-5, most of them, and one of them 2-4, which don't trade very nicely into a 6-5 Carriel, or even what's left of the Safety Inspector.
No, that's a very, very good point. And then the rest of the turn needs to be thought of as where do these Librams of Wisdom go, to which you could say Gnarg, because you want it the easiest minion to kill off so that you can replay them. But I like where his head's at in putting them on Carriel. Again, it plays into what you were saying. If Carriel survives and you get to go again with the swing next turn, Libram of Hope becomes playable. And that is where I think finally Surrender will have crossed over into safety and can start looking at actually winning this game.
Give Please does not have a solid answer. He can Lunar the Carriel, but he's not actually cheating much mana with the Lunar Eclipse because he's only able to fit in a hero power with that discount because you'd have to imagine it's a 4-cost spell coming down alongside this. And all of the 4-cost spells are pretty poor in this situation, but he has to kill Carriel. Oh, but then he regenerates Librams and Surrender Sand. It's just so awkward no matter how you think about it. So gonna go for the Soul of the Forest, trade down the majority of the board, and Surrender, even though he's not able to play Libram of Hope next turn, is feeling very safely in the driver's seat now.
That's exactly right. This is the problem with the modern iteration of Token Druid. Just because you stick a board, it does not mean that you win the game. Gone are the days of double Savage Roar, Arbor Up as well, Solar Eclipse, all that goodness before we saw the rotation to the core set. It's far from a guaranteed win just because you are able to stick the board. Give Please, however, does, even though this is looking rough for him, manage to clear off the Carriel. So Surrender is left with an interim turn, one tough turn before he's able to start popping off with Libram into Lady Liadrin, all that goodness, and then it'll be impossible for Give Please to come back. So how does he bridge this gap?
I think it's relatively simple. Just kill off these 2 minions and one of the Librams of Wisdom goes on the Gnarg, so it takes a value trade. Another probably goes on his hero power minion. And even though he floats some mana, well, he can just re-equip the sword, right? And it feels bad to not get the Omayog, but it feels worse to leave up an additional minion when he didn't need to. So even if there is a buff spell for Give Please here, at worst, Arbor Up, I guess Solar Arbor in the very worst scenario, he still gets this 8/8 ton. This is just the last line he needs to cross, and I think he's absolutely done it.
Yeah, it needed to be Solar Arbor. With this particular hand, Give Please could have got Lightning Bloom that would have allowed him to go Force of Nature plus Pride's Fury that was, you know, arguably enough to keep him in the game if he got card draw to follow it up. But I think we can clearly see with Libram of Hope into Lady Liadrin, it's one too many big minions for Give Please to be able to answer.
And it's tough for him to hope that neither of those is there because Surrender has like spent a whole turn re-equipping a weapon and can kind of think if it's not exactly Alexstrasza, all of those heavy hitter cards are available now on this mana cost. So he's just going to go for Force of Nature on the full clear. And to be fair, going into exactly Libram of Hope going wide is his best response, but it's just not wide enough. Oh, how greedy can he be here?
That is somewhat interesting. It does allow you to play Libram of Justice on the same turn. I don't know if that's necessarily good, because you are, of course, afraid of, you know, again, the Pride's Fury, the Solar Arbor, all the buff spells.
I think there's a strong argument for the Truth Seeker because he can get it up to 8 health here, which is effectively the stat line of the Libram of Hope, right? Because it's an 8/8, and you can't fit in the Librams of Wisdom without it. And attack matters only if you are thinking that the Treant's health can get above the 6 attack that will be on this Truth Seeker, which they can't even with just a Pride's Fury. So I think this is good for Surrender, and he gets to fit in the swing of the weapon, which will guaranteed get him Oh My Yogg as well.
Yeah, at long last, he will get the one good secret against Token Druid, which will be a big deal for him. Because, again, I do think as it comes down to it, I really like this line that you're laying out, because it means that even if they do have these big buffs, these combos of Solar Arbor, Solar Pride's Fury, it's difficult for them to actually get it online. A decent top deck, however, for Give Please, just to proc the Oh My Yogg. I'm not entirely sure what could get him back into this game, but that is not it.
Nope. Even if he got like one of the positive ones, Raise Dead, it's just too slow.
Sure.
Maybe Flurry, and then he could take a turn to ignore this board and set up, but just not happening. Not hitting the good buff cards. Even if he goes Power of the Wild and Pride's Fury, that will get the Treants to 4 attack. I guess 2 of them could then trade into the Libram, but they both die, and that feels awful. He can clear the board though, which is relevant because then Surrender technically cannot immediately buff a minion with the Librams.
I mean, no matter how you slice it here, I think Give Please's cam just perfectly lays it out. These kind of situations as Token Druid, on ladder you would already have conceded, but in these tournament games where it's way too important to throw it down when you have a 0.5% out, whatever it may be, it's honestly like pulling teeth. It's pure torture having to sit through these games that you know you've basically lost.
To be fair, that's the worst draw in Surrender's deck because this last charge of the sword would have pulled it for him. But he's winning so hard, it completely doesn't matter. Go for Libram of Hope, Libram of Justice, naturally play the Oh My Yogg. And Give Please is just not going to bother. I think this concede is much more warranted than the one we saw yesterday.
Yeah, indeed, nothing that Give Please can do there, as he does just throw it down. Surrender taking the win with the Paladin. Big deal, because now the only deck left over to him, left for him to win with after he's won with the Warrior and the Paladin now is that Rogue, a deck that is in a premium spot, I believe, against the Druid. On average, you are just looking at being able to get far enough ahead on board and the Druid struggling to pull back. And then again, the Rogue Mirror. We could be looking at a Game 5 Rogue Mirror for the 3rd time in a row today. Would be pretty hilarious. But first of all, Give Please, of course, needs to win with the Druid against the Rogue, which, based on the matchup, based on the way Surrender has been playing, I do think will be a very difficult feat to accomplish.
Definitely feels that way. Although Surrender did have one of the most unlucky Rogue draws I've seen in a long time in stream in the first game. That's super rare to see in Rogue because they have a lot of redundancy of how they hit the strong card draw, right? Whether it's just hitting the curve, which means you don't need to draw for a long time, or discounting even singular cards for the field contact turn, or hitting a singular secret passage. One of those things is often enough for Rogue to hit their powerful game plan, and it's very rare that you hit none of them like Surrender did in game 1. So I think on average, Surrender should be in a very good spot. I agree. He's running the completely standard list as well. We saw him put Penslinger to very good use in the Libram Paladin a while ago, but none of that in the Rogue.
Yep, just the standard stuff for Surrender here. I believe last week, as I was correcting the key cards, he was running a Broomstick in his Rogue, which again I think is one of the cards that can help you secure up that matchup against Druid even further. But the Guardian Orc Merchant is far from a bad card, because a lot of the time it's one of the most difficult matchups for your opponent to deal with a field contact if it has Divine Shield. A lot of the time, the Lunar Eclipse is earmarked almost purely for field field contact just to deal with it in those early turns, whereas if it has Divine Shield and you have to sink mana on a hero power to do it as well as Druid, it's just not there. The mana is too tight to be working with there. So overall, the standard list, I think, is a very reasonable choice for Surrender and will leave him in a good spot against the Druid. A single game away from securing his spot through to the semi-finals. I don't believe he will be guaranteed through to the playoffs yet, but it gives him the chance of getting into that playoffs and the chance of getting another spot at the World Championship for Surrender.
Surrender starting on the coin. I think that's a pretty welcome sight, just if only to allow you to get Octobot down turn 1. But Surrender going to keep the classic combo of Foxy, Fraud, Swindle. Give Please's hand pre-mulligan was looking very dire, but now he's hit Fungal Fortune, so we could have a very interesting game on our hands, especially now that Surrender's also hit Cult Neophyte.
Take pride in your skill.
Take pride in your skill. What? If Give Please already tilted, the game hasn't even started.
He's literally done nothing. Was it because he kept cards in the mulligan? Is that what we're salty at now? Oh my goodness. Take a deep breath. Have a sip of water. You know, it's fun to get tilted. I am a big-time emoter. I am often ragged for it. But in these tournament games, you need the right headspace.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Take pride in your skill. That's a funny way to be tilted, because it's essentially a compliment. But I'm sure as he sees this Neophyte come down on curve, you'd have to imagine we could have some more emotes for us, Derek. Octobot also tempted, but this is going into Fungal Fortune, so...
Oh, it's really tough, because if you play... it's just the fact that you don't have any way to proc it yourself. Like, if you play Octobot and they go Fungal Fortunes as the expected play, you're in a similarly rough position. At that point, you know, you're looking at going field contact just to deny their big Glowfly turn, the turn after. And so because of that, I do agree that this is the way to go with the Cult Neophyte.
Okay. Yeah, Give Please is upset, you can see that. But I was going to say, at least he drew Lunar Eclipse.
Yeah.
And any chance of shadow stepping this Neophyte, but he says, not good enough. I want Gibberling or something to go Lunar Eclipse. I don't know, though.
I mean...
When he got this step.
I fully believe that Luna was a snap play on that turn. I don't want to go into it too deep because I think Give Please may just disagree with the line, but this is where that tilt comes in. He feels resigned already, to be perfectly honest. He's just accepting, yeah, I'm getting unlucky. Yeah, it's all coming down to this. Because now he's getting punished. This Cult Neophyte being stepped here is disastrous.
And it can be stepped with a field contact and give Please the catch-22 of you can only Lunar Eclipse one of those, and that's the only thing you're doing next turn. But then Surrender could get greedy himself, step the Foxy to go with Swindle, but I don't know, I think the disruption is too premium here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to bear in mind that if they just go Fungal the turn after because you played Neophyte on that turn, it's not that good for you. But it does, of course, lock out Lunar Eclipse. They cannot go Lunar plus Fungal Fortunes on the same turn. And if they just go Fungal Fortunes and your field contact stays in play, I think you accept that you've just given them Fungal Fortunes on the following turn.
I would happily accept that if that means I get to stick field contact. Lunar dealing with it here, and Surrender now can go for Octobot with Swindle. He can also proc his own Octobot if he likes, but there's just no need, right? Because the expected play from Give Please is Glowfly Swarm, and then the Octobot can proc into that. And then you get a super cheap hand with field contact and Prize Plunder already there, and he can quite likely clear it all up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's just, it's not necessary. If they don't develop a board and you can't play Jandis next turn, fine. You know, you're still winning by a very large margin then. And if they do play a board, you have the option of clear or, of course, just straight up Jandis for 5 mana if their board is not threatening enough.
The only huge fear here for Surrender is some super insane hand with Glowfly into an immediate, like, Arbor up if he had double Lightning Bloom and Nervate, but that's such a niche combination of cards. And as we can see, it's only 6 Glowflies here. This is going to be a piece of cake for Surrender to deal with because the field contact and the Prize Plunder, and now Vanessa also as a minimum way to keep the chain going, are all going to be cheapened.
Sure does feel that way, doesn't it? starting off with just bump with the Octobot. Again, there's argument for going for Secret Passage first, but I think this hand is just so powerful already. Like, honestly, Surrender is kind of close to just having lethal in the next couple of turns if he doesn't have to use these wicked stabs on minions.
Going Vanessa first, so the Prize Plunder gets to 2, which is relevant because he can draw Og Merchants, which you would rather use to deal the 1 damage on the 2-1, and there is that example right there. 1 Shadow Step used already and no board space for Tenwu, so it's not the cleanest of clears, but it's more than enough to get this game in the bag.
It's still pretty good, yeah. No Mancrik played, so no need to worry about hand space issues. Surrender digging for, I would guess, more board clears, but most importantly, Shadow Step to replay this Cult Neophyte. Having found it there, he can get that down again, completely deny yet another turn from Give Please as well.
Is it the Neophyte or is it the Prize Plunder even to step and then just send everything face? I mean, he's just winning next turn.
Fair enough. I guess you don't even need to deny their turn if you are just winning. You know what? Have your mana. Good luck with it, because there is nothing that Give Please can do, even if he has the full suite of mana available.
It's just very high awareness that even if Give Please had, say, double Lightning Bloom here with Arbor Up, with only 2 minions on board, the most he can clear off Surrender's board is 6 damage, and then he's just dead. So Give Please throws it up in the air, another thumbs up, all the reactions you need for the Tilt starter pack.
Yeah, that was some mega tilt there from Give Please, and I can understand there was little he could have done in that game. The one decision he did have, though, I do strongly believe it was the incorrect one by not going for the Lunar Eclipse. I think it was purely mental at that point. He had already resigned himself to losing that series. The emote on turn 1 before his opponent has literally done anything that game, I think just speaks volumes as to where his head was at. But it does mean that Give Please, despite being still guaranteed in the playoffs spot, has no chance of getting through to the top 2nd place. We will still be seeing him next week, and he still has that chance of going through to the World Championships.
Indeed, and Surrender himself has the ability to set his sights even higher, making it to playoffs in the first place. I don't have the exact numbers on it quite yet because we have focused more on the relegation stories, but it's nice that we can just completely shift the tone now towards more aspirational context, because players are now gearing up for preparing for playoffs, getting into Worlds, which is the goal of pretty much every Grandmaster, and being ready for a new meta, because once again, next week, new mini set out, Wailing Caverns, 35 new cards ready to shake up the meta.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very exciting to see how our players adapt to that. I believe at the moment with that win, it means that Surrender is tied with Tiz, both in terms of points and the initial tiebreakers. So we'll get proper confirmation tomorrow as to how things will shake out, whether or not Surrender wins. But for the moment, what a day of Hearthstone we have had. Let's take a look at the bracket to remind ourselves of what went down today. We sadly said goodbye to 2 of our Grandmasters. Tom60229, the former world champ, the face of Asia Pacific for a very long time, we sadly have to say goodbye to, in addition to Lambie Series in his inaugural season here in Grandmasters, unfortunately unable to stay in. But it does mean that this top 4 that we have at the end of it, oh my goodness, Gia, this is so stacked.
Oh man, this is APAC at its finest. I think historically, of course, Surrender has had the most success as an individual player, second only to Tom60229, you might argue. Alan, part of the newer guard in terms of joining Grandmasters, but has been in the scene for a very long time, both as a caster and as a player. Alutamu, one of the old greats as well, back when he was going by Machamp, finishing rank 1 legend on every server you can think of for a very long time. And Possessi, also among the new guard, I think has shown very consistent play. I'm super excited to see who takes it all the way.
As am I. I think the only name we could argue is like missing from here is Glory, but his spirit lives on through Possessi and Alutemu in particular, his eternal practice partner. And it means that while Glory, I think, is looking very unlikely to get that finish in second place. Alutemu is looking to get that second place finish for a free win. Possessi is looking even more likely, arguably, to get that spot now after his win a couple weeks ago. So plenty to play for all of our competitors, as Surrender, I think, is the real poster child here for the final day, with him just trying to scrabble for that spot in playoffs at the top. It would be so exciting to see him ward off relegation this week and then look towards playoffs and potentially qualify through to the World Championship. But that is all a story for tomorrow. We're all done here with Asia Pacific Grandmasters. Europe will be coming up next, I believe after a slight delay, because we finished in quite a timely fashion here. An hour's break before we head to Europe. But when that comes on, there are some incredibly exciting storylines. Some of the greatest European players of all time are potentially looking at relegation, which they will of course go over in the European cast. So for now, thank you so much for watching today. We will see you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of Grandmasters for the day when it comes along.
Dead. Rosen's, that's a loss. And his pairs are in. Look at it! Pop up. He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1. dead. That's a loss. You have been. And his pairs are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Greetings everyone and welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters Europe. My name is Soto and I'm joining you from the other side of the desk today. Unfortunately, Raven feeling a little bit under the weather. Hopefully he'll be able to join us later on, but for now we have upgraded the broadcast in every conceivable way by adding Gia to the European Grandmasters team. Gia, how you doing?
How could you insult a sick man like that, Soto? Doing very well. Thank you for the lovely welcome. It's always a welcome breath of fresh air to cast a different region, and in Europe in particular, I hear that we have some spicy decks on the horizon, not to mention some very high-stakes matches all across the board.
Yeah, we do. Wasn't necessarily expecting too much spice because, honestly, we've switched back to Conquest this time around, which tends to lead to more of a divergence towards the four best decks, right? You expect to see a little bit more spice coming out in Specialist or in Last Hero Standing, but how have you felt coming back to good old comfy Conquest?
Well, very much cookie cutter was what happened in APAC. I think most people just defaulted to the best decks like you were talking about, which is almost universally Priest and Rogue, and then just a bit of spice in the other two classes. But in Europe, as I was tuned in yesterday, I saw that there were very hard target Priest strategies in quite a few of the lineups, and in Viper's case in particular, something different altogether.
Yeah, Viper is a player we will be getting into very soon, but he is well known in the European region as being one of the spiciest gamers when it comes to bringing lineups. I do like your call of saying, yeah, in APAC, everyone defaulted to bringing the best decks. You have Token Druid in every lineup, Gia. Like, that's just not how that works. But whether you're bringing Token Druid or not, you are playing for the same stakes and the same prize pool. And this is the last week now for any of our players to be putting $3,000 in their pocket for a win. But more importantly, Gia, they're going to be scrapping for those all-important points, which means potential entry into Grandmasters again next season by not being relegated, or potential entry into playoffs where suddenly the prize pool and the right to call yourself a world champion become available.
It's two sides of the same coin, but depending on how you performed at the beginning of the season, it can be a completely different story. Over in Europe in particular, getting those points to stay away from relegation is doubly important because it's so hard to re-qualify through. We were talking about how in APAC, Lambi Series is very likely to re-promote even though he did technically get relegated. In Europe, the same is not necessarily true because you have the likes of Gabby, Floki over at the top of the standings in the Masters Tour points.
Yeah, with how brutal it is to get re-promoted in Europe or just to get promoted in general, it really does feel extra brutal to get relegated out of Hearthstone Grandmasters, which I think is why you're seeing some of the highest levels of emotion coming out from those players in the European region when they are faced with that prospect. But we are on day 2, of course, and we had a pretty extensive day 1, largely due to this opening series, Gia, which I know, just talking to you beforehand, you said this was the one that stuck in your mind the most from yesterday.
Because it did take up about 90% of the broadcast time.
It really
very
did.
Much like, because they were both on these very greedy target pre-strategies, and Warma in particular with that weapon rogue with Cthulhu in it. I've just never heard of a deck that's just so hard targeted to the point where it brings back memories of when Frozen was in that one tournament where he hard targeted Control Warrior with decks that nobody had seen before. And that's kind of really the other direction to take Conquest in.
And you saw the reaction there from Psycho at the end. That's because he is in real trouble now for relegation. He has to watch from the sidelines while the likes of Bunny Hopper and A-Rock fight it out to get extra points on the board. And you can see now A-Rock versus Frenetic came up. A-Rock was veering wildly back and forwards between little salty expressions like that one, but also some of the genuine emotion that we've seen come out from him in previous weeks. And it looked early on like he was going to struggle, but it was this Mage Mirror, I think, that really turned the tide, put him back in control of the series. And you see this celebration, and that's exactly it. That's all you need to know. 2 more for A-Rock. He needs 2 more wins to secure his Grandmasters security for the following season. Moved on then to Letter versus Blythe, and in typical fashion, it was a fairly rapid series. Gia, where do you come down on Blythe so far this season? Do you enjoy watching him, or do you find it just a little bit too much of a head rush?
I mean, it's definitely a different experience, especially since you get to see both the extreme ends of the spectrum in Europe in terms of play speed and matchup speed. But I do think Bly's, I would like to see him be even more careful with his plays because he was in that very unfortunate situation of being docked a couple points and was potentially a candidate for relegation a couple days back. This win on the Demon Hunter, though, was a very flashy way to go about it and to save himself. But now it's all about the likes of Bunny Hopper and A-Rock in that relegation conversation.
It really is, yeah. A-Rock has it much harder. He needs to make it all the way to finals to be secure. Bunny Hopper has a straight 50-50. It is win or go home against Bly's in what was originally scheduled to be our second match, but quite unfortunately for Bunny, I believe he's feeling under the weather today as well. Clearly there's something going around the European region, so we're going to try and delay his series as much as possible just to give him the chance to actually play out his season to conclusion. But that's not a spot that you want to be in when your relegation is on the line, Gia.
That's right, but very gracious, of course, of our other players to be willing to adjust when somebody is feeling a little bit under the weather. I like to think the casters also have that sort of unity about us, and it does mean that we are starting with the expected matchup still between Viper and Boston. We did see them on stream yesterday, Viper with some very interesting decks, the most interesting of which actually got banned, though.
Yes, very true. And now, Gia, I get to do the easy job of just saying, hello, fellow analyst. How do you feel about Viper's lineup and what do you think he's trying to do, particularly with this unique build of Demon Hunter? Please answer my questions.
I am going to pull out This Is Not My Region card and say that I have completely no idea because he's got this Death Rattle Demon Hunter in there that I don't even know is good enough in this set. I was hoping that maybe the mini set could bring about something spicy to maybe give that archetype a new breath of life, but it feels like Viper's saying it's just good enough now with the N'Zoth package that's also featured in many of his other decks.
Yeah, it's strange, right? Because you look at this lineup and you see like this really greedy N'Zoth Death Rattle Demon Hunter, you see a N'Zoth Paladin, you see a very greedy build of Priest with double South Sea Scoundrel and the N'Zoth thrown in there as well. You're like, oh, maybe this is a target Priest lineup. But then his fourth deck is Rogue, which I think most people would agree loses to Priest, at least Miracle Rogue, right? You can play Weapon Rogue in that slot and have a decent target Priest strategy. But then we can see that he has been leaving up Priest throughout most of the tournament so far this week and is continuing to do so here against Boston. So his strategy is a little bit strange, but Viper is, again, known for being one of the most off-the-wall players, I think, in terms of lineups and strategies across the board in Europe. So no great surprise. And he's done very well for himself this season. He's still in with a chance. He is still playing today for a chance to avoid that default loss, essentially, in playoffs. If you finish in 7th or 8th, you start playoffs with a loss to your name, essentially. Viper's still fighting to finish in that 3rd to 6th spot, whereas Boston already has that locked up and is pretty much just playing for prize money this time around.
Yeah, definitely like to see it, even if the motivations aren't necessarily the same across the board. I think players, especially in Europe, are just looking to cement themselves among the top. I do remember a series from last week where Boston did seem very stressed out, playing uncharacteristically, and so trying to erase that from everybody's memory is probably on his mind, and so it's probably a bit mean of me to bring it up. But as a viewer of Europe in that regard, I also want to see him pull it back in the other direction, and there's no better way to start than in the Miracle Rogue mirror. We did see a ton of this just a while ago in APAC, and it is a very nuanced matchup where you can go for a very heavily aggressive start or back and forth field contact turns or just turn 3 Jandis if you are Alan.
Yes, and I do want to touch on our little Lorinda fact that's just popped up here, because honestly I don't think we made a big enough deal out of this yesterday, where Yala, we did mention it, that his streak had come to an end of making every quarterfinal, but I guess the way Lorinda has phrased it here gives it a lot more impact. It's every quarterfinal in Grandmasters history that Yala has made it to. Every one possible in every possible format. Viper beating him twice throughout the tournament this week to stop that from happening. So that's a feather in the cap for Viper, at least. I think it was it Sintalol who beat Just Saying 3-0 in tournament or something in his Twitter bio. It was either Just Saying or Huntrace, one of the two. Yeah, it's that kind of thing, right? Where even if you don't have a particularly successful week, that is a fantastic thing to have done, just to ruin someone else's dreams. But you're absolutely right. Boston still on the road to recovery, still does face a fair bit of criticism here and there. I think both of these players do. But by the looks of these two opening hands, we've got a couple of skilled rogue players. Gia, the mulligan wizard that you are, how do you feel about these opening hands?
Well, they've got Kazakus, so definitely a keep. The Mankrik also looking premium for Boston, and for Viper, Efficient Octobot in the opener, almost always the best card to keep in the matchup. For Boston, I'd like to see just the legendaries in the middle cap. I forget Vanessa's also legendary. She is definitely a card that needs to be played around at some points in the matchup, but is not really premium in the opener because you don't expect to see the super high impact cards that you want to copy played out so early necessarily.
That's right. It was Boston who gave the top 5 moment over to Felkane last week in that series that you were referencing, where he finished his turn with shadow stepping a golem, and then Felkane was able to go field contact Vanessa Van Cleef to get that shadow step, and then just repeatedly shadow step the Vanessa over and over again to essentially have the most miracle of Miracle Rogue turns drawing through his deck. So clearly there are things to avoid with that Vanessa Van Cleef in mind. But here, Boston looks like he's going to lead Colt Neophyte. Are you on board with this?
I definitely think it fits his curve, right? It just says coin 2 into Mankrik, into Golem, into 5-cost Golem. And currently, he doesn't have any way of actually disrupting Viper's ideal play of this Octobot. And so, might as well get the minion on board so he's able to immediately kill off the Octobot. He does skip the Foxy Fraud turn, but it's no big deal because it's not like he particularly wanted to combo out the Brain Freeze. The big deal, more so, is that he's discounting Viper's hand this early. And even though it's just 4 cards, you're always a little bit scared if one of them is Jandis, potentially.
Yeah, fortunately for Boston, though, Jandis isn't there. And although Kazakus is, it almost feels sometimes like discounting the main body of Kazakus is wasted. Because you still just don't get to curve Kazakus into Golem, right? You play Kazakus to get a Golem in your hand, and that doesn't come down any earlier if you discount the Kazakus. So the rest of Viper's cards, in terms of finding himself a turn 4, just really aren't there at the moment. So he might still potentially have a very dead turn next turn.
Yeah, and even the end to this turn, it feels like Penflinger should come down to kill off the Cult Neophyte, but it's kind of expensive to get the Penflinger back in hand. If anything, the only Shadow Step target is the Kazakus, and I wouldn't hate it to give himself a turn 4, but it's negative tempo on this turn, ending with nothing on the board.
Yeah, negative tempo is right, but I'm kind of into it for the same reasons, right? Like, what even is your top deck here that gives you a satisfying turn 4? It's very hard to find one, right, if you look through the deck, so I kind of like just shadow stepping the Kazakus, going for it again. I'm fully on board with this.
Whereas for Boston, it's much more straightforward. He has the curve, and he's aware that there's already a Golem, which from his perspective could still be a 1-cost potentially, but having seen the Shadow Step on Kazakus, it feels like Viper is just going for double 5s. And the cheapening on the Brain Freeze is a very big deal to take down the Mankrik here with the Dagger, or potentially Penflinger and Wand Thief for max tempo. Unfortunately, you don't get to see the options here for Viper. I can see the Greater Golem, the first one taken as stealth, but he's potentially in a spot where +2/+2 on minions could be strong if he is going to go for this max tempo.
It's no matter, Gia, for I am omnipotent. The first one is Stealth Summon a Copy, and the second one is Rush Draw 2 cards. He was offered Stealth again off the second one, but obviously went for a bit of variation between the 2 golems. So he has a decent tempo golem with the Stealth Summon a Copy, and then he has a good value golem, I guess. Reactive value golem with Rush Draw 2 cards. So I think good balance between the 2 of them overall.
Very true. The copy is always just very good proactively, even if you do get your board cleared here. Viper doesn't know that Boston wants to go for Kazakus, but it so happens that if he had taken the +2/+2 and Boston took the slow option of Kazakus, that Viper would pay off huge. And the chance for it being +2/+2, 2 chances in fact, is maybe deterring Boston from going Kazakus here, because he might instead want to clear off these minions. He has Brain Freeze to do it with, but it's so expensive to activate because he's looking at a field contact pop-off in the near future.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing, right, is everything that you do to play around +2/+2 just gets smacked by Summon a Copy, right? Because you just have a low tempo removal play and you use all your removal, and then they just play like Divine Shield, Summon a Copy, right? So I think either way, you're going to be playing around one golem and not playing around the others. So I kind of just like doing the powerful thing and just playing your own Kazakus.
Although he gets some very poor keywords to begin with, I think these are the 3 worst ones, to be honest. And maybe it ends up even being lifesteal because Boston could fall behind in the near future, but I don't know. These are all just not proactive. He does get copy, though. You cannot go for +2/+2 in this situation. It's far too ambitious. The draw is also interesting to maybe pull him Shadow Steps for a bigger field contact turn. He did take copy.
Yep, did take the lifesteal as well, as you were saying, but he is pretty much resigned at this point to be the defensive player in the mirror. And Viper initially picks up on that dynamic as well and just goes straight face, does not trade 3-3 into 3-3, just recognizes that he's the aggro right now. He's even picked up extra burn with that fireball in hand, which I love doing, both in the rogue mirror and in rogue versus mage. I know you are the mage aficionado. I find generally the best way to win that matchup is to pick up burn. Is that what you're most scared of when you're playing against rogue?
Definitely. And also just minions played out turn 1, turn 2. If you have to spend turns playing flow, that's an expensive, even just 5 chip damage in the beginning of the game can make it such that you fall within Alex Wicked Stab range of lethal. And I'd like to reiterate how good it was for Viper to not take the trade with his Kazakus here because he specifically took Stealth Golem, right? If his golems were revealed, even with Divine Shield, for example, it allows Boston to maybe like dagger 1 down, trade Kazakus, and if Boston had gotten shoot 2 with his golem, then that makes it a little bit stronger. But the stealth makes it such that Viper is fully in control of the board situation, and Boston, it feels like he has to be the one to make the trade for Viper, although he could take the VT on the 1-2. I'm not sure if his health is safe enough to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, there's a very weird niche where if they have exactly poison deal 3-2, then they can trade the Kazakus first, but that makes no difference if you're making that trade yourself, right? So that's still 3 free damage in that situation. So yeah, can't really think of a way that Viper gets punished for the play he made.
So
very well recognized.
It so happens that the lifesteal does kind of recoup what Boston may have lost in his health by not killing off Viper's own Kazakus, because these are still not the easiest to deal with because it's not Divine Shield. These golems actually still challenge each other pretty cleanly, and now I'm interested in at least one value trade happening, but Viper's going to see what's in the box first. Brain Freeze is insane. Take a Penflinger turn.
Yeah, it's a really good Penflinger turn. I was looking initially at just using the other golem, which is Rush Draw 2. Just to clear out some of the 5/5s. Obviously, you give them the healing, but you still get to then push face with more damage at the end of the turn, keep yourself very high on resources. But if you hit Brain Freeze here, I definitely think this line is better. But what happens in this world where you hit a weapon rogue card instead when you hit a poison, right? Then it becomes a little bit more awkward, I would say.
Interesting that Viper chose not to Brain Freeze the golem and then trade Kazakus, because he could have then taken a VT instead and ended up with a higher attack minion but lower health, because it would have gone down to a 5-2 golem. And he's valuing the health on his minions perhaps to play around a field contact turn where every breakpoint on Prize Plunderer matters.
Yeah, I think in general, just 5 health minions are the nuts against Rogue, right? Because it's out of range of Brain Freeze, it's out of range of most Prize Plunderers, and also out of range of current rank of Wicked Stab as well, right? So I think it's just a good number to have in terms of minions that you want to protect. But if Boston can find himself a Prize Plunderer here, he's going to have enough juice to be able to get the full board swing, and then it's going to be that resource golem from Viper that's really the only thing keeping him in the game if the Prize Plunderer does come down here. He's still some way away from getting it.
Yeah, only one more chance to get it because the discount will be used up on this one thief. All really slow options. My head would be at Netherwind potentially here, but it's going to be Counterspell instead. Sometimes you can time it into a secret passage, but Olgra coming out now is insane. And the Prize Plunder! Oh my god! That's so runner.
Yeah, I was going to say, Viper kind of salty smirked at the Olgra coming out. I'm like, well, he's halfway through his deck. It's not the end of the world. Olgra running into the Prize Plunderer, yeah, that you have rights to be salty about for sure, because that was basically the one-outer for Boston at that point.
And Viper's own Prize Plunderer is far from being as effective here without the field contact to truly buff it up. No Shadow Steps to give him wiggle room either. And it feels like this could just end up on second Wand Maker, although he could just go Penflinger, Prize Plunderer on 3-2, Penflinger on the 2-1, then trade away the 3-2 to keep the board as narrow as possible going into a Janda's turn.
That's true. You could also do that same thing and double trade into the 3-7 just to deal with the hardest minion to deal with on this turn. Instead, he's just going to go Wand Maker. Okay.
I was initially looking at this play if he's thinking going field contact the next turn, in which case you'd probably want the Prize Plunder in your hand still with the Penflinger to keep the train going as consistently as possible. It's going to take a bit more pain for having done that, but you do have to take the bigger swings in this matchup, I think.
It's fair.
Wow, dagger, okay. There being wand makers in the list in the first place is a bit of an anomaly compared to the standard rogue list.
Yes.
Definitely feels more in place in Weapon Rogue because it can just give you a bunch of poisons, which you don't necessarily want in Miracle Rogue. But this is the window now for Boston to really get a full grip on the board. Doesn't have second field contact, but he took Counterspell last turn. I figure he'd be interested in trying to maybe starve Viper of a Secret Passage turn if he feels like that's in hand, or just Neophyte because they have very similar functions.
He could also just rip Secret Passage himself for his own Jandis, right? Just be the first player to play Jandis in the game. Take a value trade even with the Enraged Mankrik over the 5-2. But he is going to go with a development line here.
I'm very interested in Brain Freeze to deal this 5-2 because it feels like he's in a position where he can just leverage that board advantage he's had till this point to send everything face. He has one Wicked Stab in hand, he's picked up Mask now, and probably can just go fishing with the Secret Passages around turn 8, turn 9 for second Wicked Stab.
That's very fair, yep. So in that case, he could be looking at Brain Freeze and Counterspell here to finish out this turn. Doesn't get the Cold Neophyte down this way, but I think preloading the Octobot is ideal. Boston gives a little shake of the head. I don't know if there's something at the end of that turn that he wasn't happy with, but it looks okay to me.
Maybe the secret is giving him a bit of stress because Oasis Ally potentially is a headache here. Rigged Fair Game, you don't necessarily want to send a Dagger Swing face, although there's not really a good target for it otherwise.
Too quiet.
Not Mirror Entity, okay. So Octobot into Penflinger, gonna cheapen this hand. Prize Plunderer can come down for super cheap.
Octobot was the filthy draw this turn. He needed something of this kind of power level, just getting all of these discounts down. Big opportunity now to, if he gets deep enough in his deck to find Shadow Step, maybe he can do something reasonable this turn.
Definitely feels like a Prize Plunderer has to come down. More cards played now, so he can one-shot the Octobot as early as now. It looks like he's starting Yoink. If it is exactly Shadow Step he's looking for, still playable if he gets it off the Prize Plunderer.
That's right. He wants to deal with Netherwind Portal out and Counterspell in that situation, right? Just in case he wants to get full information as to what the board looks like before he decides what he's going to remove. So plays the spell first to test on the secrets. I think that's very good sequencing.
This is a juicy Mask turn. I think maybe some trades happen first, like Mankrik into 1-3, and then it's pretty likely that everything gets cleaned up by that point because 2 health or lower. That's just an instinctual stats that I'm going for. And if something gets left up, he still has Dagger and Wand Thieves to clean up, right? Worth noting that what Viper has cut for the Wand Makers is the double Cult Neophytes, which, to be fair, aren't necessarily super high impact in the matchup. You see Boston even favoring Counterspell over it. And if there had to be one minion left up by the Mask, the Penflinger is ideal because it's so easy for him to VT this.
Yeah, minimum damage if he wants to use his face, or he can just take the VT with the minion. But you are absolutely right. I think Cult Neophyte is a fairly lackluster card in the mirror. Normally, its best usage is just coming down very early and just representing, Bloodfen Raptor damage for a couple of turns. Like maybe it deals 3 to 6 damage in the early game, but Rogue is surprisingly spell light. I think, flavor-wise, historically, we've always thought as Rogue as being a very spell-heavy deck, but this particular iteration, I think, is usually somewhere around 22 minions and 8 spells, so Cult Neophyte doesn't generally do a whole lot.
It has to be a pretty good Jandis to challenge the Mankrik, but one Blood Herald is super unfortunate. I was going to say, even if they're 2 decently sized minions, the fact that there's 2 Wand Thieves stuck to the board, which kind of gives Boston free reign to test illusions, is a very big deal. Evolving again, the Wand Thieves just getting in the way of these spells really locking down on Mankrik.
If he wants to make a very aggressive tempo push here, which maybe is the right way to do it with Fireball Wicked Stab in his hand, he can go like Dagger one of the Wand Thieves, Guardian Org Merchant it, and then just play rank 2 Flurry to freeze the board, and then just hope his 5/5 gets to connect face at that point, which I'm kind of on board with.
I can see that. Potentially even Mankrik, and then you take the 2 and 3, that the Mankrik gets frozen with 3 minions left on board. Yeah, I do like the Flurry. But it looks like he is looking for Mankrik here.
Okay, fine.
And
yeah, I guess with no real illusion to protect here, there's no real reason to worry about the 1-2 on the other side of the board, right? It's not like you have another 5-5 that can trade into this turn.
Yeah, he's also not got a hand that wants to keep replaying Jandice, so no need to protect her either at this instance. He's just setting up his own face race, which is very valid because he said Wicked Stab going up to rank 3 next turn, so 12 burst in hand, and Boston is going digging for his own answers to this board, looking for Prize Plunder, Brain Freeze. Swindle's a good way to start. Vanessa gives him Mancrick, which is kind of late at this point. I don't think he can spend this 3 mana just on a minion that doesn't answer something.
Yeah, but also crucially, shouts to Viper because Vanessa gives him Mancrick deliberately. Like, that was a, I would say, unnatural order to play those cards in on the previous turn, but he made sure he did not play Flurry last because of that Vanessa Van Cleef out on the other side.
Very good stuff. I think Gabby himself called Viper out for it back in their final series from Orgrimmar. Devolving Missile seems not good if the Jandice stays on board before you play that.
True. Ooh, Foxy Swindle as well, though.
On the rope. Even if the rest of the turn is Dagger Devolving, if he can fit it in. I don't know if he's safe from the burst in hand, but no time left.
No time, chat. Yeah, he's just going to dagger up, which means there is now 9 damage on the other side of the board. Viper genuinely cannot believe this. There is 9 damage on his side of the board. Fireball, Wicked Stab now in hand. Got to ask some questions about Boston's last couple of turns there and whether he can preserve health when he had every other advantage going his way. But Viper will take the shocked Pikachu expression and the victory here in game 1, Gia.
And Boston with the wincing Raichu. I don't really know what meme I can compare that to. But that really felt like the rug was pulled out from under him because after the stealth golems were dealt with, it certainly felt like Boston was in the driver's seat. But I have to say the secret passage outcomes into Swindle, both of them not hitting Prize Plunderer, was rather unlucky there. If the 5-5 had been dealt with, I think Boston could live to see another turn. Potentially, Viper could have still gotten the lethal there with some incremental damage and just staving off the board. But yeah, the Rogue Mirror is definitely tense and always on a tight line.
Yeah, we were creeping towards that point, right, in the Rogue Mirror, where if one person's going super aggro and they don't have the board, they'll just end up losing to defensive Alex Straza if it gets to that point in the game, right? So like, the window was closing very rapidly for Viper. He was, I think, a little bit fortunate to be able to get through there. But now with the crucial mirror victory in Conquest, how do you think the rest of the series stands? Again, I recognize that's a tricky question with this ridiculous lineup that Viper's rocking here, but how do you feel about his position in the series now?
I mean, I'm glad you recognize that you're saying that because I think I expected you to just try and repeatedly put me on the spot about this X-Factor Demon Hunter that none of us really knows how to evaluate. But overall in the series, I do think the fact that Viper has a Paladin is very interesting because this is N'Zoth Paladin and not the Libram Paladin that we're seeing a bit more popular in APAC at least, and I think has a better matchup against the Rogue. Against OTK Demon Hunter, I still think this N'Zoth Paladin has some game, but if it's to face Boston's Rogue, it has some weaknesses in terms of responsiveness because if it doesn't hit exactly Broomstick, it's tough for them to come back when they're super far behind on board.
So, sorry, did you say you feel like this has a better or worse matchup against Rogue than like a regular aggro Paladin or a Libra Paladin?
A worse matchup than Libra.
Okay. I'm inclined to agree with you, yeah, and I still continue to try and solve the mystery of what N'Zoth Paladin is supposed to do. It's very weird to me because there are genuinely some very high-level players who think that N'Zoth Paladin is one of the best decks in the game. And honestly, if you look at ladder stats, even filtered to the highest level that you can, which is like top 1000 Legend, it's still a very good deck. The problem is there's a leap still between top 1000 Legend and top 100 Legend, or competitive play, right? And it still remains to be seen for me whether N'Zoth Paladin really does anything at the highest level. Like, do you have any strong opinions on the deck as a whole?
I kind of thought it was more of a niche bring back when we were in LHS last week because it seemed to have a very strong matchup against Control Warrior, for example. I think it's quite strong against OTK Demon Hunter. Just having those consistent 8/8 with Divine Shield, being able, when you have the time to corrupt it. There's very few decks that can very consistently beat that. But then I would bring up Libram Paladin can get 8/8s with Divine Shield and Taunt and Healing at the same time. They can't play them all at the same time with a huge board as N'Zoth can, though, which is the one big upside, because this Paladin feels like it has a stronger overall curve. I just have problems with how consistently it can hit those curves and how exploitable it is when it doesn't hit them.
Yes, and speaking of decks that are able to exploit weaknesses, I would put Mage very high on that list, which is the deck that Boston is now going to queue up into this. Particularly any deck that's looking to manipulate a revive pool, Mage has one of the best tools in the game for, right? Whether it's Priest with Raised Dead or whether it's N'Zoth decks, the ability to deny not only big overstatted minions, but minions that you want to be putting into a graveyard to be revived later. Mage has the ability to disrupt that. But I think if the game gets that late, generally Mage is going to be in control anyway, so I think more so this matchup is about hitting the aggro paladin half of your deck. Would you agree with that assessment?
Completely agree. Sword of the Fallen early on to pull out the secrets and keep the card draw smooth is always important, and the Oh My Yogg is not always the easiest prospect for Mage to test when they don't hit Incanter's Flow, but I realized I'm in Europe now, Subtle.
Yeah, I was going to say welcome to the jungle, Gia, but that's actually more appropriate for me going to APAC, right? Because I'd just be surrounded by trees at all time. It's just a very backwards analogy.
As it happens, there's not much good card draw to support the flow just yet, and because you mentioned Devolving Missiles is such a crucial card to dilute the pool that N'Zoth can actually resurrect, it doesn't feel great to use it on just a Righteous Protector. However, if Boston is committing to just ping into Combustion next turn, what's he going to do about the next minion? This is very defensive for him, and looking, honestly, it feels like to just beat Viper before N'Zoth can come down.
Yeah, agreed. I think it doesn't feel pretty using a Devolving Missiles, again, with all the buffs available and with all the N'Zoth minions that are available. Just the ability to even Devolving Missiles a Griffin in the mid-game, right? Just because there's very clean way to deal with it. Why? Gia, this is normal, okay? This is how this game goes. You just draw the blue card. It's fine. It's fine, okay? Calm down.
This was my ladder experience at the beginning of the month. I seem to have lost my talent and donated all of it to Europe. This is amazing. You don't lie. They just don't miss.
They don't miss. They absolutely do not. And this is one person who has not lost that talent is Boston all season, because he has a 65% win rate overall throughout the entire season with Spell Mage. I don't know if you saw the single most disgusting series of Spell Mage of all time, where he just absolutely brutalized everyone with double flow and some of the most ridiculous Apexis Blast outcomes.
I saw that. I didn't get to see Zixar Prime with +8 spell damage, but I wish I did. Anyway, this Lunacy draw is very interesting because this is honestly the worst time to play it in terms of where it can come between two flows. After both of them, you can hit that very ugly breakpoint of 8-cost spells where there's whiffs like Guardian Animals, Jewel of N'Zoth, etc. However, he still has a decent turn without the Lunacy if he thinks this is not Oh My Yogg, right? It could just be a Combustion ping clear. But if it is Oh My Yogg, then things could get a bit spicy because you could use the Lunacy to test the Oh My Yogg.
That's very true. Yeah, it's like one of those situations where you have to secret passage to test counterspell to see if you have lethal, but then if it isn't counterspell, you just lose all your cards and the secret passage goes off. It's a very similar spot because I don't think Boston wants to play Deck of Lunacy this game, but he might feel like he needs to.
So, not gonna take the bait on Oh My Yogg, which it is, from his perspective, a 50-50 if Viper was just gonna play any secret that he had in hand and it's the only one, for example.
Oh, yes. This is the gas on the other side, though. Coin Dragonmaw Skystalker to corrupt the Carousel Griffin. This is the dream curve for the N'Zoth Paladin.
Decent pickup for Boston, though. Yeah, I think he still does have to ping that, because if he pings his own guy, it's dead to just like a hammer swing plus the 5-1 trade after the 5-8 comes out. But it's low tempo and also a prime Blackjack Stunner target. That's so disgusting.
Yeah, there's the face. Okay. Yeah, first day of school, obviously, a very contentious card in the game right now as to whether it's been buffed or nerfed, because the ability to not play a 1-drop on turn 1 is a big deal. I think people underestimate how much of a big deal that is. But there's so many, like, game-breaking 1-drops now, right? Blackjack Stunner, Wand Thief, all that kind of stuff, that by giving you 3 of them instead, you're actually increasing the chances that you hit one of those nutty 1-drops. So I think the card is in a pretty weird spot right now.
Boston hesitating just a bit before he ripped the AI. Of course, he knows this is not Omayog, but I would hear the argument for playing Lunacy before AI there, just because he's in that bad of a spot where even though you have some whiffs in your deck left, you just need more than what's in there naturally to actually win from this spot. He decides against it at the last minute, fishing for you to have to assume another Devolving Missiles or just a way to freeze the 8 damage. He has found it, to be fair. And combust the 1-2. I guess this turn still starts, continues with more card draw. Cram session. Wow! I'm shocked that he feels he can afford to play a 6-mana 1-1 here, but it does corrupt the ring toss, I suppose.
Yeah. No, I definitely was not expecting this either. He's going for the 1-2 punch swing turn, right? He's just going to say, well, you don't want to deal with this on the following turn, and then I have Flame Strike, Combustion dominate the board on the following turn, which actually, now that I look at it, I think is pretty smart.
Yeah, it's going to work out pretty cleanly for him, even against Hammer of the Naru here. You'd have to imagine Viper is smelling something fishy that Boston is willing to play out this minion after so many cards drawn. Have to expect Flame Strike, but the best way he can play around it is actually not getting the 5/8 on board unless he immediately kills it. So he could trade the Blackjack and the 3/4s and then the Hammer Swing and say that's a pretty bad Flame Strike, but against everything but Flame Strike, it's kind of a bad board. Probably just ignore it. This is a lot of damage to send face, and then he can hit Alex for himself in the near future, hopefully, because he has this red scale Dragon Tamer.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, it's kind of the sign of a good play from Boston, because even looking at his hand, I can't really see a line that I particularly like, right? Like, even though I know exactly what I'm trying to play around. So I think Boston's just set up a very awkward position there. I think it's a very nicely navigated turn overall.
It's huge. And Viper is thinking, okay, just Flame Strike, my 8/8 survives, but it's Flame Strike Combustion, like you mentioned. Really expensive spell damage options, and the only cheap one being Solarian's a bit awkward, but I do think he still has to take the cheapest because he's gearing up for a Cram Session next turn, you'd have to imagine.
You would have thought so. There is the option with how cheap the remaining burn in his deck is. I think there's still one Apexis Blast and some Rune Orbs to just look at Aegwynn and just try and use that as a straight-up win condition. But I do like your school of thinking a little bit more and just take the cheap one for card draw options.
Yeah, flexibility is huge. Mask of Cthulhu also in the deck ×2. And it's getting to the point where he might want a Prime in the near future. Oh my god, that's so gross. On curve.
Right. Prime in the near future, you say, Gia? You're
That's gotta be a windmill slam play here.
Again, Gia, welcome to Europe. No one windmill slams anything over here unless your name is Blaze.
That's a weird animation. I thought they all come out at once for a while. I thought it was only summoning 2, but for some weird bug. But maybe the Dormant messed with how quickly it came out. These are tiny Murlocs, to be fair. So Mask of Cthulhu could still put in some major work against this board.
Spring Water, there it is. Apexis Blast as well. Hang on.
Wait.
Hang on. This is infinity damage. Gia, help. What's happening?
It's all playable. All the burn. Wait. 12,
14,
17,
20,
19.
23?
I think it's lethal. Wait,
is it really?
Wait, sorry. 17, 19, 4. Yeah, it's 23. Sorry.
Okay.
I got excited there. Oh. Okay, that Devolve added more health to the board, but it's Apexisable.
What if you just blast face and just hit the lethal outs? What then? Raz is lethal, Aegwynn is lethal, Mozaki is lethal. Eh?
That's true. But you can
Uber
try...
is lethal? No.
The important thing is he can play around Alex with this line, right? Because he fits in the ring toss, so
That's
he
true.
can get barrier and not just die to a board or weapon swing plus Alex. And he gets to fit in most of this burn. Ooh, had time to pick the Apexis as well. That's the good card.
It is. That now leaves him with 11 more damage next turn, even if the board gets cleared, and the board really isn't even that likely to get cleared, I would say.
Yeah, goobers are sticky.
No. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Gia, I'm going to be honest.
And it's getting to the point where like Viper even has to potentially be scared of Prime off the top. He can't afford to leave this damage on board, obviously, but going for his own N'Zoth play. There's like very bad Murlocs in the pool, but it's really just looking for the Carousel Griffin and the Elemental Taunt. Oh, that's a beast! The Druid card! That turns into a taunt!
Oh, insane!
Yeah, you take that. And then it gets unfrozen because it transforms after it hits the 3/6.
That's right.
Pretty sure that's better than killing off the Gubarashi, which he could with the... That's just the canon name now.
It is, yeah.
Kill it with the Argent Spire.
Yeah, I love this.
And as for lethal outs for Boston, I don't think the mana's there. Texas not active because of the Solarian Prime in his deck, and so no chance to even hit Runner Aegwin, but it still wouldn't be lethal anyway.
Right. So Mask of Cthulhu has to cooperate very heavily here. He's looking for multiple sources of damage on the 6/7 or the 8/8. Didn't really get what he was looking for.
You can Fireball the 8/6 or Apexis Blast the 5/4. 16 on board if he leaves up the 8/6, so he does have to kill it though. Only play to stay alive, and he's dead to many sources of damage from Viper's hand, but there is simply no other option.
Time runs out on me.
Texas trade instead to give him, well, more burst from hand on the off chance he stays alive, from which we can see he is for now. Never mind.
Never mind.
13, yeah, 14 with weapon and 16 with hand.
Exactsies, yep. Viper just going to check, recheck, and check it again, but he has got exact lethal by our count. And now massively over lethal with the Hammer of the Nari. 2-0 now for Viper and the N'Zoth Paladin, which I was weirdly in this series still the deck that I only have the second biggest question mark over, but it is a question mark in the series. It has got over the line, and now, Gia, the wait is over. We are going to get to see this very bizarre build of Death Rattle N'Zoth Demon Hunter come into play, which, you know, we've been alluding to throughout the whole series, but just to give a few more details on it, it's not just, you know, the regular build of N'Zoth that you'd be used to maybe seeing on ladder if you run into it now and again. It's very, very greedy. There is an Alar in there to fulfill the elemental condition. There's a Vectus in there to even take further advantage of even more of those Death Rattles, and he's still finding room for, you know, Skull of Gul'dan and Illidari Inquisitor and all that regular power cards on top of that as well. So this is a real Swiss Army knife of a deck, but it remains to be seen whether it is going to be maybe a little bit too slow to keep up with some of these decks in Boston's lineup.
There's even Sneaky Delinquent. How does this card fit? How does everything fit in this deck? I don't understand. You were saying it's a very bizarre build of the deck. I couldn't even tell you what the standard build is because I don't see a lot of Death Rattle Demon Hunter, nor even N'Zoth Demon Hunter on ladder. But whatever Viper's gone for, it certainly has many different win conditions, I should say. I'm worried about how consistently it can hit any one of those though, because the early curve is a bit lighter compared to what I'm seeing from the very initial builds of Death Rattle Demon Hunter we might have been seeing at the release of the expansion, where you're running the 3/3 that summons the 2/1/1 taunts, etc. That's not in here. He does have most of the minion types though. Wait, sorry,
Renowned Performer is in the deck, yeah.
Oh my God. How does it all fit? I don't understand.
There are 46 cards in this deck, Gia. That's not what you're understanding. We play by different rules over in Europe. But yeah, It is going to rely quite heavily, I think, on just hitting a couple of early drops. Weirdly, to me, like there's 4 1-mana weapons in the deck as well, which is just another unusual quirk of the way that the deck is put together. But to be fair to it, I don't think it's anything that we haven't seen from like N'Zoth Paladin or Control Warlock, for example, right? Which also just have these ability to draw incredibly clunky draws, but do dedicate, a third to half of their deck of filling out that early curve with 1 to 3 drops. So it is a fairly popular way to build control decks in the current metagame, but certainly this one a little bit off the wall. But again, we keep echoing this sentiment, but Viper is very well known to just disregarding convention and just going with what he believes to be powerful.
And the early builds of Death Rattle Demon Hunter kind of just took advantage of the fact that your Razor Boars pull out the Beastmasters, which then pull out the Renowned Performer. It's just kind of this chain of Death Rattle minions pulling further Death Rattle minions from the hand. But there's 2 problems with that main theory. First is that you might not have the chain consistently in your hand, and if your opponent kills them at the wrong time, then it feels like you're wasting a lot of the potential tempo you could get. And the second is your opponent can quickly realize, I don't have to trade any of these if I don't feel like it. It can give the Demon Hunter even more tempo and make the trades for them, essentially. But there are certain cards in Viper's deck that are not in the original builds, like the Sneaky Delinquent. Pulling out a stealth minion is pretty relevant, I should say.
So I'm sure you've done a Mull It Over episode on this deck at some point, Gia, so why don't you talk us through it?
Left card is one of the cheap ones, so I'm going back to tutorial Hearthstone. What do you keep? Innkeeper.
This is the level of insight I've come to expect from my casting partner, Gia. Well done.
I mean, it does seem decent, right? Because he's trying to get things like Razor Boar down. Hey, I was right. Encounter's flow again. Europe's amazing.
Yeah, we don't talk about Mage Mulligans. That's a given. It's fine, don't worry. They just full mull for the blue card and they hit it. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Got the font, too.
Mm-hmm. He's not messing around, though. He's going straight into coin Incanter's flow. Reason likely being he has multiple ways to spend his turn 2 anyway. So this fills out very nicely, and he gets that extra discounted card, which could be something very impactful off the top, and kind of is.
And we talked about how impactful Devolving Missiles was against Paladin, pretty much against Viper's entire lineup, we should say.
Yes.
It can be used as early as now to deny the potential train from Viper, but I think it gets a lot better later on with the likes of Talon Forging, Alar in the deck, even Vectus tokens a bit later on. So Boston digging with the Primordial Studies, realizing that the Ruined Orb very likely gets him something on board in exchange for the Razor Boar because there was a kept card for Viper.
That's right. Yeah, this is one of these weird spots which if you do play Death Rattle DH a few times, you will encounter where you have ways to spend your mana in hand, but technically those things that you have in hand cost 0 anyway because you're going to get them for free from the thing on board. So you kind of get in these awkward spots where you just don't really have any way to spend your mana. Gia, I'm telling you, okay, it's not a big deal. This is just what happens. You don't have to freak out about it.
I actively tried to hold it in, Sottle. I'm getting used to the new normal in Europe.
I don't know why everyone else doesn't just do this. It's very strange.
I get now what you talk about when you say the caliber of play in Europe is just higher than everyone else.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
Nap Freeze is a cheap card to, I guess, just delay while he's trying to get some card draw going, but he doesn't have card draw. It looks like Boston's next couple turns will be about Font of Power, etc.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a very minion-based hand for the next turn or two. Interestingly, Boston goes completely left field and takes the Deep Freeze, because I think the other argument was to talk about there was like, oh, if he really needs card draw, he could take Rigged Fair Game and say eventually Demon Hunter's going to have a turn where they don't want to weave in even that 1-mana hero power, but I think that could have been a little bit ambitious. But yeah, surprising to see him go all the way to the 8-mana card with the Deep Freeze.
Does maybe lend some insight to how Boston views the matchup. He certainly tested it more than you or I have, and maybe he's seen it go towards the late game more often than you'd expect. As it happens, Viper has a very strong curve with these greedy cards we were talking about. The pool for Vectus is starting to pile up, but again, there's still this trump card of Devolving Missiles. Boston will have to be very picky about when to use it, but this is as decent as any, right? 2 good targets to deny.
Ooh, and a decent outcome as well. It was looking like that might have actually left quite a lot of power on the board if the third missile had also gone right. But that was a decent split there. Took a good amount of power off the board.
And he can respond with his own Sugar Elemental as it happens and play the 1/1 alongside it.
The token is the Sugar Elemental, isn't the thing the Confection Cyclone? Is that what it's called? Something like that. Confection Cyclone, even.
Yeah. Ice Cream Guy and...
Ice Cream Guy, exactly.
Sugar Token, okay. His health total does start to look a little bit precarious, actually, because Viper has had those icky minions repeatedly hitting Boston in the face because Boston did not want to deal with it in the early game, which you definitely can expect versus Demon Hunter. But in terms of burst for this deck, it really comes online only around Illidari Inquisitor, which is very far in the future for Viper. So I think it's fine for Boston to just play some more minions here, but he's getting even greedier here with the Luminary, which is down on board. Whew.
Ace Hunter Kreen is so valuable here. It is a little bit mana inefficient, and there's a ton of mana in the hand, which does lend me towards just, you know, playing a 5-drop here, but it's so powerful on board right now.
Yeah. And I think, looking at it again, Boston ended up going for the Luminary because he wanted to present 2 minions that kind of are must-kills, right? The Luminary allows Boston to eat so much mana with the Generate minion, and then the 2 spell damage, you already know how strong that is. And Viper has a lot of strong minions he just wants to play on 5 mana, so Boston tried to deny that by creating a must-trade. So the Ace Hunter Kreen is actually so clutch there.
It was a good draw, though, on the Brain Freeze. Did allow Boston to mop up, and the Apexis Blast has put him back in control of the board, at least temporarily. Still missing that one thing that we've been talking about for multiple turns now, and it's that card draw. We saw, even in the previous game, right? Like, we were just downtrodden. It felt like Boston was losing by miles. And then with Double Flow, he drew 1 Refreshing Spring Water, and suddenly we were both just talking about, oh, actually he might just have lethal this turn, right? Like, that's how powerful card draw is when you just have Double Flow on your deck. So if you can pick up Arcane Intellect, Cram Session, even just something to get rolling, he might be able to find a way back into this. But right now there's just such a density of threats on the other side of the board coming at him from Viper.
As it turns out, this is a relatively slow turn, though, because the Vectus is not very juiced because of that Devolving Missiles. It just has the 1 Razor Boar in it right now, I think.
Sounds right.
Still
Yep.
2 tokens, which is still annoying to deal with. And from Boston's perspective, they could be summoning further minions from Viper's hand, of which there is Death Head Cultist, Quillbore in the pool for N'Zoth as well.
Yep, so cannot copy the same Death Rattle twice, so he just gets a regular vanilla 1/1 Plagued Hatchling.
How do you know the names of these tokens? Very impressive.
I'm literally spectating.
Okay.
I'm cheating so hard. I'll expose myself, it's fine.
I'm just doing the complete opposite of Raven, which is ragging on you for not knowing card names. I'm being impressed at you knowing card names.
Exactly. It's very refreshing dynamic.
Also needs refreshing other things, namely Spring Water here. This is a very slow turn that honestly feels like he has to send this Fireball into the Vectus, as icky as that sounds. Alternatively, could just trade it down ping and then play the 4/4 for no copy value. But I just don't think he's winning on Burn with this type of hand, right? He has to stave off as much of the board pressure as he can until he gets to that Deep Freeze he picked.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be some kind of weird formulated win condition from this point because he's chucking so much burn at minions. Apexis Blast already gone down. Fireball potentially at a minion this turn as well. I don't think 1 Deep Freeze is going to be enough to win the game, so he's got like another Font of Power, maybe the ability to find a Solarium Prime, but he's going to have to piece like bits and pieces together here if he's going to find a way out of this game.
Going for an alternate line where he does still remove the immediate damage off the board, and by developing these Sugar Elementals, he doesn't necessarily have to ping the Vectus next turn to get rid of it. But now there's just Death Speaker Blackthorn on curve for Viper.
Believe it or not, Gia, currently the 4th highest win rate card in the game. Drawn win rate, yeah. That's a legend. I think that's a top 1,000 legend. I was looking this up the other day. It's very weird when you look at top cards by draw and win rate because it's not really a truly representative metric. But yeah, Blackthorn is right up there.
And even if we talk like lowest possible impact cards from Viper, like double Sneaky Delinquent is the cheapest alongside the other Razorboar in his deck. Oh, sorry, he's drawn it now. So like, there's a lot of good outcomes. The biggest, of course, being Talon, which is in the deck and does cost 5 or less. Another Fishy Flyer would be pretty nuts just for rush value as well. Wow, gonna hold off.
I think Viper's just a little scared of how much damage is left on board here, right? If he doesn't get to interact with it immediately with the Death Speaker. He's just a little bit afraid of just how much damage can go face in one turn because, you know, one of the big cards that is missing from this deck is the Eldrazi Warblades, right? So the ability to just stabilize and, you know, pick up little bits of health here and there just doesn't exist. So I don't mind him protecting his health total just a little bit.
The safest he possibly could have gotten, of course, because he was guaranteed to pull out the Death's Head Cultist by playing the Razorboar first from the Vectus token. Boston gets possibly the worst top deck in his deck with the Shooting Star, and he is able to bridge the gap into the Deep Freeze, but yeah, Viper does just have endless value with this Death Speaker Blackthorn, which also thins his deck towards the Illidari Inquisitors, which could close out the game in the near future. Also, just Skull off the top, always a possibility. I think Boston needs to hit card draw next turn, or he might be out of this one.
I agree, and that would leave us in the ridiculous situation, Gia, where Boston has played 3 games, drawn 5 flows, and won 0 games. Like, that's absurd. That's not supposed to be how Mage works.
Mage just sucks now.
I mean, apparently.
I can't win anymore, but I mean, yeah, this is just an anomaly, especially against the types of decks that Viper is running. He does hit the Talon! And a Rush minion. BT down the 2/1/2s. And I guess just Hero Power face, because his best studies outcome here is Skull from this point anyway.
Yeah, it seems fair.
He could kill off the 4/4 with his Hero Power and the 3/3, but I honestly feel like he nets more damage with that line. And then the 2/1/1 taunts actually die to a VT from at least one of the Sugar Elementals, so I don't see a big reason for having to kill off the 4/4 here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think isolating the 4/4 is a lot stronger. But yeah, it's also, you mentioning it, I think we will see this turn led with Hero Power face. I think a lot of people might have been tempted to start the turn with Illidari Studies, but Viper recognizing that that would be a mistake because he doesn't want to pick Skull off Illidari Studies and then get it stranded in the middle of his hand. Much like the OTK Demon Hunter. But this is the moment that Boston has been waiting for all day. But it looks like the chain is going to end very rapidly. There is so much density of card draw left remaining in his deck that I was very much expecting that to be a bigger pop-off turn than it ended up being. But it has come to a very rapid conclusion.
I had hoped for it to be too. Honestly, this turn feels like it's just going to be Deep Freeze to spend his mana fully. And so taking... Mini Mage does have the most chance of sticking on the board, but it feels like it's card draw or bust for Boston next turn. So I was interested in just taking the cheapest option again in the Kobold Geomancer. Because he's going Mini Mage now, it means he's just choosing not to Deep Freeze. So if it's not Deep Freeze this turn, I understand taking Mini Mage, but the Combustion is very defensive.
In which case it looks like he's going to Fireball on the left and then Combustion in the middle to clean up. Yeah.
Guarantees N'Zoth in hand for Viper.
Yeah, shake of the head for Boston. He knows.
Oh man. So many minion types in the pool now. Kurtrus even kills the Mini Mage. Insult to injury that, but I'm pretty sure this is already a good N'Zoth turn. Doesn't have like the demon for the maximum value, but does he really need it at this point?
How is this not N'Zoth? What?
I don't understand either.
Okay, alright, fine. Pick whichever way you like to win the game by miles, Viper. I don't really mind.
Oh, after he used the spell damage minion. It hurts. It hurts.
AI, second Spring Water. Okay, Runed Orb into Spring Water.
Yep. Where my head's at. Oi.
None of these cards are refreshing Spring Water. Or Mind Render Elucia.
How many Elucias do you rate Combustion? Realistically, Rain Freeze, because he is just gonna play Deep Freeze this turn, removes the most damage immediately this turn. Is Viper just playing a little mini game now of how greedy can you get with N'Zoth? Like, he literally knows Boston is completely top decking from this point.
Yeah, I think he just wants to full juice it, right? He got the Elemental down, he's already got the Murloc. He finds the discounted Green Rag. Double discounted Green Rag! Oh no.
N'Zoth's not even getting played this game, is it? It's just gonna be Green Rag for lethal because he can equip the weapon next turn.
Yep.
However, he can get frozen. So not necessarily gonna be able to proc the Green Rags to face.
True.
Impatient.
So gonna hunt with studies for something like another Kurtrus maybe? Can soften elementals.
Hurt's okay, I-Beam is okay. Actually, I-Beam wouldn't be okay because you'd still have to pay 1 for it, so it wouldn't fit with the Spectral Flyer, which is a little bit awkward. Just Tempo Minion probably, picks up Vilephiend Trainer.
Yeah, these are minions that incentivize the water elementals to go into them. Weapon equipped, just in case he isn't frozen, so he can push lethal next turn. But there's so many ways that Viper can push lethal. He's also just at 30 against Spell Mage on turn 10.
Objectively, the funniest of the 15 cards that he could have drawn that turn is Deck of Lunacy. So, well done, 10 out of 10 for comic timing, 0 out of 10 for hitting card draw and actually winning the game.
That was rough.
Yep.
Not just drawing terribly post double flow, because you're expected to win the game post double flow, but also just losing to whatever this deck was that didn't even play its N'Zoth, which was game winning 2 turns ago.
He just kind of played understated minions every turn and it got there, right? Like, that's basically what happened this game. It's very strange.
Very, very strange. And he can't kill him this turn!
The game continues.
One green rag into one blue elemental.
Yeah. 10 goes face. Ability to freeze is gone. Hard to imagine what miracles Boston can pull out from this point to be able to not only clear board but freeze face and play around the continued threats coming down on the following turns.
This is my favorite time, Sottle. It's inventing the most niche mage outs out there because I have relied on the power of extreme luck to do this. So it involves hitting Font into Varden for sure. But not, it would have to get card draw first, so this is not that. And that means Viper is taking the series 3-0 with the most unconventional lineup of the entire weekend.
Yeah, very, very strong performance. And again, needs to be said, that's 3 mage games, that's 5 flows, and that's 0 wins for Boston, which is absolutely not how I would have expected that series to have gone. So, you know, absolutely well done for Viper. Lineup working extremely well, and he's had a great week. Honestly, as we mentioned before, he beat Yala twice, which put an end to Yala's incredible streak of making every single top 8 in GM history. And that also now means that I believe Viper has secured that 3rd to 6th place seeding for playoffs, which means he dodges that default loss going into playoffs, which is awesome news for him because it means he now has about as good a chance as any to be making it back to that World Championship, which I think will be still a big point of unfinished business for Viper, right? I don't think anyone is a runner-up in a World Championship and feels like they're done at that point.
Absolutely. Put Yarla in the same boat, and I would just like to see Viper in a context where he's not the villain for once in a very important final. I think he does have his own set of fans, and you can count me as one of them. For Boston, even though it sucks to go out that way where he really didn't have much to do without the card draw, like you said at the beginning of the day, not a big deal for him to lose this quarterfinal in terms of his seeding because he is guaranteed 3rd to 6th and will be starting on even ground with most of the rest of the field.
Hey Gia, he called me out on Twitter and said that I didn't understand Hearthstone because I was criticizing arch-villain Rafam. So not only does that make him a villain, it makes him a dumb villain from my perspective. I'm playing, I'm kidding, no one lynch me, okay, everything's fine. But yeah, I think he's quite happy playing that role in certain positions though, right? Like, and you know, Hearthstone competition generally needs those kind of characters where, you know, people kind of like to root against Viper in certain positions for one reason or another. But he does have a lot of his own fans as well. He has a, you know, pretty interesting stream where he, you know, varies between Hearthstone, Genshin Impact, and just chatting with his chat, just, you know, talking about life, the universe, and everything. So he's a very, very interesting character, but most importantly, he is an extremely good Hearthstone player who is continuing to prove that week after week. But Gia, I think we are going to wrap it up with you, and I do believe that Raven is feeling up to the task and is going to be stepping back into the last series. So do you have any last words? Did you enjoy your little excursion over to EU shores?
Enjoyed it a ton. I think I got to experience two of the most important facets of Europe in very, very consistent flow draws, and also a length of match that you would not expect. Either it going far too long or far too short, and we've ended on the happier side of the spectrum, at least for me. I do hope Raven's feeling well enough, because something tells me the next few series could take a bit longer.
Well, thank you, Gia, for filling in. You can go get some well-deserved rest now. Everyone at home, you can go grab a drink or a snack and be back in a few minutes, because when we come back, we're going to be moving on with Hearthstone Grandmasters, Day 2 of the European region. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. First of all, thank you to Gia for covering that first match. It is appreciated, and I heard you had some fun at a certain other caster's expense throughout that series, Subtle, so that was always fun to listen to as well. But it was a lightning fast one as well, right?
I was just saying how much we missed you, and how we've got such great chemistry together, and how you're a valued member of the team, and usual stuff.
Was I watching a different match? I'm not sure. But
you're sick, mate. You're just delirious. You don't know what you're hearing.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm just hearing what I expect to hear. We are changing the schedule up just a little bit. I believe you mentioned a little bit earlier on that Bunny Hopper is joining me in not feeling too fantastic today, so we're going to see if that's going to help him out a little bit later on. So we are going to dive straight into one of the other high stakes match of the day, which is Tice versus A-Rock, where correct me if I'm wrong, Soto, but A-Rock still just needs to get top 2 to have any realistic goal at safety here.
Yeah, funnily enough, both of these players kind of gunning for top 2. A-Rock, perhaps more importantly, he has survival on the line. His very Grandmasters future is at stake with whether or not he can make it all the way to the final. But Tice is also hunting for that top 2 because that will put him into a first-second position, which gives him top seeding for playoffs. We were talking in the last series about how Viper now finishing 3rd to 6th means that he avoids a default loss in the playoffs. Finishing 1st to 2nd means that you get a default win in the playoffs. You advance one step further through the bracket. So that is a very big deal as well. And that's something that Tice is fighting it out for, and something that he has a chance to achieve because there is no RDU in this top 8 who is currently sitting in that spot.
Yeah, and it really is I just want to really hit it home that these top 2 or bottom 2 finishes within the top 8 are such a big deal because these players are playing for a spot at Worlds, and if you say, well, you actually have to play one less match to get there than pretty much everyone else in the top 8, then that is just a huge step forward. It increases your chances massively at getting there, even if you just take away all lineup considerations and so on. It just factually makes it more likely for these players. So quite the prize to go for these top 2 spots here in the season. And honestly, Tice has been a consistent player throughout this whole season especially, right? That's why he's up there. That's why he's in contention, right, for those spots. And it looks like he's going to be kicking it off with that warrior to start off with. I believe A-Rock's going to go for the mage as well, as we can now see that double priest ban. So things at least sticking to normal for now, Subtle.
Yes, and I don't really know how to reflect this. Like, will A-Rock want to channel Boston in this series? Like, it's hard to say, right? Like, I'm sure he'll take 5 flows over the course of the series, but maybe he won't, because that means he has to play Mage more than once, almost by definition. I suppose it's possible to get 5 flows in a single game of Mage, but seems incredibly unlikely. But yeah, Boston just played one of the most bizarre series of Mage that I've really ever seen, because it felt like, Encanter's Flow is a 60 to 65% plus win rate card in the opening hand in most matchups, and he was hitting it with outrageous consistency and then just not being able to get there because of the lack of card draw. So A-Rock will certainly be hunting those flows, but he will also be, more importantly, hunting those big dubs, because that's what he needs more than anything. He said it himself yesterday, 2 more, that's what it means to get over the line, make it through all the way to the finals, and this is only the first of those 2 challenges that he has to overcome.
Yeah, and it is one of the benefits he gets, right? Because as we move on throughout this weekend, there are players now who have to just sit back and watch. That's all they can do. Sit back, watch, and see what happens. Whereas, in A-Rock's position, in Tice's position in the same way, like, you get to have an impact. If you play well and things, slightly go right for you, then yeah, you're making that impact. You're making those choices to help sort of progress you forward and get where you want to be. Whereas some of the other players, because they've been knocked out now, they just have to sit and see, kind of just where everything falls at the end of the day to see where they're going to end up. But looks like the players are ready, Subtle, and we are diving into the first game of this match. Tice on the top on that warrior, and A-Rock on the mage. Starting things off with a full mulligan for A-Rock. But Tice, on the other hand, does have a few considerations here, because he does have some pretty powerful early game cards.
I'm also very curious to see what kind of emotional range we're going to get from A-Rock today, because I figured it out. I think what he's doing is putting together his headshot portfolio for like a big audition, because there was the big like emotional breakdown almost. That was like his emotional period drama headshot, right? There was the hands out like wow reaction to the Alexstrasza, which was like his family sitcom headshot, right? So
or his own Wilson impressionist, I don't know.
Right, yeah, exactly. But I think he's just trying to fill out that portfolio so he can really start nailing down some of those those big roles.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for action hero pose from A-Rock. That's one I will look forward to. But diving into the game already, Tice has just got a ton of options here. Obviously, having that athletic studies is a big deal nice and early. But this is a play I really like. I think I've spoken to you a lot about this, of just getting Parade Leader to just sit on the board is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I love it, especially with the way the rest of the curve plays out here. Just present threatening minions on every possible turn here if you're Tice, and just hope that it gets there, because weirdly, as time goes on, the matchup starts to become more and more mage-favored, I would say, and your job is to be as aggressive as you can, as early as you can from the warrior side of things, because, you know, typically we view warrior as a very resilient class, but this is not a very resilient deck, which means if A-Rock is given enough time to assemble the burn, he will be able to burn Tice out of this one.
Really big pickup there of the lab partner from that studies, because it allowed him to kill off the Parade Leader, because yes, the minions that are played after the fact aren't rushing into anything at the moment, but it's just a permanent attack buff, right? It's just insane. So
yes,
the fact he could clean that off might actually make him feel a little bit more comfortable about going for this deck of Lunacy, because he might well have played it no matter what the situation looks like, but if you can clear off a threatening minion like that, it definitely helps with the decision.
Yeah, it's huge. I think, you know, it's obviously still incredibly powerful playing Deck of Lunacy, but the skipped turn is so much more punishing on turn 4 than it is on turn 2. To the point that we still see now so many players like playing Encounters Flow on 2 and playing Deck of Lunacy on 4, because that means if they were to hold the Encounters Flow and play after the Deck of Lunacy, even though that is just kind of objectively better in most matchups, you'd be skipping turn 4 to play Deck of Lunacy, and you'd then arguably be skipping turn 5 also to play the Encounters Flow, right? Instead of playing something powerful from your deck.
And also, you'd be sat with 2 cards that you aren't going to play for the first 4 to 5 turns of the game. So that's it. You even sort of given a nod to almost skipping a few turns earlier than that as well. But now, Tice is piling on that pressure, and once again, it's just the playmaker sat on board, and the big question, can A-Rock kill it? Because if not, it's the same kind of issue as Parade Leader, that even if there's nothing to rush into, it just makes more stuff. But we were talking about whether A-Rock wants to mimic Boston from their first series with the flow. Well, he's definitely not mimicking him with the level of card draw he's just got access to. Skull of Gul'dan.
I mean, we will absolutely take it.
Yeah.
Weapon swing, ping down the 4-1. Still has Ice Barrier for a little bit of long-term protection.
I know because you didn't cast me in the first series, so I know you've missed this, but crazy suggestion time. Does he just fireball one of these minions?
I think because he has the Ice Barrier, he doesn't need to, but like, it's not a dumb enough suggestion that I'm going to ridicule you for it. Wow, okay.
Yeah. It's because you would imagine now, like, with Lunacy, the longer the game goes on, the better, right, for A-Rock.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Draw more cards, so why take another 3 damage? Well, another 6, I guess, with the weapon. Pretty scary.
I do feel like having a guaranteed burn spell or 2 is very powerful, though, right? Because you don't have any guaranteed burn in your deck. You don't really have any guaranteed way to make minions in your deck sometimes. Like, you are very much flying by the seat of your pants when you play Deck of Lunacy. But I think it was, I guess, close would be one way of putting it. I still stick by what I said, like, because he has Ice Barrier in hand, I think he's relatively secure to just leave up a 3-1, especially when he still has a weapon and a ping, right, to be able to deal with multiple sources of 1 health on the following turn to clear that up. But like I said, I don't hate fireballing the minion.
I was taking his time over this decision, and honestly, I'm even looking at Warsong Outrider here, because maybe Broom can't be good enough. Yeah, he's gone for it, okay. I'm trying to work out what's in Tice's mind, which is difficult, right? Because when you're playing against Lunacy, you've got to think, well, do I need something that beats AoE? Do I need something that beats minion generation? Well, kind of yes to every question, because they can do all of those things or none of them.
Yikes. Okay.
Not too bad.
Rapidly improved, yeah.
Yeah. And now the ice barrier, as you mentioned earlier, will give A-Rock, that bit more wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
And most importantly, if A-Rock could get a beast, I mean, could look pretty good with Dire Frenzy Guardian Animals combo.
Yeah,
that's
literally
actually pretty sick.
The first beast he ever sees is just enormous at that point.
And he can insta-draw them. Oh, so good.
A diet high in iron.
Oh yeah, there's Guardian Animals to go with that as well. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, if they cost...
Yeah, if they're 5 or less.
Shuffle them all in your deck, buff them all up under the fist, and Guardian Animals them up. For the low price of 2 whole turns of Hearthstone where you're going to die. Yeah, that seems good.
Sounds great.
Yep.
Also now, double Corrupted Ring Toss and the Shadow Word Ruin, which I think is a big deal here, because now you're getting to the point, what are you scared of against this warrior? And it is cards such as Troublemaker, even anything just big and bulky in general, especially with the conditioning buffs. A lot of the even like lower cards get up to the point where they will get killed off by the Shadow Word.
This is a ton of damage being presented by ETC though.
Yeah, suddenly Broom is just good for just 2 damage as well, right? Like,
yeah, suddenly this is just very reminiscent of ETC OTK Warrior, right? Whereas just the Broom is representing so much additional damage because it's another rush minion itself, plus giving the ETC itself rush, so on and so forth. And I think getting this little bit of chip damage through here and there is very powerful because it then sets up for Troublemaker to potentially push a little bit more. And then, anytime Alexstrasza or Watley into Alexstrasza comes out the deck, you could just have straight up lethal.
yeah, this is just good, isn't it? Is he going to trade in the ETC? Yep, okay. Going to bank the damage and forgo some of the health on that ETC.
Mm-hmm.
But most importantly, only 1 minion's at 5 or more, so...
It is the Rakara, though, which is kind of ideal.
Mm-hmm.
It is Frozen, though, which is kind of not ideal. And this is the fear, right? Like, when you throw a 0-mana Fireball at a 3-1, it's not just burning out face that you're giving up at that point. It's also 0-mana Fireballing a 4-6 instead of a 3-1 later in the game, right? Now he has to spend 4 mana to Fireball that 4-6 instead. So I think, potentially by trying to save health with a 3-1, he's end up costing himself health over the course of the game.
It's super difficult though, right? Because then his turns after that would have been mana for ping or something else to kill the 3-1, or that would have definitely dealt more than 6 anyway.
Well, again, he did still have the weapon, right? So he could have just potentially taken another 3 damage and just face tanked it, which, I guess you could engineer that to say he'd be at 4 this turn, which is kind of terrifying.
Right.
But it's definitely worth looking at.
Oh, it's definitely not a clear decision, is it? I don't think it's just a clear-cut one.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of interesting, right? Because the fact that the minions left up now are frozen, so they can't gain attack, means that ETC still flies under the radar of the Shadow Word next turn.
Yes. He also did not take Ice Barrier here, by the way. He has Mirror Entity and Oasis Ally, which does put him in actually a pretty reasonable spot, it's worth saying, against Troublemaker. But it does mean that Troublemaker is then, 75% lethal at that point if it comes down?
Oh,
Wait, really? Hang on.
If I was tight, I would have slammed this Troublemaker, because even if it's Entity, like you said, 1, you might just win anyway. 2, well, look at your board. It's still good, even if he gets 1, right? Like most of your minions survive an attack from a 3-3 anyway. Like, what AoE really punishes the whole board and doesn't deal with A-Rock? I'm really surprised at this.
Kai's clearly confused, but I don't know if he just didn't recognize. Like, he attacked first with the broom, right? So he already knew it was an ice barrier. To me, it kind of feels like he played that rest of the turn as if he hadn't ruled out ice barrier, but with the way it ends up, he just gets lethal with the run pack anyway. Looks super confused. Like, that whole interaction from both sides is extremely confusing. I guess, like, Tice says there, by going with the draw for the rush minion, if it's going to be mirror entity with the Troublemaker anyway, he can play around that by drawing a rush minion, playing a rush minion, and then trading into the mirror entity. But the difference then is, like, what happens if it wasn't counterspell? Or what happens
if it was
mirror entity? If it was counterspell, if it was Netherwind Portal or something, then he ends up, quote, missing lethal with the Troublemaker.
Right.
But it's kind of an interesting spot either way. Gia just confirming for me, Gia's still carrying the broadcast, even in Discord, that Ice Barrier actually just straight up wasn't one of the options from the ring toss, which I didn't notice, which does change the dynamic a lot. But still, super interesting turn at the end there for Tice.
Yeah, because if, like... Hang on, let me think. Yeah, because it wouldn't have worked, right? So if it was exactly Counterspell Netherwind, the Counterspell procs, and then he can't actually proc the Netherwind to put the Blademaster in, which would have been lethal if there was something to Blademaster into.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it was a combination of those two secrets, it would have been an issue. I do understand not wanting to play a Troublemaker into a potential mirror entity, but for me, even if the game goes on another turn or so, like, I don't know what cards actually deal with that are even realistic for A-Rock to have. But yeah, regardless of the sort of wild ending to that game, it is over. Tice takes the victory, of course, and A-Rock is going to switch over to his Rogue for game number 2.
Yeah, and this is another standard build of Miracle Rogue, I would say, with the double Orc Merchant, double Neophyte, Vanessa Van Cleef, which I would say is the standard build these days. We did just see Viper's series where he'd cut the Neophytes for 2 Wand Makers instead. But I think this is more what we're used to seeing, and I think A-Rock has been reasonable with the deck. But actually, on the other side, there's a player in this series who has an incredibly good record with Miracle Rogue, and it's actually Tice, who has a 64% record with the deck overall. But honestly, I think A-Rock feels more at home playing proactive decks. It's just kind of how I've characterized him based on his run through the Masters Tour and his Grandmasters play, which is largely the amount of experience from him. But he does seem to be an aggro player, a proactive player, a tempo player. So I do tend to peg him as enjoying these more aggressive decks. We don't really have that much outright aggro in the game right now, but Mage, Rogue, Rush Warrior, generally decks that try and get on board and do things relatively quickly.
And it's one thing that's really convenient, I guess, with the Spell Mage and Miracle Rogue, right now, is I feel like there's very general little room for changing cards, right? I think generally, unless you're building for something hyper-specific, the player base has agreed on what the good versions of those decks are. Right, just as we're about to get, some more cards injected into the set, and that mixes everything up again. So it feels like the timing is almost perfect, because it's even only recently that the Neophytes really came into Rogue a few weeks ago, and then once that's just been decided, okay, everyone's running this style of Miracle Rogue, it's like, well, maybe things get thrown out the window again in a X amount of time, or shortly anyway. So it's going to be pretty cool to see how things get shaken up. But let's just talk about the Rogue hand, because the Mage one just doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, it's standard stuff over in Tice hand. Okay, that's funny. All right, straight face. Standard stuff over in Tice's hand, whereas on A-Rock's side, a relatively solid opening. He does have field contact and swindle, which means he will be able to burn through resources very, very quickly. But this is absolutely not what A-Rock is going to want to be seeing on the other hand. And now he has to cross his fingers and pray for one of those Boston draws that we saw just now in the previous series.
And this is the moment, right? That's the worst possible thing you could see from A-Rock's point, right? But he knows what's on the line.
He did not want to have.
He knows what's on the line here, and as long as he just goes, okay, that sucks, refocus. You know what I mean? Like, he can't, as long as he doesn't lose it, because it is, if there's ever something to push you over the edge, it's an opening like that.
Yes, and if you are just joining the series, again, a reminder of the stakes, which is that A-Rock needs to win not only this series, but also his next series, potential series tomorrow, to even be avoiding relegation to even get a spot in Grandmasters in the following season in 2021. He played a series last week where he basically said an emotional goodbye to the stream, thinking that his chances were potentially over already. He's done everything he needed to do to get back to this point where he's now 2 wins away from guaranteed survival, but he is being faced with the absolute nuts draw on the other side from Tice on the mage.
And here for Tice, I actually like him just playing this ring toss, try and go for a Netherwind, maybe even a counterspell would be fine, just something to disrupt Aarox's turn, because the next few turns, like, he's probably going to have Combustion Target next turn, then he probably will want to Apexis Blast, by then he's already drawn some more cards and so on. He's going to hold off though and just go for the ping.
Too quiet.
Alright, let's go. Goes 1 Thief first. This gives him the option of hitting the Foxy Fraud off the top, so he can then go Foxy Swindle and essentially cheat out some mana, get more draws, more tempo that way. Doesn't hit it, so now I'm sure we're going to see the Swindle. Now he's looking almost exclusively for Shadow Step for additional draws. Alright, there's some good cards to have picked up. He has a very strong curve now at least, with like Cult Neophyte something into Jandis from this point.
Yeah, he got the other style of draw that you're looking for, right? If you're not going to do the big pop-off draw turn, then you probably want just the good cards in your deck. And he is sitting on that second field contact, so whenever he feels like, he can go for kind of the hard card draw rotation again. But now... So the last card played was the Phoenix.
That's right.
I'm just wondering if there's like just double Neophyte this turn. And make Tice pay a real amount of mana for his cards.
Yeah, we can see that Neophyte here would block the Apexis Blast, which is probably the scariest thing to happen to Aarox on this turn. But if he goes double Neophyte, then there's only really like one card that could possibly then be Apexis Blast that would interact with, right? Because all of the cards apart from one that Tice has been drawing have been double discounted. So it might even just be like Cult Neophyte once with field contact instead, which I think is fairly reasonable this turn. Yeah, I quite like this. It creates a spell taunt minion on the board, right? So if Apexis Blast is going to come down, it essentially Aarox heals for 5 because it has to be shot at the field contact in most reasonable situations.
Yeah, I think with the double, of course, the consideration is Apexis Blast at all times. But I was even thinking of, is throwing away, well, pretty much throwing away a field contact for the one draw, worth just actually changing it up, going for Cult Neophyte ×2, to then say, well, regardless of Apexis Blast, you can't really do anything else either, because with 5 mana and the double reduction, or even single reduction, there's still a decent amount of things that Tice can do.
Yeah. I think it's okay, though, because he has exactly double passage in hand, so I don't think he's going to be too caught up for card draw this game. And that's actually a pretty big win. Aarox nods. He's certainly not going to be happy about anything that's happening this game, but I think that is about as close as it gets. And if I were Aarox, I would be very interested in adding the card Fireball to my hand this turn.
Yes. Or what about
possibly twice?
No,
yeah.
Yeah. I think there is a discussion you could have over Shadow Stepping and Neophyte, though.
I think it is Neophyte.
Yeah. So, I mean, Fireballs are just fun, aren't they? But I think Neophytes get the job done a little bit better.
Oh, I think this is greedy. I think Neophyte, stepping the Neophyte might even just get you more damage on average as well, right? Because it makes you better at sticking a board on the following turn. It's really close.
But he is running up to 8 mana, right? So he can just like Jandis next turn, then go for double Fireball turn after.
I don't think that's going to end the game, though.
Then you just don't believe in Jandis.
It's just that cost that Aarox has. You're just having to pay full cost for these Fireballs, where Tice can just do so many more explosive things.
But what about Jandis Brain Freeze if there's something to hit, obviously, yeah? Double Fireball Alex. Do you not think that is likely to end the game?
No. I think you'll die if Tice decides to race you in that position.
Tice did just Fireball him earlier, though. Fireball a minion.
Okay. Drop the Brain Freeze on the 2/3. Tice has done a very good job holding on to this devolving missiles here. He also held on to a Firebrand on the previous turn, which honestly looked pretty appealing, but Tice just went straight in and ripped the mask instead, and now there's double devolving missiles. Okay, this was still potentially going to leave a decent amount of power in play after the fact, but with the ring toss not looking like it's going to be the case. Needs the Firebrand to miss the Ogre, which I'm assuming has the illusion on it here. It does not.
It did, right? The Ogre did have the illusion.
Yes, no, but the Firebrand did not miss it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the illusion, which it didn't. I was like, well, it just died.
Yeah.
I was confused. Okay, well, Kazakas could change up A-Rock's plan here, especially considering he is now... Well, with the original plan, he'll be trying to play a Fireball into 2 secrets, which doesn't seem optimal.
Yep. Care to make a wager, friend?
This is the scary part right now. These 2 Fireballs in hand are starting to look a little bit silly. He's going to have to draw out the game now, I think, past the point where he can play Alexstrasza first to set up double Fireball, potentially. And I think that's a tough position to work yourself in from this point.
I mean, there are still Wicked Stabs left in the deck, right? He hasn't played any, and it might be the case that it's actually potentially like a defensive Alexstrasza in between, like the burn cards, maybe, just to buy him that 1 extra turn. It's tough.
I have actually won more games as Rogue against Mage than you might think possible by fatiguing them and then just, going defensive Alexstrasza at the end of the game to outlast all of their damage. It's happened, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 times to me over the course of playing this matchup. But I think that's much, much more difficult to do when they're playing double flow.
Rigged Fair Game going to come out here. And Rigged Fair Game with double discount. That's a tough one. So now Tice has the option of just completely going off with devolving missiles and just pushing mask damage through here. Then he'll have a Pexis Blast Fireball for the turn after.
Yeah, that looks pretty great to me. Honestly, all of these options look pretty great to me. Really? Straight up drops the mask. Okay. Play for minions instead.
Does mean he retains devolvings for the golems that come out, right? If he needs to play the longer game.
Golem is lifesteal deal 3, so alongside the prize plunderer, he can clear up a good amount of this. Nice. Very unhappy to see that, though. His decision to be rather frivolous with 2 masks this game may just be coming back to bite him. Oh, with
What
the
do
2
you mean
masks.
the masks? Okay.
I do mean the masks, yeah. He's used 2 and not used devolvings, therefore not pushing as much damage to face as he could have done.
Ooh.
Oh boy, I want to Temu this golem so bad.
That's what I was looking at, but then I thought you'd shower me because it couldn't be played again.
Yeah. Brutal, right?
Well, there's all the card draw in the world, really, for Tice this game, but... Like you said, there are ways, and again, with the defensive Alex as potential for A-Rock, like, he can heal for a lot this game, and already has healed for a significant chunk.
That's right. Okay.
It's all traded in now. Or are you going to value the damage to face?
Unless you want to, like, rip the other missiles, but you probably don't.
I mean, you could just go face and brain freeze it, right?
Yep. Also fine. I think the damage to face is honestly pretty good here, especially as I mentioned, he's a little bit short on damage because of those masks hitting a lot of minions.
Good finish on Trick Totem to get a 3rd flow.
True. Would only gain him 11 mana at this late point in the game.
Oh, not worth.
Yeah. Actually wouldn't, because so many of those cards actually cost 0 already, right? But who needs facts and accuracy?
No one when the Neophytes are gone. But if the Neophytes weren't gone, we could talk. is that so? Is this another secret passage turn here for A-Rock?
Yeah, there's the deck. It's not looking pretty.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is like secret passage into exactly like double Wicked Stab and then whatever, like maybe Mancrick or something, you know, to just try and like front load as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and in a unique twist for our Grandmasters deck tracker, those 2 Wicked Stabs are actually both there.
Yeah. It's good that we spent so many years just being at least decent at memorizing what's been played and not.
Yeah.
We are pretty good at it normally. Don't ask me to count bombs though.
Oh yeah. Sets himself up as an out, so now with 8 cards left remaining next turn, he's able to go Secret Passage into double Wicked Stab to win the game. Probably his... Honestly, now that I look at it, that is probably the best win condition here. Yeah. Obviously, the threat of counter-lethal is extremely real on the other side, but it gives him a shot. I kind of respect it.
17, 18 with ping, or can I not count?
Ooh! No, you can count.
It is 18 with the spell damage and ping, right?
Mm-hmm. Attacks for 7, down to 9. Fireball ping is 8 more. He can combust his own Blood Mage to look for lethal. One Apexis, 1 Rune Orb left remaining in the deck here for Tice. Arcane Intellect, 3 mana Apexis Blast!
Wow.
Oh.
Really, really close game there because you can see straight away A-Rock with what? He'll have drawn a card, goes to 8, then he can Secret Passage for the 2 Wicked Stabs and he might draw a Wicked Stab naturally as well. Like, oh, that was so close and Tice had to really go digging there to get that out, and it was well played from both players, and Tice just having the knowledge, of course, that he has the opportunity to go, okay, spell damage gets me to 18, Thanos, perfect, kill it, go. And yeah, just, I don't know, that game was just really well played and actually very close.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to go that far with the way Tice played it, because I think he put himself in a potentially sticky spot by being very greedy with his devolving missiles. He had to find a way to, you know, find all of the damage remaining in his deck where it looked like he was getting there very comfortably. Obviously, that was accounting for a big lifesteal golem that, you know, isn't necessarily a part of the game. But I think you saw Tice's reaction when that came down, like, actually, I guess I really didn't consider lifesteal golem that hard. But, you know, Tice being Tice was still able to recover, re-navigate, find himself back into a good position. And I think that last turn in particular, he handled his outs very nicely. But speaking of handling his outs very nicely, this setup from A-Rock to go for the double Wicked Stab on the following turn. It's very nicely engineered.
I'll slightly alter my statement. The ending of the game was played very well by both players. Is where we'll sit at, I guess, for this one. But A-Rock now is really in trouble. He is 2-0 down, and he has all the work in the world to do. And even if somehow he gets through this, he's got to do it all again tomorrow as well. So, it's got to feel rough now. He's got to beat Rogue 3 times with Mage, Rogue, Paladin. It's a big ask, isn't it?
And we set it up earlier. Tice has not made a habit of losing 3 times in a row with Miracle Rogue. In fact, out of 3 games of Miracle Rogue, he tends to win 2 of them, with a close to 2/3 win rate, 63.6% overall with Miracle Rogues. This has been one of his most successful decks of the season. There it is. He has gone 14-8 with it in total, which means that A-Rock has an uphill climb, and at the top of that uphill climb is a further uphill climb, because this is just never going to stop from A-Rock. He's going to lead out with the Libram Paladin, which honestly is an okay matchup against Rogue, but not a great one. It's kind of the story of Rogue matchups. You can kind of say that about most of them. You know, either Rogue is slightly favored or slightly unfavored. There are very few matchups where Rogue is favored by miles or unfavored by miles, but still, to win 3 of them, and particularly in the level of emotional duress that A-Rock is under, is going to be a Herculean task.
It really is, like you said. Rogue right now is one of those weird decks that just is good enough to be played. Obviously, we've seen it from the majority of Grandmasters week in, week out, but it's good enough because it's average, if that makes sense, which is a weird thing to say, but its actual just spread is just decent against everything. So yeah, we'll see how it pays off for him there. But most importantly, he's going to dive on this Paladin versus the Mage. And this, what do you make of this matchup here? Wait, Paladin versus the Rogue Mage. Look, I'm okay. I'm recovering.
Deep breaths. Yeah, no. But, like, I think if this game stabilizes and goes long and, like, hits the late game, I think Paladin can generally take over because there's very little opportunity for Rogue to set up a big burst win condition in the late game, which is generally the only late game tool that they have.
Right.
The problem is just how fast and efficient they can be if they do get the Octobot proc down early. Proctobot? I don't know, choose one. If they're able to get it down early, that's a huge deal, and it takes a lot to stop that from happening. Generally, it's like Aldor Attendant on 1 into Hand of Adal, coin 1 mana Libram of Wisdom, right? Like, that has to be the opening to deny turn 2 Octobot, and there's nothing of that sort in Aerok's hand right now, which means that this is absolutely going to go off. And when it goes off, I think Rogue is just too efficient in the early game, and they run away with the game quite early more often than not.
Yeah, I think the second best answer to that ultimate scenario for Paladin you mentioned is just having Sword of the Fallen, because whether it's Oh My Yogg, whether it's the Galloping as well, can help you at least keep up with the Rogue and make them consider the plays here. But without Sword of the Fallen to kind of give that secret buffer for Aerok, he is going to fall behind pretty quickly right now.
So now I think the way you play as Paladin is just to try and exhaust the Rogue. You just try and run them out of resources as much as possible and just hope that there's no big field contact or secret passage refill in hand, which is very quickly, you can kind of see it developing, right? Like, what other out does Aerok have at this point?
Yeah, he just needs to get some trades done. I do like the pickup of Font of Power for Tice. It means he can just to help sort of bridge the gap before he gets to that card draw. Oh, Brain Freeze, though, is insane.
It's 3 of the worst mage minions I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't think you want to take Trick Totem when you're this far ahead. That seems like nonsense. But the other 2 cards do literally nothing.
I honestly,
they're just understated.
Yeah, I honestly think for this, like, Occult Conjurer is just a 4-cost on 4, right? Like, just play it out as a minion because he hasn't got the card draw yet. He doesn't have anything else to do. Just have a 4/4 to play on 4. It's fine versus Paladin. I'm with you. I think actually Trick Totem is just way too risky, right? It's going to go for Luminary.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Too soon.
May the light.
I have an Omen coming down here for Aerok Reckoning. Not bad. I think this might just be like a double secret turn, even though it's very inefficient. Just get the secrets down and start making Tice deal with them.
Yeah, I kind of agree, honestly. I don't think the Libram does that much here.
I guess
the Libram changes the trade from a 1-2 value trade to a 2-1 having to trade. Like, is that really a big deal?
Yeah.
In comparison to getting a different secret down?
Yeah, it just doesn't do it, does it? Like, it's not like Tice is going to magically trade the Foxy into the 2-2, right? And then the Mancrick dies from Reckoning. It's just not going to happen.
Yep.
Oh. Well, maybe it's going to happen this way. I thought Tice would just put the 2-1 in here. Okay. Just let him retain the minion.
Yeah, it's technically better for him, right? If it's about Reckoning, it does play around Reckoning a little bit better because you get some value out of the minion. Otherwise, you just... I mean, I guess you could have attacked with Foxy.
Yes,
right?
that's what I was looking at, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This allows Tice to be just a little bit wider. Oh, Secret Passage and now Swindle in his natural hand. That's a big deal.
What's another potential Octoproc as well?
Also, he can Does he? Oh, no, he probably won't, right? I was looking at... Because he's playing quite aggressive, whether he ever wants to, like, 10-woo the One Thief.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
Just drop another Octobot, right? You had, like you said, you have Swindle in your opening hand, so... Okay, he's just going to go 10-woo instead, sure.
It will work, right, with Luminary, if it survives.
Oh! Yeah, good question.
Well, it's a card not from your deck, right? If the One Thief.
I mean...
It's replayed, I mean.
Semantics? It says cards that didn't start in your deck, and that card did start in my deck, so...
No, I'm sorry. I mean the card you get from One Thief next turn.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Because Luminary's probably going to live, right? Then he gets a reduced X card that he gets on the Discover. Right. Sorry, yeah, I wasn't very clear with that. Here, though, I mean, it's... You nailed it early on in the game, right? With that opening from Tyson, this opening from A-Rock. He didn't have the early hand of a doll. He didn't have the Sword of the Fallen to at least put some speed bumps in the way. I do think the Galloping could have been played earlier, which would have allowed him to at least generate a 3-4. But yeah, it's not great, is it? Right, just Protector's not a bad pickup and can be pretty annoying to deal with, but Tice just has enough. He has the hero power. He has plenty of minions.
Yeah, I do think the Galloping potentially offered more on the turn when the Libram came down, just because of the threat of, an additional secret that could have been Omar Yogg, for example. Like, Tice wouldn't have procced the Galloping Savior that turn, then would have had to have still been thinking about Omar Yogg when he went into the next turn, when he just ripped Secret Passage, which obviously makes that turn a lot more difficult to navigate. But I think, all things considered, he's just in a rough spot here. He's going to try and clear out as best as he can, but he is rapidly running out of health, and he needs Libram of Hope to be his exact next draw here, or he is out of this game. He might be out of it right now.
Okay. So he can start with...
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Yeah, Swindle's better, right? Because then One Thief won't actually offer him anything directly. Apexis Blast, anyone?
There's deal damage on it. Shadow Step is insane here as well. Deal 3 with the Foxy Fraud, step the Foxy Fraud, replay the Foxy Fraud, play the other One Thief at a bare minimum if you don't pick up anything better off the top.
To make a wager, friend.
Or even just Swindle, right? Just dig.
Oh,
dig for...
Did have Swindle blind us there.
Yeah, did dig for the Wicked Stabs, and now he has 2.
Yeah, that's game. Yeah, apologies. She just did not see the Swindle in hand.
I'll let you off. You're a bit rusty, so...
yeah. Feeling a bit under the weather today. Throat's a bit scratchy.
Look, at least just change it up a little bit. Don't copy my homework. And there's just nothing there, is there?
No.
It's just that kind of matchup.
This is not what we stood.
A-Rock gonna do his best to defend here, takes out the field contact to just minimize the options that Tice has, but we can see with no healing available to him. Double Wicked Stab, that's gonna spell the end for A-Rock. Not only in this series, Sottle, but in Grandmasters for this season.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see what it means to him. He's not even going to look. He knows. He's resigned. There's only 9 cards left in the deck between One Thief and the natural Wicked Stabs to be found here in the deck. He knows, and there is the final wave. Tice gives the shrug. Yeah, he's going to throw the heart right back. I think that is directed directly at A-Rock himself. Because I don't think Tice takes any great joy in this, but at the same time, he's a competitor, and as I said, he still had things on the line in this as well. He's looking to secure that top 2 place, so he goes into the best possible position in playoffs, and he needs a finals to be able to do that, much like A-Rock needed a finals to be able to secure his relegation. But unfortunately, that now means that A-Rock is our 3rd person to be relegated alongside Swids and Zim in European Grandmasters for the season, who are unfortunately relegated off stream on Thursday. And I also now believe that spells absolute safety for Casey at this point.
Yeah, well, we will keep up with the rest of the scores as we go. But again, just it's going to be sad to see A-Rock go as a player I've definitely enjoyed watching a lot on broadcast for a multitude of reasons, actually. But I do hope and think that he's going to keep at it, and we'll see him in Masters tours and you know, try and go for that requalification in there. But let's give you an update on what the bracket looks like so far today, as time does seem to be flying by. Sottle, quite the rarity of these quick matches here, as Tice does beat A-Rock, and he's going to be in the lower bracket. Just giving you a quick update that the Bunny Hopper and Bly's game was delayed, hopefully till a little bit later today. So we did start in a kind of weird order here, but the bracket's getting there, Sottle. 2 more matches left today.
Yes, and to be clear, delayed on the part of Bunny Hopper as well. I think it's important.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, based on the exact matchup that we have, Bunny Hopper is feeling unwell, so obviously with how important of a matchup it is, he's been given a little bit of extra time to try and get himself in fit shape to play out that series. So we've skipped instead to the bottom there and still have 2 matchups left to go, which is that Bunny Hopper versus Bly's clash, and then we will move on to Felkane versus Wama. And implications, you know, range from relegations to trying to hit your outside chance of playoffs to fighting for those seedings throughout those final 2 series. So I cannot wait. But I do want to give one final shout out to A-Rock. It's been a short visit to Grandmasters, but I think he will leave a legacy. I think he's had a big impact in terms of, you know, entertainment and connection with a lot of people. You know, even with, you know, the limited connection we can have by not really having interviews and then foreign language speakers and a lack of translators and all these hurdles that we do have to cross in Grandmasters. I think he's managed to get a lot of his personality across, and I think he's been a pleasure to watch and, you know, a model pro, which I love to see in Hearthstone Grandmasters. So commiserations, and I hope to see him back again.
Yeah, and that means we are halfway through the day here. We do have 2 more matches left, but we are going to go to a break while we get those matches ready for you guys. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone at Grandmasters.
We're starting things off with a simple but devastatingly effective play from Possessi. At this point, he has already held off from playing Jandis for a turn in order to set up for the very powerful playing of double Jandis thanks to Tenwu of the Red Smoke. But when a Baron's Blacksmith is spawned, he instantly spots another creative line to lock down board control for the rest of the game. Maybe it's time to take her out of Standard too.
This Jandis is looking very scary at the moment.
It's looking really scary, not just 1, but 2. You sack away the one, the first, very nicely done, to make sure you have enough room. And any rush minion here would be absolutely insane, of course. Raz is pretty insane. Baron's Blacksmith, with the potential to brain freeze it immediately, is pretty insane as well.
That's kind of game ending, even if he gives Shaxi a 2-2. He's
right.
Samuro, so there's literally nothing Shaxi can do to clear this board. This warrior doesn't run any card generation to try and get Brawl, for example.
Yeah.
Possessi should just go... Okay, he's just going to trade the 2-2 instead, okay.
This is insane! Look at this board, the amount of buff that he's got here.
It's not often that you see truly infinite combos in standard Hearthstone, but Felkane has created the ultimate infinite draw engine here. Thanks to Boston's last card played being Shadow Step, he can infinitely replay Vanessa Van Cleef, and with the field contact already in play, if he wanted to, he could have drawn himself to death. And while I agree with Felkane that this was a match à oublier, this is definitely one play I won't be oubliering anytime soon.
This is, I guess, if the board goes super wide, of actually being able to get board clears, because he won't necessarily have to attack into, won't have to land one of the damages on the Enraged Man Crick to be able to then rush into it.
And also gives him the option for Plunderer, right? Because now Plunderer can kill pretty much anything on the board apart from Jandis minions.
Yep, deck drawn. This is Miracle Rogue at its finest. Shadow Step was the last card played in the turn, which means Vanessa truly has Shadow Step synergy. This is not the meme like Tamsin having Shadow Step synergy. Vanessa actually has it, and with the field contact, Felkane now has as many cards as he wants this turn.
If only Boston would have Shadow Step first.
I know, what a noob, right? Jeez, get your ordering right. What's wrong with you?
Oh, that is so sick, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Like, just as many cards as Felkane pretty much wants at that point.
Yogg giveth, and Yogg most certainly taketh away.
It has come to this. This is in Tiz's deck for a reason, and here we go.
Oh my god.
My gosh, the 5%er! Is that the odds? 5%? Okay.
That's bad.
That's very bad. Yogg is saving time. Oh my god, what the heck?
Well, after that palate cleanser, how about we move on to a couple of No Hands Gamer clips, eh? One of the first rules you learn when playing OTK Demon Hunter is to never play Il'gynoth if you don't instantly win the game. No Hands, however, is so in tune with this deck that he knows the perfect times to break that steadfast rule. And here is one such spot against Luna, where despite being 3 damage off lethal, No Hands knows that the minions in play are impossible to clear and secures the win next turn.
But it will cost 1. He can't get it to cost 0 because that's not how the card works anymore, right?
Looks like he's gonna have to dump. Wait.
Okay.
I only counted 26.
I didn't think he could do it either, but
You're paying for my discretion.
27 with the hero power.
Luna's not convinced.
Am I wrong?
I thought you were right. I thought you
Yes,
were right.
now it's 27.
But
okay,
what's she supposed to do about this?
Well, can she even draw?
She
anything? I don't think there's anything.
She can't. She hasn't got time anymore.
Yeah.
And that is terrific play from No Hands Gamer to find that. I think that's absolutely superb. And Luna knows it's over, and she gives it up because the Il'gynoth was going to get it done anyway.
No Hands Gamer once again, and OTK Demon Hunter once again. This time put in a potentially game-losing position by Monsanto. He is forced to use his last lifesteal spell before he finds Il'gynoth, and so his final chance at victory? Board control. A very rare sight indeed, but with 4 3/5 Moargs, in addition to a ragtag group of other combo pieces, it proved to be too much for Monsanto, and meant that No Hands Gamer went on to be our Week 6 America's champion. Hats off to you, my friend.
He fell screen blasts this, but he's got a lot of big Morgs left in his deck.
So next turn he will go to 1.
No, he won't. He's healing 1 million right now.
Yeah, he's going to get 1 million, yeah, you're right. Of course. So he might still win.
Actual lifesteal. Or turning the lifesteal in.
But Monsanto is likely to draw things that deal with it. If he misses once, he definitely dies. And I think he might die anyway, but...
Yeah.
Like... He only needs to clear up 1 board and then he just wins the game. Like, just reduce this a little bit, get himself into so his armor actually works.
Yep, we're looking for Stage Dive, Sword Eater, Ringmaster Watley, Troublemaker.
I don't think Troublemaker gets there, actually.
I mean, No Hands kind of has to kill it, right? Or
okay.
going.
Does he?
I mean, we're looking at lethal next turn.
Right, so Troublemaker doesn't get there.
There's exactly 19 damage on board, with the hero power included.
And it has to bump into the 4/4 to set up a Troublemaker chance of killing something. Well, it's tight.
He's got to kill anything. One thing. Oh! He's dead.
He is dead, right?
Yep.
Yep. I thought he could leave it so he had a chance of killing both the things, but he can't. There'd always be a 1/3 left over with him on 1 health.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone at Grandmasters. We are ready to go into our third match of the day, and it is going to be Falcane versus Warmer. And it's going to be one of those kind of strange matchups similar to what we saw yesterday, because Warmer's lineup in itself feels pretty unique with, what, 3 Cthuns and then Control Warlock in there?
That's right. We were talking about Viper's lineup earlier, and how he has a really interesting twist on how to approach things. This is certainly a weird lineup, but it's an easier lineup to break down as to what it's supposed to be doing, because it is quite clearly targeting Priest. He's packing Cthulhu into 3 of his decks. The only deck that's not carrying a Cthulhu is the one that just absolutely doesn't need it in order to be massively favored against Priest, which is the Control Warlock. And then he also has this completely off-the-wall version of Weapon Rogue / Poison Rogue, which means that it's a very skewed towards winning exactly one matchup all the time, and closing out the, I guess, sacrificing a bunch of percentage against regular decks, which you can do in Conquest. Gia made reference to it earlier, right? The classic strategy of Frozen, who brought 4 decks who were at like 85 to 90% against Control Warrior, I think it was back then, but like could not win another game of Hearthstone,
right,
no matter what they could do. I've seen like Lojum do a very similar thing as well. Like it can happen in Conquest, and this feels very much down that avenue.
And to be fair, although normally it's always filled with a lot of skepticism, right, when you look at lineups like this, but yesterday Warmer played, he won, and that Rogue, I think that we're going to see right now, perfect, very quickly we saw a different step to how you would normally play it, right? We saw Warmer like almost played the game straight away, deciding that Cthulhu was a plan, and he knows he could take it slow. It wasn't just push as much damage face as possible with the weapon, even though he did have access to it. It was very much slow and considered play, knowing that he can do well and get to that super late game with the Cthulhu Shattered. And even though I say super late game, that's in respect to Weapon Rogue, which is like 2 seconds into a game. So don't misunderstand. I mean late game of the deck and not of the match.
Yeah, it's like you play Cthulhu on 10 when you hit 10 mana, right? And that is the turbo late game for Weapon Rogue. It does take a little bit longer than that. As I mentioned before, you kind of have these draws where you hit the Cthulhu pieces, which is like interrupting the flow of your deck. But naturally, when Rogue starts drawing cards, it goes Cutting Class into Swindle, into yada yada, Silverleaf Poison, etc., and just goes through their entire deck in 1 or 2 turns from that point. Whereas this version of the deck interrupts that with a few Cthulhu pieces. But it does still get through the deck very quickly, just due to the raw amount of card draw that is in the deck. But Falcane is having his Priest targeted in this series, and there's kind of 2 ways to approach that. We were talking about it a little bit in the break. You can kind of just throw out the Priest straight away and just say, all right, well, I have to get this Priest out of the series at some point. I'm just going to beat my head against a brick wall until it happens. Or you can, build all those abstract concepts that don't actually mean anything, like confidence and momentum going through the series by picking up 2 fairly simple wins with real decks against the heavily tech decks that your opponents have, and try and put as much pressure on those decks when you come down to the Priest in the end. As always with Conquest queue order, it doesn't actually matter, but Falcane is choosing to go with the latter route here, queuing up the OTK Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, not that I've had tons of experience against or playing as this rogue deck from Warhammer, of course. I do think this might be a bit of a tough one, because he has made certain concessions to be able to put Cthulhu and a few other different cards in the list. And even with the speed of Rogue, I don't think you can go into this matchup as Warhammer and expect to win with Cthulhu. I think that is not very reasonable expectation. So now it's almost like you're playing a Weapon Rogue in which you want to go fast with 5 cost spells in your deck that don't do anything relevant. So this one matchup specifically might be very, very tricky for Warhammer to deal with.
Yeah, and it's not a given matchup, even if you're playing like the core ladder lists, right? Even if you're playing straight up Weapon Rogue against Demon Hunter, the matchup's not a given, because all it takes really is like 1 Philosophy into Moarg, into Ethereal Arcanist, into I-Beam, and that's like 1 big burst heal for the Demon Hunter, and then that helps them survive 1 or 2 extra turns, and then boom, they have the lethal on the following turn, because, Rogue has no real resistance to be able to play around that. So definitely feel like Falcane will be fancying his chances here against the deck from Warhammer, but I'm also equally certain that he has spent the last every available moment of the last 24 hours, grinding matchups against this lineup from Wama, because he will not have too much natural experience in these matchups for sure. And there is still a great deal at stake for both of these players. Wama can still actually pick up a top 2 in European Grandmasters, which would be an incredible achievement for a player that's come through the promotion system and isn't one of the old guard of European Grandmasters. Whereas Felkane, on the other side, does have a slim chance still of making playoffs, despite being a player that we've talked about relegation for the majority of the season.
I mean, I've got to say even better, right? Because Wama kind of came in, dropped out, back in again, and then and now he's looking at one of the top spots, which would be a big deal. But as we dive in very quickly into the game here, weapons are available for Wama, so that's job 1 done. And he's managed to dodge Cthulhu pieces, at least. Never mind. There's one kind of awkward card already, but he does have weapon, and I imagine he'll be relying on this Swindle to get him a poison. I've forgotten the name of now. Silverleaf poison, sorry.
Right. Silverleaf is the go-to, but since you already have the Swine Tusk Shank, doesn't really matter what sequence the poisons come out of the deck, as long as you do keep drawing poisons.
Right. Yeah, it's just about the card draw for now.
Yep.
Felkane, though, already doing the little mental gymnastics you have to do with Demon Hunter, start planning out when can you skull on curve. To do that, what do you have to get out of your hand, and should you? All of these questions answered in Demon Hunter Tonight, a new show that's apparently coming out. Most importantly, though, can he do it subtle?
Find out, when can Felkane skull? Can he skull? Let's find out.
Exactly. It's a bit of a tricky hand, right? He does have some, not awkward, but some strange options. There's chance that I guess he can at least Arcanist and I-beam his own Arcanist at that point. So it's not like if Wama doesn't have any minions on board, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, the weird part is you kind of have to flip your expectation of what a dumpable card is in this sort of matchup. Because actually, Fellscream Blast or whatever, or a Moarg is a very dumpable card in this matchup. But Fellscream Blast and I-Beam are kind of the matchup winners in a lot of positions, right? So having to dump the Talented and the I-Beam here just to make space for the Skull instead is actually a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Let's get another I-Beam on offer, though.
Yeah. I kind of like it.
Yeah, me too.
Additional Philosophy is kind of interesting as well, though, because if he hits a discounted Moarg off this Skull, having double Philosophy in hand could potentially turbo a lethal. But he's actually just going to take 1 additional card draw right now, with the knowledge that he can coin Skull on the following turn, right? But that will leave him, because he will draw up to 9 cards on the following turn. So he's then going to coin Skull, go down to 7 cards, and then draw 3 to go back up to 10. So he will need a dumpable card off the Skull in order to avoid overdraw. So there is a small chance that he burns a key piece.
On the other side, though, Wama getting, I guess, a disappointing amount of damage through at the moment. He just dumped the Cthulhu piece this turn, which is not really what he will want to be doing. Was that Il'gynoth?
That's the pink card. Yep. Just dumps a Philosophy. Perfect. Yeah, I was about to say, the only big issue here is that he might just have 10 cards at the end of the turn if the 3rd card is something crucial as well. But honestly, at that point, does that matter? Because he kind of already just has all the key pieces in hand already.
Still just stuck on the... With Flow being the blue card, Il'gynoth being the pink card, I think we're not too many cards away from Derek doing some kind of Power Rangers meme. Because we're getting there. We're really getting there.
Nice. I can't wait to see the Hearthstone Megazord.
I would offer a suggestion, but whatever I suggest wouldn't be as good as what Derek would actually do, so I'll leave him with that. You can have creative freedom on that one. Again, in this matchup, Immolation Aura can be used a little bit more freely than it can versus, say, Miracle Rogue, because there just aren't that many minions in the deck to kill. It's not like you're expecting wide boards to clear off, so I do like this from Felkane.
And you can kind of see the issue already, right? It's like the damage is coming in pretty quickly from Wama, but it's just Felkane, just little tickles of healing every turn. With the I-Beam on the previous turn, he has another I-Beam in hand. He has Warblades #1 plus Chaos Strike now. Like, he's just surviving. He's just out here living, and that's going to be good enough, it looks like, to be able to get him to the Moarg that he needs to end the game.
Was that a Moarg then? Yes, it was. That's all. Quick answer. Is that lethal? 3, 2, 1. Okay. But does he see it?
I literally didn't count, I just said yes, but he has a 1 mana Dilganoth and a Moarg in his hand. So to actually count it, if he Fell Screams, he's spent 1 mana, 2 Moargs is 4 more mana, so that's 5. So he can then go... Can't get the I-Beam into Outcast position though, so you'd have to be doing it just with the Fell Scream Blast, which he then drops Ethereal with as well.
And he does have an attack of the weapon.
2, 4, 6, he does have the attack of the weapon to come in as well. Yep. Stick to my initial answer.
After doing the maths, I will confirm that I was correct. Yeah,
I mean, you do just kind of get a feel to it. Like, I've literally said this to, like, before really any of the other casters really played this deck at all. I was like, the easiest way to cheat it is if the combo looks fair, it does 24 damage, right? And that's just what that was. That was a fair combo, so it dealt 24 damage. Though that instinct is never wrong.
Yeah, something like that definitely becomes more pattern recognition than actually having to count specific numbers. So yeah, game 1 does go to Fel Kane, but again, although it's a good start, of course, he is literally 1-0 up. It is not the most important game, and I don't think either of these players will be overly bothered about that game. I think Fel Kane's like, okay, one with the OTK feels quite likely based on Warmer's lineup. He did get a decent matchup for it as well, so I guess that helps. But Warmer, he's just waiting to play against Priest.
Yes, exactly. You know, not all wins in Conquest are created equal. I've made this point many a time, and we are kind of just progressing through this series until the point where Fel Kane decides to enter the fray with the Priest, which is where business is going to really pick up. But this matchup seemed very favoured from the beginning. It seemed like a formality when the Skull was in a relatively kind position in the opening hand, and then it seemed like an absolute free win when that Skull hit the Il'gynoth. So easy to see how things can progress from here. It is just going to continue to be wins for the good decks, but then Priest is going to have a real uphill struggle against this weird Mimi lineup from Warmer.
Yep, I'm just having a quick glance to see what the matchup is going to be. Warmer is going to be on that rogue once again, and Fel Kane is taking the old camera time as he's going to be queuing his warrior up next. So wants to try and get these, I guess, wins out of the way, and then sit there with the Priest and hope he gets the job done. But to me, how do you actually rate these Ogremancers, Sol, against Warmer's lineup specifically? Because they're not really a common card, say, on ladder.
No, it's true. You could argue that they're okay against Priest, because Priest is an extremely spell-heavy deck. You know, it does generate a lot of minions, but a lot of those minions come from spells. Raise Dead, Draconic Studies, Renew into some of that stuff, for example. Palm Reading into some of that stuff, for example. Outside of that, bit of a whiff overall, I would say. Because the lineup just really isn't built around some of the ideas that Ogremantzer is strong against. Mage, for example, Token Druid, I think, is actually the biggest one, where Ogremantzer can have a really, really big impact. But good news for Fel Kane is that he's not all in on the anti-spell version of the warrior, right? Because he doesn't have the Cult Neophytes in there as well, which would be another, I think, potential huge whiff.
Oh, here we go. Fel Kane on the top there on that warrior, and already having a pretty solid opening as far as I can see, at least just with the Gannarg. It's one of those cards that you really, really do want it on one, even though it has that dormant effect. You just want it as early as possible, get that weapon live, and start swinging. But he's going to keep the rest of it, though. Was that just a full keep, Sol? Did my eyes deceive me?
No, I believe it was.
Oh, okay. I didn't expect a full keep. I knew the hand was good, but fair enough.
It makes sense when you start to break it down, right? Like, you're obviously keeping Gannarg because it's Gannarg, and Parade Leader is just a great early card as well. But then because you have Gannarg and Coin, you actually curve perfectly into Tent Trasher, the way this works out, right? Because you get a guaranteed Demon on board to discount the Tent Trasher, right. And then you can coin it out on turn 3 as a 5/5. And then Ogremantzer, he's just keeping because, honestly, this is classically another very good matchup for Ogremantzer, right? I didn't really include it in that initial description because I think Warmer's deck really subverts all norms when it comes to matchup spreads. He's not playing Weapon Rogue in the classical sense. But if this was just pure Weapon Rogue, Ogremantzer is probably the most brutal card in the game for that deck to have to deal with.
Now looks like it's lining up here. The Gannarg's going to come out. Could still
Okay, could even
play.
choose to just hold coin in this spot, though, and just go coin Ogremancer instead, though.
I was wondering, well, he can just always start with athletic studies, right? Okay, he's going to get the Tent Treasure out. Wants to put on as much threat as possible. Mama wants to go dig in. And it's no surprise that he's going digging with 3 mana available, as he will definitely want to be hitting one of those weapons. Get self-sharpening, could go prep into Silverleaf with it if he really wants to.
And I suspect he will. I think it's the best use of self-sharpening sword in a lot of matchups is just 4 charges to jam card draw on to really be able to turbo through your deck as quickly as possible. The problem that Wama is going to run into in this matchup sooner rather than later is that he just doesn't play Cloak of Shadows in his deck, right? Which I think is the most abusable card that you have at your disposal against Rush Warrior specifically.
Falcane going with the Rikara. Discover there. Drops the Warmore Challenger. I think with this card, it's definitely going to be more of just it gets to chip away 1 damage at a time. It is very important as well to point out, especially if you didn't watch yesterday, that Wama is not running Cloak of Shadows, which is an incredible card in this matchup specifically as well, because there's no way for the Warrior to cheat that outside of ETC and you having minions on board, which is not a likely combination of things.
Yeah. I'm glad Falcane's safe. We lost A-Rock, and that made me a little bit sad earlier, but Falcane's rubber-faced antics have kept me entertained throughout most of Grandmasters so far.
And you know what, at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
I totally agree. Couldn't agree more.
Well, there is the Ogremancer, but Wama could just throw another Coerce onto the board, and looks like he's going to there. That was dealt with about as well as you will ever deal with an Ogremancer outside of maybe just a straight-up weapon swing if it's enough damage.
Yeah. Check 1 has been passed, but this is where things do begin to get a little bit scary. Because now the board is going to get very massive very quickly. And again, no Cloak of Shadows with which to play around this. And the Coerces are going. The Malevolent Strikes can still be drawn to be able to deal with some of these minions. The Maw of Cthulhu is in hand, but can he keep doing this for long enough to get this damage over the line?
Yeah, I mean, Maw of Cthulhu, he has the Prize Plunderer now. He could actually just Brain Freeze the 2-2 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So he could actually just deal with Runthak and the 2-2, leave a 1/10 on board and just push.
Swing face for 6 more, yep. And he needs to find 15. He'll have 7 more off his last weapon swing, which will be his last weapon swing. Currently, he does not really have a great deal of additional damage on board. I don't think you can really rely on Eye of Cthulhu to be pushing damage face in this matchup.
He does have double Scorpid, which there are multiple spells, right? Whether that's poisons or wicked stab, sinister strike, that he can actually get, excuse me, to deal extra damage.
So many.
That's fair. He's not going to go full clear this turn, though. Or at least clearing the majority of the power, I should say. It was never going to be a full clear. Okay, I like this, though. It kind of achieves the same thing, right? The only attacking threat on board is the 1/10, but he's also put a 6/6 taunt in play. I actually really like this.
Yeah, as long as the Runthak doesn't get to attack and then buff those Dark Moon Riders, I am happy with the outcome of the turn.
Playmaker would have been the draw here for Falcane, but no such luck. Does find the ETC, though. And this is a big opportunity to cash in a lot of damage here if he would like to.
Also, maybe you can take a turn off from that, because the Samuro does actually help clear this 6/6, right?
Yes.
Survives the attack because the buff from the first Runthak rush.
That's very fair. Does Rikara come down alongside that then? No, he's going to go with the ETC instead. Kind of going halfway house here. Does get to push the damage with the ETC. I like it.
Yeah, and this allows him to still do this, retain the Rakara, but also save having to swing weapon to a 6 health minion, right? Which would be a nightmare.
Ooh. That's 11. 3 to face from Eye of Cthulhu. Is just lethal here.
Yeah, am I going to still dig, right? Sinister Strike.
No.
Would help.
I mean, it would, but it's also not in the deck.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. He's running the... Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
1-1! For our viewers who don't watch 100% of our broadcast time, I made the same mistake with Cloak of Shadows yesterday. Hey! Prep Wicked Stab! Very nice.
Okay, that was pretty sick. And you know what? Just a solid turn there. I think the setup from Warmer, obviously he had to do a lot of work to get the final chunks of damage there. But that turn, just freezing out the run thack and getting the taunt in the way was huge, right? Because it dramatically reduced the board down, even though there was ETC. Imagine if the taunt wasn't there, and then it could have been ETC with more board development behind that and then pushing with bigger minions because the run thack may not have ended up being there in the first place. So... really good game there from Warmer, getting a win over the Warrior and starting to do this even without having to face Priest yet.
Yeah, it's not easy to do, honestly, with this version of the deck. Like I said, less damage in there because of the lack of Sinister Strike. No ability to play Ice Block games because of the lack of Cloak of Shadows, which I think is normally a huge advantage against the Warrior, against the Rush Warrior on the other side. I keep talking about how wins in series like this aren't created equal. The first win on Felkane's side was borderline irrelevant. That win from Warmer is more important than the first win, but still nowhere near as important as these games are now coming in with Felkane playing the Control Priest, right? Because Warmer picking up a win against not Priest does add something to the series, whereas Felkane winning with his non-Priest decks really doesn't add all that much. But Felkane now is choosing to switch this up and now enter the fray with the targeted deck in the series. This very vanilla, very value-light, very slimmed down version of Control Priest.
Yeah, and I was going to say he's going to be facing a pretty vanilla Warlock, right? Because vanilla Warlock normally gets the job done versus Priest, like that deck you see on ladder all the time. It's got a good matchup versus Priest. Well, as always, Warmer's decided to take it a step further. He's got a Philosophy in there, he's running the double Flesh Giant, and obviously he can Philosophy Ticketus to accelerate the overall game plan. So Warmer's taking this even one step further, and although I think this is fine, whenever players do this, it does worry me. When they try and push a good matchup to be even better, it's like, well, do you actually make the matchup worse? Because it's already good. Like, are there just more like whiff cards in the deck now, so you can't consistently do what you want to do?
The fine art of mathematics would dictate that Warmer's right in doing this, though, right? Like, if he's going to tunnel very heavily on just beating Priest and basically concede almost every other matchup, which, is hyperbole because he did just win one of those other matchups, so that's obviously not the case. You have to be above 80% with all of your decks to do that consistently, right? If you're just going to beat Priest. I think ladder stats show that to be a matchup somewhere in the 70s, like vanilla ladder Warlock against vanilla ladder Priest. So it does make sense when you break it down like that, just to add in a few cards just to gain 3, 4, 5, 6 extra percentage points in the matchup, right? Just to get you over that magic threshold where you end up favored in the series. So I'm kind of on board with it. It's a very, very greedy deck. We didn't even mention that backfire thrown in there as well, which turbos through the deck even quicker and hits that extra discount on the Flesh Giants as well to be able to land them even quicker.
Yeah, like I said, I think the idea is risky as an idea, but the cards that actually Warmer's changed in the Warlock do add up to me for Priest. It's looking pretty good. Felkane got an interesting opening hand too with that Mind Render Elusher. You okay, Sol?
Yeah, I just love it because I don't know how many times you guys in testing have heard when I'm like playing Priest in a bad matchup, which always seems to be my job somehow, by the way. I always end up getting this side of the stick where I just play Priest into the bad matchup. I'll play Draconic Studies on one and literally every time it's, what if I just take Brightwing? And now immediately Felkane has just done that exact thing.
Yeah, just play stuff, be aggressive. It's a incredibly unfavored matchup, so you just have to do... You'll understand what I mean, but silly things to try and win the game.
Yeah, the normal thing is not going to work, so you're going to have to be ambitious. He does have Mindrender in his opening hand, so we do have to look out for the interaction where if he can play it with enough mana to steal uncorrupted Ticketus from his opponent, he can then play it and essentially burn cards from his own deck, which will at that point be Wama's deck, therefore to his benefit. However, that is very, very difficult to achieve.
So far, Falcane doing a decent job here. Wama is going to have to deal with this Sethic, because again, when we talked about the standard things don't win the matchup, well, Sethic just living can win any matchup, right? Because of the sheer volume and terror of spells you can generate, but Wama does have the answer to that pretty easily with that Drain Soul.
Get him, Cannon Master Smythe. You can do it, buddy. 5 mana, 4/4.
Yeah. Wama can just play this philosophy now. And again, although turns like this normally, oh well, you've just told your opponent that you've got Ticketus in hand. Well, what can Falcane do about it right now? And obviously, like you said, by the time he gets to that point, Ticketus is probably going to be played.
Yep.
And I think if the first one's played, then even if the second one gets stolen and replayed, it's kind of done its job, because there's also the Yasharaj in hand for Wama and the Jiraxxus, so he's basically just hit all the game-ending cards.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Where even if he's not able to corrupt this quickly enough, where Falcane can just go Mindrender into Ticketus, he still then has another Ticketus coming back to his hand on the following turn. So he can still go Ticketus into Yasharaj over the course of the game. And neither Jiraxxus nor Yasharaj are getting burned because they're already in his hand already. So by playing around with the philosophy there and duplicating the Ticketus, even as it currently stands, if he doesn't draw a good card to corrupt the Ticketus, which he does actually now have with the Twisting Nether, he does play around that opportunity. So I think it's very nicely done from Wama so far.
Yep, and the fact it's on coin as well, I'm pretty sure if this board was empty on Falcane's side, Wama would coin Twisting Nether, because I know I would.
Got one more turn, right, before he knows he can actually get punished for it, and even then it's not that big a punish, but it's
he could start burning cards now.
He could, yeah.
And the thing is, if he like Cascadings or Siphons, then Falcane just plays another minion and does it all anyway. Right? Like, it's the same thing, just later, but coin twisting, of course, going to come out here. Wama just checking over his options, but now things get truly... Okay, don't make me laugh and shout with excitement, because I don't think my throat can deal with it. But I'm not normally a fan of the snap concedes over something like that, but this one can't even argue with it. He knows Ticketus is in hand because of the philosophy was played. He just saw 2 Ticketus get corrupted. Even just those would make the matchup incredibly difficult for Falcane. Never mind the fact that obviously we could see the hand and know that Yasharaj was safe from any shenanigans. So was Jiraxxus. Unwinnable for Falcane, and he has all of my respect for just realizing that and saying, let's get into the next game.
Yep, thanks, buddy. Spot on. Yeah, everyone understood the situation perfectly. That was unwinnable from that spot, and Falcane just chose not to waste everyone's time. We've seen some weird concedes in Grandmasters this season. Honestly, like definitely one in APAC that I remember. I think one in Americas as well, where Monsanto conceded when he had outs. We have seen a couple of strange ones, but that absolutely was not strange. No one was surprised by that. We weren't, Wama wasn't, like everyone knew what the deal was there. The game was over. Falcane just gave it up.
Yeah, the only slight surprise was that, like, maybe I expected him for some reason to wait till Ticketus was played. Then I realised, well, you know it's there, so that's just adding minutes to our lives that we're never getting back, but it was a small surprise.
He could have philosophied a flesh giant for some reason, right? But that would have seemed like a very strange thing to do, so
no, he couldn't, right? Because it's not a demon.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, what am I thinking?
That's what I mean. There's like pretty much just nothing available that he could copy out other than Ticketus. So
you're absolutely right.
looks like Warmer is moving across now to his Warrior as the final deck to get over the line, as he is leading in this series now 2-1 over Felkane. And again, this Warrior, I don't know, but I'm starting to get obsessed with this card. I just think South Sea Scoundrel is really good, and we've seen it pay off in pretty much every deck it's been played in so far.
Yeah, I mean, Meaty did tweet about this recently. If you don't know Meaty, he's probably the most influential player in Hearthstone who's never actually achieved anything. He tweeted in Hearthstone. Yeah, sorry.
Not in live, Sol, because that is savage and incorrect.
I mean, it was supposed to be a deliberate bit. It was savage intentionally, but you are right. He has achieved an awful lot in his life, and he is, out there saving lives in a very difficult time. So I absolutely do not want to be too harsh about him in that regard. But jokes aside, he is a very, 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 very good Hearthstone player. He just hasn't, he's always had different priorities, never really committed full time to competitive Hearthstone. But he does have this ability to just tweet things, and people take it as gospel. And he did tweet a week or two ago that South Sea Scoundrel was just a better Draconid operative or something and should be in every control deck. And lo and behold, here we are. South Sea Scoundrel is in every control deck. So it does seem like he just runs the game sometimes.
Yeah, and I do think that, at least my appreciation of the card is, I'm seeing it played in a relatively slow meta, right? So, yes, if there were aggro decks knocking around, things would look a little bit different. But yeah, the card definitely has had its value and was maybe slept on to an extent, at least earlier on in the expansion. But we are already diving into this game, and it is one of those weird ones, Control Warrior versus Rush Warrior. Who do you think's got the better end of the stick here, Sottle?
I mean, tough to say. Again, it's not like a conventional deck list, one against the other. I think usually Control Warrior does absolutely fine in this matchup because Rush Warrior these days is very low on value. Since, Imprison Ganarg and a few other curve cards came into the deck in place of a little bit extra resource generation, it's much, much harder to go very, very long against the decks like Control Priest and Control Warrior. But obviously there are concessions being made in Warmer's version of the deck to put him in that 100% position that he wants to have against Control Priest. So that might just create the little gaps that can be exploited by a fast start from the Rush Warrior on the other side, but honestly, I still think that the Control Warrior probably does A-okay in this matchup.
I mean, especially when Warmer's already winning on board, right? Which is huge. Like this, I'm not saying shouldn't happen, but it's not really what you want if you're in Felkane's seat. But Felkane is now going off with a huge conditioning and some pretty big minions, especially with that Fleet Hoof in hand now that has already been corrupted.
This is a weird dynamic over the last few turns as well, because essentially both players agreed to do this, because Warmer played the Scoundrel, picked the Warmaul Challenger, which then Felkane drew, so he knew that both players had a Warmaul Challenger. Felkane then coined out an Ogremmancer, into which Warmaul Challenger was a really great response. And then he had the answer for it. But Warmer had to know that Felkane had the answer for it, because otherwise, why would he make that play? Because he knows you have a Warmaul Challenger. Right. So in a weird way, both players just kind of went, all right, we'll just both agree to play out the next few turns in a way that we all know we can counter.
An interesting choice there from Warmer, right? On one hand, he might not have 7 armor again this game for all he knows, so he can use that shield slam very effectively. But on the other hand, he's just floated 4 mana, and he could have just used the Maw of Cthulhu, got Peace played, and then, get the Cthulhu in the deck. Not that it's particularly a win condition for him in this matchup, but more that he just spent he just floated so much mana.
And I do think that's a potentially punishing play in the matchup because of the opportunity to drop Rattlegore, right? You have this chance to go Rattlegore Shield Slam on 10 if you still have some armor. If you've been keeping control of the board up until that point, Rush Warrior plays a couple of big minions. On 10, you can just go Rattlegore and Shield Slam one of the big minions and just use that as your free turn to get the Rattlegore down.
To be fair, is Warmer actually just saving it for that? That's the word I was looking for, Troublemaker. Because with Troublemaker with the attacks, you can't often have Shield Slam, right? Because the 3/3s hit. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of paid off.
Mm-hmm. But now, again, this is the Rattlegore turn. And this is certainly the downside of what I was talking about, right? Where that plan doesn't even really work if there's a troublemaker along the way because of this exact reason that you were saying. So there's definitely some logic to Wama's route through this game. He now has a couple of good options to be able to deal with this situation. Initially, it looked like he was going for the Barov, but diverted to the Maw of Cthulhu instead. Which I think, yeah, as he mouses over the card in hand, I think when you have Rancor in hand, like Barov Rancor should probably be kept together as a pairing, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's just good, right? Like, it's just guaranteed armor. What more do you want? Now there's just a 10-10 Fleet Hoof on board, which again looks impressive, but it's just Wama can pick and choose how he wants to deal with this now.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
Let's just go for it. Makes sense. I like he wants to risk the brawl, right? And the 10-10 lives, and then he's in trouble.
Didn't want to take a conditioning there, Wama, just to buff up the old Rattlegore? No?
I think if it worked how people initially thought it would work, it would be worth it.
Yeah. You just get a whole extra 10-10 and an extra 9-9 by buffing it. Yeah, not something like that. Playmaker picking up some good value. Raven's dog approves.
Sorry about that.
And Wama going to pick his spot. Yeah, that's dog for Rattlegore!
Exactly, yeah. She's just watching downstairs. It's like, good play, good play.
Falcane now has to choose how to respond to this. It's decent timing, I think, from Wama. He will take a beating this turn, sure. But it doesn't really matter that he's leaving up a Playmaker here, because no matter what Falcane does, he can just press Brawl on the following turn and just clear up. And obviously, preloading your Rattlegore into a Brawl is a very nice way of going about things. Falcane sniffs it. He knows something fishy's going on, so he's going to kind of underdevelop just the right amount that he forces the Brawl still, but not overcommit to the point where he's losing too many resources to the Brawl.
Yeah, it's just awkward enough, isn't it? It's just the right amount, as you mentioned. And pretty impressively, like, Falcane has not only a ton of armor, but just a ton of stats in all these minions, right? Like, even though it looks like he might be behind because it's pretty late in the game and Wama's on full health, more or less, but he has, these minions are so big in his hand because of all these hand buffs. He's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and Wama here actually saying, no, that isn't. It is not just enough. You have underplayed your hand, sir, and I will hold on to my Brawl for longer. And this is the danger of underplaying, right? Is that Wama has now found a different option that did not involve using Brawl, and therefore gets to keep 2 Brawls in his hand.
Is that a 5-14 Warmord challenger?
Yes, it was. Sorry, there's a 3-12 as well. So I was like, no, oh no, there's a 5-14 right next to it. Okay, cool.
It's the usual.
NBD. What I want to see is this Playmaker just sticking around forever, and then there's a Parade Leader in hand, and then you draw a bumper car, and then with that power alone, you clear an entire Rattle 8-8 down to nothing. The ultimate test for the infinite clearing power
of a bumper car.
Yep. It's honestly not that far off, you know?
No, it's not. No, definitely.
Now that I think about it, that's barely even a joke.
Outrider Axe picked up there for Wama. Does get to clear off his Playmaker. Doesn't have to commit the Rattlegore trait.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
I got so confused then for a second. I thought that was Athletic Studies and ETC was in it. I was losing my mind. Obviously, it was South Sea Scoundrel. It was just offering Rush minions because it was against Rush Warrior.
That is how it works.
Yeah. If this series does go down this way with Wama picking up the win here, with the Control Warrior against Rush Warrior, which is looking inherently possible still at this point. Still 2 brawls left remaining in hand. Rattlegore on board as well, healthy life total. Kargath Prime for a big burst of healing. If that does come to fruition, that's a real mark of power for this lineup, right? Because he hasn't even done it the way we were expecting, which was to just 3-0 the Priest, and picked up 2 wins versus the other decks in Felkane's lineup. Again, if he were to win this game.
Well, no, right? He would have took wins versus Warrior and Priest only.
For my master.
Sure, yeah, okay, but still 2 wins against not-Priest.
Not Priest. Yes, sorry. Yeah. But and to be fair, if there's one deck you are going to feel you lose to, it probably is Demon Hunter with Wama's lineup, right? So that you'd kind of just be okay with that, right? I lose 1 game to that Demon Hunter, but the rest is like, well, if you're beating Rush Warrior with some level of consistency, you are right. Like maybe everyone takes a second look at some actually heavier control lineups.
Yep.
Or at least in EU, because I know in some of the other regions, especially Americas, I think they've kind of been on and off with some pretty heavy control lineups as well.
Yes, certainly in Americas. I think even we're seeing multiple people bringing ETC, OTK Control Warrior in the Americas lineup, which is very unusual. It was sort of part of a conversation between multiple top Americas GMs discussing lineups a couple of days ago, and multiples of them were saying, I think you've got the good lineup, the quad control. Yeah, I know. Quad control's the nuts.
Wait.
Okay.
I mean, I was just looking at that turn and working out why Playmaker isn't on the board right now, because I just felt like that would have been so much stronger. He's gained a 2-5 taunt, but he could have just gained way more tokens, and he could have brought this Rattlegore way lower.
Yep. It's really tough, though, and I think it comes back again. I don't know if there was any way to Felkane to actually beat through all the resources this game, but it does come back to the turns where he's kind of underdeveloped, right? You could argue he was just trying not to overdevelop, but in doing so, he's just allowed Wama to sit back on 2 brawls. And now, so because Felkane hasn't seen a brawl, I think that Playmaker is one of the best cards in his hand at rebuilding a board after brawl comes down, right? So I think he's really desperately trying to hold on to it. Whereas if he'd seen a brawl already by now, maybe he'd be more free to just go all out. But
yeah, it's really difficult though, because I can't work out where the fault is or whether they're just good and bad things on both sides, but Wama's either exceptionally good at not playing Brawl because he's winning on board and he has 2 brawls and a minefield in his hand, which is huge, and that's because of how he's played. And maybe Felkane has underdeveloped, maybe Felkane really had to force the issue, but this is looking difficult, right? There's still so much removal that maybe I was saying that I doubt Wama wins this matchup with Cthulhu, because I think it would have been over by then, but maybe that's not actually too far away in this instance.
But what if he just does, though?
No, I know. I'm surprised.
Yeah. It's 3 out of 4, 10 cards left remaining, 1 Cthulhu piece away from a good time. That is the maximum conditioning.
Yeah. It's just a 615, okay.
Bosh. 1 shot.
Oh, nice, okay.
Again, alright.
Not bad, it's just more stuff, more options.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at that Troublemaker.
Yeah, he can sword on board this 6-4 now, right? And then just swing into it?
Yeah, I like that.
Or that, yeah, fine.
Couldn't he have... Was his Rattlegore only on 1 health before he traded it? Couldn't he have tanked the frenzy damage on the Rattlegore before he traded? Or was that not...
I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I was sneezing, so I didn't look.
Okay. I'm not sure either.
Now, you see Felkane shaking his head, and I'm kind of with him. You're behind on board. You know that, obviously, as the deck gets lower and lower for Wama, that, well, he pretty much just has 2 brawls in hand, or at least 1 is fair. and any of these boards have to work, but Falcane isn't playing the type of minion that you can really just put one of on the board and think, yeah, this will do a lot, because it's just all the rush minions are kind of standalone, it's just stats outside of a troublemaker. So he can't even really piece these things out. It's not like playing Priest, right, where you drop in massive crazy dragon after massive crazy dragon and just saying you've got to kill these one by one. Like, Warmer can probably, even if he really wanted to, tank some damage from one big minion for a while and still be very comfortable.
You just put 5 into this and play troublemaker, right? Oh, he's going to drop them. Okay, 50-50, wins it. Nicely done. And now you definitely just jam Troublemaker.
And to be fair, he did have Sword on board for worst case scenario, right? So he would have been fine if there was the worst outcome of that 50-50.
Yep. Running through, I think, some of the remaining cards in Falcane's deck. Seeing what he has to deal with this game. Also probably getting some idea of estimated size of minions with how many have been buffed once or twice, or by the rank 3 conditioning that just came down previously. But in the end, forget all the counting. You never count, you just jam Troublemaker.
Getting low on cards.
And this was kind of my issue before as well, that like holding the Playmaker after you've played 2 parade leaders is so much worse. Like now after the conditioning 2, it's just, I don't know, I'm not saying Falcane's made a huge mistake here, it's just things could have been more powerful.
This is it, like this is the last hurrah for Falcane, and it's just doing nothing.
It's just brawl, right? It's
just press brawl.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's pushing a good chunk of damage with ETC. It's fine, but it is just brawl and carry on with your life at this point. Because he even has Blade Fury, right? Blade Storm. So he can just brawl Blade Storm to just kill whatever's left.
It's not even that. He could just like trade, sword and board his own 1/1 Rattlegore, and then Blade Storm both 7 health minions.
Sure. Yeah, like, guess what?
It's so easy for him. Like,
doesn't need to play brawl.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of achievement we're not aware of?
Yeah. Sees the nonsense line as well. I don't know if this is even good, but it is funnier.
I mean, it allows him to end the turn with a Shield Maiden on the board.
Yeah, true.
Which Brawl wouldn't, right? If he needs to Blade Storm after the Brawl.
Yep.
Here for a good time. Here for a good
Double trade the Dark Moon Riders, probably jam your Troublemaker, hope the Troublemaker lives through Brawl twice. And then we have a good time. Yeah. Is that now ever a guaranteed full clear? 5 from Minefield plus 4 from Shield Slam? No, it's not gonna get there, right? Okay, he hits the Brawl anyway.
Yeah. I think that wave was from Falcane just saying, yeah, I am done with this series as Warmer takes the victory 3-1. And as you said, like only one of those wins was actually against Priest in the lineup. So pretty impressive here. And since Warmer joined Grandmasters, he has been one of those players you always got to keep an eye on because he is not afraid to do something different. I think he was one of our first Turtle Mage players, right? In there when the deck kind of first came out. He was like one of the first European players to submit it just instantly. So yeah, he has got that kind of X factor of you never really know what to expect, and I imagine actually a lot of players would want to avoid running into Warmer on any given week because sometimes this happens.
Yeah, he loves a meme deck, does Warmer. Big fan of Celestial Druid, I know as well, so you know he'll be hopefully looking forward to, I believe Anaconda was revealed recently that a lot of people are very excited about what that means for Celestial Druid in the future, so Warmer is looking forward to that, I'm sure. But he's also now looking forward to tomorrow because it means if he wins again, he'll be then taking a place in the final. And if he's has the opportunity to even win and perhaps secure an extremely unlikely top 2 finish, which would give him that top seeding, that free win in playoffs. Whereas for Falcane, just in case anyone was concerned, don't be. That was not a wave goodbye. He was safe coming into this series, and he is still safe going out of this series. He had an outside shot where he needed to win and various other things needed to happen at the start of the day where he could make playoffs, but that's not the case anymore, so he's just got that mid-table finish where essentially nothing happens, and he just goes forward into Grandmasters now for Season 2 of 2021, hoping to put up some better numbers and have a better season.
Yeah, really cool series overall, though. Again, glad for Falcane there, just saying, well, you know, that's me done for the Wii, that's me done for now, but as you mentioned, still, of course, in Grandmasters. But Warmer is going to be going up against Tice tomorrow in that second top 4 match of the day. And I just double-checked what's going on. We mentioned Bunny Hopper earlier not been feeling too great, which is why his match was delayed. I am under the impression that we are going to be playing the match out. Bunny Hopper probably isn't going to be on cam, which is fine. No one really wants to be on cam when they're sick. But the match is going to be played out, as far as I know, as of a minute or so ago. So that's really good news. I think it would have been pretty grim, honestly, to just not have the match be played because he's too sick, and then maybe that's how he gets relegated at that point. So I'm really, really glad that we're getting the opportunity to have the match played out.
It absolutely would be how he got relegated as well, because his situation is 100% linear and binary. Like, this is win or go home from Bunny Hopper. This is the straight up, in terms of individual implications just for this one series you're about to watch. This is the biggest series of the day, because it is literally fate in his own hands for Bunny Hopper. He has to win to survive. If he does so, he will then relegate Psycho, and we will have our 4 relegated players for the season locked up going into the final days. This is a huge matchup, and yes, I echo the sentiment. It's great that he does feel fit enough to play if he does so, but I'm sure if he is, generally feeling quite unwell, that he's forcing himself to play to a degree because of how important this final match is. So, best of luck to both competitors. It's going to be a rough one for sure.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, and this will pretty clearly give us some outcomes to who's going to get relegated going forward this season. So we're going to go to a break while we set up the match. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone European Grandmasters. We have our final match of the day, and it is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Blythe. Both priests are going to be banned out, Soto, but I think the most important factor of this match is the outcome is straightforward, right? Like, if Bunny Hopper wins, he survives. If he doesn't, he's done.
Yes, extremely straightforward at this point. There are two players who can still be relegated from Hearthstone Grandmasters Europe this season. One of them is Bunny Hopper, who has the enviable position of having his fate in his own hands, but the unenviable position of having to do so while feeling unwell. Whereas Psycho has the arguably even more unenviable position of just having to have watched from the sidelines since yesterday while everyone else fights out to decide what his fate will be. His week is over, but it is now down to just straight up between those two players. A win here for Bunny Hopper, he survives, he goes through to next season. He does not make playoffs, but he will take that at this point. Yeah. A loss means that Bunny will be relegated and Psycho survives. Whereas Blythe, on the other hand, is in almost exactly the Felkane position, which is an outside shot still at being able to make playoffs. Almost certainly going to be in that mid-table kind of spot. But at the start of the day, he did have an outside chance of making playoffs. So he is still potentially motivated to pick up a win here and to be crushing Bunny Hopper's dreams.
Yeah, and it's a tough one. I think it's been a frustrating season for Bunny Hopper. We've both spoken to him, I think, on separate occasions just about how it's going and whatever specific match happened on the day. But I think he's definitely not happy with how his performance has gone over this season at all, and I understand that. But also Blythe potentially put himself in a bad position going into this week, right? With losing out on some points a little bit earlier on in the season. Meant he was in potential trouble, but now he is safe from that trouble. He's got to be a little bit more relaxed, I guess, for the rest of the week this week.
Yeah, it looks like Bunny is going to be leading out here on the Rush Warrior, which is a deck that he has had a good amount of success. I think he even put up a 3-0 sweep in earlier weeks against Casey. Just dropping that Imprisoned Gannarg on turn 1 every single time, whereas Blythe here is going to be rocking the Libram Paladin. And I think the differences in Paladins throughout people's lineups is very interesting. Obviously, Paladin a very strong class, very versatile class, and it seems like no matter which nerfs gets thrown its way, it still manages to just transform into a different deck and keep on terrorizing. But I think right now we have that interesting position where no one's really sure what the strongest version of Paladin is, or rather there are multiple strong versions of Paladin that adapt and fit to different lineups and strategies depending on what you are doing. So we are seeing a good chunk of variation in the Paladin deck lists.
Yeah, I think this is the list closest to the list I've been playing recently, just without the Consecration and without the Penflinger. Although we did see Consecration getting some good work yesterday in one of Blythe's games. But yeah, I think like this is just a good mix, because in some matchups, that secret package is actually super important. Especially I mentioned earlier on, like in the Rogue matchup, having the secrets early with Sword of the Fallen is actually a big deal to disrupt those strong openings. But then again, in some matches, you just want to simply curve out with strong minions, and then the secret package can be a problem. It's just being, I drew a secret this turn and not a 4 or 5 drop or something. So you are right. I think it's just strong overall. The only thing I expect to maybe change going forward is just maybe more people just play just one conviction maybe in the list just for some extra push.
Yeah, I've certainly seen that here and there from a couple of players, just sneaking one conviction into decks where it classically hasn't been played. But either way, whatever build of Paladin Blythe is currently running with the having run the Libram Paladin today, he's doing so despite having a very poor record with it overall, because he is only 2-8 with the deck this season. It's been a sticking point so far.
Sorry, it's just... Blythe has evolved over the GM seasons. Now he's just a floating head. It's just gotten darker and darker, and now I just have to believe it's on purpose that he is just a floating head. Okay, there's a hand.
It's fantastic, right? It's like one of those like old school Punch and Judy shows where you like stick your head through the curtain at the back and you just like a disembodied floating thing. Yeah, it's great. He plays from the void.
Yeah, or it's just like what was it called now? I'll remember it later, never mind. I've completely gone blank. But yeah, anyway, moving on.
Nice.
I know, what... Mars attacks.
Don't go back to it.
No, I'm going back to it now. It's Mars attacks, with the head.
Right.
There we go.
Yep, that was worth
like Martian attack or something. I was like, that doesn't sound right. It's close. Anyway, moving on to way more important things here. Blythe does have a reasonable first turn. It gets a little bit dicey after that, whereas on the other side, Bunny Hop is looking pretty fantastic here, even just with going Ganag and just having Bumper Car to then proc the stage dive.
Yeah. Bunny plus Ganag Dog. Name a more iconic duo. Oh, wait. You can't.
Or I won't.
To be fair, the answer is probably every EU player in Incanter's Flow, but...
True. Or any EU player in Candace. Stage dive, sorry, but Bumper Car now can just come out just to clean up this 1-1. Don't really think anything else is worthwhile here. I don't think there's anything to stage dive into, guys, because sometimes it is okay to just natural stage dive and not have it corrupted, depending on circumstance, but I don't think there's anything Bunny Hopper can really draw.
Yeah, if you have exact curve considerations, yeah, sometimes it can be worth it, right? Where it's like, well, if I exactly stage dive now and hit exactly run thack, then I've got the nuts, all right? And it's just, you have 6 mana, you just do the 2 things. You haven't corrupted it yet, but yeah, I think here, just curving out with the Bumper Car makes the most sense, but obviously Bunny Hopper, one of the most methodical and considered players of all time, is not going to make any decision particularly quickly. And we kind of have a clash here. I guess it's a talking point we haven't really hit on, where both of these players are really paying close attention to Token Druid with some of the techs that they have in their lineup, and neither of them actually have the Token Druid in their lineup, so they're both have these kind of whiffed tech cards on either side, which is a pretty interesting dynamic.
Although weirdly enough, the Neophyte would actually counter Blythe's Token Druid tech next turn.
True.
Yeah, kind of just worth playing Crab Rider, right? Does the job. It's going to lose that Wind Fury anyway this turn. It's going to protect the health on it though. Decide to just take 2 to the face. Fair enough.
Yeah, I like it. I don't think face damage is really the scariest thing in the world to be facing down in this matchup against Paladin. There is that one card that really puts an asterisk next to that statement, and it has been drawn, the Libram of Judgment, which does represent a huge amount of burst damage over multiple turns. I think Bunny Hopper feels relatively comfortable preserving some health on his minions.
Yeah, and Blythe's just going with the Libram here on his side, just saying, nope, I want these minions gone as quickly as possible. And I think it's just a nod to how poor his actual hand is, right? He has Talon next turn, but even before that, like, he has an option of Samuro plus a Libram maybe later on, but it's just not looking good. He's not hit any of the bulky minions, the True Seeker, or even the Commanders.
Expect to see Coin Ogremancer here. I don't think you need to play Watley immediately, because like, even if you played Watley, almost certainly your next turn would be Ogremancer anyway, so you haven't gained any benefit off drawing the cards a turn sooner. So you can just play them the other way around and play the more powerful minion first. Makes sense to me.
Yep, I think if there was a conditioning in hand, we could have a different conversation, right? Because you could coin Watley and then do the conditioning with the tokens after the fact as a different option.
Even Run Thack, right, where you go coin Watley into Run Thack instead, and having those land on the same minions.
But yeah, as there's no hand buff, may as well just get them out in this order. It's tough though, right? Because again, Watley seems good, but I think Dark Moon Rider into Divine Shield, trade with the weapon, and then play Pirate looks way better. Just save the health on that Ogre.
Yep, I like this diversion. Again, it's the same argument, right? Like, he's got so much stuff to do with his hand, he just doesn't need to draw cards right now. Yep. There is no rush. He can play higher tempo turns and then fall back. And then fall back on the resource generation later on. You get it? He said rush, but it's all rush.
Oh, you took my line. Okay. Here, though, might be a different story, right? I think this could be the turn. It's a little bit...
The nodding head from Blythe just got to me again. I apologise.
It is great, though, because I am, like, really close to my monitor, and until he raises his hand, I cannot even see anything but his head. It is very impressive. But yeah, this just looks good, right? You can go stage dive this turn, yeah. Needed some refill as everything else wasn't looking too impressive, and he still has that turn 7 to fill out, right, to get ready for the troublemaker on curve. Quick question.
Yes.
When did Blythe get on 9 health?
He's just done nothing this game. Yeah, exactly. Like, minions have just hit him, and then he's just played an uncorrupted Libram and just hit more minions. He's just died this game. Like, it's just Libram Paladin. When it doesn't hit the draw, like, we talk about how bad N'Zoth Paladin looks when it doesn't hit the draw, but I think it's a little unfair to level that criticism to one side and not the other, because we're seeing right now that Libram Paladin just looks equally terrible when it doesn't hit the draw.
But what doesn't look terrible, Sol, is Cult Neophyte this turn.
I would be flabbergasted if Bunny does not have this calculated and the Cult Neophyte comes down. Yeah, Blythe gives the nod. He knows the deal.
Yeah, these aren't the things Bunny Hopper misses at all. And now this is just very expertly locked out the Libram of Hope. So Blythe is going to have to go to another plan here to get this done.
Yeah, okay. I see. I've only just figured out how this clear works, and Blaze has already played the damn thing. How does he do this so quickly? Never mind. Sword Eater. Boom bap. 3 damage to face.
For 1 second, I was like, okay, what are the odds on actually the Troublemaker getting lethal here? And I was like, oh, never mind. He has the Pirate in hand. Doesn't matter.
I don't know if you even saw that, but we just awarded that win to Felkane. I don't even know how that happened, but his face just came up on the winner's screen, even though it's not his fault. I don't know what happened.
I'd love it if he just turns up tomorrow like, what? Like, you said
Where's
I won. Yeah,
exactly.
You said I won. Where's my extra point?
No, it is Bunny Hopper. It is a win, and it's a very, very big win as well, because, again, he is fighting against relegation here. As much as we are having fun with this series, with Blythe's play from the void, Bunny Hopper is taking this very, very seriously, far more seriously than we are, and that's a huge win for him to get on the board, and it's really exactly the kind of win you want, right? If you're under the weather and you have one of the biggest Hearthstone series of your life to play, just draw the goods and have your opponent draw garbage, so you don't really have to think too hard about what you're doing. But even then, when I say he didn't think too hard about what he was doing, there's still just that perfection lockout at the end of the game with Cult Neophyte, right? Which is not trivial. It's a play that you would certainly expect any good Hearthstone player to catch, but it does involve keeping track of the number of discounts, knowing that that threat can come down and so on, and then actually just playing out the curve as expected. But he still was able to keep a handle on everything that was going on. So step 1 complete for Bunny Hopper so far.
Yep, victory number 1 there for him done. And I agree. I think it's also just the fact that, yes, he had a bit of an easier game because he got some good draws. His opponent kind of whiffed a lot, but you still have to execute it well. And Bunny Hopper, turn by turn, you could just see every single thing made sense, right? And you can see the awkward positions he was putting Blythe in every time. So it's now Bunny Hopper who's going to be switching over to his Paladin, and we are basically getting that matchup in reverse, especially so because Blythe also runs the Ogremancer and the Cult Neophytes in his Rush Warrior list.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, everyone's playing Neophytes and Ogre-Mancers and Consecration and the Sigils in Demon Hunter, right? Like, they're both really concerned about Token Druid, and it just doesn't exist in the matchup. It was the same story yesterday for Blythe as well, so there is a bit of a whiff in some of these matchups. But Bunny Hopper now switching over to the Libram Paladin. As I mentioned, Blythe has a 20% record with Libram Paladin 2 and 8. Bunny Hopper actually has a negative record with Libram Paladin as well. It's not a deck that's doing particularly well. Bunny is 3 and 5 overall with Libram Paladin this season, so he's played a little bit less of it, has a slightly higher win rate, but still a negative one. So does feel like maybe the Libram Libram Paladin is the problematic deck in the series.
I actually was watching Bunny play this on stream the other day. Actually, he put a fair amount of games in, at least while I was watching.
Okay.
And so, you know, he has some level of faith. Maybe he was just practicing for GM as well while he was streaming on ladder. But he was playing this at pretty high legend, right? So it's not like just a kind of throwaway deck. But Blythe, on the other hand, is going to be, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, still running those cult neophytes similar to Bunny Hopper along with the Ogremasters. So we'll see if there's any benefit there, if it works both ways, whether Blythe is going to get the clutch neophyte to lock out an awkward turn for Bunny Hopper. We'll have to see how it plays out.
We will, and Bunny will certainly be hoping for a bit more gas. I guess most crucially, more Libram discounts, because that was the problem, right? For Blythe, he just had to pay way too much mana for his cards. If he's able to just play a couple more Outdoor Attendants or Outdoor Truth Seekers on curve, get that Libram of Hope down, that would have put a significant roadblock in the way for Bunny. Then he already had the Talon into Liadrin ready to go, right? So he could have started restocking on all those juicy Librams to follow up with. So we'll see if Bunny can find a smoother curve of discounts to get through this one. And already I'm looking at opening hand coin Outdoor Truth Seeker.
Yeah, again, you know, I've mentioned this before in other decks, but if you had to force me to say, okay, you know, what card can you just always keep in any matchup in opening hand? Like we were talking about, like field contact with Rogue the other day. Like I would honestly just say, if you had to force me to just have 100% rule, I'd go for Outdoor Truth Seeker, because it just always gets there. And if you're losing a game that you can't make it to 5 mana on, then you're probably losing that game anyway. What do you think about this though, Star? Like, keeping condition is not something I've seen too often from Warrior.
It's a very curious keep, especially with just no guarantee of curve already. Obviously, Imprisoned Gnarg is just such an outlier in terms of opening hand win rate. You know, we've heard it described multiple times as the best card in the game on turn 1 and the worst card in the game on any other turn after that. So you do want to mulligan very aggressively for that card, in my opinion. But if you're going to keep conditioning and roll on into this hand from Blythe, then yeah, sure, sign me up. That looks pretty appealing. Whoa, hang on! Going up the other way, Bunny threw away the Outdoor... He picked up the other Outdoor instead?
Yes, and he one-kept Carriel in his hand, which I can see.
I'm fully on board with keeping the Carriel there. I think, like, maybe the thought is just it's too greedy to keep both of them in that position. It doesn't work with the curve on the coin either, if you're going to coin one of them out, where you then strand the other one. So if he wanted to pick one or the other, he just chose to go with Carriel Roam because it's the better board presence with Rush and Divine Shield, kind of fighting Warrior at its own game. But I'm kind of with you. I'm very surprised to see any matchup, the Outdoor Truth Seeker being thrown away.
And here, there could be a pretty huge, I guess, punish for Blythe's keep of conditioning, because Bunny Hopper just has a in-hand Oh My Yogg, and Libram Oh My Yogg this turn looks fine to me. I don't think you'd ever play Galloping over Yogg here, because you're just not expecting the Warrior to play that many cards next turn.
So yeah, just out of curiosity, I have just looked it up. Outdoor Truth Seeker, 55% win rate opening hand, 6th best card in the mulligan. Carriel Roam, very close, but slightly worse, in 8th position, but only like 0.5% lower. But again, you kind of have to look at the exact dynamic as to how the turn's going to play out. And if you coin Carriel on 4, you've then kept a 5-drop, right, and used your coin already. Whereas if you... Right. Sorry, if you coin Carriel on 3, you've kept a 5-drop and used your coin already. Whereas if you coin the Outdoor on 4, well then what's your Carriel Roam turn, right? Because you've coined out the Truth Seeker. So I guess he just felt like they conflicted with each other and just chose to go with the Carriel Roam instead, which is very interesting.
And if you Carriel coin on 4... you're just stupid.
You're just dumb. Yeah.
But now, look at this. Like, the Oh My Yogg in hand. Normally, you don't want a secret in your opening hand. But in this specific circumstance, like, the Oh My Yogg into the kept conditioning is huge. Is there any...
And... oh, that's nothing at all.
Also, just a quick reminder for those who need a bit of a refresher that the Galloping Savior is not a holy spell, therefore Carriel will not reduce it. you don't play that much Paladin, it's kind of hard to remember which secrets are what in terms of holy spells.
Yes.
It is just a horse.
Yeah, looking like spell schools might become a little bit more relevant now in the upcoming mini set with those, at least those 3 minions that have been revealed that tutor, go look, you draw a spell. If it is of this particular school, do something cool. You know, certainly giving yourself the opportunity to build more spell school heavy decks could be very interesting in the future.
And I actually quite like this play. I think using the Divine Shield to hit a 1/3 is not your idea of success for Carriel Realm. So it is a little bit unfortunate, I guess, in one way that Bunny Hopper didn't have anything to coin out into, but he wouldn't be hitting any cards in hand, and he's not going to have anything to coin into because Blythe isn't ahead on board, so that's a positive in general.
Blythe just scouted out the secrets that turn, just double checking for Avenge in particular, which, you know, is a little unusual but worth looking for in a spot like that. Throws out the Sword Eater, is going to be in a position where he loses a charge here potentially, but still decent board presence, is able to clean up, and the Carriel now can come down, but weirdly, after mocking the Carriel coin play on the previous turn, it's actually possible here.
Yeah, and I think it's good, right? Like, coin the Libram out, get the kill on the 2/5, and also there is the Tailin follow-up, there's the Libram of Judgment follow-up. It's good to me.
Guarantee there's at least one person in chat saying order right now. Like, it's got to happen. I think it's the exact kind of thing that Bunny Hopper will have been over-checking as well, because, you know, we talked about how both of us have had conversations with him where he's felt a little bit disappointed. He has said that sometimes he's just felt a little bit blind on certain turns and just hasn't seen interactions properly, hasn't seen the lines. So I think he will have just been double-checking, triple-checking that he wasn't being stupid on that turn, even though it is a very basic interaction. Starting to fall behind very rapidly now is Bunny.
Yeah, and it's always terrifying when you're leaving a playmaker on the board. It's the literal last thing you want to do, but I don't think Bunny can really do anything except play Tailin. Like,
everything else just looks catastrophically slow, right?
The weapon will only pull an Oh My Yogg. He plays 2 Oh My Yogg, 2 Galloping Savior, and that's it. So, and of course, Oh My Yogg extremely unlikely to go off at any relevant time in this game now.
Here for a good time. Here for a good time.
He's just so far away from a decent clear as well. Like, you would need the Libram and Blade Master basically at this point, and he just doesn't have either. Nor does he have any real way of drawing to them. And he's now stuck back in that same kind of position where everything's just a little bit too expensive. And I do feel like that is slightly because he's wanting for Eldor Truthseeker this game, which again is a card that he threw away from his opening hand.
And he's pretty much forced into this play of the Judgment into the Playmaker. You just can't leave it alive. He's down now to 18, which is pretty rough, especially considering that after the Watley's been drawn, the Alex Straza is a given, right? Because these players aren't running Tent Trashers.
Yeah, making room for the Ogremancers and the Cult Neophytes. Don't have room for those extra dragons. And it's just it. It's just taking a beating. It's pretty much the exact reverse of what we saw in the previous game.
And it's the weakness of Paladin right now, or at least most of these Paladin builds, is if you get overrun on board, it's extremely difficult to fight back. You know, long gone are the days of everyone running double Penflinger, right? And you can just end up doing like, it was like double Penflinger, double Libram of Justice, right? Where you could actually ping off a whole board with all the Librams. Like, those days are kind of gone because it's just not as good in the list. So yeah, means Blythe is going to take a victory, and now the series is extremely even with the same matchup happening twice and the same class winning in both counts.
Yeah, and it also means that there is still the Paladin remaining on both sides, since it's both picked up a loss. There is a little bit of variation between classes because there is the Demon Hunter on Blythe's side, and Bunny is choosing not to go with the Demon Hunter in his lineup. Not really a deck that he has relied too heavily on this season. Whereas it does feel like a very Bly's deck, OTK Demon Hunter, right? Just jam some card draw, kill your opponent, GG, next game.
And I'll also say that if Bunny Hopper, I feel like if Bunny Hopper can play Rogue, meaning if Rogue is decent or good, he will play Rogue. We saw him, I think, one of the first players who really adopted Secret Rogue a few metas ago, right? And then pretty much dominated with that deck for a whole season. So yeah, I think Bunny Hopper's always going to go for a Rogue if it's looking good. And he has got that Miracle Rogue for him. I'm just going to quickly check what we've got. Oh, and we do have that Rogue versus Demon Hunters. So we do have the clash of the two different decks in the lineup so far.
We'll have to see where this has panned out. I think my opinion on this matchup has changed quite rapidly over the last few weeks. 3 or 4 weeks ago, I would have told you that this was a very strong matchup for the Demon Hunter and that they generally had more than enough time to assemble all the pieces they need for the OTK. But the more I've seen evidence to the contrary, the more I've seen Rogue winning, the more I've then, tested it myself a little bit more and spoken to some top players. I think this matchup is now tilted a little bit just to be in Rogue's favor, partly because of just improvements in play. They just have, they've mastered the Rogue a little bit more, and especially we'd expect players like Bunny Hopper to be at that top level of Rogue play. But also now just the ever-presence of Cult Neophyte in the deck, outside of a few outliers, like we saw today from Viper with the One Maker instead, but generally, Cult Neophyte is taking its place in the deck, which is so huge. Just for key disruption of turns, you can either use it to defend a board from big immolation clears, play around breakpoints with like Immolation and Moarg, for example, to defend big Jandis boards or something like that, defend big Golem boards like that. Or you can just jam it going into their turn 6 to block Skull and just really slow down their entire game by multiple turns. Then even late in the game, if you haven't had it early, Cult Neophyte can still have a big impact because you can just jam it on like turn 8, turn 9 to defend against the lethal from the Demon Hunter coming out the other side as well. Not to mention then the ability to stack Shadow Steps, Tenwus and everything on top of that as well to stack up the effect multiple times. So I really do feel like Cult Neophyte is the star of the show in a couple of matchups for Rogue. Token Druid being one of them, but in this case we're focused on the Demon Hunter where it is very, very powerful as well.
One thing I will say though is Bly's is bringing a slightly off-standard list here. He does have that, remember, that one Sigil of Silence and that one Sigil of Flame, which can get some work done. And again, although the subtle rule of, well, if you run 2 1-offs, you should run only one of them twice. But here, like, we did see the usefulness of a 0-mana Sigil here, right? When Bly's played yesterday, and the fact that, for example, either versus Cult Neophyte, it's that little bit cheaper to play. Of course, it doesn't kill the minions, but even just playing early to stop an Octo potentially being procced, right? If you can just silence that off, like, there are these interesting tech choices that might help out in the matchup just a little bit.
I want to see it get played, and then you just jam a Jandis into it. That's what I want to see. And then you just actually get 2 full-size minions out of your Jandis. I'm sure that is something that Bly's will have in mind. I'm sure he'll do everything he can do to avoid that catastrophic situation. But you're right, there's a couple of useful applications for it in the matchup. But most importantly, I have been impressed as it just is a 0-mana card that I can just say, get out of my hand.
Yes. I want that to happen, right? The Sigil into Jandis. But the Jandis summons double Raz.
No, it summons double 1/1 Death Rattle into a fight.
Okay, you beat me. Round 1 to you, Sol, I guess. So here we are. Let's dive into the game. We don't need to talk about the pre-match much more now, as we are getting in here. And Bunny Hopper looks to have a pretty decent opening hand. What kind of merit is there to keeping a Prize Plunderer to proc the Octobot in this matchup?
I would say minimal, honestly, because at that point, how many actual valuable cards to discount are you actually holding on to? It's rare that the Octobot can get dealt with on the other side. It's kind of Fell Screamer is the only minion that can contest it, and then it's like Weapon plus Chaos Strike or double Chaos Strike in terms of things that are able to do it from hand. If not, you're getting into like spell damage, I-Beam, and things like that, right? So personally for me, I would not have kept it, but Bunny Hopper clearly disagrees and is choosing to go for it.
Yeah, it's purely, for me, there's the fear that, and maybe this is a bit irrational, but the Demon doesn't really need to proc it either. right? So like, how long can you give the Demon Hunter while you wait for something to proc it yourself, right? It's just that slight issue because effectively both these decks, especially the Demon Hunter, are just racing through the list, right? Both decks can draw a lot of cards, and if the Demon Hunter wins that race, they pretty much win the game.
Sure.
Efficient is sufficient.
Snap Spectral Sight on 2 for Blythe, I'm sure, does pick up the Immolation Aura, which is huge. Very, very strong card in the matchup alongside the Sigil of Flame he's playing. Oh, Foxy Swindle in response from Bunny, though. Both these decks off to the races extremely quickly here.
So many options.
Yeah, it looks like a no-brainer, right? But again, I guess Bunny Hopper's just working out if he wants to proc this Octo or not, or if he wants to wait. But I think drawing more cards definitely outweighs the Octo because the Octo benefits from having more cards in hand, right?
Yeah, and again, I think we'll see a lot of this from Bunny Hopper. Well, he does this a lot anyway, right? Where he'll look on really obvious turns, he will still take a little bit of time just to consider things. But I think just because of, if he's feeling a little bit sick and because of the massive importance of this actual match, and because of the fact that he hasn't been 100% happy with how he's played throughout the season, he will just be taking these extra beats just to say, okay, let's just make sure I'm not missing a hidden play here, right? Like, let's just really examine everything for something a little bit next level to do.
I know it's a little bit overdone, but especially in a matchup like this, just planning the turns ahead, because you can almost plan the Demon Hunter's turns, right? You know exactly what they want to do and when they want to do it, so just be kind of using that as a baseline. Then Bunny Hopper can try and get to a point where he starts to disrupt a lot of that. But this is the sort of opening that Blythe will kind of want to see, right? Extremely slow. Although the Octo's there and it is annoying, Blythe has gotten rid of some of the other threats, and there is just a 1/4 facing down now.
Yeah, picks up Spectral Sight from the right as well to go with the Chaos Strike, and the disaster scenario has occurred here for Bunny Hopper. He doesn't end up getting any value out of that Octobot, and there is Guardian Org Merchant precisely 1 turn too late. Bad news though for Blythe, no Skull as of yet, and also Il'gynoth in hand already, which will be blocking a lot of outcast potential going from the left, so he will have to be drawing cards in a fairly good order in order to be able to play them out from the right. But he does already have Raging Fell Screamer in hand, which means he has the other way of cheating mana available, which gives him opportunities really to end this game without ever drawing a Skull at this point, as long as he picks up an extra card or two.
Yep, Stealth Summoner Copy, probably the best combo versus Demon Hunter, would you agree?
I'm not sure whether I would consider that better or worse than Divine Shield Summoner Copy. I think it's dependent on board state and game state. Because Divine Shield Summoner Copy does resist like a big spell damage or Moog Immolation Aura, right? Because the first proc just hits a Divine Shield, whereas Stealth can still get cleared by that kind of thing. So I think it's pretty close between those two.
Looks like it's going to be that Immolation Aura with the Arcanist here. Blythe does have to sacrifice his minion as well, but a sacrifice well worth for him to just clear those threats off. And already things are starting to look a little bit grim for Bunny Hopper, right? Blythe is getting through his deck at a reasonable pace, and Bunny Hopper's pretty much done nothing so far.
Yeah, the card draw has just run out a little bit at this point for Blythe, so he is going to be trusting the top of his deck a little bit, but he is now in that position where he hasn't drawn a Skull at an awkward time. He didn't draw it on turn 4 or turn 5 after the Il'gynoth came into hand. So at this point now, as long as he hits top deck Skull at some point, he should be able to power through his deck very quickly.
He does have double jump, right? So he can jump into Skull.
Yep.
Potentially next turn, which is huge. But now Bunny Hopper at least could go like Efficient, Octobot, Guardian, and be able to really pop off with this field contact, right?
Yeah, and I kind of like playing the field contact first here as well, just to get these draws rolling, because you can actually play a surprising amount of cards for 0 mana here when you start digging into it. The Prize Plunderers aren't actually useful in terms of clearing power.
Spell Mage in 3 options.
Yeah, the plunderers aren't particularly useful in terms of actually using them for clearing power, so I'm sure he'll just recycle them on his own minions here just to pick up the card draw. That's exactly what he's going to do. Boom!
I did get hold of the skull.
Alas, poor warlock.
And I will just give Derek a quick shout as he raised a point. He could have actually plundered the Octo, right, and then left a Divine Shield on the field contact.
So if you go what? If you go field contact, Octo, and then Plunderer your Octo straight afterwards, do 2 damage to it, and then you still have a 0 mana Guardian Orc Merchant on it to protect. Yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense. But he did see 1 Immolation Aura get used already, so maybe that was part of the motivation. But honestly, I'm not sure how much upside there is to doing it the way around that he did it. So maybe Derek just raises a good point.
Strange enough flow in Bunny Hopper's hand. And not strange because we're not used to players having flow in their hand, but strange because it's in Rogue. This double Cult Neo fight, though, could buy Bunny Hopper enough time.
Discounted Swindle, which will find him another discounted spell, in this case the Brain Freeze, picks up Guardian Orc Merchant as well, and now the Wicked Stab on top of that, very nice. Drops the Brain Freeze just because it cycles and the minions are died anyway, continues to do so with Brain Freeze as well, very nice.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm actually really surprised at that turn there from Bunny Hopper. I didn't know whether even though obviously he's facing into a Sigil of Flame, right, whether he could have actually just gone at least just 1 Neophyte that turn. Bit of a surprise.
He does end up dumping a field contact at the end of the turn as well, which I don't think he needed to do, because he's only going back to 8 cards in his original hand, so he's just throwing out into the...
He just doesn't need it, right?
Sigil.
Yeah.
I guess, but...
I mean, he's only got 7 cards in the list, and he would have had 8 now left over, and I think he just wants, like, damage or something, but Bly's locked it in, which means it's game.
Yeah, and this was the formality, right, where he had this on the other side the whole time, and obviously we're talking about what Bunny can choose to play the Neophytes there, which he definitely had the option to do. But he kind of had this opportunity to stretch the game out for multiple turns with those Neophytes by fishing through his deck, finding Shadow Step, finding Tenwu. He chose not to do it once that turn. I think you are right. I think Bunny looked a little bit confused at the start of that turn as to what he was going to do, whether to play 1 Neophyte to start with. He ended up going with the Incanter's Flow instead, which did save him a significant amount of mana over the course of the turn, because he played multiple Brain Freezes and Swindle. But I'm not sure what he did with that mana that he saved, right? Because if you think, well, he saved 3 mana over the course of the turn and then used that 3 mana to play a field contact, which ended up getting blown up on the board. So whether that really achieved anything is up for debate. And maybe just dropping the Cult Neophyte there was the better way of dealing with it.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because once a skull's been played, as we well know, almost anything can happen. So you could say, oh, well, you can't just Neophyte after every skull that's been played because, well, what if they just don't have it, or what if they weren't going to go for the lethal or whatever anyway. But I just think with that turn and with that much mana, and he still would have drawn cards because Cult Neophyte would have procced the field contact that was already on board. It was probably worth just dropping 1 because it's not as if you need to do 2 or even 3 in a turn to stop Demon Hunter. Often 1 is actually enough when you're looking at a full combo.
I'm not sure how true that is, because we've talked about this before, right? Like, if you get a Scald combo piece, like a spell, like Eye-Beam or Fellscreen Blast, it ends up costing genuinely negative mana. So if you play 1 Neophyte, it still costs 0. You have to play multiples to drag it up to the point where it actually costs mana again. So there is merit to it, and there's also the consideration of being able to do it for multiple turns, right? So you can say no lethal this turn, but also no lethal next turn, because I'll just Shadow Step it and hold it in my hand, and then do it again on the next turn, and then Tenwu it, and then do it again, right? And try and force that out for as long as you possibly can. So there is definitely merit to greeting the neophytes, but that's the difficulty of playing against OTK Demon Hunter on the other side, right? Is that you have to develop some kind of read on when you have to play around.
Exactly,
being dead.
yeah. And
it's just so hard to do.
And that's what I mean. Like, okay, your opponent's played Skull. They've got 6-7 cards in hand, whatever. 3 of them are reduced. Do you just play it then and hope? Do you hold? Because if you play it and then don't have it the turn after, then they just do it a turn later. You know, it's really, really difficult, but we could probably talk about that for a while. And most importantly, we are getting back into the series, and both players are on the, I guess, the struggling deck at the moment, as Paladin has not been doing it too well for either of these players so far this match.
Yeah, and both players have Outdoor Attendant into some form of secret into Northwatch Commander, which is probably the most powerful draw that you can get. However, Blyze's secrets are coming from Sword of the Fallen, which is the superior way of doing it in this scenario.
And also, I'd be very interested in a play I would like to see a lot, is if a secret comes down now from Blyze, he can just coin, right? Because he can coin first days into with Sword, he can coin into whatever, but most importantly, he can just remove the chance of having a secret there for Bunny Hopper on turn 3, and I like that option.
Double Novice Zapper, you say?
I mean, that's just a lot of damage.
Can kind of afford to overload this turn if he really wants to, right? It's not the end of the world.
Well, not if he wants to play Yogg into Northwatch, if he's hoping a spell isn't cast, right? That's the problem.
Right, but it comes with its own risks, right? If you know your opponent has coin and you play on my Yogg this turn, like, what does that really achieve? So that's kind of why I'm saying he can afford to overload, because it gives him a curve of going Novice this turn and then 2 more 1-drops next turn on the overloaded turn. Then he gets 4 mana on his unoverloaded turn, right? And he can just go Yogg Northwatch Command at that point, which I think is a pretty smooth way of playing it out.
I'm just going to get the secrets rolling. Okay, it's going to be Oh My Yogg for Blyze.
Which is a big deal. Because of the way Bunny's curve is going to work here, he does really want to be able to play his own secret for the Northwatch Commander, but at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice your Libram of Wisdom into an Oh My Yogg either. He might just continue to play his 1-drops here. That does mean Young Priestess into a 1-attack weapon on the other side, though. So maybe that isn't good enough. Maybe you do just sack the Libram of Wisdom into the Yogg then.
I was going to bring that up because, bearing in mind, although he has the 1 reduction, there isn't a true Seeker in sight. Right, and the card draw from the commander could actually end up just being worth more than this Libram of Wisdom for 1 mana being in your hand.
Thumbs up from Blyze. Ooh, okay. I mean, it does go back up to a 1-2, so no real harm done in that scenario, I guess.
Blyze just edging ahead slightly.
And he hits the Oh My Yogg again, Raven, which means this curve now does not work. For Bunny Hopper, this Oh My Yogg is going to get Oh My Yogged, and unless he replays a secret here, he is going to have a miserable Hearthstone turn. That ain't it.
Saldor Attendant's been in the wars.
It has.
He does now have Novice Zapper into Sword of Fallen, right? And then he can go Commander with second swing next turn. So he has a curve. It might not be the curve he wanted, but it's the curve he's got. But this is where things do get scary when you, in this mirror, when you start just slowly losing the board, right? And you're like, well, can I even get this back? Guys, happy to get the secret active, Northwatch Commander number 2. Keeping the card draw flowing.
Blyze looks like he's going to trade the 1-1 here. Obviously, trading the 3-2 takes more damage out of play, but it means that there would be just a 1 health minion left for the sword on the other side to be able to attack into.
We'll fight back these brutes.
It also gets weirdly tricky, I guess more so for Blyze because he's on coin, of like, well, now he knows the Oh, sorry. Now he knows that it could be the galloping, right? That he just has to limit his own turns right now, which is one thing that could help Bunny Hopper get back in this game.
It's fair. I think really the biggest thing that will help him get back into this game is just Outdoor Truthseeker off the top, though.
I was even looking at Coin Weapon this turn.
Reporting for duty.
It's just really funny because you can't really afford to fall behind in this matchup. Even when someone is maybe slightly ahead, they're like, oh, I've still got to trade, because if they play X, Y, or Z, then I'll actually be the one behind. So it just ends up being just wimpy trades throughout the early game.
We'll fight back these brutes.
Also, just a lot of Northwatch commanders.
Has been the theme so far. Bunny only has one more card he can play this game. Play this turn.
Wow, hard mode.
Yeah, because he doesn't really have any attractive way to deal with the Galloping Savior right now, so I suspect he is only playing one more card, and I'd imagine that means he's hero powering and playing a 1-cost instead.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Huh. I actually liked McGurgle there, honestly. Just because if I was Bunny Hopper, I would feel behind right now.
Yeah.
And if he gets McGurgle on board, let's say it dies, well, the sooner it dies, the sooner you can potentially draw it, right? Draw the Prime. And the Prime in this matchup, if you keep the board reasonably even, can be absolutely huge, because Paladin just doesn't have a way to clear that board, right? Unless they're already super ahead.
Right.
But this is more mana efficient, so of course there's that.
Yeah, he spent his mana. And that wins every argument.
I bet I could make that not win an argument.
Hand of a Dial now. Like, the resource game is just so one-sided right now.
Right. Which is why I was talking about McGurgle, right? Because that's one way, like, Bunny Hopper can kind of just cheat his way back into the game.
I agree. I do think mana efficiency is important here, like, memes aside, because he does have to fill out a clean turn next turn, and because of how, quote, behind he is, he does have to think about potential top decks immediately. So, like, you know, if he gets Outdoor Truthseeker here, which is the dream, he can just play that down with McGurgle, just on curve. If he picks up card draw, like Hand of the Dial, then he's, by being mana efficient on the previous turn, he gets to be more mana efficient on that turn as well with the card draw. So, you know, I think it can all line up. Ooh! Sometimes rewarded.
Definitely a good draw, isn't it?
It is. Because currently every advantage in the game is on Bly's side, and now Bunny at least has one. And Librams are cheaper.
Wait, what are the two secrets for Bly's?
Reckoning and Galloping.
Right. So, is this actually a McGurgle and then Libram the 3/4? And then trade into the horse, right? Get it gone?
I like that, yep.
And then you can re-Libram up because the 4/5 will die.
The 4/5 will die.
You just get rid of the secrets in one go, which is, I think, the best way to do it, if you can.
Agreed.
Like, weirdly, it looks like Bunny Hopper lost out here, but I actually think this was really good.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Whatever you can do, Sol, Bly's can do better.
Responds in kind. Bly's is now missing the Hope, really, is the only missing piece, but he does have that Libram of Judgment, which he will be able to corrupt with the Talon now, because he's got it so cheap.
This is just a tough secret call, honestly. Goes Galloping, okay. Not the one I expected to see, but again, whenever your opponent has a 0 mana Libram of Wisdom in hand, you can expect that they want to play it a lot of times, or, you know, end up playing like at least one card every single turn. So then any additional plays that stack onto that pretty quickly. Good thing for Bunny, though, is he can start Oh My Yogg or Libram of Wisdom. to test for a Yogg on Blythe's side?
Yeah.
Because although I appreciate your comments in the past about playing high-cost spells into all my Yogg and not caring, I don't think Libram of Hope is one of them in this scenario.
No, me either. I wonder if you'd willingly trade it for a sprint in this position, though. Because obviously 6 mana cards are very, very big on card draw, as we know from Deck of Lunacy. But yeah, I think it would probably be a little ridiculous.
What? Are these draws just fair?
No, it's just every secret Blythe has played this game has just actually been plagiarized. You just haven't been paying attention.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Or he's just playing the Corsair every turn.
It's not looking good for Bunny, though. As I said, he was picking up a couple of small advantages after being behind in basically every measurable resource for large parts of the game. But these last few draws from Blythe, the Outdoor Truthseeker into the Libram of Hope, have kind of erased every advantage he possibly had.
That's the problem, right? Like, the advantage isn't there because Blythe just matched him every turn, which is... Oh, he really needed Blythe to just have a turn or two just a little bit dull.
I despise that trade from Blythe, though. What did he do apart from, like, he just gave Bunny an out to draw an incredibly powerful card this turn, right? Like, I think any turn after this turn, if Bunny drew McGurgle Prime, it would be too slow. And he's given him one turn to draw it, where it might have actually got him back in the game, and I really don't like that.
It still ended up drawing a powerful card, though, with Libram of Hope number 2.
He did.
But again, there is Blythe with his Libram of Hope. Blythe has the Penflinger to ping the shield off, which is a huge deal. These 1/1 minions or Penflingers become a huge deal when you're in like Libram of Hope wars with your opponent in the mirror, because it's so much damage you make up. So is this Libram of Judgment time? I kind of like Libram of Judgment here, just get it equipped. And he can carry all the 1/1.
Let me think.
You can also go like Hand of Adal, Penflinger again, and Libram of Hope, which I think I like a bit more since he just drew Liadrin. Just get the Libram of Hope cast. Oh, he's playing Liadrin now.
He leaves the 8/5 on the board.
No, that would kill the 8/5. He leaves the 1/1 on the board.
Oh, sure.
Hand of Adal it up to 4 attack.
Yeah,
one more Penflinger to deal the 5, and then you drop the Libram.
Yeah, I think we all just want different things out of this turn, don't we? Because I thought, like, weapon into the coin. You could even weapon coin carriel into the 3/4 that gets summoned at that point, right? And still reduce down the Libram of Hope. Yeah, just very different ideas on a turn that was just pretty good almost no matter what Blythe did. As long as he had a full turn, it was probably going to be pretty good.
Okay, first day of school, into One Thief, into Devolving Missiles. So that's the out at this point.
Yeah.
It's about all I can think of. That's not it.
Oh, no. And that's the problem. It's one of the weaknesses of Paladin is the second you fall that far behind, you need extremely specific draws to give you any chance, never mind whether you win or not, but to even give you a chance. It does not fight back, it does not recover well at all. It needs to be at least even, preferably, of course, ahead. And Blythe now will just take control of this board.
Yeah, and there was a niche out for Bunny Hopper as he saw it. That he didn't know about all this healing stacked up in the hand for Blythe. But now as Blythe reveals all that healing, I think any realistic win condition for Bunny Hopper is rapidly evaporating.
Yeah.
The victory is yours.
And there's the
That's
concede.
it.
Blythe takes the victory and moves on to tomorrow in that top 4. But I guess most importantly for now, Sottle, that does mean Bunny Hopper has not achieved the goal. He has not won his match. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that means Bunny Hopper is now relegated.
I would love to correct you, but unfortunately, you are not wrong. Bunny has now been relegated from Grandmasters. It means we actually have all of our relegations wrapped up a day early, which is a little bit unusual for Europe. We normally go all the way down to the wire, but it means our 4 relegated players now are going to be Zim, Swids, A-Rock, and Bunny Hopper, based on the results. Both of those players, A-Rock and Bunny, did have the opportunity to dig themselves out of it through today and tomorrow, but both fell a little bit short of what they needed to do. Bunny 1 match away, A-Rock 2 matches away, and I gave a little bit of a tribute to A-Rock earlier, and then if anything, Bunny deserves even more of one. Like, what can you even say about the competitor that is Bunny Hopper? Like, absolutely one of the all-time greats, has achieved everything that there is to achieve in Hearthstone outside of winning a World Championship, and obviously there is an extremely limited pool of World Championships that are available to be won, but multiple-time seasonal championship, an extremely high order of merit earner in terms of lifetime prize money won, competed around the world in all sorts of different scenes, competes in the Chinese scene as well, does at least now have a growing stream that he can fall back on, and of course a PhD that he can choose to fall back on at any point if he would really like to. But hopefully for our sake, Bunny does continue to hang around the Hearthstone scene, because I think he's a fantastic asset, a fantastic guy, a fantastic player, and he will be sorely missed in Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Yep, that's it. Not only played around the world, but also respected around the world in every single region, right? Players from all over the world respect his level of play, and that he is just one of the best players we've had. And I think most importantly as well for me, it really is a shame to see him knocked out of Grandmasters, but if there's ever someone who can re-qualify and get back in if they choose to do so, I would say it's Bunny Hopper. That's where I would go, because he is definitely got the ability to, without question, to make it back even in the European region. But Soto,
and on that note, keep an eye out, because he's actually in contention. Sometimes that's just a thing we say, especially in the European region, where you have to put miracles together to qualify for Grandmasters in Europe. It's so difficult to do. But Bunny's in contention. A 7-2, a top 16. If he can pick up a few points in the 1 remaining Masters Tour, he's there or thereabouts, and he could make something happen. And he's well aware of that as well, and has had that in the back of his mind for multiple weeks now, as it's looked like more and more this season would become a relegation battle for him. So I think his story's not quite done yet. There is still one final chapter to be written, and it will happen at the next Masters Tour.
Yeah, but that does mean we have our top 4 done and decided for tomorrow, and we are done for the day. So it's all going to be, we've had the rough day of seeing some of the all of the relegations now kick in. We can have some fun tomorrow and work out who's going to end those standings right at the top and bank some of those important placement points there. But for now, we are done. Again, just a quick thank you and shout out to Gia for covering the first match for me. I appreciate it. But from us, we are done for the day, and we are going to move on to the Americas in just a little bit. So make sure to stick around if you want to check out what's going on over in the Americas region. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Rosen's, that's a loss. And his pairs are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1. dead. That's a loss. And his pairs are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Hello everybody, welcome back for another day of Hearthstone Grandmaster of the Americas. It's Frode and TJ here to bring you the final days of the regular season. The beginning of the end is upon us as we are marching closer to find out who will go to playoffs, who will not make playoffs, and who will no longer be a Grandmaster in just a short couple of days. And as mentioned, TJ will be joining us, anchoring us as always. TJ, how was Friday for you having witnessed? In fact, how was watching Grandmasters this morning, seeing some familiar faces? No longer going to be a Grandmaster after this season unless they promote via the Masters Tour system.
It's been crazy, honestly. It feels like we just started Season 1 for 2021, and now we're already saying goodbye to some of the greats in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Obviously, it's not forever in some cases. Still chances for players to qualify back to the Masters Tour system, which is what it's designed for. But sad nonetheless. And yesterday was a long day, a lot of drama, a lot of good Hearthstone matches, though, and I'm hoping we get to continue that trend today.
Yeah, should be really fun to at least see some players fight for their livelihood, whether it's to qualify for that playoffs, like we said, or in order to survive in Grandmasters a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what we can expect to see for those who may be tuning in halfway throughout the weekend. Today, we're going to be playing Conquest. It's a theme for this weekend as we once again return to the normal format that we've come to expect when it comes to competitive Hearthstone. 4 decks per each player with 4 unique classes. Then before the series, you ban one of those decks from your opponent, and you have to win with each deck. The queue order does not really matter up until then. If you lose a deck, you can just queue it up again. And then for today, we're going to be playing the top 8, and then tomorrow we'll be playing the top 4. And with that said, there's still some money on the line. Yes, there is, the points and the seeding and how the playoffs will be structured. But there's still some money that's to be made and to help some of these Grandmasters be motivated, even if they feel like they are secured for playoffs, with first place getting $3,000.
Yeah, $500 per win, right? So the players playing today are guaranteed $1,500, but can earn up to $3,000 if they win the tournament for the week. That is a weekly prize pool as well. And obviously, there's way more on the line when it comes to playoffs, possible world championship qualification, a ton of money to be made by the players. But what we're going to be talking about the most over the course of the rest of this weekend is going to be the points, right? Because we still have one relegation slot to determine for America's Grandmasters. We said goodbye to Briarthorn and Impact in the matches that we had yesterday. But we still have one more spot to settle, which will be the last match of today. It's either going to be Muzzy or Tincho. And then, of course, we do have second seed up for grabs. We have up to 2 playoff spots up for grabs with, the points distribution for the week. If, players can win and jump up a lot in the standings. It's pretty exciting, honestly. We have still a lot to talk about. Nothing is set in stone just yet.
That's right. Who will be at the bottom when it's all said and done? Who will be at the top, having climbed their way to get to that number 1 or the top seeds for playoffs? Speaking of which, that does lead us to today's fact in history. Today is May 29th, 2021, and on this day in 1953, we saw Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay climb Mount Everest to the summit, which was, of course, quite an achievement back then and has since become quite a pinnacle achievement for many people's bucket list if you are an outdoorsy person. I myself hate hiking, but I like doing it on occasion if the right conditions are met, mainly if it's not too hot or too cold. So basically never. And, it'll be interesting to see who climbs the summit of Grandmasters this season. as we do have a couple of people who've been trying to do so. Let's go ahead and show some recap of how we got to this point, starting with Fled versus Briarthorn. Fled, always a pleasure to watch on broadcast, not necessarily just because of his decks and his plays, but because it is an emotional roller coaster to watch his webcam, whether he's celebrating his good fortune, whether he's popping off from his plays, or whether he's sort of kind of trying to calm himself down and play the too cool for school sunglasses look that it's almost been patent to his style this season. But a win over Briarthorn, we've been kind of talking about it. It's been sort of a cloud looming over our heads, but Briarthorn being at the bottom of the standings here, not going to be joining us as a Grandmaster in future seasons, TJ.
Yeah, and it was a brutal series to end things for Briarthorn. It ended up being a control mirror against Fled. It's just that Fled's control decks were slightly greedier on every front. And just so it seemed like an uphill battle for him from the get-go. And, maybe he'll qualify back, right? America's a little bit more wiggle room as far as qualifying for Grandmasters. You get a top 8, a top 4 at a Masters Tour, you're cooking still. Then we move to Nalgidon versus No Hands Gamer. And this was probably one of the quickest series we've had this entire season for Grandmasters, as Nalgidon took a quick 3-0, and he keeps his hopes alive of actually tying No Hands for that first seed. If he wins the weekend, it would both be at 21 points, and thus they would both be the first and second seed, getting those buys for playoffs. So some important matches coming up for Nalgidon to try and secure that second place finish.
Yep, very much so. Then we went to Rami versus Muzzy, perhaps the match that almost everybody that's a fan of the Americas was paying close attention to, largely because Muzzy, one of America's best players throughout Hearthstone history, has been on the verge of relegation. It's been a topic throughout the middle of the season getting to this point. And Muzzy being able to get this win, you can see that he's really into it, being able to advance over Rami, whose playoff spot seems to almost be virtually guaranteed. We get to see Muzzy play again later today.
Yeah, and he'll be fighting for his life. It's if Muzzy wins, he's safe. He has no chance to qualify for... Actually, no, he does have a chance to qualify for playoffs. If he wins, and Killing All Day and Language Hacker both lose. So not only can he avoid relegation with a win today, but he can still keep the hopes alive of actually making it to playoffs, which is quite insane, considering he was on everybody's mind for relegation at the beginning. And then, speaking of relegation, it was another rough last series that we watched between Luna and Impact. Impact just not really able to get the ball rolling against Luna's control lineup with Spell Mage thrown in there as well. We're going to be seeing the same thing from Eddie later on today. And it felt like Impact could never really get things going throughout the season. And even though in the past 4 weeks, right, made it to the decider match, but was never able to make it to a top 8. And because of that, just didn't have the points. And we said goodbye to Impact yesterday as well.
It's tough, we would love to have everybody be able to stay. It'd be, kind of cool conceptually if Grandmaster was a title that's just earned for your lifetime. But alas, the way the system works is that some players will survive and some will not, based off the system. And it's a video game, so not talking about real life consequences. They're perfectly fine and healthy, at least we hope so. Here's your top 8 going into day number 2 of this week. We have Dreadeye versus Luna. It's going to start things off. Then we have Killing All Day versus Nalgidon, a really good opportunity for Killing All Day to make his final run through and perhaps, launch himself into that middle of the standings and maybe, go all the way. Then Language Hacker versus Fled. We talked a little bit about Muzzy, but it's not like that doesn't come without consequences on the other end. Language Hacker making a deep run will also be important, as he is right there behind Killing All Day, 1 point ahead of Muzzy. So a good result for him would also be huge. And of course, as we talked about, Eddie versus Muzzy, the pinnacle of today's matches. There was a little bit of hype on Twitter going into it. Eddie saying that even going back to when he was qualifying via the Hearthstone Championship Tour, that him and Muzzy have this rivalry going all the way back, just years ago. So it'll be fun to see that go down, especially with the stakes that's on the line there.
Yeah, a lot of great matches today. There's something on the line for at least one player in every one of the top 8 matches we have today. Whether it's qualifying for playoffs, it's a first or second seed that bye in the first round, or relegation. And Speaking of stakes, Luna currently at 17 points, 1 point behind Naugidon, and tied with Eddie. She still has the hopes of getting a second seed for the playoffs, which, again, gives you a bye in the first round of the playoffs. A huge deal. It's essentially one free match. She essentially has to win out or just hope that Naugidon and Eddie both lose and then win twice and make it to the finals. And that would secure the second seed. Dreadeye doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's too far out from being able to reach that first and second seed. There's with guaranteed 14 points for the week, there's no way that he misses playoffs. So he's kind of in that sweet spot zone where he's really just playing for a move up in the standings a little bit for pride, for money as well. But because he's had such a consistent season, he's right there at that top middle of the pack, so already guaranteed playoffs.
Yeah, Dreadeye making more than half of the available top 8s has proven himself to be a very consistent force, and I think a lot of people had questions going into it whether or not some of these newcomers can hang, and clearly we've seen so. We've had newcomers dominate the field. No Hands Gamer still clearly #1 in points. There is opportunity for other people to move up, though. Luna is one of them. She's playing the Spell Mage with no deck of Lunacy. One of the most consistent forces despite the chaos in the Mage class currently, largely due to its power with Incanter's Flow and drawing cards. We talked about it week over week. Not too much more discussion to be said, although it will say that it doesn't feel like Refreshing Spring Water is as significant of a nerf as it has been in other classes having that 1 mana increase. And on the other end, Dreadeye, I do want to point this out, by the way, with such a unique amount of lineups that we have 6 different classes represented available for this series because the Warrior was banned away from Luna. So with Demon Hunter being banned, it's cool. We don't really get to see this that often in Last Hero Standing. It felt like Last Hero Standing was largely converged on similar lineups that have very streamlined counters across the board. But now we get to see 6 different classes for this series, which I'm really happy to see.
Yeah, and Dreadeye, one of the few players not running Priest, which is also kind of a big deal, especially since Luna's playing a full, quite greedy control lineup outside of the Spell Mage with both Control Warlock and Control Priest. So probably a little bit of bummer not to see a Priest on the other side because that does hurt the matchups a little bit when you're talking about Control Warlock, right? It wants to hit those control decks because it packs that late game punch, but might struggle to beat some of the faster decks. But we get a Token Druid versus Spell Mage game right off the bat, and decent opening hands for both players.
Yes, very much so. Of course, Incanter's Flow, we've talked a little bit about that going into this game. So Luna already having in her opening hand is fantastic. Second piece of that equation will be card draw to really back things up and get things moving. Dreadeye, on the other hand, keeping Glowfly Swarm, having Nature Study to even give that opportunity to ramp up into the Glowfly Swarm, and maybe even has opportunities to buff that up with the Prize Fury, assuming Mage doesn't clear it right off the bat. Luna starts things off with the Primordial Studies, picks up the Blood Mage Thaunos. We talked about card draw, very important. Even better than just having a power spike of an Imprisoned Phoenix into delayed turns. So it all makes sense to start things off. From Dreadeye's perspective, an instant Nature Studies into something that's a little bit awkward. Feral Rage, Pounce, Adorable Infestation. All stuff that's mildly useful, but is there anything that stands out to you, TJ, here?
Direct damage is valuable just because you might run into the situation where at some point the mage ends up clearing your board, and if you don't have reload but you manage to get in some damage, it can be a pretty big deal to just have some extra damage from hand to finish the game. So Feral Rage, Pounce similarly, but doesn't pack as much of a punch, and because he doesn't have the Gibberling right now, it doesn't make sense to kind of pick something super cheap with the hopes of drawing it. He's got a decent curve with Glowfly Swarm. If it sticks, got big buffs to back it up. So I do like the Feral Rage pick just to have that direct damage available.
Yes, I like that. And it just gives Dreadeye some flexibility, which is important as you start entering these mid-game combo turns that Druid is looking for. I'm going to start things off with the Rune Door, picks up Ring Toss, a very good way to stabilize your board if you feel like you want to either protect yourself or you want to find even sources of card draw through the rigged fair game. So Dreadeye not really doing anything except preparing for that Glowfly Swarm turn. Also picks up the Solar Eclipse, so really big combos available. Wow, some big stuff coming into the hand of Luna as well, finding a Canvas Flow and a Refreshing Spring Water in back-to-back draws.
Yeah, this turn a little awkward, just because she wants to be able to play this in Canvas Flow before the Spring Water. So this might just be like a Fireball to face, as awkward as that seems. Because of the way that in Canvas Flow with Refreshing Spring Water will work next turn, she'll be able to play anything that she would have drawn anyway. So there's not much reason to kind of play around it. But Ring Toss could provide, even though it's not corrupted, could provide some valuable disruption. Or, wow, okay, Rigged Fair Game is very likely insane because it's unlikely that Dreadeye will attack face on this turn. He's most likely going to build up a board. So, nicely spotted.
Dreadeye coining, trying to see if he can test the counter spell. Does not see it, sees Rigged Fair Game. Something that probably makes him a little bit nervous. You see the Shooting Star, for example. That's a card that could potentially punish him if he had a little bit extra spell damage. But now Luna goes for the Incantus Flow and the Refreshing Spring Water, and ideally picks up cards to figure out a way to dissect this board. Combustion deals with 3 of these Glowflies. Another Combustion and a Rune Door. Perfect dissection. And Dreadeye, pretty sad to see the case because, I mean, he was ramping up to combo with this. He had Soul of the Forest, he had Pride's Fury, lots of ways to keep his board alive. It's all gone.
It's all gone. That Rigged Fair Game, the decision to go for Ring Toss was actually insane from Luna. I think a lot of players end up tunneling on, I can't really play Ring Toss until I corrupt it, right? So I can get the full value from it. But recognizing an opportunity not only to hit Counterspell, which would have, delayed the board generation from Dreadeye for another turn. But also Rigged Fair Game, understanding that when Dreadeye sets up this big hand, it's very likely that he's going to go for a board generation, not deal damage to the face. So it paying off in spades.
I agree. I think cards like Ring Toss, while it can be frustrating at times when you don't get the secret that you're specifically looking for, I feel like it does represent opportunities for skill expression moments like what you just saw from Luna, having an ability to kind of have the ideal scenario and then a good backup option in case it doesn't work out, and it's controlled, of course, within the environment of secrets. So I'm a big fan of it. I do agree. I think a lot of people get baited by the fact that you can get 2 secrets off of it, and plus you get a really cool Corrupted Turtle who kind of freaks out to Gary the Snail somehow. Luna goes for the second Ring Toss, this time maybe looking for an opportunity to disrupt yet another set of spells. Ideally looking for Counterspell to stop a explosive turn with, follow-up combos from the Druid, but does get stuck with a couple of awkward choices. It's not like Mirror Entity is super good against a spell-based deck. Oasis Ally, no minions to attack into, so it has to feel like Ice Barrier from Luna's perspective. And then she does pick up the Counterspell, which I think she chose. Those a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I imagine it was. Rigged Fair Game wouldn't be great in this situation because she doesn't even have the hand space. So, it looks like Counterspell and Ice Barrier, the secret's chosen.
Ooh. Love the hold on the Cobalt Geomancer as well, because there's just so many ways to combo with it. Just because you have 1 mana doesn't mean you should spend it. Contrary to what a lot of the other streamers love to do. And people ask generic advice in chat, like, what should I be doing to improve as a player? I think one of the most common pieces that you hear is like, make sure that your decks are good. Make sure that you bought as many packs from Hearthstone so you can improve your RNG. But more specifically, people say spend your mana. And in this case, Luna has so many ways to combo with it. Cram Session, Shooting Star, obviously Burn to the Face. There's a lot of different things that she has available to her. More than half her hand costs 0 mana, TJ. She's got so many things that she could be pulling off here.
Yeah, the only issue is still needs to find a way to get enough damage to end the game while not being vulnerable to these crazy boards. But Fireball, Pegasus Blast, double mask in hand Mask can be useful to try and clean up boards, but at this point, Dreadeye has access to so much mana that it's likely that his boards are going to be too big. Though she also has double devolving missiles, so maybe that's not. Ooh! A font of power for a single minion. Just realizing that her hand is very situational. It's going to be hard for her to dump a lot of these cards unless she wants to just play completely reactively. I really like this.
Yeah, it gets rewarded. The Font of Power is not the win condition of this situation. Find the Trip Totem!
All right, we're looking for Power the Wild. Minefield, oh no!
Okay, it's all good. Druid does not have swipe or any AoE like that, so... You know, that was definitely a interesting series of events. I don't think Luna could have predicted it would have turned out like that, but it's all right. Lunar Eclipse ends up proccing the counter spell that's set up for Dreadeye, and I think Dreadeye's expression pretty much says it all. A lot of mana ramp, a lot of ways to build up an existing board. His entire hand pretty much is ready to finish a game, assuming he stuck anything, a Glowfly Swarm or some early tokens. But he's got nothing.
He's got nothing.
How can you tell me that 8 cards and 12 mana available this turn and you got no plays except Hero Power and Lunar Eclipse? That's just the state of Dreadeye's hand.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. And I think now with how this is played out, Luna could start throwing Burn to the face, could go Mask of Cthulhu into Ring Toss. Could also just go Apexis Blast because Apexis Blast builds up a board, and Druids just don't have really great ways to deal with boards.
Whoa. Yeah. Ring Toss as well to back it up. You know, you summarized it really well, TJ. Didn't Dreadeye just show that he couldn't deal with a board state?
Yep.
Why not just do it again?
Do it again, yep. Swindle.
Swindle?
Okay. That's great. Sure. Draw a card.
Okay. So next turn we have the ability to cast double Fireball with all of these spells to back it up and reduce the board state. With spell damage still existing, Dreadeye has to, once again, test for Counterspell. But we're rapidly approaching the point where I don't think Dreadeye can wait anymore because there is 11 power represented. Luna has drawn 26 cards. Actually 27 by the time it passes back to her. So very likely that you're dead if you just do nothing. And you can see that Dreadeye trying to be a little bit nifty with it. Netherwind Portal summons another minion that Dreadeye has to deal with. And now has to go in, but I think he knows that this is just a last-ditch effort. This game feels very over.
Yeah. It was essentially... He didn't know it at the time, but all in on that first Glowfly Swarm, the ways he ended up drawing with his hand. And while this is a very powerful board, there's just lethal represented. And even if there wasn't, even if Luna's Burn was all tucked into the very bottom, the last 3 cards, Luna had the ability to just clear things up with devolving missiles.
Yeah, there's just straight up double Fireball lethal from here from Luna.
Yeah, I don't know
damage.
What the should maybe trying to get.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
With Mask of Cthulhu, but
it's entirely unnecessary. But the spell damage. I think maybe Luna's like, oh, I have the 12 damage and the Fireball, even the Fireball ping, right? Because there's 10 on the board. Plus the 2 fireballs supposed to ping, that'd be 23 even if there wasn't spell damage.
Yeah. Okay. All right, she realized it. She realized it.
Yeah. All right.
Jedi, look at his face. He's like, oh, jeez. Wasting both of our times right now.
Is it intentional? Was it an accident? Doesn't even really matter. It was a little bit fun. A nice human moment, if you will, because yes, even Grandmasters are capable of missing small little details. And, you know, sometimes we don't realize how much we're tied to assumptions, right? If we see a 2-mana card, we don't really necessarily think that it's Fireball, even at the top of the head, even if you've like looked at it and you've acknowledged it, like, oh, cool, I drew a Fireball. So just little moments of humanity, if you will. That's right, Luna does even every now and then might miss a small detail for about 20 seconds, despite her greatness and her consistency over the years. So the story of the game, DJ, you summarized it well, which is the Glowfly Swarm and Dreadeye's inability to deal with it as he stares into the abyss of just watching Mage destroy everything that he ever tries to accomplish by drawing 14 more cards over the opponent. Just look at that deck size difference. It tells you everything.
Yeah. And I don't think, this is that big of a deal. I guess the Mage taking a win is somewhat important given the rest of Dreadeye's lineup. He does have some decks that are susceptible to Mage, but Mage has just been crushing it for so long that you kind of expect it to take a win in these Conquest series at some point or another. And the Token Druid does still have some good matchups remaining. Warlock can, even if you hit removal early on, Warlock can even struggle with Token Druid because their removal is so one-dimensional. They don't have like this disruption or this like multiple waves of removal. And if you can stick like a Soul of the Forest board at any time, you can threaten lethal. But Luna's going to move to Control Priest. We'll see if Control Warlock versus Token Druid is a matchup that's going to come into play. But this is an interesting Control Priest, right? It's got N'Zoth and the Light Shower Elemental South Sea Scoundrel package. It also has Cthulhu and double Cabal Acolyte. So this is like the one pretty greedy lineup, all things considered. Two, has to be fantastic in Priest Mirrors because you have everything that you want in Priest Mirrors. You have South Sea Scoundrels. You have ways to mitigate fatigue with just Cthulhu, and then a ton of board presence and ways to just 2-for-1 your opponent with Cabal Acolyte. So now Dreadeye doesn't have Priest, but the deck, just N'Zoth, the N'Zoth package with Light Shower Elementals, I do think gives you better game against some of the board-centric decks. Talking about Rush Warrior, talking about Rogue. So I really like this choice from Luna to go with this specific version of Control Priest this week.
Might be the most expensive deck list I've ever seen of Control Priest. 14,000 dust and change, featuring 2 Old Gods, the new Ysera, and of course some of the other stuff that we've talked a little bit about. And of course ways to generate even more value, right? A lot of these cards generate other cards for you to play and all cost certain things. So it's just chock full of stuff late game. It also kind of skips that mid-game curve, right? There's like a ton of cards from 1 to 4 mana, maybe like 1 minion at 6, and then just like late game stuff, which is just very typical of Control these days. Control feels like it's largely defined by the options of the removal, and removal has been getting cheaper and more efficient for quite some time in Hearthstone now, especially with the resource generation available to Priest. Speaking of, Luna has picked up the palm reading and held it, needs to find a good reaction to early Druid boards because AoE is something that surprisingly Priest does not play very much of, especially if they're not playing Condemns naturally into the deck. There's access to it, right, in the form of like Hysteria, which is soft AoE, and then Zyrella and a couple of other things. But Luna, of course, is going to be looking for ways to make sure that she can survive big turns from that Druid. Although these early gameplays with the Draconic studies, finding heavy dragons is not really it for now, but maybe they can come into play later.
Yeah, this is not the best choice. I guess Ysera, I was thinking potentially Deathwing to just have that kind of super late game insurance. But if you think about it, Ysera would come down a turn earlier and give you access to Ysera Awakens, which kind of serves the same purpose as a Deathwing in that situation. So, and Gibberling played on 1. You love to see it. I like this play a lot. I think that there's because Luna's not playing Holy Smite or even Condemn, that this is a wise play. And I don't think there's a single way that she can actually deal with a Gibberling, except for renew into some Holy Smite, right? So, very cool.
Yeah, we talked about exactly this issue, right? There's not a lot of access to AoE in comparison to, say, you know, how Control Warrior likes to play, which feels like they largely play either giant AoE effects or big single target removal. You know, Priest is a lot more about value over time, as Luna does play the Scorpion to find access to, again, cards that are better in slower matchups, but Druid might not give you the time to do so. Powered Fortitude is intriguing had Luna found a Blademaster Samuro, because that is another card that Priest has in their arsenal for AoE. And looks like Luna is picking it up for the opportunity maybe later down the road, because I don't think she's optimistic about the Scorpion's chances of surviving. Dreadeye instantly removes it, picks up 3 more potential cards with the Fungal Fortunes, as it's mainly spells, so it should be the case. And everything looks way better than the previous game for Dreadeye here.
Yeah, and this, I think, is just not a deck-building victory, because, you know, Dreadeye's just playing standard Token Druid, but it's just a lineup mismatch. Luna obviously wasn't trying to target Token Druid with this Priest deck, with no Holy Smites, no Condemns, not really a way to deal with any wide board states outside of, you know, Zyrella and Blademaster Samuro, which usually come down a little bit too late. Soulmere could be okay, but it's still a turn away, and Dreadeye is just going to drive home this board.
I mean, Dreadeye is so close to even just finishing the game, despite Luna being at 29 life. And then you see it, the Solar Eclipse, the Arbor up, just missing the mana. Even if Luna clears it, there's 2 more waves of threats. The Glowfly Swarms, the Thorngrowth Sentries, and the Arbor ups to really send it home. Now, Luna does have a couple of different things that she could do about this board. The Cabal Acolyte is intriguing just because it puts a taunt in the way and it steals one of these Gibberlings. And you can activate it through the Draconic Studies. But the part of the problem is that Luna long-term doesn't have a way to even deal with this board. And so just even one single Arbor up is already a giant threat, giving it +2 attack to all of these Gibberlings and starting to pressure her life total. So what does she choose to go about here? Or how does she choose to go about this?
What is
I think it honestly has to be the Cabal Acolyte with the way this hand is. Still can just play Draconic Studies. Okay, Onyx Mage Scribe. She really just has to hope that Dreadeye's hand is still a bunch of board generation and not a bunch of board buffs. Right? She has to hope that he's just kind of stuck with Thorngrowth Sentries, with Glowfly Swarms, with other Gibberlings and card draw. And that she can buy a couple more turns before she's able to get access to like multiple waves of big removal. But it's just not going to be the case.
Oh, how the turntables. 10 cards difference between Luna and Dreadeye here, TJ. I mean, that was the exact reverse of what happened in the previous game, where Luna had, you know, 10, 12, 14 cards over Dreadeye drawn deeper into the deck just to overwhelm you. Strength with numbers, Zerg your opponent down. Luna can play the Soul of the Soul Mirror right now to even benefit from it by having Soul of the Forest minions being copied and as a result challenge the Treants. The other option would be to play an Onyx Mage Scribe, try to go for other spells, but those are pretty much the 2 options that I spot right now. And I think that this makes almost too much sense for Luna to try and stabilize to ensure that she just doesn't die to a follow-up play on Dreadeye's board.
Yeah, this will just leave the 2 2/2s though, so there's no lethal just yet. But it doesn't matter. All Dreadeye has to do is keep playing these cards. At some point, with how much refill he has, a board is going to stick, a wide board is going to stick, and then Solar Eclipse plus Arbor up will end things. But Zyrella, okay, that is an insane pickup.
Yes. Now Luna gets to clear the board and stick a board. You know, that's the first time that she's been able to do that this game. The previous turn, she stuck a board, but it was immediately removed. There's nothing really Dreadeye can do about this, and Dreadeye has lost a lot of tempo and momentum. You can see him kind of leaning forward. The gamer lean. Oh, okay, now it's time to get serious. And now Dreadeye can refill again. That being said, he doesn't find a good way to stay ahead on the board, there's ways for Luna to really capitalize on this. We're talking about Hysteria, you know, just like really picking apart the board if Dreadeye goes for a tall thing with a lot of health. And it can end up being one of these things disastrous for Dreadeye where it just removes like half of his board for Luna, even if it's not necessarily something that you're trying to plan for. And then the moment Luna picks up Blade Master Samuro, she's just going to rebound in health and dominate. And what can you really do against an 8-9 health minion that's going to heal and sustain every single turn?
You try and push past it.
Yeah.
But we'll see if it gets to that point. Luna will have to try and dig and find some other ways to keep dealing with the board state. Hysteria could end up being quite good because of the Iron Bark, as you mentioned, and even Pride's Fury coming down here. But I don't know if it'll clear up enough stuff. Nothing's at 5 attacks. Shadow Word Death doesn't have value.
Right.
And it'll only take 3 hits, so it'll kill like 1, maybe 2 if it can snipe the 1/1 Dribbling. And this is also awkward because she doesn't have a great way to activate the Onyx Mage Scribe spell burst for cheap. It would have to be like Apotheosis on the Zyrella. And then only 2 mana remaining. A Condemn wouldn't clear off enough of this board. It's still looking rough.
What do you think about buffing the Taunted Gibberling with Powered Fortitude, or just some kind of card? Doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be that. And then using Hysteria.
Okay.
Just like building up a really strong opposing minion and then using Hysteria to ideally clear. That's one thing that also came to my head for like a trick that Priest has up their sleeve. Some combination, but still going to use Zyrella and the Lifesteal. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. That actually worked out incredible.
I can't believe it.
That was like nearly the perfect outcome.
You don't take the one.
Because it killed the maximum number of things.
Yeah. And even the flexibility of playing the Wand Maker for a 1-mana spell in case Luna found something really impactful, finds Flash Heal. And slowly but surely, Dreadeye is running out of resources. He's already used both of his Fungal Fortunes and it gets the weight, I believe. So his board is pretty much going to have 2 more waves. These Thorngrove Sentries with the solidification of Power of the Wild, Soul of the Forest, and Arbor Up. Those are the main ways that Dreadeye is thinking about comboing his board. You can use the Soul of the Forest here. Ignore the Zyrella. Life isn't really the key. It's about having a stable board. But now if I'm Luna, I feel tempted to even go beyond. Is this an opportunity to play Ysera, dream back one of the minions, and then have Ysera Awakens in the hand? This is a really powerful opportunity for Luna to swing things.
Time may pass, but the dream is eternal.
Yeah, there's still not going to be enough minions on board, especially since Luna's going to be at full health for Dreadeye to really go for much.
Yeah, Dreadeye was hoping that by sticking a board, he could Solar Eclipse, Arbor Up, and Power the Wild, go for the ultimate amount of burst that the Druid can pull off. But we're starting to see a little bit of Luna's calculations here. One thing that's a little bit awkward is that trading into a Thorngrove Sentry actually improves the power on the board.
But it also makes it so that the removal next turn is easier, so I think it's necessary. I don't think there's a single break point that kills her from this position, even putting more power on board. And because the Zyrella is so big with Apotheosis, she's also not worried about Dreadeye trying to set up a 2-turn lethal by making a giant board either. So I think this is a great spot.
Yep. So 3, 6, 9 power on the board already. 2 times Arbor Up would add 16, so 25. Power of the Wild is 28, 29. Wait, and then Hero Power? Does he have enough mana to Hero Power?
No, it's an Innervate, not a Lightning Bolt, so not enough to Hero Power.
Ah, that's so close, DJ.
Oh, and it's weak to...
Yeah, Sarah Wakens. Oh, he's so close. Oh. Look,
is he a Sarah?
Luna cut it as close as possible.
Oh, Soul Mirror. There's not enough board space to get all the tokens, though.
Right.
Soul Mirror and Ysera Awakens is still enough to clear.
Yeah, and you have Dream as well.
That was really close. If that was a Lightning Bloom instead of an Innervate, that would have been lethal.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Or, you know, an Adorable Infestation was in the hand.
Or, yeah, Adorable Infestation.
Yeah. There were several ways that Luna could have died. Granted, it would take 5-card combinations, so it's unlikely. But at the same time, Dread had drawn so many cards from the deck. So this was a calculation from Luna's end, but it wasn't completely sealed. But sometimes you got to take a little bit of those risks in order to try and lock in the game here. From Luna's perspective, she's very close to stabilizing. The Dream has the ability to trade, clear the board, rebound up to double digits in health, and even redevelop the board here. This is lights out here for Dreadeye. He came so close to going for a 1-turn kill, set up 1 card drawn deeper with that second Innervate would have done it too. What a back and forth game that was. Luna up 2-0, but boy, was that close.
That was incredibly close. And after a pretty rough start, right, not really finding ways to deal with boards until, turn 5, essentially, and then having to rely on Zyrella to bail her out of that situation. And I do like the way that she navigated the late game situation, because I said that there was no breakpoints, but I guess with an exact combination, like you mentioned, of 5 cards, there was one scenario where she dies if she doesn't Dream there, but realized that, it was about the next turn and trying to stop the very last wave of pressure from Dreadeye before she went for the full clear. And also, like, Dream in that situation, if she Dreams a Gibberling, it gives Dreadeye another way to build up a board and potentially could throw her off, right? Since her removal was planned. But a very impressive game. And now she's up to 2-0. It's just Control Warlock left.
Control Warlock is pretty good, but you were really hoping to get a good matchup for it originally, and now Luna, I mean, you just have to play 3 matchups with this Warlock and hope that it's good enough to beat some of these faster paced decks. And the good news is that Warlock, we talk about removal options and how AoE seems to be some things that decks are cutting. Warlock's got plenty of that. Even some spicy stuff like Malygos, the Spellweaver, not something that you see all the time, but it can be teched in very powerfully to bolster the card draw, especially if you're getting a Lord Draxus scenario. Really cool stuff coming out from the Warlocks these days, and it is something that is less popular but effective. For example, Asia Pacific, 0 Warlocks being brought this week, while Americas and Europe has a few people doing so. Jedi once more queuing up Token Druid, hoping to do what he was setting out in game number 1, which is get a win with this entire list of 2-ofs. Is the Token Druid going to be able to take down the Warlock? Theoretically, the Warlock only has the turn to play like 1 form of AoE, so if you have Soul to Farce, it becomes really tricky for them to deal with in terms of layering it. But that was what we thought about in previous games as well, and Token Druid has just not been able to get over the hump here for Dreadeye.
Yeah, but I do think this is one of the better matchups for Token Druid because they just have so much staying power, and they're not... unlike Priest, they're not really building up their own boards behind it, right? If Luna was just removing the board in the Priest game every turn and not really doing anything to back it up, like not generating a board simultaneously, the game would have been a lot different because Dreadeye eventually would have stuck a board and that would have been enough. And that's kind of how I feel about this matchup where, sure, you could have all the School Spirits and Twisting Nethers in the world, but at some point, the Druid will stick a board and then you're relying on a bunch of small minions to get you over the finish line. I think the big deal here is the double Ogremancer, because Ogremancer can give you those ways to fight back against a spell-based deck. And so if you're able to remove boards, find a dead turn from the Druid to play an Ogremancer, and then follow that up with bigger minions, that kind of gives you that X factor, that little bit of extra wiggle room in the matchup to actually find a win. I mean, just yesterday, we saw, I think it was in the, it was Nagidon? Or Eddie? I can't even remember. It wasn't Eddie because he had already qualified for the group. We saw a near perfect hand from Control Warlock, just not able to get the job done because Token Druid just kept refilling board after board after board and eventually found lethal outs. So you need a lot.
Yeah, very much so. The Warlock, part of the reason why you don't see Warlock being more prominently featured is because it's very much intended as a deck that's good against certain other archetypes, mainly Control. It's, you know, the Control Buster, but struggles a lot, at least data-wise, against things like Mage or the aggressive decks that you see on ladder, large because it just didn't get time to set up. But against Token Druid, you know, slightly losing matchup if you just look at the basic ladder stats. And I wonder if any of these small techs that some players are bringing could help influence things. Starting things off on the right foot, though. Spirit Jailer on 1. What you want to see. And Dreadeye already just kind of feeling like, oh, is this going to be one of those things where another favorable matchup does not go my way?
I mean, does still need a way to develop a board, but also has Fungal Fortunes to kind of smooth things out, smooth out the curve. So not in panic mode just yet, but could get there very soon if these don't pick up the board generation.
Oh, no.
Loses a Gibberling.
Yeah. There's only the Gibberling really in the deck for you to risk discarding. And he's lost it. Luna picks up the other 1-mana minion, Armor Vendor, just to give some extra board presence. It's not super relevant, the timing of when you play Armor Vendor. You just want to get it out, plus free up your hand space. Dreadeye now has no way to really set up the board through Glowfly Swarm. Has entirely hand buffs. I guess you could play Arbor Up or Power of the Wild just for what you want on the board. This is the exact kind of setup that leads to a Warlock victory. Luna finds the other one, drops Spirit Jailer, more Soul Fragments being shuffled in. At this pace, Luna has better tempo than Dreadeye, and it's not improving.
Not at all. This is brutal.
Question. You have the ability to go for the Solar Eclipse and Arbor Up. Do you go for it here?
I think you have to. Because we're starting to get to those, you know, obviously Ogremancer can come down next turn. And so if you behind on board and an Ogremancer comes down, you just have no chance, right? It's so much wiggle room for the Warlock to do whatever they want. So I think that the turn prior to the Ogremancer coming down is kind of the last-ditch effort. And, all right, it's just going to go full in.
I mean, Dreadeye going hard in the paint. I mean, this is full committal of resources outside of his remaining buff cards. He is hoping that he can go all the way with just this board. And Luna does have some cards to help fight against it, but this is definitely a situation that's not comfortable for her. What's the best way to pick apart this board? Can you survive this onslaught? Because that is lethal being represented right now.
There's Soul Shear, which can clear off just 1 minion by itself, and then School Spirits can get rid of 2 more. So she can take 3 minions off the board, and you're still not leaving that much power, and Dreadeye is incredibly overloaded next turn.
Yeah, got 1 mana next turn, it seems like.
Yeah. So really going to be nothing coming out from his side unless another Adorable Infestation's picked up.
Still, though, 13 damage is 13 damage.
That's right.
A little under half of Luna's life. Soul Fragments being drawn to restore some of that life. And then Hysteria can clear off 2 of these minions, and then you can play an Armor Vendor. Is the first play that stuck out to me. I'm wondering if Luna is greedy enough to life tap here as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's a significant downside. I think she has enough soul fragments in the deck to kind of make up for it. You're killing off 2 minions. Maybe just actually play the Armor Vendor just to challenge what's on board, even though it's very unlikely to, because there's probably going to be a buff coming down, but...
Yeah, exactly. It's one of these things where Dreadeye doesn't have the flexibility of not really dealing with this 1-3. So if Dreadeye, draws this entire turn, which he's starting off. This feels like the series, the game that Grandmasters doesn't want Dreadeye to win this series for some reason. I don't know. Something is in the water today. It's just not being it's not being very gracious to him. And now this Armor Vendor gets a challenge. Luna gets to even tempo if she would like to with the Ticketus. The thing I like about Ticketus is that it also upgrades Cascading Disaster, but I don't know how relevant that is, considering that she just picked up Twisting Nether.
Soul Fragment, Soul Fragment. Soul Shear. Okay.
Reasonable stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this game is very likely to end before she gets to the bottom of the deck, right? And so... it's like the discards are likely to just not matter in the slightest. Just having an 8-8 on board is worth more than anything else.
Okay.
It's a little awkward because Twisting Nether removes the Ticketus as well.
Well, Cascading Disaster just got upgraded, so she could use it twice and clear off half the board. More than half the board right now.
Yeah. And then has Yashiraj.
Yeah, exactly. And the trade makes sense because Luna's win condition is actually just to stabilize the board repeatedly. And eventually, over time, she's just going to have, counter-lethal swings.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is perfectly baited as well. I mean, not that Dreadeye has a choice. Dreadeye is feeling like his window has been closing. Warlock has been drawing a bunch of cards, needs to present something. And then the Twisting Nether immediately comes out. And now Dreadeye once more stalled out. And Luna still has more ammo. And reload. She's got the Malagos. The supply chain is also ready to go.
And Dreadeye likely to, stop at 4 minions here and try and buff them up with either Pride's Fury or Power of the Wild, which means that Yashiraj plus the double corrupted Cascading Disaster that she played earlier in the game will be enough to clear the board. So it just feels like at every step of the way. And because the Gibberlings were discarded, and not only discarded, but kind of interrupting the card draw, right? Drawing one less card because of it.
Oh my goodness. Hey. Some days you're the bird, some days you're the statue. And Dreadeye, today, you are very much the statue, my friend. Oh, I feel bad. And that's going to be pretty much all she wrote for this series, it seems like, because Luna has now ways to counter-aggress versus Dreadeye. He sets up a board, she removes, and pushes 10. And I think, from Dreadeye's perspective, his best chance is to build this board, hope that Luna has no more removal. Has, cards like Jiraxis maybe. Just slow cards that can't keep up with the amount of minions on the board.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be enough because you see there's removal.
Yeah, unless she draws Soul Fragment, she has 3. And that's full bowl clear. just the perfect amount of Soul Fragments left in the deck in order to completely clear this board.
The drain soul, there's no mercy whatsoever. Also, some really quick turns from Luna, just because there's not much to think about from here. 3-0, Luna advances to the top 4 once more, making a very big charge to try and go to the top of the standing. She comes to this week at 15 points. An opportunity to definitely take top 2 over Nalgi, Don, and Eddie, but maybe an opportunity to even go further beyond that. But we'll talk a little bit about that in a sec. Just to recap, the massacre that was known as Game 3. Token Druid when Warlock draws like this, Token Druid can't do anything, it feels like, TJ.
Yeah, it's really difficult to try and piece together win conditions. And, you know, Dreadeye did have, I like that turn, going for, you know, pre-Ogremancer, trying to develop a big board. That was solid. Then after that, just didn't have anything, right? No Gibberlings. As soon as that second Glowfly Swarm was played and removed by the double Cascading Disaster, that was it. Dreadeye just had a kind of piecemeal to try and develop boards and ended up running out of cards. So... yeah, those are the games that, you know, Warlock's gonna steamroll. And, you know, sometimes it can be difficult if you can't develop a board. I think the Ticketus was an important play in that situation, and having the Yashiraj to follow it up was an important play in that situation. So, well done by Luna, because there were some tough matchups in that series. I think if you, like, math out all the matchups based on just data that's available to us, she might have even been slightly unfavored going into the series. So kind of crazy that she's able to take a 3-0 and keep that dream of that second seed, that coveted second seed, alive.
Yep, very much so. Luna will be joining us in the top 4. Killing All Day and Nalgidon will be facing off, and the winner gets to play Luna in tomorrow. So that ends the first match that has the least amount of implications on playoffs. We pretty much know that these two players, their fates have somewhat been set. I mean, in terms of where they land in the final standings, it was all up for grabs. But now we start to enter the real heat zone, TJ. Things are warming up. We get to find out whether or not Killen can continue to move up the standings and separate himself as much as possible from Language Hacker and Muzzy, because that is where all of the focus will be. That does lead us to our first intermission for today on Day 2 broadcast of Hearthstone Grandmasters America. When we come back, we're going to have Killing All Day versus Nalgidon. Match number 2 of day number 2 here in the final week of the regular season is upon us here. Killing All Day from the USA up against Naugidan from Argentina, as we have two players who have been pretty consistent in the Americas throughout their short careers in Hearthstone history. But, sooner or later, we're going to have to acknowledge that players like Naugidan might be some of the most consistent player that America has ever produced, as he is making yet another top 8. I think his 6th in a row since week number 1. The guy's just been playing lights out and has been really sticking to his guns, bringing good decks with some solid plays. Going up against Killing All Day. If you're a fan of American Hearthstone, if you're a fan of TJ Sanders, you may have heard of this guy a few times. He finally cracked the GM system, and now he's trying to fight to maintain his spot in Grandmasters, as he's right there in the bottom third. He's kind of safe if everything ended prior to this week, but it's still not guaranteed, TJ.
It is guaranteed.
Oh, it is guaranteed. You're right, because I misread the standings because of the insurance type. Yep.
Yeah, he is 100%
trying to improve
safe.
his standings there.
Yeah. He actually has a chance of a miracle run to qualify for playoffs. If he wins this match and Attacker and Muzzy don't win the tournament this weekend, Killing All Day would be tied with Monsanto and pass him in tiebreakers because he has more top 8s than Monsanto does. Or if you go down the finishes and the tiebreakers, he would be qualified for playoffs. So a lot on the line for Killen. Not scared of relegation, but does want to try and make it to those playoffs at all costs, because it'd be the cherry on top for kind of a rough season right up until the second half. And he's also kind of in a similar boat to Dreadeye, where has that priestless lineup, which is pretty cool, right? I like the players that recognize an opportunity to not bring priest and target some other decks. Has Rush Warrior, OTK Demon Hunter, Miracle Rogue, and the Token Druid, which the Token Druid will be the first deck we're going to be seeing from Killing All Day in the series with his Miracle Rogue banned away.
Yep. Apologies there, I misread our stat sheet, which does indicate that Killen is right there. Funny enough, too, when you pull up the website, it shows that Killen Day has brought 2 Demon Hunter decks. That's not correct, but he will be having one available for this series. As Conquest, you're not supposed to bring 2 of the same class. The bans are in. Rogue banned away from Killing All Day. Rogue, one of the most popular classes that's not being represented in the Americas. In Asia Pacific, Europe, both of those regions have 15 out of 16 brought this week. Only 8 being brought in Americas, and when it's shown, it's getting banned. So really interesting stuff as we do look into Naugidan's OGK Demon Hunter deck. Not much needs to be said about what the game plan is. It tries to combo you in one turn from Il'gynoth and the lifesteal mechanic. However, OTK Demon Hunter does seem to be one of these decks that are extremely fickle. It feels like in the hands of the right player, it's unbeatable, but also at the same time, it's one of these decks that feels like it can beat itself based off of the order in which you draw your cards, or things just getting really clunky, and you have to kind of make do. The good news is that there's so many ways to get to the combo damage that you're often okay as long as you're not receiving too much pressure.
Yeah, the awkward hands consist of like skulls in positions in your hand where it's hard to get them outcasted, right? Stuck between 2 uncastable combo pieces. The most notable one is Il'gynoth being in the far left of the hand, because that means that skull would have to be cast from the far right to be outcasted, and that you don't have an opportunity to ever even get a discounted Il'gynoth, which is one of the biggest combo pieces to have that hit on. Naugidan and Killen, have a little bit different stories with the OTK Demon Hunter. Killen has one of the highest win rates with OTK Demon Hunter over the course of this Grandmaster season, whereas Naugidan just hasn't really brought it very much. We've yet to fully test him, but he did show some good masters of the deck in the 1-game sample size that we saw on stream yesterday in his 3-0 win versus No Hands. So we'll see if he can get it up here against, again, what seems like a pretty tough matchup, right? If you never hit Immolation Aura, you will just die. And even if you do, if you don't hit the second one, you'll probably die. It's very reliant on just having those cards early to get rid of the first couple waves, and then hope that you can find the lethal damage before they're able to build up another board.
All right, well, let's have at it. Early game does lead to an Immolation Aura immediately for Nalgidon, as the double jump also picks up the Skull of Gul'dan. You don't really get the opportunity to greed nearly as hard as you would like. Nalgidon not going to skip a beat. Philosophy not playable really in this spot here. Unless Nalgidon, of course, wants to find ways to free up his hand space. Finds an opportunity to draw a card to the Crimson Sigil Runner immediately. Does end up picking that, as the other cards are a lot more situational. You have to hold on to it.
They will never catch me.
Yeah, might as well just keep cycling. Has very easy ways to get that skull in the middle of the hand to the far left. Dothraki Warblades, dumpable next turn. Immolation Aura, dumpable as soon as your opponent builds up a board. So he's on his way to a skull. Has a way to deal with the first board. This is the kind of hand that you want to see when you're playing against Token Druid as OTK Demon Hunter. Honestly, this is one of the kind of hands you'd like to see versus just about anything. An easily outcastable skull in the opening hand, so you can plan around it, and some removal to go along with it.
Yep, very much so. Safety and card draw, pretty much the two priorities for Demon Hunters. Now, picks up Chaos Strike, not really something that he is focused on right now because he wants to set up things for that Skull of Gul'dan, use that opportunity. While there's some passivity, set up his weapon. I like it. It's not always about just turbo drawing as best as you can. Set yourself up for success moving forward. Killen picks up Power of the Wild. Does have 6 mana available this turn because of the Lightning Bloom and the Innervate. Doesn't have the board set up behind it. Does he have the desire to even go for additional card draw when he's holding 9 cards at the moment? It's a little bit awkward in that department too.
Yeah, the biggest thing is Killen all day is going to be thinking about Immolation Aura as a potential clear, and especially the first board, you want to kind of soft test for it, right? I don't expect an all-in here. I just expect a Gibberling plus an amount of minions that forces Nalgidon to be scared and want to play Immolation Aura.
Right. Using an Innervate as well.
Okay. So a pretty aggressive use of resources, but again, you just want to make sure that you're putting out enough stuff to say, all right, you have to play Immolation Aura here, or I'm going to punish you a lot.
Yeah, an Immolation Aura is an opening hand. Something Killen was completely aware of the possibility. Now finds the Glowfly Swarm. Doesn't have the cleanest way to set it up because of Lightning Bloom. He just uses Innervate, rather use Fungal Fortunes. Plus he's holding 2 minions into his hand. Solar Eclipse. A second Glowfly Swarm. An opportunity to layer this now that one form of AoE has been used in the Immolation Aura. Now Nalgidon, his game plan is pretty straightforward. How can he best set up the Skull? Cards like Acrobatics are going to be filling up his hand, so he just has to make sure that his hand space isn't challenged for next turn.
Yeah. He can always dump the Ethereal Aug Merchant. It is one of the redundant pieces of the combo, right? Absolutely not necessary to hold on to that. So he could use the Ethereal Aug Merchant to kill the Marshall Cub that's on the board, and then just Hero Power, and then have the hand space next turn to be able to play the Skull still, because you draw a card, be it 8, play the Skull, and have perfect amount of hand space, and will likely find a dumpable card from the Skull next turn. Could also dump the Philosophy, because he's got a second one. Okay, yep. Got a second one in the deck. There's no Moarg. It's not really going to be played anytime soon, unless he picked up exactly Moarg, discounted from the Skull of Gul'dan. So I like the aggressive hand expenditure here. Just gives him some wiggle room if he doesn't pick up a card that he's feels comfortable dumping from the Skull the next turn.
And then from Killen's side, I mean, it's heavily, extremely telegraphed what Nalgadon's going to be doing. Killing All Day knows exactly what card's on the far left from Nalgadon's hand. So how can he best capitalize now that Skull Gul'dan is coming down guaranteed next turn with that kind of hand dump? He can play he has 8 mana this turn, so he has the ability to play the Glowfly Swarm. And then next turn, if Nalgadon plays Skull Gul'dan and not do anything else, oh my gosh. See, now, from Nalgadon's perspective, he doesn't have to play Skull. He can just wipe and move on.
Honestly, I think you still play Skull.
Okay.
He can clear off 2 minions and take 0 damage without playing Immolation Aura. It's going to be harder and harder to play Skull, because let's say he plays Immolation Aura here. He's not developing a big enough board to challenge whatever's going to come out, and then he's pigeonholing himself to Skull the next turn. Which means if Killen redevelops again, which I think is likely at this point, the way Killen mulliganed, then he no longer has any ways to clear that board, right? He's completely out of Immolation Aura, so he'd have to 100% rely on Fellscream Blast. It looks like he moused over Fellscream Blast? Okay, this is kind of an in-between where he's not using enough, or he's making sure that he's not going to be dead to Solar Eclipse Arbor Up, which is there for Killen, but also not parting ways with the Immolation Aura, so I think this is wise.
I think so, because Killen would kill. If Nalgadon plays Skull and whiffed, he would die. Straight up. There's just too much pressure, I think, with the Solar Eclipse. The fact that Killen has played 2 of the Fungal Fortunes to draw. I mean, just look at what's happening, right? Nalgadon has dedicated the greater part of his deck to drawing cards from his deck. And he's still just barely ahead in card draw, despite aiming everything to just draw cards at the moment. Killen not going to be stopped. Setting up this board, Solar Eclipse. And the Arbor Up. Putting full amounts of pressure. But that's kind of what Nalgadon was hoping to save his Immolation Aura for, right? For a board wipe like this.
Yeah, and that's why the last turn was incredibly smart from Nalgadon, because Killen could have gone for a play like this last turn, had the ability to go super huge with Gibberling and Lunar Eclipse plus Arbor Up, or sorry, Solar Eclipse plus Arbor Up, but wanted to test for that second Immolation Aura and didn't see it. Now though, that is the last way for Nalgadon to clear the board, because he can't afford to use his second Fellscream Blast in order to hold on to that for the combo, and also has no Immolation Auras left, so he can try and pick apart things one by one, but it's going to be a little bit difficult, and we'll have to just use so many resources in order to get that done.
Yeah, does end up picking up Il'gynoth at full cost. If it was the 1 card down, getting the ability to discount it would be huge. Finds Moarg, so a Philosophy to copy that would be massive. Raging Fell Screamer, not super impactful now that Moarg is already costing 0. Looking at that Illidari studies to see if Nalgadon wants to find something additional this turn to potentially play, or if he's okay just letting it chill so they could use Illidari studies perhaps for another big outcast on 9 mana. So this is a situation for Nalgadon that he has to navigate carefully. Also, something worth considering is if he wants to part ways with one of these eye beams, just to ensure that there's no follow-up from Killen All Day to cement his board position and maybe lock things up.
Time grows short.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough situation to be in. He's seen Solar Eclipse and Arbor Up. The likelihood that another one is there is pretty low. So I don't think he has to double Eye Beam here. Could just play Raging Fell Screamer and then have that be able to challenge the board on the following turns. Let's see what kind of lethal possibilities Nalgadon has. Il'gynoth, if he picked up another Moarg off the top or Philosophy, That'd be a +2 spell damage I-beam, so 5 double twice. That'd be 20. And then he could use that on the top minion and hero power and attack phase for 26. So a potential lethal off the top for Nagidon next turn if he picks up a way to get another Moarg.
Gillen picks up Nature Studies. The guessed away does not land as he guessed more and end up being a card that was not. Nature Studies.
Ooh. With
an opportunity for resizing pouch, Cenarian Ward, Mark of the Spike Shell, which is funny because Mark of the Spike Shell situationally actually has an opportunity to combo with Thorngrowth Sentries. But more specifically from Kellen, how does he manipulate resizing pouch? He's going to play this Arbor up, it seems like.
Yeah, he could have gone resizing pouch there and tried to hit Soul of the Forest, but because of how resizing pouch works, it's not just discover a spell, it's discover a card. So there's a lot of 4-mana minions that are clogging up the pool. Just a little rough. And now Nagidon is facing death if he doesn't find ways to clear this up. Just Moarg, Talented Arcanist, and I-Beam is a way to heal up, but would only remove 3 minions on the board in that case, and Killen would likely be able to find lethal following turn. If he skulls, his mana is limited, but he has a Raging Fell Screamer buff, which would matter if he picked up Moarg anyway, so whatever. And then would still be able to play just about any other card in this situation.
Illidari Studies. A Dreadlord's Bite. Is that applicable here at all? Dealing 1 damage to all enemies.
I wonder what he was looking
like it.
There had to be something specific that he was looking for to not want to play Skull. Oof. Maybe he was looking for Fellscream Blast specifically, but then he would have just played Skull because he would have had to clear with Fellscream Blast. I'm not always sure. Okay, it does find Fellscream Blast.
For times calls for desperate measures. Trying to clear off as much of the board as possible. This is survival mode here for Nagidon. It's not optimal whatsoever. Good news, most of the board has been tamed. The bad news, if he loses his board state, Nagidon has no chance to win, really, it feels like. This is down to just 2 cards remaining in his deck.
Yeah, it is Philosophy and Moarg. So Philosophy Moarg, a double Moarged I-Beam, is still 12 damage. So if some of these minions stick, which Druid not known for their ability to clear boards, then maybe he can push enough minion damage. If another Moarg sticks, then all of a sudden that I-Beam becomes 24 damage. So he put the spell damage on the Talented Arcanist as well, which is smart because that's the minion that you're least likely to want to clear. Small things, but could matter in the long run. Squeezing out those little bits of extra damage. Because he's guaranteed the last 2 cards, right? He's guaranteed that extra because he has Chaos Strike. So whatever he picks up, he will be able to double up.
Just has to pick apart the remainders of the board that can help Nagidon pull out this game. 6 power remains. What's Killen at 25 because of the hero power? So with 4 remaining, excuse me, as he does end up eliminating the Og Merchant. Nagidon has, you said the 12, plus the Chaos Strike, plus the hero power, plus the minions attacking. That's just not enough.
Not enough. He would need recurring damage, which these Moargs are big, right? And he's going to be clearing some of the board. He's just hoping that these minions are going to be sticking. Il'gynoth is also just representing 4 extra damage a turn for when it attacks. So, Killen's not out of this yet. This is still winnable for Nagidon since Druid is just super light on removal. I think the resizing pouch is going to be the big deal here. But there are multiple ways for Killen to get this rolling. Umbral Owl is 7. So he could Solar Eclipse resizing pouch, have 2 chances to hit Umbral Owl, which alongside Pride's Fury would be enough to at least clear off the Boargs and take some damage off board.
Oh, 2 pouches. Using a pouch for 9.
Russian Taunt. Fizzy Elemental.
Elemental.
That's sick. All right, that just wins.
That's the answer. Fizzy Elemental. Oh, boy. I mean, Algedon just got stalled right there and then.
Yeah.
So now Algedon's hope is that the Moar can get there? No, there's no way. Concedes. Killing All Day gets the win, up 1-0. Removing the OTK Demon Hunter from the series as well, which is got to feel good. That's definitely a deck that has a lot of people sweating. But also on the other side of things, we just witnessed a Token Druid get swept. And so it feels like Token Druid was due for a victory there. And Killing All Day stuck to his guns, able to just barely layer everything in time and remove everything. I gotta say that Algedon hung in there for a long time, and I look forward to seeing threads about whether or not this was a winnable game for the Demon Hunter, because it definitely felt like there were opportunities for Algedon to set up for a combo, but it just felt like, you know, I definitely followed his line of play and almost like felt like the same kind of thing, and Algedon needed to stabilize and try to get there anyways. Was this just a Doom game, or was there an opening, DJ?
I think the opening was to take a risk at some point, but he would have lost if he did that, right? So the way he played it was the way that he didn't die. It was getting super greedy with removal and combo pieces. Like actually playing the Skull on 6 instead of going for the like Blood Mage Fell Scream Blast to try and clean up the board. Because at some point you're going to have to leave yourself open to certain combinations of lethal. And in that situation, you know, maybe he is supposed to just go for Skull and then just lose, right? Because of it, because he would have taken two minions off the board, but then would have died to exactly 30 damage from Solar Eclipse Arbor up. So from how the game panned out, I just really don't think there was too many pan-outs where he could have won. Killing All Day just seemed like he had too many board sweeps. And I do like the creative play at the end to try and go for minion-based pressure, because if Killen didn't have Lunar Eclipse in that situation, or wasn't able to find any pieces of removal, or whiffed on the resizing pouches there at the end, maybe Algedon gets there with just the damage that's on board and just the minions that were on board. So very close game. But now Killing All Day's turn to go to the OTK Demon Hunter. And Algedon's going to move to Spell Mage. And it is Deck of Lunacy Spell Mage. It does seem like more and more players each week have opted to not bring Deck of Lunacy. But 2 players in the top 8, Luna and Eddie, did not bring Deck of Lunacy for reference. But Algedon decided to go for it, and his win rate with Mage this season has been incredibly impressive. He brought it in both weeks of Specialist. It's been in his Conquest and last year's standing lineups pretty much every week, because he always yells at me for getting his win rate wrong. He is he's 26-11 on Spell Mage this season, which is
not bad.
It's crisp. It is crisp.
Very
and
good.
If that's wrong, I blame Lorinda. So now get on. Don't tweet at me if it's wrong.
Yeah. Blame Lorinda. I think Lorinda kind of likes being blamed.
Curiosity.
One of those like
will be the end of you.
things where, you know, Captain Jack Sparrow, it's like you are without a doubt the worst statistician I have ever met or I've ever heard of.
Well, you have heard of me.
But you have heard of me.
Yep.
That being said, of course, Lorinda is killing it. Really glad that he's been able to work on Hearthstone Grandmasters for Americas and filling in for when I'm not available.
So I looked at the wrong
Lorinda
day.
says the stats were wrong.
No, that was my fault. I looked at the wrong day. He's right. I had the Friday tab open. Algedon did pick up 1 win yesterday, so he's 27 and 11. All right, now get on. If 26 and 11 is wrong, which it is, you can blame me. Sure, that's the first part of your tweet. If 27 and 11 is wrong, then you blame Lorinda. That's the second part of the tweet.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Hopping on board into these opening hands. Now Gadon starting things off with a font of power and just more resource generation. Having an opportunity to set up one of these spell damaged minions. I think about Imprisoned Phoenix a lot in this deck, and I think about it, the more I played it, the less I actually enjoy playing the Phoenix. I feel like a lot of times the mage needs to have an answer immediately. Ends up playing an Astromancer Solarian instead, despite the fact that it might be a card that disrupts certain effects like the Pexus Blast, but one Font of Power has been already used, and we have seen several players do this and it pan out well. Not to mention, now Gadon has cards like Deck of Lunacy, which he's been also an advocate of just playing whenever you can, even in matchups where you feel like you might be reliant upon the burn. Finds Incanter's Flow off the top as well to follow through.
Yeah, and I think that Killen knew that this was going to be Deck of Lunacy because of the Astromancer Solarian. It usually is a liability. You need the Pexus Blast to summon a minion a lot of the time if you're playing straight up. But because he played Astromancer Solarian, what this does do is make it so that the minion cards that you get from Deck of Lunacy aren't dead, right? If you get a Commencement, it's just kind of insane because you summon a big, giant Divine Shield taunted spell damage minion that's going to wreak havoc on the board. So I think this was expected. And now we have some potential for fireworks. A lot of the time, unless you get like double Incanter's Flow, it can be hard to kill the Demon Hunter as mage before they can really get the ball rolling. And so, and also they can reset their life total at pretty much any time once a certain amount of cards are drawn with like Talented Arcanist Moarg and the first Fellscreen Blaster and I-Beam and negate a lot of the burn. So I think that Deck of Lunacy is just a higher win rate way to play when given the choice in this matchup.
Job done.
I mean, we've saw this coming, and it's an episode we've seen play a few times, but it's definitely got an alternative ending almost every single time.
Grand Finale is just insane next turn. He played an elemental.
True.
He actually could have.
Yeah.
He actually could have played 2 more elementals, but I agree with the Incanter's Flow. Actually, I don't know. He could have set up lethal.
Are you sure?
He could have set up lethal.
Yeah. That's something that not many people think about in terms of grand finale. A lot of times in this.
What summoned 4?
My gosh.
Oh, he knew that in the Grand Slam was going to be his next draw. He wanted board space.
Exactly. He wanted board
space. It doesn't matter because 8/8s are better.
He wanted to hit him.
So. Yeah, he could have had. It could have been the 2-turn lethal setup because he had the Pexus Blast in hand. If Killing All Day can kill these 8/8s, or if he can only kill one of the 8/8s, he would have died if he went for 4 of the elementals from Grand Finale. I don't even know what they're called. Spectacular Shiny Dragon? Is that what it's called? Elemental Shiny
You're
Spectacular Dragon?
EJ, you're rehired to Blizzard. Good job. That's exactly what we should call it. And all day drawing cards desperately because what the heck can you do in this position? Besides just concede.
They're exploding sparklers.
Yes.
I was close. I was actually incredibly close.
You should go on those game shows where you just guess the answers. I think you'd do quite well. Can you guess the answer to this board state from Killing All Day? Moarg, Fellscreen Blast does 2 damage to both of those.
Nice. All right.
Sounds like a good start.
Together. Next turn can go Moarg, Talented Arcanist, Throwglaive.
Okay, not 100% dead. Pretty dang close. Is there any reason for Nalgon to not play no Grand Slam? Nope. Back in base. Third base. Safe at home. 5 HP. Turn 6.
Oh,
okay. Spell
Talented
damage?
Arcanist, Moarg, Ethereal Augmentation, Fellscreen Blast kills the 2 8/8s and a 3/5.
Okay.
And heals to full.
Yes, that's huge.
Also necessary.
I grow impatient.
Right, because if we don't, we're going to die. So I like
and
that.
And then can also go Throwglaive to kill the other two. Because those would deal 6.
3, 5, 6. Do you have the ability to Throwglaive twice? I think you might be off by 1 mana.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, you're right. Because Fellscream Blast is 0 mana. So should be able to clear off most of this board. Does cost a lot of resources, but you're okay with that as the Demon Hunter. What's so funny is that these were just 2 cards from Nagidon's deck.
I know, like, and he had to use his whole hand to clear off the board. He clears the board, though, and heals to nearly full. That's incredibly important.
That's a useless card. Dire Frenzy does not help. Mask of Cthulhu deals double as long as Moarg survives, which it should because it just applies it all at once. So Nagidon has the board clear and can start pressuring right back. Now Killen finds a way to get Skull into the outcast position. Talented Arcanist gets dumped. Immolation Aura, Illidari Studies. That was not it.
Nope. I mean, has a way to clear off some small boards, but that's about it. And that's both Talented Arcanist gone, and one of the Ethereal Aug Merchants gone. So we'll need to find a discounted Moarg at some point, or Raging Fellscream at some point, in order to have a way to win and get the last Fellscream Blast / I-Beam up to enough damage to actually kill Nagidon. But not super worried about that. Nagidon, though, has not picked up the greatest, especially for this matchup, ways to fight back. Expendable Performers is decent, but no way to buff them up. At least in hand. Could potentially be some in deck. Could wipe them away the next turn and turn them into 3/3s.
Always hungry for more.
Okay.
Weaver summon Mana Worms, using Overgrowth to get a little bit extra mana for the following turn. Might be relevant. I think it's a little bit greedy to hold on to Overgrowth, hoping that you can get that extra card draw. Killing all day. Illidari Studies finds an opportunity to play board impact outcast cards. You have Vile Fiend Trainer to build up your own board, Dreadlord's Bite, and Kurt Russell Ash Fallen. Try and pick apart a little bit of what Mage has set up. And in this case, can actually wipe with Immolation Aura and Ash Fallen.
Wait. Okay. The Immolation Aura was bugged from the previous turn. It still said +3 or +2 spell damage from the Talented Arcanist, but it was not. All right.
Okay, Chaos Strike. All right. The Fellscream Blast number 2 comes into the hand. I mean, one more Moarg, and Killen can just do this the natural way. Mage doesn't have a lot of ways to gain life, unless, of course, a spell created by Deck of Lunacy can change that outcome. So there's a Cycle of Hatred. That's an opportunity. You can clean up 2 of these minions and summon a few yourself. There's also the Expendable Acrobats to clear things off. What I think Nagidon is thinking more than anything is how can I corrupt this Ring Toss, because I'm starting to get to the point where I want to stop the Demon Hunter as much as I want to pressure them. Stop them from playing their cards. Because playing cards is kind of like cheating, TJ. That's just not fair. Don't let them play cards.
It's just not fair. All right, so just going to play it uncorrupted. Could go for a rigged fair game, but usually at this stage, the Demon Hunter will be hero powering your face every turn, or very likely to. Maybe not, because if it's Ice Barrier, it could ruin Killen's breakpoints. And then going to clear this away.
Enjoy your final moments.
Honestly, I did not know that Expendable Performers and Circle of Hatred had that interaction. I played a lot of Deck of Lunacy. I had no idea.
I never had
I'm going to be honest.
the ability to do both at the same time in a situation where I felt like I needed to. I usually just like layer them in, right? It's usually like play Ring Toss and then play, Cycle of Hatred, or in this case, the Acrobats. He ends up wiping his own board.
I don't blame him at all for that one. Like, if it's an obvious interaction, cool, but that one is weird. Like, there's no like Hearthstone rule that you could fall back on to determine, right? Because they both have like the same type of
TJ. Learning interactions in Hearthstone is kind of like carbon dating. All we can do is use the results and try to extrapolate meaning behind it. It's like, it should basically be this kind of rule set. It's like, the order of the cards being played is probably the reason of how we got here, but no one truly knows the origin story of what the interaction stack looks like in Hearthstone. At least we don't have the confirmation of it. If we do, we need someone from the dev team to tell us what that's the case, because that was silly, but...
I was about to say, wow, what a great play. And then, good thing, right before I saw Nuggeton's facial expression before the board resolved, so I held off on it, and I was like, this is not going to work the way both of us think this is going to work, is it? Yeah. And it did not.
Does get the Astromancer Solarian back and can start putting all the pressure out. But Killen's very close to finishing this out. Just needs to find additional card draw or the Moarg or the card draw. Double jump, which I don't know if there's any Outcast cards left.
There's nothing. No Outcast cards. There is Arrow Merchant Moarg, Blood Mage, Fell Screamer.
Oh no, there's multiple whiffs available for Killen all day. Okay, question. Would you start to pave the way of the situation where you don't get Moarg? Like, what if you started playing Philosophy to get I-Beam into a much more likely position to Outcast, and then you have Il'gynoth plus the Aug Merchant, and then I-Beam, Fellscream, Blast, I-Beam instead? Like, does that get you there? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Grows short.
But you do get so you get 2 turns of hero powering. The question is if Killen should be parting ways with an I-Beam right now. Because if he feels like he needs to... I guess in this case it's a Fellscream Blast.
Yeah, I don't think he has a way to get the Fellscream Blast up to enough spell damage. And the I-Beam's a little easier, but now it's going to be very tough. Has to weave in some hero powers here and there to try and get this breakpoint down. So maximum damage right now is... 12.
Man. Hey, man, hey. Oh, man. Oh.
All right.
Here we
lethal.
go. It's prime time, baby. Astromancer Solarian. Get some mana back. Evocation. Secrets. Deep freeze.
Okay, that's minions.
Uh-oh.
Hellfire. Oh, no.
Needed that.
I mean, this is Killen's last turn, though. Almost every day of the week. You can't clear this board. You can't even touch this board.
So now Nuggeton can restore 2 more mana and play a secret, and that could really mess things up for Killen. I don't think so, though, because I'm not sure what Netherwind Portal can really do. I'm supposed to play Arcane Intellect just to draw cards. Okay. Might pick up another Solarian Prime. You're Frenzy the Frog! Okay. I see you now, Nuggeton.
Well, he's saying, okay, this is your last turn no matter what. So I'm going to put as much in the way as possible. And
much pressure.
Screamer, so.
Tempo Frog. Killen draws the worst card in his deck, the Raging Fell Screamer. Oh no! Beautiful setups from Killen to just give himself the max amount of outs, but back-to-back whiffs leads to a Nalgidon victory.
Yeah.
It'd be so sweet to watch that frog be the reason why he won. But honestly, it just felt like Kaelin's deck was just not being cooperative with him, you know? And even if he was setting himself up for the most optimistic scenario, it just didn't pan out.
Well, I mean, Kaelin did have the ability for like a turn 7 lethal or turn 8 lethal. If those 8/8s weren't in the way. Like, if he wasn't going to just die the very next turn. Because look at this hand. That hand right there. Look at it. It was it was an able to play philosophy away from winning the game. Like, he was true. He actually was close to lethal with just 1 or 2 more mana with that opening hand. So his deck was being incredibly cooperative. It's just that Nalgidon's deck was being even more cooperative and forced Kaelin to have to play defense.